CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. To watch a great and noble person fall from heights because of some very human flaw in his character can relieve us of pent-up emotions, soften sometimes our own disturbing problems. The ancient Greeks had a word for it, as they did for so many other things. They called it catharsis, a relief, a purging of emotions. Perhaps the story you're about to hear may have that effect on you.
Citizens of Thebes, this unknown murderer will be brought to justice. This I promise you. And on his soul I here invoke this curse. May he wear out his life in misery, in everlasting doom. May the good Lord dry up his crops, sicken his cattle, give him no sons or daughters to comfort his old age. May his tongue wither in his mouth, and his eyes lose the clear sight of day. This I wish upon this evil man, this murderer!
Our mystery drama, So Shall Ye Reap, was adapted from one of the greatest tragedies of all time, Oedipus the King, by the ancient Greek playwright Sophocles. It was especially written for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss. It stars Russell Horton and John Beal. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The year was 1851. The rugged mountain country and wide plains of New Mexico had just become a territory of the United States. For more than 300 years, it had been the storehouse of Pueblo, Navajo, Zuni, and other old Indian cultures. Then the earliest gold-seeking Spaniards came and added their rich legacy to the land. In the grasslands where huge buffalo herds still thunder, Don Edipo Baca, a member of one of New Mexico's first families, is the alcalde, the mayor of the town of Thebes. Don Edipo has summoned his deputy, Don Cristiano, to question him about a matter of the greatest concern to the city.
What new developments, if any, are there, Cristiano?
We know nothing more today than we knew yesterday.
The doctors from the capital, they came?
They came. They looked. They helped us not at all, Don Edipo.
They had no explanation for what's happening.
None. Some things, they said, go far beyond the knowledge of their training, of their medicine. And this is one of them, they told me.
And in the town?
Enough to break one's heart. Within the marketplace, the people sit, the old ones and the children, with garlands of flowers around their necks and heads. They sit facing the cathedral, praying that this terror will depart.
Their prayers, they go unanswered.
A blight has fallen on all fruitful plants. A blight is on the cattle of the fields. A blight is on our women, so that they bear no children. And every day, Black Death grows richer, despite the lamentations and the prayers. You must do something, Edipo. The people look to you. The city must be saved from this dread pestilence. You are their strength.
If only I could find the means to save it. How many more were there that died today, Don Cristiano?
5. 4 children. 1 old woman.
I've sent for doctors. They're useless. I've prayed and lighted candles for some guidance, for a wise word from God, but I hear nothing. I'm helpless.
The strange thing is that outside the limits of the town, everything is flourishing. This plague stops at the borders of our city. Goes no further.
How do we explain that? And most important, what do we do next?
We've tried all else. If you'll permit me to suggest...
Yes?
Would you allow me to bring you a person who might come up with a solution?
What person, Cristiano? Who might that be?
You've heard me speak of the old Zuni Indian, Teresio.
Teresio, that blind old charlatan. He's a fool.
The old man may be blind, but he's no fool. The Zunis are among the oldest tribes in all New Mexico. They know the land better than most. Teresio is the oldest living one among them. More than 100 years, they say. Though blind, he has a reputation for seeing things no other man can see. He may know the cause of this dread pestilence and how to end it.
I see it as a waste of time. But call him Cristiano if you must. Yes, let him come. Sit, old man. Here, let me help you.
I prefer to stand, my lord, and lean upon my stick.
Just as you please. This sickness, this pollution that's descended on our town, it must be driven out. It must be cured.
Or our great city will be no more than a dead memory in no time at all.
True. The city and its people all will perish. Yes, it can be done. A purifying ritual will do it.
What sort of ritual? How shall it be done? Where do we start?
At the beginning, my lord Edipo.
How?
You start by banishing a man from this our city, by seeing that a murderer is brought to justice, perhaps by even shedding blood for blood.
Who is this man you would banish?
My lord, before you were the mayor of this city, long before, there was another man who was its leader, a great man all the people loved. His name was Don Luis.
Don Luis Chaco?
The very same.
Luis, who was the husband of my present wife, Yocasta.
But he was killed 20 years ago, on a dark night, somewhere in the desert.
A place called Tres Caminos, a place where 3 roads met some 20 years ago.
I've heard the story many times.
That night, as he rode home from an unspoken mission, he was pounced upon by an unknown assailant, probably drunk, on his way back from a fandango or some other kind of party.
A struggle must have followed. Don Luis was killed. The murderer escaped.
Come, old man. What has this to do with what we called you for?
Since that black night, this murder of Luis, your wife's first husband, remains a mystery, unsolved.
And you suggest...
Search for Luis's murderer, make him admit his crime, bring him to justice. And when you do, this plague, this dreaded epidemic, will be ended.
That's your solution?
Yes, good Lord Edipo.
Edipo, no!
What is that?
Payment for your advice. Now, go.
You toss your silver coins at me. I would not deign to stoop and pick them up even if I had eyes to see them.
Then let them lie just where they are, you dreaming windbag. You and your weird riddles, you're an old fool. You know nothing.
Edipo, don't speak to him that way.
So you may think, Don Edipo. The people of Thebes think otherwise. Just one last word. My eyes can't see, but yours, Don Edipo, are blinder still. Before too many days go by, you will learn secrets that will shatter you, destroy your soul completely. With your permission, lords, I take my leave.
Donna Yocasta, you must hold still.
Forgive me, Cora.
For me to take these long, sharp golden pins out of your hair and brush and comb that hair before you go to bed, you must sit still.
Of course.
I've combed your hair since you were in your teens. You fidgeted then, you fidget now.
Forgive me.
Oh, how gloriously the silver in your hair blends with the black.
I wish there were less silver and more black. It tells the world that I am no longer young.
Don Edipo says you are young and beautiful. I've heard him say so.
He just says that to make me think his being years younger than his wife makes little difference to him.
It makes no difference. Else why would he have married you?
Perhaps, Cora. Perhaps.
There, now your hair is done. Look into the glass. You look like an angel.
An angel? In her 50s? Oh, Cora, I'm so worried for the city and for Edipo.
I know. The worst is this old Indian, this Teresio.
Teresio?
The blind old Zuni. These evil rumors that he's spreading, that Don Edipo's refused to put a stop to the mysterious plague, that it could be ended if he wanted it to end.
But that's not true.
We know it's not. But the people of the city are not convinced. And old Teresio's respected by the people.
Forgive me, ladies, I heard what you were saying. It's true. The old man stirring trouble.
Why do you let him?
With your permission, I will leave you both.
Why? Because I have no means to stop him, that's why. But let him talk.
And yield to all his threats, his so-called warnings? I know about them. Edipo, we're not back in the Dark Ages. This is 1851. Don't listen to this nonsense.
I know. The murder of Luis so many years ago is a case long closed. The police have given up. The murderer just disappeared into thin air. That is that. And yet, Augusta, there may be something
Shut
else.
your ears to these absurdities. Edipo, there's something you should know. When I was married to Luis, an old fool like this one came one day, performed some silly ritual, and predicted that the time would come. It was Luis's fate, he said, when he would die a victim at the hands of his own son, a son yet to be born to Luis and me.
Why do you speak of this now?
Because Luis heeded all this rubbish, just as you do with this Teresio. And when our son was born, Luis surrendered to his fears and superstitions, insisted that our newborn son be put to death. I pleaded with him not to do so. In vain. The child was taken from me and was never seen again, nor heard of.
But what has this to do with us, Yocasta?
Because of Don Luis's faith in witchcraft, I lost my son. And as it turned out, all was wasted. All unnecessary.
Luis did not come to death at his son's hand.
That's just the point. He was slain by a drunken bandit all those years ago at Tres Caminos.
The place where three roads meet.
And that is why I tell you not to listen to this ancient quack Teresio. It cannot lead to good. We'll find some other way to end this plague.
I think I begin to see what this may be about.
What do you see?
Cristiano brought this old mumbler to me, this 100-year-old idiot with his prophecies, in order to...
Cristiano?
It might well be a plot of Cristiano's. He's always envied me. I've never trusted him.
Edipo, how could you think...
Tomorrow morning, I'll announce that at midday, the entire population of the city, those that have thus far survived, will gather in the marketplace.
With what in mind?
To listen to a proclamation I will make.
What will you say?
You will be there beside me, dear Yocasta, at the stroke of noon. And so will Cristiano.
People of Thebes, if you will hear my words, I beg you listen. Here, with my wife beside me, and my deputy, Cristiano, I tell you, Teresio is right. A good man died, a man you chose to lead you. I felt for him as I feel now, as if he were my own father. Nothing will be left undone to find his murderer. Though many years have passed, I promise you, and when he's found, he will be brought to justice. People of Thebes, God will decide if we're to prosper or remain in sorrow.
Oedipo, you've done a very foolish thing.
Why? No harm can come from what I've said, and who can tell? It might even bring us untold good. Am I right, Cristiano?
Let us hope so, Oedipo.
Let us hope you will have nothing to regret.
I've heard it said that a curse can be like a stone flung up into the heavens. It doesn't stay there, as we all know. And when it returns, there is the possibility then it can fall back on the head of the one who threw it. Eucosta seems to have reservations about Oedipo's good judgment in the choice of words he's spoken in the city square, and trusts no harm will come of them. I shall return shortly with Act 2. A prophet is not without honor, save in his own country and in his own house. So the scriptures tell us. The blind centenarian Teresio has foretold the end of the pestilence that plagues the town of Thebes in the New Mexico of 1851. That will happen, he says, when the name of a man guilty of a 20-year-old murder is revealed. How much weight Don Edipo Baca, mayor of Thebes, gives to this strange prophecy still remains to be seen.
Augusta, we've been riding for an hour or more. Aren't you a little tired?
Why? Because I'm 20 years older than you?
Oh, you silly, beautiful wife. Stop talking nonsense. I thought it might be good to get away from town for just a bit.
Of course. I'll tie the horses. Oedipo, may we talk about what happened in the plaza?
At noon today? Why not?
Why did you tell the people what you did?
That old Zuni warrior, Teresio, is leading all the people to believe that I, in some odd way, was implicated in the murder of Luis.
Why should the old man be so anxious to connect you with the murder, if that, in fact, is what he's doing?
I could be wrong, Yocosta. I think this is a plot of Cristiano's to pin his crime on me.
Cristiano?
My worthy deputy himself. He's always envied everything I've done.
You think that Cristiano could be
Who
so...
brought old Teresio in to see me, threaten me? Cristiano. Who brought the doctors from the capital, the eminent doctors, incapable of finding any cause or any cure to all our troubles? Cristiano. No, my dear Yocosta, I don't trust him. What's more, tonight, when we return, it's my intention to have a little talk with good Don Cristiano. Just the two of us. Cristiano, I say that you know more about the murder of Luis than you are speaking. I also say that you will stop at nothing to get possession of my high office. You have wronged me, Cristiano. Now, is my meaning clear to you?
You're calling me a traitor.
To me and to our city.
I can't believe this. Can you be in your right mind to accuse me in this fashion?
Cristiano.
I'm happy serving you. Serving the city the best that I know how. And so it is with everyone who's learned some wisdom and some self-control.
What is the point?
That I am no traitor. If you discover that I have laid a plot of any kind against you, not only will I then resign my present office, I will leave my native Thebes forever under my own power. To throw away an old and honest friend, as you are doing, is to throw your life away.
Cristiano, I have listened to you, and yet you convince me not one single bit.
So what would you like to do? Banish me from Thebes? Proclaim to everyone that I've betrayed you?
Or end this double game you play forever.
Put down that pistol, Edipo. You've lost your mind. Put it down. I beg you.
It's I who rule in Thebes. You never will.
Please put away that...
Oh, here you two are. And quarreling? Are you not ashamed to take the time to speak whatever private griefs you have when our poor city's dying bit by bit? The contagion of death spreads by the hour, and you two argue? Please, leave, Cristiano. It's late. Go to your bed. And you too, Oedipal.
I'll go. But with one last word. Oedipal, if I've been guilty of one iota of the charges you've made, I call upon the heavens to curse me and take away my life this very moment. I bid you both good night.
I think you are wrong. Cristiano is an honest man, I'm sure.
We'll see.
If he'd had anything to do with what happened on that ghastly night at Tres Caminos, he'd have given himself away long ago.
Why do you keep calling it the thing at Tres Caminos, the ghastly night at Tres Caminos?
What should I call it? That's where it happened, where Don Luis, my husband, was savagely attacked and slaughtered. For 20 years have passed, and you, my dear one, have helped me to a beautiful new life. You can't expect me to forget completely, can you?
Then I must tell you something. Something I could tell to no one but you, my wife. Something I have never spoken of before to anyone.
What is it that disturbs you so?
Yocasta, I killed a man. For 18, 19 years since that day, since I was born, I was a happy child sharing my parents' home, my parents' love. There never was a kinder father than Pablo Barca. May his days be long. No gentler, sweeter mother than Dona Marta.
So I have heard.
One night at dinner, it was the night of Christmas, some guest who drunk more wine than he could handle cast doubts upon the legitimacy of my birth, called me an unspeakable name, all as he supposed in jest. Though furious, I held my temper, let it pass. But that night, I had a dream. An ugly, torturing dream. That I was doomed to be the murderer of my own father. That and something else.
And what was that?
Oh, it was so terrible. I still can't find the tongue to speak it. Especially to you, my wife.
Oh, my poor Oedipal.
I waked up from my dream that night, screaming, drenched in my own sweat. I dressed, mounted my pony, and fled, not knowing to what place I was headed. I rode for hours, so I think anywhere, to get away from my dream, from what I thought I might be fated for. Then, suddenly, on this darkest night, I came upon a man who challenged me the right of way. Drunk with my fear, emboldened by my youth, I struck this man who pushed me, drew my pistol,
and you shot him?
Killed him on the spot. And as I rode away, I saw the signpost that identified the place, and what it read was Tres Caminos, the place where three roads meet.
Oh, my dearest Oedipal. Oh, my darling. For the first time, I understand why you're always so upset at mention of that place. What you did there was an enormous sin, taking a man's life. May God forgive you. But the fact that you have killed a man and that my first husband lost his life at the same place is no more than a most unhappy fate. What do you call it? A coincidence. One thing has no connection with the other.
That's what I've always told myself.
Besides, your dream was meaningless. Your father, Pablo, is alive and well. As for the other thing, whatever it may be, the thing you dreamed of, you must forget. To wound yourself with shapeless images that have no basis in reality, that makes no sense.
You're right, of course.
Now, get some rest. And in the morning, we'll find some way to end this pestilence that's poisoning our city.
another cup of chocolate, Senor Alcalde?
No, thank you, Cora. I've had enough.
You've finished with your breakfast then, Senor?
Almost.
Then I must tell you, that blind old man's outside again. Requests, demands to see you.
Teresio.
Since break of dawn, he's been waiting at our gates.
Please show him in. I can think of better ways to start a morning.
My lord, I had to see you.
Come in, old man. With what new anger have you come to punish me?
My great-grandson, Jose, a little boy of 5, he died this morning in my arms, choking for more breath.
My heart is heavy for your sorrow.
This plague that curses our good city must be ended once and for all.
Just tell me how. With sorcery like yours, with incantations?
I've planted prayer sticks up on top of Thunder Mountain, where Zunis go in times of trouble. I have pleaded with the spirits, but they close their ears to me. Now it is up to you, Don Edipo. Jose's death is on your head.
You listen to me, my ancient one. Even if I believe that naming the assassin of Luis could dissipate this death that settled on our city, I have not the slightest clue to his identity. Where, after 20 years, does one begin? He may be dead by now.
I know that he is alive. This murderer, he is here among us.
Here, in Thebes?
In Thebes.
Where is he, then? Give me his name, Teresio.
It were better if the man came forth of his own free will, confessed his crime from his own heart.
If you know this wretch's name and you refuse to speak it, you're as guilty of prolonging this curse upon our city as you say I am.
Not quite.
Here, I turn you round. Here is the door you entered by. Here is the door from which you will depart. Leave. Out of my house at once.
Before I go, I put this in your hand.
What is it?
A small memento of a time long past, a little amulet of turquoise. I found it once upon a mountaintop. I have still one more gift for you. I go to get it. I return. Till soon. I wish you a good morning, Lord.
I'm sorry. I had no way of knowing you were at the door.
Good morning to you, old woman.
I came to get your breakfast dishes.
Yes, take them.
Old woman, indeed. Is he still threatening you, Don Edipo?
I don't pay him all that much attention.
Don Edipo? If I may ask, what is that you're holding in your hand?
Oh, he gave it to me.
May I see it?
Yes, it's a protective charm of some sort. The Zunis use it as a means to ward off evil. You've seen this sort of thing before, I'm sure. Here, take it.
Oh, no. Oh, no, this cannot be. Oh, Edipo, I'm happy. Edipo.
What is it? Cora, tell me, what's wrong?
It looks identical to one I held here in my hand some 40 years ago. This string of beads. There just could not be two of them. Did he say where he got it?
He didn't, but when he returns, I'll ask him.
I'm not really sure. I want to know.
Why not?
There are some questions that should never have an answer. This, Don Edipo, may be one of them.
What questions are there that can or should not have an answer? Oftentimes, in the words of William Shakespeare, the instruments of darkness tell us truths to betray us in deepest consequence. Some dark and secret truth seems to be hidden in a little string of beads. What fears are there that those beads generate? And why does Cora hesitate to speak? I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Destiny has two ways of crushing us. Sometimes by refusing us the things we dream, and sometimes by fulfilling them. Edipo Vaca has been pursued all his adult life by a terrifying dream he wants desperately not to come true. As he handles a string of curious Indian beads, he fights against believing that a man's destiny is never in the hands of the man himself.
It's no more than a string of sky blue-colored beads. Why should it upset you so, Yocasta?
Because I had one like it once.
But there must be dozens like this one.
No, Edipo. I'd not forget it. Please believe me.
And if it were the one that you had 40 years ago, you should be overjoyed to find it once again.
Maybe. And maybe not.
Enter.
Senor Alcalde. Senor, with your permission. What is it, Cora? Why are you in tears? I bring heartbreaking news for you, my lord.
What news?
A messenger arrived from what was once home for you. The news is...
Speak, Cora, what is it?
Your father, my dear lord, is in his grave.
What's this you say?
Don Pablo Vaca, your dear father, he is dead. By treachery or by sickness? How? The messenger, he said small things will send old bodies to their sleep.
He died of sickness, then?
And of old age. The long years he had measured.
Sickness. Sickness. Oh.
Edipo, why do you laugh?
I can't believe it. The prophecy, the evil dream that I once had. The dream that has been filling me with fear all my grown life was meaningless.
What dream?
That I would kill my father. That murder of my own father was my fate, Cora.
Senor.
Oh, you bring welcome news, oh comfortable Cora. My father is dead, hidden deep in the earth of natural causes.
And that other portion of the dream? The part you would not speak of?
Oh, it will prove as worthless. Oh, I rejoice to hear your news, dear Cora.
Don Edipo.
Yes.
On top of everything, Teresio's back again.
Oh, let the old goat come in. I have no fear of him or any man.
This way, old man. Here, let me lead you.
My good Lord, I've brought you this, just as I promised.
What is it?
A little gift. It goes with the blue amulet I gave your husband.
An old Navajo blanket, torn and faded by the sun and rain.
It's yours, Don Edipo.
Why his?
Well, what would I want with it? Why do you give me this? And for that matter, why that amulet?
They both may help you find that truth which we were speaking of.
Truth? In a rag of a blanket and a string of beads? I have no time to listen to such nonsense.
Why have you brought these things, old man? Where do they come from?
Some 40 years ago, walking atop Mount Lagrimas, I came upon a newborn infant, 3 or 4 days old, abandoned by its parents, wrapped in a Navajo blanket. This blanket. The child was close to death, too weak even to cry.
This blanket?
I picked up the child, carried it in my arms to the hacienda of Don Pablo and of Dona Marta. They were childless. They'd befriended me. They kept the baby, raised it as if it were their very own.
Oh, no. Don Pablo. Dona Marta. My parents did this?
They did.
A fascinating tale. And this is your truth?
It is.
What has this story got to do with me? Or, if you please, with the murder of Luis at Tres Caminos?
Don Edipo, you were that infant wrapped in this very blanket. The turquoise amulet was around your neck.
No, that cannot be.
Pablo and Marta were never your true parents.
You horrible old man. Who then were my parents? Tell me that.
No!
Cora?
No! Be still. Say nothing.
What is it? Cora!
Cora, help me to my room. Yes, senor. Oh, Edipo, God give you help. God keep you from the knowledge that will bring unending grief and tear your soul into 1,000 pieces.
I hope you will consider this most serious.
What is it?
Please read it.
And, very distinguished and most honorable Sir Don Eddie ABACA, Mayor of Cristiano. This is your resignation as my deputy.
It's what you wanted. I beg you to accept it.
No, Cristiano. I cannot. Listen to me. I'm almost at the end of a long tether. I'm reaching now for straws. First, this cruel pestilence that's turning Thebes into a city of the dead. Then, the old fool Teresio, who, heaven help me, may be something less than a fool. And finally, something's arisen out of a hideous past which may well turn the future into a sharp dagger that will rip my life to shreds. I need you, Cristiano. I apologize.
I think I understand. How may I be of service to you, Edipo, my friend?
What's that? Who's sobbing? Excuse me, Cristiano. Cora, what are you doing here, hunched up on the cold tiles outside my door? Why do you weep?
I never thought the words would pass my lips. But you must learn the truth, Don Edipo.
With your permission, Edipo, I'll leave.
What is this truth you speak of, Cora? Will you stop blubbering, old woman? Speak.
You know, I served your Costa all these years for the time she was still a little girl.
Yes, I know.
I'd put my life down if she asked me to.
I know that, too.
You knew she'd had a child by her first husband, that Don Luis, fearing the prediction some soothsayer had made.
Yes, the child was placed atop a mountain there to die.
These, my hands, cradling the infant boy with the same hands that placed him on Mount Lagrimas, wrapped in that same blanket over there, that same turquoise amulet around its little neck.
And what Teresio told me...
True. All true. He found the child, gave it to Don Pablo for adoption. And that child, my lord, was you.
Then, if that is so...
Dona Yocasta asked me to give you this.
What is it?
The official report, she said, of Don Luis's murder, signed by the police. She bids you read it.
As Don Luis Chaco, mayor of Thebes, approached the place that's known as Tres Caminos on Christmas night in the year of our Lord 80... Christmas night. The same night that I left my home. The night I dreamed that I would kill my father. The night I killed a man at Tres Caminos. That man was my father. Oh, light of the sun, let me look no more upon you after today.
Oh, you poor man.
Yocasta.
My dear lady. Oh, unhappy woman that I am. From my marriage bed I come. That bed of sorrow where, unknowing, I have brought misery and pain upon this house.
Go back into your room, Yocasta. Rest.
There is no rest for me. Never again will I know peace. Never again the luxury of happiness.
Allow me, my lady. Let me take you to your room.
No. Stay here, Cora. I only came to look once more on his face. I know the way. I need no help.
And the rest of my dream. It, too, heaven pity me, has proved to be the truth.
My own mother has been my mother and my bride.
It sounded like a shot.
A shot. Teresia was right. The murderer of Luisa was always here in Thebes, unknowing and unknown. But now, Cristiano, why do you carry Yocasta in your arms?
Yocasta's dead. She shot herself.
Oh, Edipo, most wretched man in all the world.
What are you doing?
Let me take those long, sharp pins with which, Yocasta, you would bind your hair in place.
No, Edipo.
No, let the gaze of God is on you, Edipo.
Edipo.
Now, what can I see to love? Now, what good can I look forward to?
Stop, Edipo, stop. Your eyes are smeared with blood.
Darkness, horror of darkness. I was blind when I could see. Madness and stabbing pain and memory of evil deeds I've done.
He's put out his eyes. Go, Cora. Quickly, bring some help.
Stay here, both of you. I am beyond all help. Let me go away. I, whom God despises above all men on earth.
No word of Edipo?
He disappeared in the middle of the night, tapping his way to only the good Lord knows where.
No man in this whole city did not envy Edipo. And now he's swallowed in the deepest sea of black misfortune. Counts no mortal happy, Cora, till he's passed the final limit of his life, secure from pain. Teresio, old man, what is it?
Who is it that is speaking?
Cristiano.
The best of news, Don Cristiano.
On this black day, what news is there that can be good?
The children of the town are singing. The cattle romp in play across the fields. The people of Thebes have left their beds of misery and pain. The pestilence has ended, Cristiano. The plague is over.
There are those who believe that the strings of the puppets that all men and women are manipulated by unseen hands above us. Do what we will, we are no more than wooden instruments that dangle from our cords, held by the master puppeteer called Fate. I'll return shortly. "2,400 years ago, when the plays of Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides were first presented on the stages of Athens in ancient Greece, the playwrights would receive, so tradition tells us, a live goat as payment for their dramatic efforts. The word in ancient Greek for goat was tragos. This, followed by the word for song, gave us tragodia, goat song, or tragedy. Our cast included Russell Horton, John Beale, Terry Keane, Ann Petoniak, and Arnold Moss. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Wickedness, said Ben Jonson, is always easier than virtue, for it takes the shortcut to everything. But that's only one kind of wickedness, the quick, open, obvious wickedness, like snatching a purse. There's another kind of wickedness, the slow, scheming, devious wickedness that silently coils on itself like some gigantic serpent and waits with infinite patience for exactly the right moment to strike.
You wouldn't commit murder?
Why not?
Because you and I are friends.
Oh, I like you, Mr. Markowitz. I like you a lot. But business is business.
But you're asking me to commit a crime.
No, I'm only asking you the following question. Would you rather be dead and poor or alive and rich?
Our mystery drama, The High Priest, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Robert Dryden. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Today, we're to make the acquaintance of a Mr. Bennett Markowitz, a venerable gentleman, well in his 70s. Mr. Markowitz is very tall, very thin, with long white hair, a flowing white beard, and piercing black eyes. He looks, for all the world, like a prophet out of the Old Testament. However, he is actually an authority on art, specifically the paintings of Rembrandt. Bennett Markowitz is more than just an authority. Somehow, somewhere within him seems to be the spirit of Rembrandt. As you know, Rembrandt painted many biblical characters, and so many of his models were the humble Jewish people of the Amsterdam ghetto. But enough. If you wanted a lecture on art, you would have gone to a museum. You tune us in for murder. And do we ever disappoint you?
At 4:30 on Friday afternoon, November 18th this year, Mr. Martin J. Hollenbeck rang the bell of the premises of 598 East 54th.
Mr. Hollenbeck.
Well, it's 4:30, Miss O'Neill, and here I am right on the button, primed and ready for the verdict.
Well, won't you have a chair?
Thank you. Yes, there is the painting set up on the easel. Aaron, High Priest of Israel. Oh, how those eyes seem to bore into your very soul.
Oh, Mr. Hollenbeck is here, Mr. Markowitz.
No one could do eyes like Rembrandt. You know, I get chills just looking at that painting. Has Mr. Markowitz arrived at his decision?
I believe he has.
Oh, and what do you suppose it is?
That's for Mr. Markowitz to say.
Mr. Hollenbeck.
Good day, Mr. Markowitz.
Good of you to come.
Mr. Markowitz, I must know immediately, for better or for worse, the painting.
Oh, yes, the painting. The painting you have brought to me, which purports to be Aaron, High Priest of Israel, by Rembrandt von Rijn.
Really? Purports to be?
The painting is a fake.
Oh, no, sir.
The most unique fake I have ever seen.
But Mr. Markowitz...
It is the work of a genius, but it is not
a work of Rembrandt.
But the style, the shadows, the light, and the paint and the canvas, authenticated by carbon testing to be over 350 years old.
No, these things can be faked if one is clever enough. Who is the artist, Mr. Hollenbeck?
Oh, what do you mean, who is the artist? He's Rembrandt.
No, there are so many things out of joint in this painting, Mr. Hollenbeck. We shall start with the trivial and proceed to the serious. The breastplate ornament of the high priest. It should have 12 precious stones to represent the 12 tribes of Israel. There are only 10. Rembrandt was a serious scholar.
Well, 2 of the tribes were lost.
Not when Aaron was the high priest. Now, the face on the left. It's Ephraim Bonus, who was also painted by Rembrandt.
Well, yes, but it's a known fact that Rembrandt used actual people in the Amsterdam ghetto as his models.
Not Mr. Bonus, who was a wealthy merchant. It's as if this artist devoured a host of details from scores of Rembrandt paintings and set them down. However, I might still accept it as a Rembrandt, were it not for one thing.
Well, yes?
A painting is more than form and line and color arranged on canvas. A painting that lives has something above and beyond all that. It has the breath of life, the spirit that the artist has breathed into it.
But surely there's spirit in this painting?
Yes, of course. But it is not the spirit of Rembrandt. The spirit which animates each artist's work is so uniquely his own. You see the things I have in this room? It was not necessary for Franz Haus to sign that portrait. We know, beyond the shadow of a doubt, that this dish was created by Cellini. On another level, this beautifully embossed matched set of pistols embodies the spirit of Hans Rasmussen.
Mr. Markowitz, it's almost sundown.
Well, oh, yeah, but thank you. Mr. Hollenbeck, I fear I can only reiterate my statement. This painting is not the work of Rembrandt.
Well, perhaps, but...
I'm also sorry that I must terminate our discussion. The Sabbath is about to begin, and it is not permitted to do or even to talk about business.
The Sabbath?
I'm an Orthodox Jew. I fear we have nothing more to talk about.
Monday evening, at about 10 p.m., Mr. Martin Hollenbeck was sitting in Mary Mallow's piano bar on 3rd Avenue near 64th, where he encountered a man named George Curly Peterson.
Hello there, Holly.
Oh, do I know you?
You look at this bald head and you don't remember me?
Why, it's Curly. Curly Peterson.
Hey, that's right, Curly. Number 325289, and you were number 325276 when we were guests of the state. I never forget a number.
What are you doing now, Curly?
Oh, listen, that. You?
Me? I thought I was sitting on top of $1 million.
$1 million, huh?
Now I have a painting.
Could a painting be worth all that dough?
If it's by Rembrandt.
Is it by Rembrandt?
It could be, but...
Yeah, here comes Mr. Buck.
Yeah, I'm going to lose out.
Well, maybe you had no business in the fine arts dodge anyhow.
Why not? I prepared myself.
Oh, yeah?
Well, I took courses. I went to adult education classes. I studied speech, diction, so I wouldn't sound like some illiterate mug. And art appreciation. Go ahead, ask me any question on the Renaissance.
I wouldn't know where to begin.
Well, I picked up all the basics, believe me, the patter, and, well, beyond that, it's every man for himself.
Yeah, sounds to me like you set the pitch a no-hitter.
No, I'm going to be knocked out of the box.
Deal me in. I'll make it work.
Now, Curly, nobody can make it work.
Come on, fill me in. Go back to ground zero.
Ground zero. Okay, we have to start with the nut.
Who's the nut?
Oh, that's what I asked Gracie Petrosky one night. We're sitting around her apartment.
Who's the nut? Holly, look at this $10 bill.
What about it?
Real?
Oh, yeah.
You sure?
Let me really look.
And?
Yeah, it's on the level.
It's queer.
What? Hey, this is quality. Who's got him? It's a fortune. How much is there?
This 110 spot is all there is.
Oh, no.
The last of the Mohicans. The plate was engraved for a friend of mine. But before he could get into production, the feds were tipped. They bagged him and destroyed the plate.
You know, that plate was a work of art.
I know the guy that designed the plate.
Who is he?
The nut from Bakerville.
Who?
He's a nut and he lives in Bakerville, Iowa.
Well, would he make another plate?
We could go there and ask.
Have you got his address?
Address? It's a broken down farm in the middle of no place.
No, Mr. Hollenbeck. I am not engaged in engraving at this time.
But your plates could make us a fortune.
Money holds no interest for me. You see, I'm a nihilist.
A what?
Nihilism. The word was coined by Turgenev.
Oh, yeah, but I would like to make
Nihilism is a desire to overthrow not just the government, but all organized forms of society. And I am intent on destroying art.
Well, yes, sure, but...
The art establishment, the tyrannical, dictatorial art establishment. This self-appointed elite that strangles all creativity.
Look, just let me explain to you how we could go...
Expose them, lay bare their obscene corruption. You see? Now, look here. See what I have just finished.
Yeah, what have you just finished?
This canvas. It's a masterwork. This is a Rembrandt.
Rembrandt? Where would you get a...
Where? You fool, I painted it.
Well, if you painted it, then it can't
I
be...
shall convince the establishment that it is. It is. I am the greatest painter who ever lived.
Okay, if you're that great, why don't you sell your own?
Oh, there's a lot against me. A conspiracy. My life is in danger.
Oh, yeah, yes. Is that a fact?
Oh, they all hate and fear me. All the other so-called artists. Because my work puts theirs to shame. Well, I can paint in any style. Rembrandt, Titian, El Greco, Michelangelo.
Then there's a fortune.
Fortune. That's the only word you know. I'll bring this painting, this Rembrandt, that I have titled Aaron, High Priest of Israel, to the attention of the art world, and it will be hailed as a genuine Rembrandt.
You sure of that?
Oh, it has to be. Look.
Well,
I will be offered millions for it. And then, when they have committed themselves, these thieving parasites, I shall laugh in their faces.
Yeah, but why not just take the money and have a quiet laugh?
No, money is evil.
And that's the painting you're trying to fob off?
That's the painting.
Well, how'd you get rid of the nut?
Oh, he died.
I didn't know you were a muscle guy, Holly.
Oh, no. It was an accident.
Then what happened?
Well, then, Curly, I did all the things I told you about. Going to school so I could fit in with the art crowd. And let me tell you, the nut was right about most of them.
Well, how'd you explain the way you found this painting?
Oh, I made a deal with some dame who lived in Leiden.
Leiden?
Yeah, that's in Holland.
Oh.
She was to claim she found it in her attic. And then I just happened to come along. And how would she know it was a genuine Rembrandt? So she sold it to me for $2,000.
Well, where do we stand right now?
Oh, you got a lot of experts in Europe, and they all say, well, yes, perhaps, yeah, maybe, it could be. But before they'll jump, they're waiting for one man.
Who?
A certain Mr. Bennett Markowitz.
Okay. When do we go up against Mr. Markowitz?
Oh, I've already been there.
And?
He said no, which means the ball game's over.
What? Just because one solitary guy says no?
He's the expert.
You mean you just went in to see him cold?
What else could I do?
You didn't offer him a piece?
Curly, the man is not on the take.
How do you know?
Well, because he has an international reputation for integrity.
Every living human being has his price.
Well, he's different.
Including your man Markowitz. Let's find out his price.
Does every man have his price? In the end, can it be said that people may be bought and sold, just like any other commodity? Or can it be said of certain human beings that they are incorruptible? I don't know. I just pose the question. Maybe we get the answer in Act 2. Well, now, we were talking about buying and selling, and the product involved is honor. Yes, a man's honor. Would you bet your life on the absolute integrity of any human being? If you would, there are cynical people who'd say that you love to live dangerously.
It was at the aforementioned Marion Mallow's piano bar that Martin Hollenbeck and Curly Peterson proceeded to create the scheme to be employed against Mr. Markowitz.
Curly, I tell you, Mr. Markowitz is not on the take.
How do you know? Did you ask him?
Ask him?
Well, it's the only way to find out.
Curly, you don't know how far off base you are.
There's only one way to find out.
I do not wish to seem inhospitable, Mr. Hollenbeck, but I did say my final word on the subject last week.
Well, you may have said yours, sir, but I haven't said mine.
Oh?
Now consider one single word from you. That small but unbelievably powerful word, yes. And Aaron, High Priest of Israel, will be accepted as a genuine Rembrandt.
Oh, you overestimate my influence.
One word from you, sir, and a painted canvas worth perhaps several $100 as a curiosity becomes valued at several million as a masterpiece. Who is to say that the age of miracles has passed?
Life itself is a miracle.
Yes, indeed. And may I propose an arrangement?
You want to bribe me?
Oh, I offer you $500,000.
For what?
For that one word, yes. Yes, that's the word.
That's not the word.
What do you mean?
Well, how can I put this? I believe in God, Mr. Hollenbeck.
Well, don't we all?
And in the covenant each of us makes with him. If we keep this covenant, we are rewarded, not only in the next world, but in this world as well. Do you know what that reward is?
Well, actually, no, but
There's so many ways to explain it, describe it, but for me, it's all contained in one word, and that word is peace. And that's the word you want me to sell. How much is that word worth?
I told you, Curly, he's not for sale.
Okay. What else do we know about him?
What else?
I'm looking for a way to get at this guy.
Get at him? How?
Well, who else was there?
Well, the secretary.
What's her name?
Miss O'Neill.
Miss. I mean, she's not married. What does she look like?
I don't know.
You were there. You saw the dame. What do you mean you don't know?
Well, since she's not the kind I'd want to make a pass at, I didn't really notice.
So she's not the kind guys want to make a pass at. Well, we may have something. How old?
Well, she could be 40.
Miss O'Neill, huh? I wonder what I could get out of Miss O'Neill. Nobody could get a word out of Miss O'Neill.
Well, that would depend on the kind of words you're after.
At noontime Monday, November 28th, George Curly Peterson rang the bell of the Markowitz establishment and thus became an active participant in the conspiracy.
Yes?
Oh, how do you do? I'm working my way through college.
I'll bet you are.
You'd lose. I'm really trying to raise money to take a girl out tonight.
Well, that's better.
I'm selling these vacuum cleaners.
We have a vacuum cleaner.
Oh, you shouldn't have said that. You should have let me in and had your rugs cleaned free of charge.
Oh, I don't believe in leading gentlemen on.
Oh, but I'm no gentleman.
Huh? What are you?
A seducer.
Is that a fact?
Of girls who are young, innocent, and pretty.
Oh, well, I'm safe. None of those adjectives describe me.
No, you're an even greater danger since you are mature, wise, and beautiful.
Oh, but I'm in no danger at all since, with your kind permission, I intend to close the door.
Oh, one question first.
Yes?
Will you have dinner with me this evening?
No.
The place is Houlihan's. The Irish stew is legendary. Now say no.
No.
I forgot to tell you the address.
The answer is still no.
9th, near 23rd, in case you should change your mind.
Oh, this is magnificent. I expected a little neighborhood bar deep in sawdust.
Well, let's order the most expensive dishes, the best wines.
Do you wonder why I'm here?
I swept you off your feet.
It's no great accomplishment. Almost anyone could do it.
Well, and that's no compliment to either of us.
Oh, I wasn't brought up on compliments. I was raised on the truth.
The truth.
I kept house for my father. Well, thus, the unmarried daughter had to stay home with the old folks.
Yeah, which was a way to make sure she'd never marry.
Well, my father was Sean Patrick O'Neill, the poet and philosopher. He died 10 years ago, so... Well, I went to work for his good friend, Bennett Markowitz. From one saint to another. Oh, indeed, I've breathed rarefied air all my life. What did you say your name was?
Curly.
Curly.
Hmm?
But there are moments, oh, not many, but some, and not all the time, but occasionally when I want to breathe this kind of air.
Well, go ahead and breathe it.
And this noontime, you caught me at just such a moment.
Well, let's drink to that moment. And many others.
I'm very happy for you, Maggie.
Oh, isn't he wonderful? He knows nothing at all of poetry or painting or philosophy.
Well, I can learn.
You do, and you'll have seen the last of me.
Well, maybe it's too late.
It's never too late to learn some of the greatest philosophy in the world.
And now, Bennett, you're going to get started and spoil it for us.
It's also the shortest philosophy.
How short?
One of the great sages was once challenged to recite the wisdom of the Talmud while standing on one foot.
Oh, such a challenge would be more fitting for an acrobat.
Well, he did it. He said it all comes down to this. Do unto others as you would have others do unto you.
You mean that's all there is to philosophy?
That's the kernel. Everything else forms the shell.
Oh, excuse me. Hello? Yes? Who? Oh, are you sure? Well, yes, I suppose it must be true. No, I'll tell her myself. Thank you.
I would assume that we have received bad news, my dear.
Oh, Mr. Markowitz, this is awful. I don't know what to say. That was Mr. McHugh from the island.
Oh, I hope there's nothing wrong with his cottage.
Everything's wrong. It burned down.
Oh.
Something about the electrical circuits.
Oh, that's That's too bad.
Oh, is that all you can say? Mr. Markowitz spends a week alone at the Q's seashore cottage every year.
Or in December?
It's a time for solitude and communion with the sea and the sky. Well, does Mr. McHugh have another accommodation?
Nothing with heat, or as he puts it, winterized. Oh, Mr. Markowitz, I know how disappointed you must be.
It is said man appoints, God disappoints, and for his own purpose. Perhaps it was ordained that I should not spend my week at the shore this year.
Oh, I know you're putting on a good face.
Would you mind if I say something? You talk about something being ordained. Well, maybe it was ordained that I should meet Maggie for a lot of reasons. And one of them is that I would be here when you got that phone call.
Now, what are you saying?
Well, don't you see? Mr. Markowitz, I could be talking out of turn, but would you maybe consider spending a week out at my place?
Your place?
Well, I have this cottage on the South Shore, right on the beach.
Oh, well, I couldn't impose.
It's just what you want. It belonged to my folks, and they died. But I never used it. There's just an old fellow up there, old Frank. He takes care of the place. And it just goes to waste. Is there any reason why you shouldn't go?
You want me to rent a beach cottage out on the South Shore? Why?
Because Mr. Markowitz is going to spend a week by himself communing at the shore. He will return home, and he's going to invite some critics and other highbrows to his place, where he will make the following announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been haunted. Is that a good word to use?
Curly, I don't know what you're driving at.
I have been haunted by a painting called Aaron, High Priest of Israel. I am convinced, beyond a shadow of a doubt, it is a genuine Rembrandt.
He's going to say that?
I guarantee it.
But how?
That's the plan.
What plan?
What plan, indeed? We have seen that bribery is futile. Muscle? We'd be inclined to doubt its effectiveness in this type of situation. And yet, Curly, who is apparently an extremely resourceful gentleman, seems supremely competent. What is the plan? Well, you know perfectly well you'll have to wait for Act 3. He harms himself who does harm to another, and the evil plan is most harmful to the planner. Perhaps. Another way to put it is, you can't get away with murder. But unfortunately, there are those who obviously do. Up for our consideration is a plan, certainly an evil one, being concocted by Curly Peterson and Martin Hollenbeck. All of it is a part of a record, a police record.
On December 15th, the perpetrators, Hollenbeck and Peterson, met in Peterson's apartment to plan the next stage of the plot against Bennett Markowitz. Here, for the first time, we meet the third member of the group, Mr. Frank Leroy.
You mean Markowitz is going to come back from the shore and say the painting is a Rembrandt?
Absolutely.
Well, you've got to show me how.
Sit still for a moment. Won't you come in, sir?
What? Why, it's Mr. Markowitz. Sir,
See? It works.
I don't understand.
Suppose I said, I know a guy who could be the spitting image of Bennett Markowitz. You'd say, it's impossible. It won't work. But you see, I spring him on you, and you just naturally accept it.
You mean this isn't...
Suppose I said to you, remember a pen pal of ours who used to be an old-time matinee star and was doing 30 years for killing his wife?
No, wait a minute,
Suppose I said to you, we could get Frank Leroy to impersonate Bennett Markowitz.
You mean this is Frankie the actor?
If I said that to you, you would say to me, never, no way, it couldn't work. What do you say now?
I can't believe it. You're Frankie.
Nothing to it, Holly. Point the nose a bit, build out the chin, some slight shadow under the eyes. And I'm Markowitz.
Yeah. Only, that's not Markowitz's voice.
Yeah, I can get his voice.
You'll spend a week with Markowitz in the cottage as Frank the handyman. Give us a little apple knocker there, Frank.
Can I offer you a cup of tea, Mr. Markowitz, with just a touch of Jack?
He'll study every move, every gesture. He will actually become Bennett Markowitz.
Sure. It sounds good, but...
But what?
Well, I don't know. A great many people know Markowitz. I mean, Frankie can't be prepared for everything, for everybody.
Oh, that's where you're wrong. Practically nobody knows Markowitz. He's, what's the guy who stays by himself? A recluse.
Yeah, but the girl, Maggie, can he fool her?
Well, he can. For 5 minutes.
What do you mean, 5 minutes?
Well, that's as long as the show lasts. 5 minutes, that's all we need.
I don't understand.
All right, step by step. Markowitz leaves for the seashore. A week later, Frankie returns to town as Markowitz.
Oh, where's Markowitz?
He's still at the shore.
Doing what?
Looking down the barrel of a gun you're holding on him.
Oh, well...
Well, now, just stay with me. I call Maggie. I say Markowitz asked me to drive him back to town. He wants to call a press conference. She's to invite the critics, reporters, experts, whoever.
Yeah, but I still don't follow...
I show up with Frankie, the actor, who plays Markowitz. I think he's good enough to fool even her for a while. But the insurance is, I keep away from her all week. She misses me terribly. That's what it all rests on. She misses me so bad, she only has eyes for me. She doesn't really care about Markowitz when we walk in.
Oh, come on, Curly. What are you talking about?
You find it hard to accept? Hard to accept that she can't wait to be alone with me? Oh. So... Frankie here, as Markowitz, makes the announcement, and he's very tired, wants to retire, wants to go back to the seashore and commune some more with wild and savage nature. He exits, and he's never seen alive again.
What do you mean?
Well, a couple days later, Frank the handyman is in a state. He warned old Bennett Markowitz to keep away from the boat, even though the sea may look calm. Sudden squalls spring up. Well, boat is found, drifting, empty, and later on, poor Mr. Markowitz's body is found washed up on the shore.
Yeah. We have to kill him.
If he lives, he'll blow the whistle.
Such a nice old guy.
Yeah, how much longer could he last, anyhow?
On December 19, Martin Hollenbeck rented a cottage from Goya Realty in Quonset, Suffolk County, Long Island.
Well, what do you think?
It's magnificent.
I knew you'd like it.
The sea, the sky and sun, the air. How clear, how clean. Oh, this beauty. This is what God gives us. And to what purpose do we defile it?
And the house. Wait till you see the inside. Ah, I see Frank has a fire going. Good. I'll call him. Frankie?
What a charming place.
This is the gentleman who's going to be staying?
Mr. Markowitz, this is Frank.
How do you do, Frank?
May I offer you both a cup of tea with just a touch of Jack?
Frank, let your conscience be your guide.
Late that afternoon, Caddy Peterson returned to the city. 4 days later, he came back to the cottage to check out the progress of the plan.
Mr. Markowitz, are you home?
Be with you in a moment, Curly. How do you like me as Markowitz?
Frank. Then it was you who just answered me?
Yes. I cannot tell a lie. It was I.
Where is Markowitz?
Out somewhere, communing with nature. He's having a great time.
Yeah, but when you said, be with you in a moment, Curly, Frank, I could have bet my life.
What can I say? I'm the old master.
You got him. Perfectly.
If only you knew how perfectly. He's got that slight upward inflection. He speaks in balanced phrases. Sometimes as if he's had a conversation with himself. He asks questions and answers them. What is art? The imagination of God. We pursue it in vain. It eludes us always.
That's him. Frank, I look, I listen, I get chills.
That's the secret of acting.
Art, acting, philosophy. What's a mug like me doing on such an intellectual caper?
Cayley, you're the brains.
On December 29, Martin Hollenbeck and Curly Peterson drove out to the cottage. They were convinced they were now fully prepared to place the final stage of the plan in operation.
Hello, Curly. This is an unexpected surprise. I see you brought a guest.
I believe you know Martin Hollenbeck?
Well, we meet again, Mr. Markowitz.
Martin Hollenbeck? What are you doing here?
You'll need a companion for the next few days.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Maybe you never will. Frank, come in here. Now, Mr. Markowitz, do us the kindness to remain seated. The chair is comfortable.
Well, Frank?
Who is he?
You can see. He's your alter ego.
You from tip to toe, Mr. Markowitz.
Oh, I see.
Oh, now, Mr. Markowitz, you haven't seen anything yet. Well, here's where we find out. This is it. Pick up the phone and dial the number, Frank. Just remember what you have to say.
I never forgot a line in my life.
Hello?
Maggie?
How are you, Mr. Markowitz?
Oh, fine, my dear. Maggie, I've been thinking. Perhaps it was the sky, the colors of the clouds, the tones of the sea. Suddenly, I realized a great truth in a magnificent burst of insight.
What was it?
I know now that Aaron, high priest of Israel, was painted by Rembrandt.
Oh, are you sure?
My dear, this is not mere knowing. This is the feeling that resides in the heart. The painting is real.
Oh, that's wonderful. Another Rembrandt.
I shall return tomorrow. Call the newspapers, the magazines, and so forth. I will hold a press conference at the house at 2 in the afternoon.
A press conference at 2?
Curly has kindly consented to drive me into town.
Then I shall get to see Curly tomorrow.
Of course.
Well, until tomorrow, Mr. Markowitz.
Until tomorrow. Do you think you can get away with this monstrous charade?
Look at Frank. Listen to Frank. Do you know any way we can miss?
Maggie knows me too well. She'll look at him and see something wrong.
Maybe, but she's not going to be looking at him. She's going to be looking at me.
1:45 on the 28th, Frank Leroy, perfectly disguised as Bennett Markowitz, accompanied by Curly Peterson, drove up to the Markowitz house.
My dear, have you notified the press?
Yes, Mr. Markowitz. They'll be here. Curly.
How have you been, baby?
Oh, lonesome.
Maggie, my dear, do you suppose I might have a small glass of wine?
Oh, of course. I'll be right back.
Well,
Fantastic. She bought you.
is there ever any doubt?
Oh, this crazy scheme is going to work. We'll be worth millions.
And so, therefore, ladies and gentlemen of the press, there is no doubt in my mind that Aaron, High Priest of Israel, is an authentic Rembrandt.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you will excuse Mr. Markowitz for the present, I'm sure you understand.
Oh, yeah.
Curly?
What is it? What's the matter? Something wrong?
No, I don't think so. It's just...
Just what?
Is, something bothering you, my dear?
No.
You sure you're okay?
Oh, yeah, I'm okay now.
Great. For a minute you had me worried.
Mr. Markowitz, while you were gone, a man called about those Rasmussen pistols.
Yes?
He wanted to know if they were in working order.
And, what did you tell him?
Oh, that they worked perfectly, and I even put cartridges in them. Oh, they work. Look at the ceiling.
Maggie, what the...
Now that you know these pistols are loaded, raise your hands.
Oh, Maggie, have you taken leave
Keep your mouth shut and your hands up while I call the police.
At 2:35 p.m., a patrol car responded to a call for help from Miss Maggie O'Neill, who was holding the perpetrators at the point of a pistol. Suffolk County Police were notified. Mr. Bennett Markowitz was released, and the perpetrator, Holland Beck, taken into custody. I asked Miss Maggie O'Neill, how did you know Frank Leroy was not Bennett Markowitz?
Well, at first, I didn't. But suddenly something bothered me, and it kept bothering me. I didn't know why. He looked exactly like Mr. Markowitz. His voice, his mannerisms, everything was Mr. Markowitz. Still, something bothered me. What? And then I remembered. When I opened the door to the street to let him in, he entered the house without pausing to touch the mezuzah.
The what?
The mezuzah. It's a tiny metal plaque fixed to the doorpost of every Orthodox Jewish house. Now, inside it is a parchment inscribed with a text from Deuteronomy and the sacred name of the Lord.
And, he didn't touch it?
Well, it is the custom to bestow a kiss upon it when entering or leaving the house. The fingers brush the lips and then lightly and lovingly touch the mezuzah. A man who did not do that could not be Bennett Markowitz.
And so it is with every counterfeit. No matter how careful and competent the forger, he must make his mistake. Because all he can hope to capture is the substance. It's the shadow, the all-important shadow that always must elude him. I shall return shortly. The sudden stab of recognition, the flash of insight that illuminates every detail of the hitherto hidden landscape. This is how a complex plan was revealed to Curly Peterson. The absence of a familiar routine gesture. This is how a truth was revealed to Maggie O'Neill. I understand that Curly was only sent up for 10 years. He writes to Maggie every day, and she returns his letters unopened. Our cast included Robert Dryden, Bryna Rayburn, Ian Martin, and William Griffiths. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. What happens to the dead people? They leave us so abruptly, without even looking back. But we do not let them go so easily. With memories, with feelings left unresolved, with old affections and old resentments hanging on, we are left with unfinished business. It's painful. We want to forget the dead, and we can't. But what about them? Are they just as troubled? Just as restless? Just as filled with memories and desires? It's something to wonder about. There he is.
I see him. Bonjour, mes amis.
I heard him.
Comment ça va?
I touched him. I touched him.
Our mystery drama, The Sensitive, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Gordon Gould and Terry Keane. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Our story begins and ends in a suburb. And our characters are all suburbanites. People who want the culture and sophistication of a large city, but would like to see a tree just outside the window with a bird hopping about in it. People who like the theater, but long to live in a house with a backyard and a front yard, an upstairs and a downstairs.
Doctor's office.
Dr. Hayes there? This is Philo Denby. It's personal.
Just a moment, Mr. Denby.
Philo,
Yeah, what?
dinner's on the table.
I'm talking to Frank.
Philo?
Yeah. How's everything, Frank?
Okay. You?
Okay.
What can I do for you?
Well, I just wanted to check with you about the tryouts. When are they?
End of next week.
Oh. What part are you trying out for?
I thought the part of Gregor's.
Oh, that's a good part. Really good.
Now, what about you?
Well, I thought Hjalmar.
That's the lead.
Yeah. Well, I've acted in Ibsen before, you know. Remember Hedda Gabler?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Of course, it wasn't the leading part.
Hjalmar's the leading part in The Wild Duck.
Yeah, I got very good write-ups in the Bugle for Hedda Gabler. I don't know if you read them.
No, I wasn't in that.
Philo, dinner.
Sally wants me for something, Frank. I just wanted to check with you about the tryouts.
Right. So long.
Come on, everything's going to get cold.
I want a drink first.
You haven't got time.
It's only 6 o'clock. What are we eating so early for?
Sit down and I'll tell you.
Frank's trying out for Gregor's in The Wild Duck.
Oh?
I think I'd be very good as Hjalmar. Don't you?
Marvelous. Come on, sit down.
Why can't I have a drink? What's the idea of eating at 6 o'clock?
We are going out.
We are? Where to?
And you have to take a bath first.
I'm clean.
And change into your dark suit.
What for?
Your boss's wife called up this morning.
Joan Maynard called up? What did she want?
They're holding another seance tonight.
Oh, not again.
They've been going to a lot of them.
But that last one was so boring.
Well, that was a month ago, and Joan says they've learned a lot since then.
Like what?
Well, for one thing, everybody should take a bath 2 hours before the seance.
No, for heaven's sake.
And all the men should wear dark suits, and all the women should wear white dresses.
Is that why you got that thing on?
And there's a lot more they've learned. She didn't say what. She said, we'll see when we get there.
I don't want to go.
Oh, Philo, you have to.
If Carl Maynard wasn't my boss.
But he is.
A real dictator. He snaps his fingers, and I'm supposed to jump.
Anyway, I want to go.
What for?
I just think there's something to it.
You're nuts.
Last time, I think I really saw something.
I didn't.
It was kind of a mist. A wispy mist.
Somebody's cigarette.
Oh, come on. You know nobody's allowed to smoke.
Well, something, not somebody. Not some dead somebody.
Anyway, finish your dinner and take your bath and put on your dark suit. We're due at the Maynards at 8:30.
Well. Come on in.
We're not late, are we?
No. Philo, how are you?
Tip-top. You, Carl?
Never better. John, the Denbys are here.
Be right there.
Come on in the living room.
Hello there. How are you both?
Joan, dear.
Joan.
Hello, Philo.
What have you done to the room?
Aha. That's part of the preparation. You've taken your bath, haven't you?
We both have.
Preparation for what, Carl?
Why, for the materialization, of course. You see, it's been discovered through experimentation that certain conditions are conducive to the materialization of the entity.
Uh-huh.
You'll notice that the room is what you might call slightly chilly.
Yeah, I noticed that.
It is precisely 62 degrees.
That's so.
And you notice the lights?
Very pretty, Carl.
Oh, they're not meant to be pretty. We've discovered that red, yellow, or orange lights encourage the materialization of the entity. The actinic rays of blue or violet, well, they don't care for those.
They?
The entities, my boy, the entities. But they love the warm colors. Hence, we've shaded all the bulbs with red linen. We could have used paper, but...
I had this old red linen dress I didn't wear anymore, so I cut it up.
This is all very interesting, Carl.
Now we have to set the chairs.
Oh, I thought we sat in a circle.
A semicircle. Much better. Much. Philo, you want to help me set the chairs?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, what darling chairs.
Bentwood. We got them from an ice cream parlor that was going out of business. We have 16 of them.
The ideal seance should have 14 to 16 people, but tonight on such short notice, there wasn't time. We'll start the semicircle here, Philo.
Okay, Carl.
Say, did I hear somewhere that you and Sally belong to the Main Street Players?
Yes, we do.
Enjoy it?
Very much.
Amateur group, isn't it?
Well, strictly speaking, yes. But we've done some very good things. I don't suppose you saw Hedda Gobbler. I had a good part in that.
I didn't see it.
Yeah. We're going to do The Wild Duck next. You like Ibsen?
Oh, I can take him or leave him. You know.
Yeah. We're having tryouts next week. I'm auditioning for the part of Hjalmar. It's the leading role.
Well, I hope you get it.
I think I can do something with it.
Sally wants us to join up.
Oh? Interested in acting, are you?
Oh, not me. Joan. She can sing and dance a little. You people ever do musicals?
Once a year.
Well, now we're all set here. Where are the girls? Joan, Sally.
Yes, dear.
Ready to start?
Oh, I'm so excited.
Well, maybe we shouldn't expect too much tonight with only 4 people. However, we can but try, right?
Absolutely right.
Be seated, please. Man, woman, man, woman. That's the best way we've been led to believe.
All set?
Sit down, Carl.
We really should have some music. Harmonica is very good, but I couldn't find a recording of a harmonica, so...
We'll just have to do without. Sit down, Carl.
A little Debussy wouldn't be amiss, I feel.
Do sit down, Carl.
We're still experimenting, you understand.
Oh, that's nice.
Please, sit down, Carl.
Yes, I'll sit between Joan and Sally. That leaves you on one end of the semicircle, Philo. Joan on the other end.
You're right.
I think I'm beginning to feel something.
It's too early.
I suppose it is.
Now,
all right for us to talk, but very quietly, very naturally. No one is to feel any stress or strain. Everybody very relaxed. Understand?
I understand.
Now, the four of us constitute a human battery.
Battery?
Yes, we generate power. By joining hands, we concentrate our power. Sally, give me a hand. Joan, give me yours. Sally, give your other hand to Philo. Now, Philo has his right hand free. Joan has her left hand free. From the free hands of Philo and Joan, the power we collectively develop will pass into the sensitive. If we are so fortunate as to have a sensitive in our group.
Oh, I hope so.
Speak softly. Speak naturally, but softly.
Well, I feel so relaxed. Oh, does everybody feel relaxed?
I do. Philo, do you?
Yeah, pretty relaxed.
We should have weighed ourselves.
Weighed ourselves? What does that have?
No. Speak softly, Philo.
Why should we weigh ourselves?
Because the entity will assume, if he materializes, a temporary human body.
You mean that, Carl?
I most assuredly do mean that, Philo. To build up this temporary human body, the entity must draw substance from the sensitive. Need I tell you that the sensitive must be a uniquely organized man or woman, one from which such substance can be removed temporarily without injury to his or her health?
Well, we're all very healthy, as far as I know.
I know I am.
I had a physical last week, Philo. You?
A month ago.
You were okay, huh?
Mm-hmm.
But, why do you say we should have weighed ourselves?
Because a true sensitive who loses substance temporarily to the materialized entity loses parts of himself or herself, again, temporarily. I've heard of a sensitive losing as much as 60 pounds.
You don't say.
Now, in a little while, if all goes well, we should feel a gentle wind, a cool breeze on our hands.
Oh, it's all too...
The sensitive in our midst will start to pass into a trance state. He will start to go limp.
Or she will.
And will pass into that condition essential to the entity who wants to work through him.
It's all so... I feel it.
What do you feel, Sally?
The cool wind blowing over our hands. Philo, do you feel it?
I do. I feel it. Carl?
I, too.
It's getting stronger. The wind.
Colder.
Oh, it's very strong.
Philo, do you feel it?
The nerve force is passing through us.
There must be a sensitive here.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is possible, it may even be probable, that we are about to witness the evolution of an entity. Ladies, gentlemen, it is possible, it may even be probable, that we are about to witness the evolution of an entity from a sphere beyond our own.
It just seems incredible, doesn't it?
Now, wait. We can't be sure. No, not yet.
Philo, don't you feel maybe... Philo, look.
Quiet.
A mist. A vapor coming from Philo's side. His right side.
We must try to give off more power.
I see it. I see it.
There it is.
Bonjour, mes amis.
I hear it.
Comment ça va?
I touched it.
Do you believe it? Do you believe that 3 people saw, heard, and touched a being from another sphere? That their combined magnetism drew him into their midst? That from one of them He made himself a temporary body, including vocal cords. Do you believe that? No matter. They believe it. Strindberg said an obsessional conviction about supernatural powers causes events that confirm the reality of those powers. And the poet William Blake put it more succinctly when he wrote, "A firm persuasion that a thing is so makes it so." We'll come back shortly with Act Two. As our first act ended, Philo and Sally and Carl and Joan were seated in a semicircle with hands joined. The lights were shaded with red linen. The temperature of the room registered a chilly 62 degrees. A cool breeze had started to blow across their hands, increasing to a strong wind. They were awaiting the materialization of an entity from another sphere.
Look, a mist, a vapor. I see it.
There it is.
Bonjour, mes amis.
I hear it.
Comment ça va?
I touched it. I touched it.
Now, quiet, everybody. Everybody must remain relaxed and quiet. We don't want to frighten him.
What is that? Philo? Look, it's Philo.
Is he all right? He looks so
shrunken. He looks as though he shrunk. He's smaller somehow.
Now, don't be alarmed, ladies, and remain calm. Philo is our sensitive.
Philo? Speak to me. Say something.
He can't, Sally. He's in a deep trance.
But is that all right?
All sensitives pass into a state of trance.
Why? Hello.
He said something.
How are you?
Philo. He did say something. I heard him.
He's not speaking to us, Sally. He's speaking to the entity.
Will the entity answer?
We must wait and see. In all probability, he will. Philo is waiting, I think, for the entity to build up his temporary body.
The vapor is rising. Look.
Sally, you said you touched it?
I did. I think I did.
How did it feel?
Like unbaked bread. Like bread when it starts to rise.
I see a head.
Yes. Shoulders?
A whole body.
He's wearing a uniform of some sort.
Oh, who is he? Who is he? Who is he?
Who are you, sir? My name is Pierre Sorel. In life, I was a soldier in the army of the great Emperor Napoleon. I died in his service, having lost my leg at the Battle of Borodino, fighting the Russians.
He's still wearing the uniform.
He has a wooden leg.
To think that Philo, of all people, Philo.
Sally, do you think you could touch the entity again? He's standing directly in front of you.
I don't want to let go of Philo's hand. It's so cold.
He's in a trance, dear girl. It can't hurt him if you let go.
Touch the entity, Sally.
Sir? Pierre? Do you mind?
I don't think he'll speak to anyone but Philo.
Go on. Touch him.
He's very warm.
Yes. He's very good looking.
He must have died young.
Do you want to tell us any more about yourself? No.
I wish he'd say something about us.
Yes. Yes, tell us what's going to happen. Something like that.
There is a little lady in this room who likes to sing and dance.
Me? That's me.
She has done so in the past.
Oh, that's true. I have before I got married.
Retrocognition, knowledge of the past.
Well, what about the future?
Precognition.
Will the little lady sing and dance again, Pierre? Not immediately. But someday? Yes, someday. When, Pierre? Dancing, singing upon a stage with an audience, much applause.
When?
When, Pierre? It will be some months before... yes, months. First, the little lady will fall ill. Yes, she will be sick for a time. But she will recover? Oui, oh yes. She will recover and live to dance and sing upon a stage.
You hear that, honey? Must mean the Main Street Players.
Oh, yes.
I wonder, can he see ahead for the rest of us? Oh, darn it. I wish I could ask him things.
So do I.
Well, maybe Philo will ask him if he knows what we want.
Oh, Philo must be telepathic. He's a true sensitive. He must have a huge amount of the psi faculty. He must be loaded with it.
Or he couldn't have materialized, Pierre.
You see, people with large amounts of the psi quality have precognition, retrocognition, clairvoyance, and telepathy.
Yeah. Remember when I said, what about the future? Remember, Carl? And right away, Philo said, will the little lady sing and dance again, Pierre? Remember that?
And Pierre said, someday.
And I said, when?
And Philo said, when, Pierre? Oh, of course, Philo's telepathic.
If he'd only ask the entity about me.
Do you see the future for someone else, Pierre? For a man, perhaps?
You see?
Success.
Oh? How? When? What?
Soon.
He's fading.
Going away.
Success. Soon.
He's gone.
Oh, Pierre,
Philo, dear? You awake?
Yeah.
I brought you some soup, a few crackers.
Sally?
Yes, darling. I brought you some soup. Split pea.
What's it for? Lunch?
Dinner.
I had dinner.
Well, that was yesterday.
Huh?
Come on, try it. It's good.
Well, what am I doing in bed?
Darling, you were sleeping.
Oh.
I didn't want to disturb you till I was sure you were all slept out.
Well, how long have I been asleep?
21 hours. Since last night at 11 o'clock.
Well, what time is it now?
8 o'clock in the evening.
Didn't I go to work?
No, dear.
Holy Moses. I've got to call Carl.
No, not now. You just lie back.
He'll be furious.
He won't. I already called him.
What'd you tell him?
I didn't have to tell him anything. He understood perfectly.
How could he?
You really don't remember a thing about it, do you?
Did I get drunk or something? Black out?
You don't remember going to Carl and Joan's house?
Carl and Joan Maynard? Their house?
The red lights. Remember them?
Red lights?
The music?
Was it Debussy?
Yes. See, now you do remember.
Yeah.
Remember the bent wood chairs and sitting in a semicircle and the cold wind?
We were waiting for
the entity to appear.
Yeah, to materialize.
That's right.
Well, did he?
Yes, my darling. Thanks to you.
What did I have to do with it?
You were the sensitive.
Me? Well, who was the entity?
A French soldier named Pierre Sorel. He fought under Napoleon and lost a leg at the Battle of Borodino. You remember?
Kind of. Not really.
Darling, you were in a trance. I had a very hard time getting you home.
Am I all right now?
Well, you look all right. But you see, when the French soldier materialized, Well, when any entity materializes, he sort of borrows things from the sensitive.
What things?
He has to flesh out his body, you see. Oh, that's probably Carl or Joan wanting to know how you are. Hello?
Sally, this is Carl Maynard. How is he?
He's awake, and he seems fine.
Good, that's good, Sally. You remember last night?
We were just talking about it.
You said something about the little lady who loved to sing and dance?
Yes, and he said she would again.
But before that, he said she'd be sick for a little while, remember?
Yes?
Sally? Joan's down with the flu.
No.
Yep, woke up this morning.
Oh, I've got to tell Philo.
Well, naturally, we want to hold another seance as soon as possible, but not until Joan's well. The doctor says maybe in a couple of weeks.
Oh, of course, Carl. Look, I've got to tell Philo. He'll be so pleased.
Sure. I'll give him my best. Tell him to take his time about coming back to work.
I will. Goodbye, Carl.
Tell me what?
Joan Maynard's down with the flu.
Oh?
Philo, that's what the entity predicted last night. Pierre said she would sing and dance in front of an audience. Now, I'm sure that means the Main Street Players because she's been nagging Carl to join. But first, she'd be sick for a little while. And now she is. Oh, isn't that exciting? As soon as she's well, we're going to have another seance.
Sally, am I really a sensitive?
Darling, of course you are.
What was that you said about the entity taking parts of the sensitive's body to build up his own body?
Only temporarily, darling.
Sally, call Frank Hayes and make an appointment for a complete checkup.
You had one a month ago.
Yes, but if I'm really a sensitive, if I'm going to go on with this thing, I've got to be in tip-top physical condition. Go on, Sally, call him. Say I'll be in tomorrow.
Roll up your sleeve, Philo, will you?
Sure.
Tell me about this seance that knocked you out.
It was the darndest thing. I didn't even want to go, but Sally was very keen on it, and besides, Carl Maynard is my boss, so...
Sure.
Well, the idea of the seance was to get an entity to materialize.
An entity?
Mm-hmm. A being from a sphere other than our own.
Uh-huh.
Well, in order to do this, you have to have a sensitive.
Yeah?
And that's somebody with enough nerve force, enough magnetism to attract the entity. Well, surprise, surprise, the sensitive turned out to be me. And I hadn't even wanted to go.
Lie back, will you, Philo? Yeah, that's it. How did you find out that you were the sensitive?
Well, that's what's so incomprehensible. We all sat around in a semicircle. I was bored to death, if you really want to know. And we talked a little bit, very quietly, very naturally. And that's the last thing I remember. I don't remember the materialization at all. I must have been in a trance state. That's the only explanation that makes any sense at all.
What happened when you were in this trance state?
Well, they tell me that this entity appeared. Just appeared. First as a sort of mist or vapor. Then it grew and developed into a man. He said his name was Pierre, and he'd been a soldier under Napoleon, and he'd lost his leg at Borodino. He wouldn't talk to anybody but me.
Because you were the sensitive.
That's right, yeah. I don't even remember getting home. Sally put me to bed, and I slept for 21 hours. Then I had her call you.
No, I was surprised. You just had a physical a month ago.
But you see, an entity has to have substance in order to materialize. And he gets this substance from the sensitive. They say it's only temporary, for as long as the seance lasts. But I wanted to make sure. If I'm going to go on with this thing...
Are you considering that?
If my health is okay, why not? True sensitives are very rare.
What kind of questions did this entity, this Pierre, answer?
That's the amazing part. He said that Joan Maynard would sing and dance on a stage. Now, she and Carl have been kicking around the idea of joining our little theater group. But, Pierre said, before that happened, she'd be sick for a while. And the very next day, Joan came down with the flu.
Well, there's a lot of it going around. Philo, I'd like to go to one of these seances sometime.
Joan will be pretty well soon. It's only the flu. Then we plan on having another one.
Well, keep me in mind.
I will. Oh, and Pierre predicted success for Carl. He disappeared right after that, so he didn't give any details.
Well, maybe next time.
That's what we're hoping. Well, how am I?
You're perfectly okay as far as I can see. I have to wait for the results of a couple of tests. But...
I feel wonderful.
Good. Come on, I'll walk you outside.
See you tonight?
Tonight?
We're at the theater.
Tryouts for the Wild Duck.
Oh, no, I'm auditioning tomorrow night. A lot of us couldn't make it tonight, so they...
Well, good luck. You'd make a great Gregors.
I hope you get the Alma. We'd be working together. Have a lot of fun. Try and get me in on the next seance, right?
Right. So long.
Have you got his records?
Right here.
Thanks. Something's bothering me. Now, he was here for a checkup just a month ago. Here we are. What do you know? He's lost 10 pounds, and his blood pressure is way up. How about that?
Do you believe that a dead person can become alive? Well, sort of alive, for a limited length of time, by borrowing substance? Does that mean arteries and veins and muscles? Does that mean the dead person come alive can talk if he wants to? Does he have vocal cords? Can he walk about? I'll tell you something. I don't know. We shall return with the final act shortly. At the close of Act 2, Philo Denby had just left his doctor's office, having gone there for a physical checkup after a trying session at a seance where he discovered that he himself was a true sensitive, capable of enticing an entity out of the grave and speaking with him. As Philo left the office, his doctor turned to the nurse.
Something's bothering me. He's lost 10 pounds, and his blood pressure's way up.
Are you comfortable, Philo? Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine, Carl.
You better make sure.
Really, Frank, I'm perfectly comfortable.
Well, you see, Doctor, he's tied to the chair, and the chair is bolted to the floor. It's just a precaution. Something to silence the voices of doubt. Now, shall we all take our places?
I'd like to sit next to Philo, if that's all right.
Well, I'm afraid that's not all right. The proper conditions for a seance require alternating the sexes. Man, woman, man, woman, man, and woman. So, if you'll just take the chair at the further end of the semicircle, I'll start the music. Debussy served us well last time, so, now, I think we're all set. As soon as I take my place, there we go. Quiet conversation is permissible, Dr. Hayes, on any subject.
Oh, fine. You all recovered from the flu, Mrs. Maynard?
Quite recovered, thank you.
Very nice of all of you to let me come here tonight.
We're glad to have you.
Yes, it's our pleasure.
Philo told me a little something about the last time. What? What is it?
The breeze.
The what?
The cool breeze.
Don't you feel it on your hands?
It should change to a wind very soon now.
Do you feel it, Dr. Hayes?
You know, I think I do. I can almost hear it.
I hear it, too.
I hear it.
So do I.
Look. The vapor. The mist.
From Philo's right side. You see, Dr. Hayes?
The entity is materializing.
It's Pierre.
I see his head.
Now his shoulders.
Fascinating. His whole torso.
His legs.
Yes.
Yes, he has a wooden leg, you know.
Philo told me.
Lost it in Florida.
Yes, I know.
Why doesn't Philo speak to him?
Good evening, Pierre.
He got my thought telepathically.
Good evening. I am happy to be here.
Isn't he handsome?
You know, I think I can detect a heartbeat.
You mean that, Doctor?
Oh, does Philo know that we'd like to pick up where we left off last time? You know about your future.
Oh, yes. He knows. People with the psi faculty have precognition, Dr. Hayes, as well as...
I could see his pulse beat and his breathing.
You really?
That's incredible.
Frank's a doctor, Carl.
Look, I don't suppose you'd let me get up and go over to Philo?
Oh, no, absolutely not.
You could spoil everything.
Better stay where you are, Frank.
Anyway, we want to hear about Carl's future. If Philo will just ask him.
Pierre, is there anything you can tell us about a certain person in this room? A man? Yeah, a man. You started to tell us last time, but... Success. Yes, that's what you said before, but he's already very successful, and what we'd like to know is... I told you, success.
He sounds cross.
Oh, yes, but what more do you want? A few details. Do not bother me with details. But we need to know.
Excuse me.
Dr. Hayes. Frank, sit down.
Sit down.
Philo is my patient.
What are you doing?
You're spoiling everything. You have no right.
We should never have let him in here.
Frank, please.
I think you all should know Philo's breathing is extremely rapid and his pulse rate extremely high. In my opinion, dangerously so.
Philo, you all right?
Oh, just tired.
Well, no wonder. It was a very trying session for you. Very disappointing for us.
Well, Pierre did materialize, though, didn't he?
Oh, yes. Frank said he could see him breathe, see his heartbeat.
Oh, good.
And then, just as we were about to find out about Carl's future, Frank had to go and spoil everything. He was worried about you. Got up from his chair, went over and took your pulse, listened to your breathing. Your breathing was very rapid and your pulse rate was very high, he said.
I feel fine now.
Well, that's good. But Carl says stay in bed all day if you want to.
Maybe I'll just do that. I may quit my job.
Would you do that?
Why not? I think my future lies in the psychic realm. True sensitives are very rare, Sally. You know that.
Yes, I do know that, but...
If I am one of them, then it's only logical that I...
That you what, Philo?
That I should devote myself to...
Oh, telephone. I'll be right back, darling. We need to talk about this. Hello?
Sally, this is Joan.
Yes, Joan.
Guess what?
What?
Well, Carl auditioned for the Main Street Players for the Wild Duck. And, guess what?
What?
He got the part.
What part?
The part of Hjalmar. It's the lead. Imagine, my Carl is going to be a star.
Pierre said he was going to have success, remember?
Yeah.
When Philo asked him?
Yeah, by the way, how is Philo?
Well, exhausted.
Of course, but he's all right, isn't he?
I think so.
Don't you know?
Joan, he's talking funny, sort of, I don't know, drifting off and saying some kind of weird things.
Sally, is he going into a trance?
Well, I don't know. I never thought of that.
Then Pierre might materialize.
Maybe.
Oh, Sally, I'm coming over there. Now, don't you leave his side till I get there, okay?
Okay. Well, that was Joan, Philo. Are you all right, darling? She's coming over. She says Carl got the part of Hjalmar in The Wild Duck. Isn't that lucky? His first audition? Can you imagine? Philo? Philo.
It isn't a trance state, Sally.
Well, then what is it, Frank?
Sally, Philo is dead.
He can't be. He can't be.
He is. There's no doubt about it. Philo is dead.
But he was fine a little while ago. We were talking about giving up his job and becoming sensitive. And he started to sound kind of vague and rambling. And just then the phone rang. It was Joan Maynard, all excited because Carl had gotten a part in The Wild Duck.
Part of Hjalmar, I heard. I didn't want to tell Philo because I knew he wanted that part.
I told Joan that Philo was acting sort of funny, and she said he was probably going into a trance. I never dreamed.
Of course you didn't.
And Joan was very excited. She said maybe Pierre would materialize again if Philo was really in trance. Oh, dear.
There now.
And she said she would come right over him. If I'd known.
You couldn't have known. How could you?
Right then, while I was talking to her, Philo was dying.
Sally.
But I had no idea. I said, sure, come on over. I had no idea. I hung up the phone. I came over to Philo's bed, and he looked all right. He really did, Frank.
Must have been very sudden.
And I said, honey, that was Joan Maynard. And she said Carl got the part in The Wild Duck. And he didn't answer me, Frank. He didn't answer me. And 2 minutes before that, we'd been talking about things. Oh,
You just go ahead and cry.
But that's all. When he didn't answer me, I called you.
I got here as fast as I could.
And now he's dead? Frank, why did he die? What killed him?
I don't know, Sam.
But you must know.
If you'll permit an autopsy.
Oh, no, I don't know about
He was in good health. We know that. He just had a checkup.
Do you think it had something to do with the seances? Do you think they were too much for him?
Sally, I just don't know.
Was it Pierre? Could he have... You know.
Well, as I said...
Frank, do you remember at the last seance, the one you were at, Philo and Pierre were having a little argument? Not an argument exactly. It was more like a disagreement. You remember?
Yes, Philo was trying to find out more about what kind of success Carl was going to have.
And Pierre didn't want to tell him. They got kind of irritable, both of them. That was when you got up and went over to Philo and took his pulse, remember?
His breathing was very rapid.
Do you think maybe Pierre?
Maybe Pierre killed him? No, Sally. No, I don't think so.
But that would be terrible, wouldn't it?
Terrible. And I don't think it's true.
Well, that's the doorbell. Must be Joan.
You want me to go downstairs and open the door for her?
Yes, would you?
Sure.
Joan doesn't know what happened. She thinks Philo is in a trance.
I'll tell her.
I don't want to talk to anybody right now. I couldn't.
I understand.
Oh, Philo. What have we done to you?
My darling.
Pierre. Is it really you?
It is I, my love. C'est moi.
Take me in your arms, Pierre. And never let me go.
Have no fear, beloved. I shall never let you go. Never.
If you can believe that, you can believe anything. That's my opinion. But then, who am I? What am I? Just an average person? Trusting nothing? Suspicious of everything? What do I know? I wonder if anybody's planning to do The Wild Duck. I'd be great as Hjalmar. I could really get my teeth into that part. I'd be a smash. I'd really kill the people. I'll be back shortly. You know, an actor doesn't just play what you see on the stage or the screen or hear on your radio, as you're doing now. No, in addition to what you see or hear, he plays in his own mind the entire life of the character he portrays. He knows his character from birth onwards, to death, and, well, why not? Maybe even beyond. With so much imagination, so much application, such energy and devotion, an actor, more than anyone, should be able to turn himself into an entity who materializes. Perhaps I could do it one day. I must keep a sharp lookout for a sensitive. Our cast included Gordon Gould, Terry Keane, Marion Haley, Ralph Bell, and Nat Polan. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. We're about to hear a story involving a private eye of yesteryear. He's not to be confused with the private investigator we know today, whose work depends so much on all the electronic gadgets of our technological age. No, this man lived in simpler times, back in the post-war 40s. He was really a man of the streets, and in Raymond Chandler's words, down these mean streets a man must go who is not himself mean, who is neither tarnished nor afraid. Nevertheless, sometimes he gets into trouble along the way.
Take his gun, Dickie, under the left shoulder, and get his wallet while you're at it.
Sure. Watch your hands, pal. I get nervous.
Such a big gun and such a little guy.
And what is your name, my friend?
Colbridge.
Ah, yes. Abner Colbridge. Private investigator.
Private eye, huh? I thought he was a cop.
And what are you investigating tonight, my friend?
That's my problem.
Are you acquainted with the young woman in green?
That's your problem. To find out.
Our mystery drama, entitled Blood, Thunder, and a Woman in Green. It was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Fletcher Markle and stars Mandel Kramer. We're going to meet a private eye in the course of a night's work that happened over 30 years ago. Around that time, Raymond Chandler, speaking of the fictional private eye, observed, he's a lonely man, and his pride is that you will treat him as a proud man, or be very sorry you ever saw him. He talks with rude wit, a lively sense of the grotesque, and a contempt for pettiness. Well, here comes Abner Colbridge. He's no Philip Marlowe, believe me. Just a minor brother in that fraternity of tough guys back in the Marlowe era. A private eye of long ago who's certainly going to need his sense of the grotesque before his story is done.
It was one of those nights. You're not doing anything, and you don't expect to be doing anything, and then all of a sudden, you're in a barrel of monkeys. Trouble. This night, with the city trembling under a thunderstorm, the trouble was murder. I heard about it around 9:30. And by 9:35, I was involved in it. It was like this. At 9:30, I was flopped in my room, and the phone shouted at me.
Yeah, hello.
Goldbridge.
Oh, what if it is? Who's this?
Abner, it's Bo Peep.
Who?
Peepermende, Abner. Bo Peep.
Oh, hello, Bo. I'm sorry, I was half asleep, just settling my dinner. How's the eye of the news?
Abner, listen. 15 minutes ago, I got the picture of the year. I just got in. The picture of the year. 2 years, 5. A gunfight, a murder, and blood like a busted hydrant with dancing girls in the background. 12 dancing girls. Count them, 12. I was out on a story for school.
Yeah, and you just happened to be there at the time. You just happened to have your camera with you.
Oh, you know me, Abner. I always know where to be.
Sure, Bo, sure. I read the dust jacket of your book.
Right. But it's the picture of the year, I tell you, and the story.
Of the decade, Bo. The century. What are you calling me for?
Well, I'm coming to that, Abner.
Call the papers.
Listen,
Call your publishers. Maybe they can get it engraved in time for the third printing.
Abner, please.
Mail me a print, Bo. I'm sleepy.
Abner, listen. I want you. I want you to come right over. I got a job for you.
What's the matter? Can't you get a messenger boy?
Abner, cut it out. We're wasting time.
What kind of job?
Bodyguard, Abner. And besides...
Bodyguard? Now, let's get this clear, Bo. It's a lousy, rotten, wet night. And I have a failing reputation to maintain as a private investigator. Now, if you're in deep, call a cop. Bodyguard.
Abner, please let me finish. Bodyguard for me, investigate for them. They're good for a fat fee, Abner.
Who?
Scoop. The picture tabloid. I told you. I was out on a story for them when I saw the gunfight. I've got a murder on film right here in my hand. It's the picture of the year, believe me.
I'll believe it when I see it.
I got to develop, Abner. I got no time to argue.
You haven't.
You just come on over to my place. You know where it is, Lucerne Apartments.
I know where it is, Bo, and I'm not interested.
You will be. Oh, listen, there's somebody at the door. It's probably Miriam. Oh, wait till you meet this Miriam Taylor, Abner. She's green as grass, but she's got a lot of guts. So grab a cab and come on over.
No. Capital N, capital O.
Same old Abner. I gotta get my door. I'll see you. At 9:35, I was down on the street with my gun packed and my tie tied, hailing a cab.
Where to, buddy?
I got in and told him and sat back, listening to the storm and looking out at the flood of rain on the streets. Bo Peep was the professional label of a crazy little news photographer named Boris Peepermende, whom I'd seen and known around. Our paths had crossed now and then, and we had a drinking acquaintance. Bo's life was rooted in his camera and press card. A collection of Bo's best work called Tabloid Town had just been published and was nudging its way toward the bestseller lists, spreading his fame far beyond the city limits. He was a nice little guy with an uncanny nose for news and a sharp way of impressing people with everything he did. I sat in the cab throbbing with questions. Who had been murdered in the gunfight? And where could it have happened with a background of a dozen dancing girls? And why did Bo need a bodyguard? And since when did a picture paper like Scoop want to employ a private eye? And what was the matter with me that I always made a pretense of turning down jobs that screamed interest from the first hint?
There you are, buddy.
I paid him and got out, sloshed across the sidewalk to the door of the Lucerne Apartments. Wouldn't be long before I got some answers. Bo Peep, 219. It was an old brownstone block, smelling of age and onions and rotting linoleum. But Bo had never been able to permit his living habits to keep up with his income. He stayed as close as he could to police headquarters, which was just around the corner. The elevator was up on another floor, and I only wanted the second, so I used the stairs. Little winds were rattling around the stairwell and through the high, hollow halls. 1 minute, the storm seemed vague and remote, and the next minute, like another planet coming down through the roof. 219 was a few doors down the hall to the left from the top of the stairs. There were 3 naked bulbs offering a hard white light at intervals along the hall, and the second one was over Beau's door. The door was slightly ajar, and from under it came a narrow, curling snake of red, sparkling in the strong light. Blood. Blood has a way of letting you know that your first guess wasn't wrong. I kicked the door open. Beau was lying half on his side and half on his back on the floor, feet toward me, and the door just grazed his foot on its way in. There was an injured speed graphic with a flashbulb attachment beside his outstretched left arm. His right arm was clutching at a red pulp of stomach where somebody had done terrible things with a knife. His body was warm, but he wasn't alive. I stepped back and looked up and down the hall. No one. I re-entered the room and closed the door behind me. I thought of Beau saying that he wanted a bodyguard, that there was no time to argue, that he had to develop, and that there was somebody at the door. It was a big room with a double bed and a side table with a telephone on it, a chest of drawers, an armchair, another smaller chair, a bookcase piled with magazines and newspapers, and a table loaded with cartons of flashbulbs and camera paraphernalia. The walls were covered with Beau's pictures, glossy prints and clippings, and a huge enlargement of Beau holding his speed graphic that was obviously a self-portrait taken in a mirror. There was an alcove kitchen in one corner and a bathroom between it and another alcove heavily curtained. Beau's dark room. I got to develop, Beau had said. I crossed the room and switched out the overhead light. Stepping across the body, I felt my way around the bed to the alcove curtain. I pulled it back, and then another curtain behind it. And a soft glow from a colored light revealed shelves of bottles and boxes of paper, enlarging and printing equipment, and a row of white trays on a table. The trays were empty. Then I heard a door closing in the front room. There was a tall man in a tuxedo standing at the door, smiling at me through a small beard. And there was a gray-faced kid in a brown suit standing behind him, pointing a .38 at me.
Good evening, my friend.
Hello.
This is a rather sordid scene of crime and passion, is it not? Your hands up very high, please. Watch him, Dickie.
I'm watching.
Just what the devil is this?
A good question. He has a gun, Dickie, under his left shoulder. Get it.
Sure.
And his wallet while you're at it.
Uh-huh. Watch your hands, pal. I get nervous.
Such a big gun and such a small guy. I'm not surprised.
Now, listen, you...
Dickie, restrain yourself. Now then, my friend, let us introduce ourselves. My name is William Shakespeare. What's yours?
Sherlock Holmes. And that's little Bo Peep on the floor behind you. What'll we call this fumbling gunzel of yours? Huckleberry Finn?
Very funny. You want any of his stuff, boss?
I'll take the wallet, Dickie. Just put his gun on the table. You look rather foolish with one in each hand. As I was saying, my friend, the name is Shakespeare for business purposes, just as our deceased companion called himself Bo Peep for his business purposes. What concerns me now is your name.
Coleridge. For almost all purposes. My card's in the first flap of the wallet there. No need to mess up the rest of it.
Ah, yes. Abner Coleridge, private investigator.
Private eye, huh? I thought he was a cop.
And what are you investigating tonight, my friend? The distressing demise of Mr. Bo Peep.
I wasn't. I am now.
Oh, this is taking time, boss. Let me...
Make use of the time, then, Dickie. What did we come here for? Give me your gun. I'll watch Mr. Abner Coleridge. You collect the film.
Sure.
Get everything in sight here and everything in the dark room. If it's been developed, cover the tray and we'll take it with us. It would be amusing to see Mr. Peep's work.
The trays are empty.
Check that, Dickie.
Yeah, I'll check everything, boss.
You are somewhat familiar with the circumstances, I gather, Mr. Coleridge.
Somewhat.
Are you acquainted with the young woman in green?
Well, I might be. It depends. There are a lot of women in green around. It's the season for green.
This young lady is unmistakably worthy of that description. Green hat, green dress, green shoes and accessories, and red hair. Lovely red hair. It may seem a peculiar combination, but I assure you it's exceedingly becoming in her case. Do you know her?
Maybe.
Nothing in the dark room.
Very well. Collect all the other loose film in here.
Gotcha.
Are you, investigating alone, Mr. Coleridge?
I might be. It depends.
You're being rather difficult.
So are you. May I drop my hand?
Certainly not.
I'm ready, boss. Let's blow.
Have you got everything this time, Dickie?
Yeah, it works. It's all on the table here. You want to answer that?
No. Yes. Why not? Quiet, both of you.
Hello? Hello? Is that you, Bo? Is this Mr. Peebermander's apartment? Hello?
Wrong number. I think that was our young woman.
Oh, let's get out of here, boss. The cops are liable.
Look out, Dickie. He's diving for his gun. Sap him, Dickie. Sap him.
Dad!
Well, as Raymond Chandler said, some private eyes have no more personality than a blackjack. But when the latter hits the head of the former, it's not really a question of personality, is it? It's simply a question of survival. And we'll find out how Abner Coleridge survives when I return with Act Two very shortly. Abner Coleridge, a private eye at work in the post-war 40s, has answered a phone call for help from a photographer friend whose professional name is Bo Peep. Bo claims to have just taken a most unusual photograph. So unusual that he wants Abner to act as his bodyguard while he develops it. But by the time Abner gets to Bo Peep's apartment, his friend is dead, murdered. And there is no trace of the photograph in Bo Peep's darkroom. Two rather sinister strangers arrive while Abner is searching the apartment. While attempting to outwit them, Abner is put out of commission by a well-placed blow from a blackjack.
Whatever it was the kid hit me with, he hit hard. And the floor came up to meet me. I saw a few thousand women in green with red hair, and they all looked like those distorting mirrors at amusement parks and penny arcades. I saw William Shakespeare, the old and the new. The only difference was that the new one was wearing a tuxedo. I saw stars, and I felt my nerves stretching like licorice. Smelled a sick, sweet smell and tasted the salt of sweat. Then I saw 12 dancing girls. Count them, 12. And they were on a billboard. And I saw them from the back seat of a car that was turning into an alley, and I heard a familiar voice.
That Bo Peep must have been standing right about here when he got the picture.
I was positive that I was conscious for a minute. Then I blacked out again. When I came around to full consciousness, I was roped tightly to a chair in a large, expensively furnished office. I could see several vague shapes in front of me talking indistinctly. I could hear music somewhere nearby, sounding like a dance band. My coat and shirt were wet and cold against my skin, and the back of my head felt like overtime in a steel mill. And somebody threw a glass of water in my face, and I knew why I was wet.
Hey, he's coming out of it, I think.
It was about time. Must have knocked him plenty, Dickie.
Once, sugar. Once I knocked him. I do it right.
All right, let me talk to him, sugar. There, my friend. Are you with us again?
Yes.
Are you back with us again, my friend?
Nah, he's still out.
He's faking. I'll tell him we don't buy it.
Leave him alone, Dickie. Want him to pass out again?
Go sit down, kid. You're in the way. Boss wants to talk to the guy.
Okay, sugar. Okay, I was only trying.
Where's Carl, Dickie?
Still out front, I guess, looking for that dame in the green dress.
Well, find him. Tell him to get the first aid kit. It's probably in the men's room.
Everybody's right.
Quickly.
Oh, sure, boss. Sure. You want me to bring Carl and the kid?
Yes.
I let my head sag forward, chin on my chest, so I could open my eyes just enough to look the place over without either Shakespeare or the other flunky seeing what I was doing. The office had a big desk and some more chairs like the one I was tied to. A portable bar, no windows, no closets, and only one door. The one going out to where the music was. I closed my eyes all the way when I saw Shakespeare walking toward my chair. I could feel him staring down at me, probably wondering whether I was faking or not. I tried to appear unconscious for his benefit and tried to stay fully conscious for mine.
It's been quite a night for us all, Sugar. First Sammy, then Mr. Bo Peep. Now this one. What did you do with poor old Sammy, by the way?
Just what you told us. We loaded Sam into the trunk of his car and drove it to the other side of town. Left it in the parking lot. What are your plans for this one?
I haven't decided yet. I'm not sure where he fits in between the photographer and that young woman in green. What is her name, by the way?
Taylor, I think.
Yes. I have the impression this one is involved with her somehow, as well as with Mr. Bo Peep.
Well, you know what they say about dead men, boss?
Right so, yes. And the only thing that worries me is how many tales this one may have told before Dickie and I ran into him tonight.
We can always run over him, too, don't forget.
You're not listening to me, Sugar. I want to keep him alive and well for the time being.
You hear that? I don't know how well he is, but it's a cinch he's still alive.
Yes, but first we need that first aid kit. He's bleeding heavily back here where Dickie knocked him, as you put it, with his blackjack.
So, what's the big deal?
The big deal, Sugar, is that I'm worried about who this man might have talked to about that photograph. It's very clear he knows something about it. He was in Bo Peep's dark room when Dickie and I first bumped into him, and he knew the developing trays were empty.
You think maybe he's got the film?
No, we searched him before we brought him over here.
Think maybe he knows where it is? Is that what you mean?
That is exactly what I mean.
Then we need to talk to him some more, don't we, boss?
I tried to look as limp as a bag of dirty laundry while Shakespeare was getting his drink. I tried to figure out how to stay alive by asking myself some of my own questions. Had I really seen the 12 dancing girls on the billboard from the back seat of the car that brought me to this place? And had I really heard Dickie's voice talking about where Bo Peep was standing when he got his picture? Or had I been delirious from the pain in my head? And most of all, where was I? Did the music I could hear have any connection with the dancing girls in Bo Peep's photograph?
Here we are, boss. Carl and the kid.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Chief. Oh. Now I see why you wanted the kit. You want me to...
Just give it to me, Carl. Put it on the desk here.
Sure.
How's he doing?
Guy's coming out of his slush. If I had done on a scalp, should bring him around.
Did you find her, Carl? Miss, what's her name?
Taylor, boss.
Oh, the dame in green. No. She left in a cab about half an hour ago.
But we must find her. Don't you understand? She may know about the picture.
Now, take it easy, Chief. She left word she'd be back. And I've told everybody out front to send her here to the office as soon as she turns up. Anyway, how could she know anything about the picture? She was in here talking to me at the time.
She might have heard the shots.
Don't forget the storm, boss.
Right. If anybody heard the shots over all that thunder, we'd have had a visit from the cops long before now.
You know, you're quite right, Carl. Yes, of course. It's been rather a disturbing evening. Now then, what about the film we brought back from Bo Peep's place?
Marty's taking care of that. It's being developed by a friend of his, a guy we can trust. Marty's with him right now, and he'll call us on the private line after he's checked everything out.
Good. Well, now let's get back to our friend here. Where's the iodine?
Oh, right here, boss. You want me to slap some on?
Yes, go ahead, Sugar. Pale, isn't he?
He'll be all right.
Oh, you sure knocked him, Dickie. Look at this mess.
Once, Sugar, once, honest.
Here goes.
Water, Dickie.
Sure, ready and waiting.
That's more like it. He's coming around.
Let me try something. You're going to be all right, Mr. Colbridge. The pain will go away and you'll be feeling better very soon. But right now we need some information. You know Mr. Bo Peep, don't you?
Yeah, Bo's dead.
Yes, he's dead. We all know that. Now, we're all friends here. The point is, did he talk to you before he died? Did he talk to you on the telephone?
Telephone?
Yes. Telephone. Did he talk to you? Did he tell you about the photograph?
The photograph?
Yes, exactly. A photograph. A picture. I think he must have been quite pleased with it. Did he tell you anything about that picture? Anything at all?
Anything about what?
I think he's faking.
Shut up. Let the boss do the talking.
Tell us what you know, Mr. Colbridge. It's extremely important to me.
I know you.
Of course you know me, and I know you. But what about that photograph? Did Bo Peep tell you anything about it? A picture of a shooting, wasn't it? The killing.
You Sammy.
Did you say Sammy?
Hey, how do you know about Sam?
Quiet, all of you, very quiet. Now, what about Sammy, Mr. Colbridge? What about him?
Died.
Did you say Sammy died?
Died. You got me tied up here.
Oh, damn, it was just a coincidence. He couldn't have known about Sammy.
I know you. You zapped me. What'd you zap me for? What's this all about, Shakespeare? What am I doing here?
Bloody fool.
You said it, Chief. He's bloody in more ways than one.
Now, listen to me, Shakespeare.
Put the gag on him, Sugar.
Yeah, sure, boss. Give me that napkin on the tray there, Dickie.
Is it big enough?
That'll do.
You're going to be sorry, Shakespeare. You just...
I'll take care of him for a while. It's nice and tight.
I'm sorry we took the time to bring him here. He's more trouble than he's worth.
Why did you bring him, Chief?
Because I wasn't certain enough of what he knows or doesn't know to either leave him there or kill him.
Don't you think one corpse is enough? That's what started all this, remember?
Unfortunately, Carl, there are now 2 corpses.
2? You mean...
I mean the photographer, of course. Dickie had to dispose of him the first time he went after the film. We'd followed him to his apartment in my car. Dickie went up alone and knocked at his door, right, Dickie?
Oh, just following orders, boss.
He could hear Mr. Peep inside talking on the phone to someone named Abner, who later turned out to be our friend over there. But he kept right on knocking at the door. Mr. Peep finally answered it, but he put up a fight. Dickie had to use his knife on him. Right, Dickie?
Well, I didn't have no choice, boss. I told you that.
Regrettably, however, Dickie complicated things even further by only taking the film that was in Mr. Peep's camera. Later, when we discovered it hadn't even been exposed, I had to go back to the apartment with him. That's when we ran into our friend, Mr. Abner Colbridge, in person.
If you ask me, Chief, I'd say you're talking too much in front of our friend over there.
Yes, I'm always talking too much. Well, I think Mr. Colbridge will have to go anyway.
Well, now, listen, Chief, this isn't the old days. Don't get too carried away.
Oh, hi, Mr. Shakespeare. Were you looking for me?
Yes, indeed I was, Miss...
Taylor. Miriam Taylor.
Yes, do come in, Miss Taylor.
Thanks.
Miriam Taylor was wearing a floppy green hat, a green dress, green shoes and accessories, and a lot of long red hair. She was very pretty. She frowned a little when she saw the bound and battered mess that was me, but she didn't say anything. Just sat down while one of the flunkies lit a cigarette for her. Shakespeare was watching her intently. Cat and mouse. I wished I had learned how to pray.
So far, we've had our share of blood and more than a little thunder. And now, at last, we've met the woman in green. Poor Abner Coleridge, our frustrated hero, is fit to be tied. And yet, being tied as well as gagged, he's not really fit to cope with the arrival of our heroine. There's always a possibility, of course, that Miss Taylor may not be a heroine at all. We'll find out more about that when I return with Act 3. Right after this. Years ago, when World War II was over, we thought we were living in the best of times. But crime is always with us, in good times or bad. And even though we didn't have sophisticated bugging devices to invade our privacy back in the 40s, we still lived in the shadow of blackmail and the black market, and there was plenty of work for a private eye. Which brings us around to Abner Coleridge, our hero with a headache from a blackjack.
So there I was, tied to a chair with a gag in my mouth, unable to do anything but wait and see what was going to fall into place between Shakespeare and his three flunkies and the young woman in green. Miss Miriam Taylor was just sitting there ignoring me, calmly smoking a cigarette and making small talk, when her name fell into place in my head from Bo Peep's phone call earlier that night.
Besides, there's somebody at the door. It's probably Miriam. Oh, wait till you meet this Miriam Taylor, Abner. She's green as grass, but she's got a lot of guts.
I was just wondering whether it had been Miriam Taylor or Dickie at Bo Peep's door when the small talk in the office was interrupted by the telephone.
I'll get it, Chief. Hello. Yeah, Marty, this is Carl. What's the word? Nothing else, huh? Oh, yeah, he's right here, Marty. I'll tell him myself. I'll see you later.
Well, don't stand there just shaking your head at me, Carl. Tell me what he said.
Somebody's wedding, 2 conventions, and a lot of pin-up girls. Nothing else, Chief.
Nothing at all?
Nope. That was it.
Dickie?
Yeah, boss?
Step outside on the balcony, please, and stay by the door. We don't want to be disturbed.
Gotcha.
No more visitors, Dickie. Is that quite clear?
I hear you, boss.
Now then, Miss Taylor, how are you getting along? You and your photographer.
Oh, we've got the makings of a good story, Mr. Shakespeare, but I just can't figure where Bo Peep's got to. Haven't seen him for hours.
Is that so? Have you been looking for him?
Oh, sure. I called him at our office, and I called his apartment, and he wasn't there.
What do you suppose has happened to him?
I just don't know. He must have gone out on another job. We only hire him by the hour for an assignment like this, you know. And there wasn't any definite time set, except for the big show at midnight, and it's almost midnight now, isn't it?
Right so. But you were out for a while, too, weren't you, Miss Taylor?
Well, yes, I was. I had another assignment myself. They keep us busy these days.
So it would seem. Did you know that we had a little trouble here tonight, Miss Taylor?
Trouble? No, I didn't.
Yes. We've been trying to locate a picture, a very valuable photograph. And this gentleman trussed up in the chair here has given us quite a spot of bother in connection with it.
I didn't notice him, of course.
Do you know who he is?
Why, no, I've never seen him before.
But surely his presence must have aroused your curiosity when you came in a few minutes ago.
Yes, I'll admit I was a little puzzled. I mean, he looked so miserable. But I don't want to ask any questions.
Oh, come now, Miss Taylor. It's part of your business to ask questions. I'm surprised at you.
Well, after all, Mr. Shakespeare, there's a difference between public matters and private matters. I
think it would be a most excellent idea if you did question this gentleman, Miss Taylor. Have a little chat with him. Interview him, shall we say?
Hey, the storm's going to break in about 5 minutes, boss. You want to come out and take a look at things?
Yes, indeed, Dickie. We'll be right there.
Gotcha.
Now, look, Chief. You're not going to leave these two here alone, are you? That's carrying all this a little too far.
Never mind. Carl, take off his gag, Sugar.
Yeah, but listen, boss, you
Don't
can't just...
tell me what I can't just, Sugar. I know exactly what I'm doing. Take it off.
Okay.
Now, gentlemen, we are going to leave Miss Taylor and Mr. Colbridge to themselves for a nice little chat.
Are you out of your head, Chief?
That's his name, Miss Taylor. Abner Colbridge. Now, Sugar, come along.
If you don't watch out, you're going to blow this whole thing wide
I
open.
said never mind, Carl. Hurry along, Sugar.
I don't get it, boss, but whatever you say.
That's right, Sugar. Call us if you need us, Miss Taylor. We'll be right out here on the balcony.
But please, Mr. Shakespeare, I don't understand.
Just call us.
I don't understand either. But don't say anything. It's some kind of trick. They must be listening.
I thought you must be Abner Colbridge when I first saw...
Don't say anything. They must have a way of listening, or Shakespeare would never have left us alone here together. He's after a photograph, and he's desperate. He's trying every angle he can think of.
That's a heavy door. Who can eavesdrop?
It's also the only way out of here.
I know that. But this place is almost soundproof.
Is there a dictaphone or any kind of intercom over there on a desk?
No. No, nothing at all like that. Just a couple of telephones.
Either one of them off the hook?
Nope. There's just no way they can hear us. Anyway, I'll whisper.
It's got to be a trick of some sort. Now be careful. This is life and death stuff along about now.
Oh, I know it's life and death. I've seen a sample of the death. I made a terrible mess of explaining myself a minute ago on purpose. I wanted to get involved. I came back here with that in mind.
What's this all about? Where are we? And who are these people? And what was the picture Bo Peep got that caused all this? Who was murdered in the first place and what?
Let me tell you. I've been waiting to talk to you for almost 2 hours, ever since Bo said he was going to call you.
How did you know he called me?
Because he called me first. Now, shut up and listen, Colbridge.
Call me Abner. You're probably the last person who ever will.
My name's Miriam.
Taylor, yes, I heard. Who are you?
I work for Scoop, the picture tabloid. I came here tonight with Bo Peep to do a story on...
Came where? Where are we?
We're in the upstairs office of a new nightclub called The Tempest. It's owned by that maniac who calls himself Shakespeare. The room we're in is on a sort of balcony overlooking the dance floor. And that's opening night you hear out there. Shakespeare's real name is Bulwer Townsend. And he's a six-faced crook who brought an elaborate black market system over here from England 5 years ago. He's been cleaning up, of course, during the war. And now that he's out of one business, he's bought himself into another.
And where did you get all this information?
From Bo Peep tonight, before, oh, that poor little guy.
Yeah. All right, go on.
Well, we hired Bo to do the pictures on a story for the On the Town page. He knows everybody. Anyway, this club, The Tempest, gets its name from a routine they're going to have at midnight every night. They turn on wind machines, rattle a thunder sheet, and drop confetti, and the dance floor rocks, and the band plays Stormy Weather. That's what they're out there waiting for right now.
That or listening to us. Now, what about this picture Bo had that they're all so anxious to get hold of?
I'm coming to that. When Bo and I arrived here tonight, and the real storm was on, Bo figured he ought to get a few outside shots of the club. A good angle, I thought, seeing the Tempest inside and out. and he was around the back in the alley, taking pictures in the lightning flashes, when he accidentally got the gunfight.
What gunfight?
Bo Peep told me on the phone. The way I understand it, that maniac Shakespeare and his former partner had a shoot-'em-up out in the alley. A gunfight. They've been quarreling for weeks, Bo said. And lucky little Bo just happened to get them in a shot he was taking of the old dancing girls billboard out there.
Billboard?
Tell me more.
It belonged to the club that was here before Shakespeare took over and remodeled the place.
Then I did see it.
Well, everybody's seen it. But not with a murder taking place in front of it. Bo took off like a rabbit, of course. Scrambled over to his place with a roll of film, phoned me, and then you. He wanted to have everything set up for the cops to walk in. A scoop for Bo Peep, and a scoop for Scoop. And he wanted your protection, I guess. I figure he just never thought about being followed.
Well, what happened to the picture?
I'm getting to that.
Well, get there faster.
Bo said he'd call me back at the club here as soon as he got the film developed to let me know if it was any good or not. I was getting interviews with everybody here and looking for angles.
Come on.
Well, I waited, and he didn't call. And there'd been plenty of time for Bo to develop and know if the negative was any good, even if it wouldn't be dry enough for printing. So I called him. Somebody answered and let me prattle on for a minute and then said, "Wrong number." But I knew it wasn't the wrong number. I know the sound of a ring on Bo's phone. There's a catch in it, like a hiccup.
I know. I was there.
You were there? With Shakespeare?
Yeah, we'll come to that. Now, wait a minute. How did you know it was Shakespeare?
I'd been talking to him, getting an interview, only an hour or so before that. You mean to tell me you wouldn't recognize that voice? A double take, maybe, but you'd recognize it.
All right, go on.
Well, I called again a couple of minutes later, and there was no answer. I knew something was cockeyed somewhere, so I went over there. I was actually sick when I saw him on the floor.
I know what you mean.
That's when I called the cops. They're just around the corner from Bo's place.
I know.
And they came, and I told them all about this, what I've been telling you, and that's about it.
But what about the film? Shakespeare didn't get it. I haven't got it. Have you got it?
Hey, listen. Hey, there's the artificial store.
Pretty fancy. Tell me about the film.
Can't you guess where the film was?
Now, don't be cute. I haven't the faintest idea where it was.
Under Bo's body. The cops found it when they moved him after the coroner was through.
You mean they've got it now?
It's probably been developed by now. Oh, God, I'm exhausted.
Well, listen. What are you doing back here, of all places, Miss Taylor? Miriam, you're crazy to come back here.
Oh, relax, will you? The place is surrounded. Droves of cops. You're as safe as your bank account. I came back here to follow the story from the inside.
But what are they waiting for? What are they...
Settle down, mister. They're waiting for the picture, that's all. They found Sammy Walston's body in the trunk of his car an hour ago.
Sammy who?
Walston. Shakespeare's partner, the guy who got the belly full of lead in front of the dancing girls and started all this. Oh, sorry, correction. I guess Mr. Shakespeare started all this.
Well, it certainly isn't ending up the way he wanted it to. Do you have any idea at all why he left us alone together in here?
Who knows? Oh, maybe he thought he'd find out if we were, what is it they say in detective stories? In cahoots. Maybe he thought I'd untie you so we could try to escape, and then they'd nab us out on the balcony. Maybe he was just so desperate he didn't know what else to do with us.
I feel like a fool.
You aren't a fool. You're just in the wrong business. Listen to that. Bang, bang. Ooh, sweet music. They developed the picture.
Well, untie me, will you?
With pleasure. And we need to get you to a doctor. Oh, you'd better come into the newspaper business, mister. The public eye is a lot safer than the private eye.
And so, as Raymond Chandler said, a private eye must always have a lively sense of the grotesque, especially if he's going to have to play second fiddle to a third party who happens to be a lady from the Fourth Estate. Not to mention having to let the cops rush in to do his work for him. Oh, well, maybe he needed to have a night off, just like the rest of us. I'll be back shortly. At the beginning and between the acts of our story, we included a few quotes from Raymond Chandler. And I'd like to round things off with just one more. All men must escape at times, Mr. Chandler once said, from the deadly rhythm of their private thoughts. It is part of the process of life among thinking beings. It is one of the things that distinguish us from the three-toed. Unquote. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Jackson Beck, Patricia Elliott, Robert Dryden, and William Griffiths. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Do you believe in prophecies? In seers and clairvoyance? Do you believe that certain people are gifted with second sight? In particular, the descendants of dark and tortured histories like the Celts? Then this story is for you. But if you are a non-believer, perhaps it is even more important you listen and learn. Something that Jed Burgess refused to do in time.
Bunty, are you trying to chase us away?
It's not up to me.
You don't think I believe all that nonsense?
That's up to you. Just one more thing. The name of the girl who died rather than be shamed. It was the same name as your wife's, Lorna.
Our mystery drama, Man-Sized in Marble, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Paul Hecht and Roberta Maxwell. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Greyhound Package Express. I'll be back shortly with Act One. In the Shire of Argyll, south of the inlet to Loch Lynn, lies the island of Mull. Still sparsely settled, its moors roamed by fierce Highland cattle. Lonely, washed by mist and winds from the sea, its buildings ancient and haunted by bloody history. It is the perfect setting for a ghost story, which is what you're about to hear.
Although every word of this story is true as despair, I do not expect people to believe it. They all said we were hallucinating. There is even the suggestion that we were under the influence of drugs. Not so. But it doesn't matter. My wife, whom I loved beyond everything, is dead. I might as well be. If only I had brushed aside Lorna's voices from the beginning.
Oh no. Oh, Jed!
Lorna, what is it? Wait. I'll get the light.
Oh.
What is it, my darling? Is it a nightmare?
It's Mother.
Mother? What about your mother?
She's going to die.
You mean you dreamed that she was...
She's going to die. I know.
But how?
I saw it happen. She was in a taxi from the airport. And out of nowhere, a great big lorry, a truck. Oh, I knew I should never have let her go home to Scotland. I could feel death around her.
My darling, you...
I did with Dad before he died. I can always feel it. I should never have let her go back.
Well, you know how she was looking forward to the visit.
Well, who was there for her to see, really? No relatives, no friends?
Well, she wanted to see the country she was born in.
I don't want her to die there. I've got to go right away and bring her back. Darling, don't you see? I've got to try and stop it happening.
Now, Lorna, let's be sensible.
No. That's what I was with Dad. I didn't listen to my voice. I didn't believe the vision. Not this time. I'd never forgive myself if anything happens, and at least I didn't try.
Well, okay, baby. I'll call the airlines and book 2 tickets on the first flight we can get out.
2?
Well, you don't think I'd let you go alone, do you? Why not? I thought it might be fun. We could afford it. I just got an advance on my new book, and we could make a vacation out of it. Of course, I didn't believe Lorna's ESP, or whatever you want to call it. It was just part of that sensitive, fey, mystical heritage she had from her Scottish forebears. The wild inner vision that illuminated all her canvases and made her so successful as a designer and illustrator. So we flew to Scotland. And somewhere in those lost hours that mysteriously have to do with the turning planet, we were too late. When we arrived in Glasgow, Lorna's mother had died, just as she predicted. And for 2 terrible weeks, Lorna was in the hospital, shattered. It's your friendly husband, darling.
You are a friend indeed, and in need. What would I do without you?
Well, it's an idea I don't even want to think about. Hey, sitting up. Do you feel well enough to fly home?
Jed,
Yes, darling. Go on, what?
I don't want to go home for a while. I just can't face friends and business, and I just want to run away and hide. Can we do that, please? Just us. Alone somewhere, till I get myself sort of put back together again.
Well, we can do anything you want, Lorna. You got any place in mind?
Mother used to talk a lot about some wonderfully happy summers she spent on the Isle of Mull. Besides, can we try that?
Sure, any place you say. What was that little shudder just now?
Oh, nothing, darling. Just I'm a little cold.
She was my life. So we came to Mull, found an inn, and started poking about looking for some kind of cottage for a couple of months. We found our home the same day as we stumbled on that damnable church. Not that we thought so then.
Isn't it stunning, Jed?
Yeah. Surprising. It's so large on this small island. It's massive, really.
That heavy oak door is studded with iron.
Yeah.
Those Norman arches. And you see how the walls of the nave slope outward.
Yes, they do. Hey, is that safe?
The whole idea. These walls were built without mortar between the stones. If the walls of the church were ever to collapse, the architects didn't want them to fall in on the congregation. You see this in all the old cathedrals, Reims, Chartres, Glasgow. I'd say this was built no later than the 12th century.
Boy, that is old.
Excuse me, but the young lady is quite right. It was finished actually about 1132, according to the records. Excuse me, allow me to introduce myself. I'm the local sawbones, Dr. Duncan McConaughey.
Oh, how do you do, sir? My name is Jed Burgess, and this is my wife, Lorna.
How do you do? Lorna? Now, there's a good Scottish name.
We're Americans, but my parents were born here. Their name was Campbell.
Aye, that's a name would be likely here in Argyleshire. Although you'd want to be sure you came from the right side of the family. We've got a couple of the wrong ones buried in here.
Where?
You'll want to come over here by the chancel to see.
Oh, Jed, aren't the stained glass windows lovely?
Mm-hmm, they are.
And with the sunlight streaming in, aye. But they'll look a bit eldritch by moonlight when the black oak of the choir pews makes them melt away in the shadows and our 2 bully boys stand out in their
white marble armor.
As he pointed, we looked to see that on each side of the altar, stretched on a marble slab as white as the stone he was carved from, lay the figure of a knight in full plate armor, their hands held up in everlasting prayer. So white was the marble that they stood out in bold relief against the age-blacked granite walls.
And you say those figures are candles?
I don't really know who they were. As you can see, someone's chiseled away their names. They were hard, evil old men. So wicked, apparently, that a bolt of lightning, which our islanders say was the vengeance of heaven, struck the house they lived in down by the water there, gutting it of everything but the bare stone walls.
Yes, I saw a house by the water, but that's been restored, surely.
Oh, aye. Eventually, someone took it over, thatched over what was left, and made a rather charming sort of cottage out of it.
It wouldn't be for rent by any chance, would you know?
I don't know, but quite possibly. You could look in on Willie McQuannell down by the ferry slip where you come across. He's our local house agent. I expect he'd know. It'd be rather nice to have some neighbors again.
Oh, do you live near here?
Aye, right up on top of the hill. Crofter's cottage there. I'm a bachelor, so I don't need much room. By the way, forgive me for barging in. I saw the door of the church open, and I thought maybe some of the local laddies might be up to some tricks.
We probably had no right to come in, but the door was open.
Oh, good heavens, every right. House of God, and between you and me.
So, as fate would have it, I never realized how ominous that cliché is. That very afternoon, we found Mr. McWannell, and he came right along with us to show us what finally became for us Campbell Cottage.
The inside is quite marvelous, Jet. Everything up to date, and just look at how lovely it is outside.
Oh, yes, you mean lovely. All the roses and the jasmine climbing all over it. Otherwise, it would be quite forbidding.
By the same token, you'll have to admit it's dirt cheap.
And what a location. I can paint, and you can ride out on the rocks there, looking out at the sea, and in the shade of that big oak. There's just one problem, Mr. McQuannell. I'm a terrible cook, and I don't want to do any housework. Do you think... Could you find us someone who'd be willing to be housekeeper while we're here?
Aye. Well, now, I'll see what I can do.
I'd be willing to pay anything within reason.
Aye. Well, I could speak to my sister's half-cousin. That would be Bunty. Maybe I could coax her into coming.
Oh, would you please?
I can't promise, mind you, but I can try. You'll not be worried or anything like that.
Worried about what?
Oh, you just never know what kind of strange ideas folks in the parts will take the notion to put in your head.
What sort of strange ideas?
Oh, havers about things that walk and all, and the sights you might see.
Witches and warlocks capering about in their cutty socks.
Well, I'll be off. If you decide to take the cottage, we can sign the papers tomorrow morning, and I'll give you the key.
Don't worry, Mr. McQuannell. We'll be here bright and early. We're hooked, aren't we, darling?
I looked at my wife, her eyes shining with pleasure, and the color returning to her pale cheeks, and I agreed with all my heart. Why didn't I take her hand and run as if all hell was behind me? But I didn't. And the next morning we moved in, and Bunty came to stay.
Oh, dear. See who that is, Jed? I'm just trying to put the groceries away.
All right, I've got it. Good morning.
You'd be Mr. Burgess.
That's right.
Willie McQuannell sent me here to see about readying up for you and doing the cooking.
Oh, yes. Wait, I wrote your name down. Yes, you've been Mrs. Menzies.
You can just call me Bunty. But I'll come in and have a talk with the lady of the house.
And in she came. A little round, rosy-cheeked bundle of a woman with a no-nonsense attitude. And off she went to have her talk with Lorna. And whatever was said when they returned, her forbidding tone was gone, and she was all cheer and bustle.
Now, the two of you are on holiday, so away out with you and enjoy yourselves while I get a whack at cleaning up this musty old place.
Bundy's staying, as you can see, dear. But don't you want some help?
You'll help me best by getting out of the way. I'll make you a little picnic, and off you'll go. One thing you've got to learn about Scotland is to take advantage of the sun whenever it's shining. But if you'll take my warning, you'll not want to be about much after dark.
It was a long, golden summer. Mornings we both worked. The book was coming well, and Lorna was painting better than she ever had in her life. Afternoons, as soon as lunch was over, we'd take long walks if the weather allowed, ending up often as though pulled by a magnet to the old church. It was peaceful and lovely there, particularly by night, and Lorna and I dreamed many dreams. Sitting there, I often wondered about those two hard, evil old men who lay in their marble effigies on each side of the altar. After all their crimes and the blood that had stained their hands, had they at the last found peace and rest?
The smoke of their torment ascendeth up forever and ever, and they have no rest day or night who worship the beast and his image. The quote is from Revelation chapter 14, verse 11. It is an apt forecast of what lies ahead. The days were growing shorter and shorter now as September slipped away into October. The twilight came earlier, its half-light holding for a long time, as it does in Scotland. The shadows under Lorna's eyes were gone now, and because they were so happy, Jed and she prolonged their stay. But time for them was growing like the days, shorter and shorter.
I'm so very glad to see what my country has done for your health and well-being.
It's been a tonic.
No, it still is. We're not planning to leave yet, are we?
Who said anything about leaving? Anyway, you're the ones who are going while I stack the dishes for Bunty tomorrow. Then I'll bring on the coffee.
Can't we help?
If you want a chance to smoke, you better take it now. Come on, we'll go for a stroll outside. You see, Lorna can't stand my pipe. It's proof positive of how much she loves me.
I don't mind it all that much. He just likes to be a martyr.
Oh, not me. I can't think of one single cause that's worth dying for, except you, my love.
The feeling's mutual. Now, come on. Don't let's talk about dying.
Oh, what is it, darling?
Nothing.
Oh, sorry.
No need to be.
No, wait. I've seen that look before.
I told you it was nothing. Now, will you take our guest out of here so I can get rid of these dishes?
I just couldn't buy the notion of ghosts and clairvoyance or anything mixed up in the occult. At least, not then. Why couldn't I have realized in time? I wrote it off to just a reaction to my clumsy remark that the wound of her mother's accidental death was still so recent and unhealed. So, I went out with Duncan.
Her mother's death quite shattered her, didn't it?
Oh, yes. Those were the worst 2 weeks of, well, our life, I suppose. Lorna because of her mother, and me because of Lorna.
That's when they put her on the tranquilizers.
Yes.
Did they help?
Well, do you see her now?
Yes.
You seem to have something on your mind, Duncan. What is it?
Oh, I'm afraid I'd be out of line. For one thing, Lorna is not my patient.
Oh, look, I'm not asking you as a doctor, but as a friend.
Oh, all right. I don't like the tranquilizers. This particular formula can have serious side effects.
Well, I haven't noticed any. Well, what do you mean? What sort of side effects?
Well, the most serious one might be psychological disorders.
Well, if that's all that worries you, I assure you.
Are we both thinking of the same thing?
I don't know.
There are just some vague signs here and there, little things that tend to add up. Does she have nightmares? Sleepwalk, anything like that?
Oh, no. Well, nightmares, sure. Who doesn't?
But hers are sometimes special.
It's hard to explain about Lorna. She's very sensitive to things. I suppose that's one of the reasons she paints so well. She seems to have sort of, perception, second sight, whatever you want to call them.
What sort of perceptions?
I'd started the whole subject, so of course I had to tell him about her dreams, about her father and mother's deaths. It sounded sort of silly saying it out loud, and I felt kind of guilty, violating a confidence about my wife, and I trailed off rather lamely. Of course, it's just coincidence. It doesn't mean anything.
I'm not so sure.
What, you mean it isn't? She really does have ESP?
Oh, Lord, no. You'd never get a pragmatist like myself to believe in any spirit nonsense. No, what I mean is that I'm not so sure it doesn't mean anything.
What?
Back to the pills again. ABACA is such a wee worry. The reactions are so few and far apart. I might be making a mountain out of a molehill.
Jed, Dunk, where are you? The coffee's getting cold.
Well, we'll be right in, darling.
And forget what I said. I made too much of it. Just
what?
Just keep an eye on the pills. Cut down if you can. Even stop them. Better be safe than sorry.
What on earth are you two old gossips whispering about? Should my ears be burning?
No, but your nose should be itching.
Hmm? Why?
Because you are going to be kissed by a fool. And the fool kissed her and thought she looked so radiant and happy that all his fears or alarms drained away. What a fool I was. For later that night, I had my first chance to get her away and missed it.
Are you through in the bathroom, Jed?
Just about.
Will you bring me a glass of water when you come?
Your wish is my command.
And hurry. Chilly. I can use a warm body here.
One warm body reporting for duty. Here's your water. I'll put it on the end table. Ooh, it's going to be this cold. Maybe it's time to go home.
Oh, no, it isn't. We can't do that yet.
Oh, what did you say?
I don't know. What did I say?
You said we can't go home yet.
Did I?
Yes, like we had an appointment or something.
An appointment? No, all I meant, I suppose, was I've been so happy here. I just don't want to leave yet. Hand me the water, dear, please.
Oh, yeah. If it hasn't frozen solid. What do you want this for, anyway?
Just to take my happy pill.
Lorna, why don't you cut them out?
Why?
Well, you know, I mean, some people think they might be, well, not dangerous, of course, but...
So that's what you and Dunklin had your heads together over tonight.
Oh, how did you know?
Oh, he picked up the prescription bottle when he was over last week, and I could tell he was dying to say something, but in his gruff, close Scottish way, he decided against it. Why does he say they're dangerous?
Well, he didn't exactly say they were dangerous. He was talking about side effects.
Well, I certainly haven't had any.
Oh, look, honey, just forget what I said. Let's enjoy the rest of our vacation here as long as it lasts. Or in this cold as long as we last. In hindsight, every phrase haunts me. As long as it lasts. It wasn't to be very long. But the days following that cold night held no premonition of the terror to come. Suddenly, the weather was balmy again. The mists dried away till the air was crystal clear and the sun floated lazily in high blue skies like our Indian summer. Lorna was breathless at the riot of color everywhere, and she was now embarked on a large oil canvas of our church on the hill. One day, I had left her there and gone down to the house to pick up a picnic lunch from Bunty. I found Bunty on the stone step outside the main door, squinting in the bright sun, her shawl about her shoulders, gazing anxiously up the path to the church.
Did you leave the little missus up there all alone?
Oh, wild horses wouldn't tear her away from the church till her painting was finished.
I don't know. It's no place to be left alone, even during the day.
Oh, a church, for heaven's sakes, Bunty.
A church, and not a church. It's no my kirk. An ill place it is, and always has been. I've got your picnic basket inside. If you'll come in the kitchen with me, I've got a question to ask.
And I've got a couple to ask myself. What do you want to know, Bunty?
Will you be leaving soon now, Mr. Burgess?
Leaving? Oh, well, I don't know how soon. Why?
Well, I thought from Mr. McQuannell that you'd only be here for the summer.
Well, yes, that was our original idea, but, well, with the glorious weather, we've decided to stay, at least as long as it lasts.
Well, it'll be all right, I should think. You'll be off in time.
In
time? For what?
I'll no just mention that for the now. Here's your basket all ready to go.
Yeah, not quite yet, Bunty. Now, remember, I said I also had a couple of questions.
Ah, so you did?
Yes, it's about that old church up there. I've asked around, but no one seems to know its real history, or at least to talk about.
That'd be so.
But you seem to. Now, can you tell me anything about it?
It's a black and bloody place, and the devil keeps his worship there.
Oh, come on, Bunty. You can't feel that strongly just because it's another denomination.
I'm not talking about the now. I have nothing against old Minster Clachan and the skinty few that make their prayers there today. But you asked about the history. It was built with blood and plunder, and those who tried to buy eternal peace after sins that would turn even the soot on the devil's face as white as flour.
Well, that's pretty graphic. Ask a foolish question. Yeah, I suppose those two knights in marble on each side of the altar had something to do with it.
Sir Ian and Sir Seamus Douglas. Their ancestors built the church to beg God not to visit the sins of those two upon their heads.
So their name wasn't Campbell, but this was once their house.
Stolen, like everything else. The brothers came to lie as honored guests in this house, and then in cowardice and perfidy rose up by night to slaughter mother, father, brother, servants, and all who paid homage to the lord of the manor, save only one, the daughter of the house.
Oh, and what happened to her?
They fell out in quarrel over her, and went to fighting for her like the brutes they were. And Seamus, with his claymore, struck Ian's head from his shoulders till it rolled on the ground, and then he turned to claim his prey. But she, poor bonny lass, fought against him in his bloody desire till he seized her about the neck, forgetting his own strength. Of a sudden, it snapped. So he was cheated of his prey. For 2 days he mourned his loss, until the Lord, in his wrath, hurled a lightning bolt that set the house and all in it to burn to ashes like a funeral pyre.
So, that's the legend, is it?
Oh, it's no legend. It's the truth.
Oh, and how would you know, Bunty?
My name is Menzies. As I told you, I am Highland born. Our blood runs thick, and on the woman's side, we all have second sight. The story has been passed by word of mouth from mother to daughter for generations more than I can count. And you'll no want to leave your wee wife alone up there in that place too long. Here's the basket. Be off with you.
Oh, yes, I should get along. But I would like to talk to you more about
No, I've said enough. I'll hope not to refer to it again. But it's good you'll be going soon.
Are you trying to chase us away?
It's not up to me.
Oh, you don't think I believe all that nonsense?
That is up to you. Just one more thing I might tell you.
Oh, what's that?
The name of the lass who died rather than be shamed. It was Lorna. Lorna Campbell.
Well, what do you think? Coincidence again? After all, Lorna is not an uncommon Scottish name. So is Campbell. And yet, another question. Is Bunty sincere in her superstitious beliefs? Or does she have some reason for wanting to frighten Jed and Lorna away? I'll return shortly with Act 3. It was Dr. Samuel Johnson who said, "Fear is implanted in us as a preservation from evil, but its duty is not to overbear reason." His countryman Edmund Burke had another definition. Early and provident fear is the mother of safety. In Jed Burgess's position, which would you have listened to?
Climbing the hill to the church with a picnic basket, the cloud of Bunty's brooding, eerie legend weighed heavily on me. I hurried round the churchyard wall and down the bierback, a partly paved walk in the shadow of branching yews, so named because it was the way corpses were carried to burial.
Coming out of the dark, I blinked for a moment in the bright sunlight, and then suddenly I felt a clutch of fear. Ahead of me stood Lorna's easel, the canvas resting on it, pallets and paint box lying on a nearby tree trunk. But where was Lorna? Lorna? Lorna?
I'm here, dear.
Oh, where?
Inside the church. Come on in a moment.
Oh,
dear.
yes, all right. I'll be right with you.
What on earth took you so long?
Oh, I got talking to Bunty. What are you doing in here?
I got so hot under the sun waiting for you, I came in here to cool off. What were you talking to Bundy about?
Oh, just local gossip. You feeling all right?
Yes. Why?
Oh, the sun isn't that hot. You have a fever or something?
Of course not. What's the matter with my wanting to be in the shade for a little?
Oh, nothing. I just thought it was strange. The sun seemed hot to you.
What a busybody. All right. I just used that as an excuse.
Oh, an excuse for what?
I didn't want you to start, well, you know, teasing me, putting me on about...
About what?
Oh, you know, my ESP or whatever you want to call it. Jed, I'd stopped painting and was just sitting there, half asleep, waiting for you, when I thought I heard a voice calling me from inside the church.
Oh, what sort of a voice?
A man. At first I thought it might be you. It was just my name, and it only called once. But suddenly, I can't explain it, Jed, but I had this feeling that I had to get up and come in here to the church.
But why?
I don't know. It was like I was commanded to.
And you came here to the marble statues?
To this one.
Why this one? I mean, do you think he called you?
I don't think. I know he did.
Why?
I don't know that.
Lorna, I think we've just about had it here on this island. I think it's time to pack up and leave.
No.
Well, look, what's to hold us here?
Now I know. Now I see it.
What?
The painting. It hasn't been working out. I wanted to capture the whole feeling of this church, the island, and it wasn't going right. But now I see it all. It's from the wrong angle. But look at it from here, Jed. These two old villains in the foreground, the altar with the stained glass windows in the middle, and the heather and the rocks and the sea through the plain glass ones, each on each side, framing them as a background. It's perfect.
How long will it take?
I don't know. But I do know it's something I have to do. I'll be ready to leave just as soon as it's finished.
Okay. But that's a promise.
It's a promise. The moment it's finished.
How could I know it would never be finished? The first cloud on our extended summer horizon came from Bunty. To tell the truth, I'd completely forgotten her harsh, cruel old legend as I was driving to try to finish my book before we left, till one day she surprised me.
I thought it best to come to you, sir. I want to give my notice.
Notice?
Well,
when?
I'll stay through Saturday, but I'll no be back after that.
But why, Bunty? I thought you promised to stay as long as the good weather lasts.
I did, but it's going to break. I will not stay here through Monday. And neither should you.
But why?
I told you I was afraid.
Of what?
Of them two.
Who?
Sir Seamus and Sir Ian.
Oh, we're back to them again. They've been dead for 1,000 years.
Their bodies still lie in the church, drawed out in man-sized marble.
But they're cold stone, Bunty, and their ghosts are quiet enough. And we haven't heard hide nor hair of them all summer.
It's no summer the more. It's close to the end of the old year.
The end of the... Oh, that's right. In the old Celtic calendar, October the 31st was the last day of the year.
And on its eve, all the witches and warlocks rise to their wicked revels. And they do say that same night, them two bodies up there sit up on their marble slabs, gets off them, and walks down the aisle in their marble armor, out through the church door as soon as the dark falls, and along the bier walk. And if it's a wet night, you'll find the marks of their feet in the morning.
And where do they go?
Back here to their home.
And if anyone meets them,
Yes, what then?
if you value your life, or your wee wife's life, you'll no be here to find out.
Oh, really, Jed? The idea of those two poor old white statues lumbering about stiffly isn't scary. It's funny. Like the White King in Alice Through the Looking Glass.
Yeah, well, just the same. It's the reason Bunty's leaving.
But no reason for us to leave. Actually, I'd enjoy a last week or so here on Mull. The two of us alone.
Yes, if the weather holds up.
Who cares about the weather? Just as long as we're together.
Oh, darling, I love you.
Me too.
What would I do without you?
Just don't ever try. Oh, damn.
What is it?
Just one thing. When you go to town for the mail, will you phone Dr. Pleasance and have him send along some more pills? I don't want to be without them either.
So Bunty left, not without admonishments to lock the door Monday night and make the sign of the cross at the doors and windows. And Sunday was a long, lazy, lovely day, marred by only one slight mishap. Coming back from her painting down the path from the church, Lorna stumbled and twisted her ankle.
Jed, stop worrying. It's nothing.
Well, maybe I ought to get Duncan to come down and have a look at it.
No, you're not going to bother him on his day off.
All right, well, at least I am going to get the dinner.
Okay. I'll let you dance attendance on me if you want. Know what?
What?
This is kind of fun, isn't it? I really don't miss Bundy a bit. We can make do, can't we?
Sure, I guess so. If it's not too long.
Oh, it won't be long now.
And it wasn't to be. That night, Lorna slept fitfully for the first time in ages. I wrote it off to her sore ankle, and in the morning, I didn't wake her. Whacking away on the typewriter at the last chapter in my book, the morning went by without my thinking about what day it was. I had a great urge to finish, partly induced, I guess, because the weather had finally turned.
Jed, why didn't you wake me?
Oh, I didn't have the heart, Lorna. You didn't sleep very well. Was it your ankle?
No, it's all right. The weather, maybe. I can always feel a storm coming. That and medication running out over the weekend. I sure hope it's arrived by this morning. Would you mind going down to the post office to see?
No, of course not.
I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to start packing. I want to get away from here.
Oh, that suits me. Your painting finished?
No. I just want to go.
Well, what's wrong, honey?
Oh, nothing.
She should have told me while there was still time to get off the island, but she didn't. There was no mail at the post office, and I stalked off to settle with Mr. McWannell and tell him that we'd be leaving the next day. It was mid-afternoon by the time I got home.
It's almost dark enough to turn the lights on already.
Yeah, it looks like we're in for a bad storm. Oh, I wish we'd gotten away.
So do I. I'm so jumpy. If only at least my pills had come. Jed?
Yes, honey.
I don't think I could take another night like last night. You suppose maybe Duncan, even feeling the way he does.
Oh, certainly he would give you something.
You suppose maybe you could run up there now quickly and ask him before it gets dark or the storm hits?
Well, sure. Why don't you come with me?
I can't. My ankle's bothering me a little.
Yeah, I hate to leave you alone.
It'll be all right. Just hurry back with something to calm my nerves.
She came to the door with me. Outside, the light was fading fast, and the sky was a churning mass of great black clouds.
Maybe I shouldn't send you out like this.
Well, it's now or never.
Hurry back.
Now, you lock that door tight till you hear my knock.
I will. Goodbye, darling.
I had the impulse to tear the door open on that goodbye, but I never did. Instead, I hurried up the hill. I was glad I'd brought the torch, for all of a sudden the darkness closed down and it was black as night. I was passing the church when the first flash of lightning came, and I thought that I saw some movement through the thick yew trees that arched over the beer walk. I stopped to listen as the thunder died away. Something about the special sound of those footsteps sent me circling around the graveyard to the church. The heavy door was swinging in the wind, and that strange something pulled me like a magnet through it and into the church, up to the altar. And in another jagged flash of lightning, my heart gave a sickening leap as I saw that the bodies drawn out in marble, the two statues, were gone. In the dark, numbly disbelieving, I stretched out my hand to run it over the smooth slab, and then, in the light of another lightning bolt, I could verify that neither figure was there. In a sudden mad panic, I rushed from the church into the beer walk, and there, in its dark, I plunged headlong into...
Oh, no, you don't. Hold on.
Let me go. Don't go in there.
What's the matter with you, man? Do you want to be struck by lightning if it hits those huge trees?
No, you don't understand. The marble figures, the knights, they're gone from the church.
Either you dafters, those tranquilizers.
Let me go. I tell you, I've seen the bare slab.
All right. Till this blows over, we'll go in and you'll show them.
He was a powerful man physically, and he half wrestled me into the church. Behind us, the storm seemed to die away as fast as it had come.
There they are, man. Large as life.
No.
So much for your missing figures.
No, but it must have been some trick of light.
No doubt. Still, hey, there's been some mischief afoot here.
What? Where?
Someone's broken a finger off at this one's hand. Oh, the laddies and their Halloween pranks.
Halloween. The 31st of October, the last day. Duncan, come on, as fast as we can. I've got to get back to my wife. Do I have to tell you what we found? The house was ablaze with candles. The lights must have failed. They were stuck everywhere. Candlesticks, vases, ornaments, the mantle. Light was always Laura's defense against the unknown. But this time, she'd had no defense. She lay in a little crumpled heap, one hand clasped tightly about something, her head at such an... I knew before Duncan told me.
I'm sorry, Jid. No doubt. She's dead.
How?
A broken neck.
I can see that. I ask you how.
She must have tripped, fallen.
Well, what's that touched in her hand?
Here, let me see. Oh, good Lord. It's the marble finger. The one that was missing from the statue.
What else is there to say? Those two massive dead white figures stomping through the wild night in their marble armor will haunt me the rest of my life. Did Lorna expect them? Was there something in her voice and her visions that drew her inexorably back to her appointment with the death of another girl named Lorna, suffered 10 centuries before? I don't know. I don't even want to know. I'll be back shortly. "24 hours after Jed Burgess took his poor dead wife away, a huge electrical storm swept the island. This time, the bolt of lightning struck the church. The force of the blow defeating the old architects by tumbling the walls inward. Somewhere in the mass of rubble, that is all that remains, lie the powdered fragments of those bodies drawed in marble that will never walk again." Our cast includes Paul Hecht, Roberta Maxwell, Francis Sternhagen, and Fred Gwynn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. There's a strange little rhyme I'm sure most of you have heard. Last night I met upon the stair a little man who wasn't there. He wasn't there again today. I wish he'd go away. This is a story of a house that refused to stay dead.
Oh, Judge?
Yes, Benny Lou.
Who lives in the house at the bend of the river, down by the bottomlands under Tully Ridge?
What'd you say?
Just asking about the house at the bend of the river.
Why, you couldn't have seen a house from Tully Ridge, and not by the bend of the river. There's no house there.
Our mystery drama, The Phantom House, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Marion Seldes and Mason Adams.
It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
In 1880, the world was a very different place than the one we know today. No automobiles, no planes, no radio, no TV. Most people were born, lived their lives, and died within a radius of 50 to 100 miles. To get places, you walked, rode a horse, or a horse and buggy, or if you went beyond that 100-mile radius, the railroad. And what an adventure that was. To ride, swaying and bouncing behind that iron monster with its hiss of steam and its great proud plume of black coal smoke curling away in the wind down the length of the train.
Are we still in the District of Columbia, Marianne?
Well, no, Betty Lou. I reckon since we just crossed over the Potomac, we're in Virginia.
No, it's so fast. Oh, I love it. I wish this old train would go twice as fast as now.
I hope you don't get your wish. It's fast enough for me. And you better watch your language, young lady.
Oh, listen to who's giving herself airs. My big sister, a whole year and a half older.
Mama made me promise to remind you. You don't want Papa to get a bad report of you from Uncle Thurman?
Oh, fiddlesticks to old Judge Thurman. What can he do anyway with Papa and Mama thousands of miles away in Europe?
Well, even if he can't, it isn't polite. And it certainly isn't ladylike to take the name of the Lord in vain.
Oh, Mary, this is the 20th century.
I don't know what to do with you.
Why don't you stop being such a prude and have some fun?
I am not a prude.
Oh, yes, you are. Why do you have to draw your hair back so tight? Why don't you fluff it up some? And do you have to wear those awful eyeglasses?
Well, you know I don't see properly without them.
But you'd look so much better.
Oh, I'll bet if the judge knew what he was taking on in you, he'd maybe have thought twice before inviting us under his roof while Mom and Papa were over in Paris, France.
I wonder what he's like. I don't remember him that well.
Oh, maybe you're the one that needs the glasses. You saw him only 2 years ago.
I didn't pay much heed.
My. A man you didn't notice?
Oh, too old. Oh, there's an awful lot of Virginia. How long is it going to take us to get there?
To Richmond? Well, it won't be there for hours.
How long after we get there till we get to Great Oaks and get settled and all?
Betty, I don't know. I have never been there either.
I bet we don't get there till dark. Oh, such a long time. What are we going to do till then?
I thought you said this was fun.
It was. Oh, but this engineer doesn't go fast enough. Oh, look, on the other side of the train. A fox hunt. Oh, let me through so I can look.
Betty Lou, watch out.
I'm just trying to get across before the... I'm sorry.
Oh, pardon me.
Oh, I've lost my eyeglass.
Allow me, ma'am. Perhaps I can find them.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I want to thank you, too. It was certainly nice to run into you.
Well, I am certainly glad that I bumped into you.
Well, I don't believe we've met, have we? I'm sorry, but without my eyeglasses...
We haven't been introduced formally. Ma'am, your eyeglasses.
Oh, thank you. Oh, my, this is dirty. I've got to clean them. Are you going to Richmond?
Matter of fact, I am.
Well, that's where we're going.
Betty, don't be so forward. This gentleman is a stranger.
That's right, ma'am. So if you and your sister will excuse me.
Thank you for finding my eyeglasses.
A pleasure with mine.
Well, I declare, you are so stupid.
What are you talking about?
That handsome man, and you just shucked him off after he was nice and all?
He was a stranger, Betty Lou.
We found your old eyeglasses for you.
I thanked him.
Maybe if you'd put them on and had a good look at him, you'd have done more. I mean, that man was handsome. Now, I don't suppose we'll ever see him again. I wonder how he knew we were sisters.
Sermon?
What's that, Hattie?
You gonna fetch them two little girls is coming. Time you had the carriage brought round. Long ride to Richmond.
You got fly swatter?
Now, you knows I never goes anywhere without it's hanging from my belt.
You better get it in your hand. You got an old blue tail climbing in here on the porch.
And if you just open your eyes, you could see the swatter in my hand, and his time is at hand. Like yours. You better stir yourself, Judge.
Yeah, I reckon. I just wonder why I ever let myself in for this.
Why, you bring back some life around here. Something new and young to perk us all up.
Aren't we getting just a bit old for that, Hattie?
Well, maybe these young'uns around can change you. What we need here. Ain't never been the same since Master Bridge took himself off to college all those years. Oh, how I wish that boy were back here. You ain't heard nothing from him, Judge, sir?
I know he doesn't ride that often, Hattie. Ever since I had to tell him I wasn't his own father.
You never should have told him.
Hattie, he has legal rights.
Well, the Lord provides. Shall I have Jim bring the carriage round?
Yeah, just as soon as you're ready.
Me?
Oh, I can't handle two 20-something-year-old girls by myself. You got to come along.
Judge, I can't leave things alone here for 3 hours there, 3 hours back. I got things to be done.
Well, I need you more than you're needed here.
You know, I ain't been in Richmond in pretty near to 15 years.
Yes, Mary Ann. Oh, dear, where's my hat pin? Here. Are we in the station?
Pretty near.
What about our luggage?
Oh, there'll be porters take care of that.
Suppose the judge isn't there.
I'm sure he will be.
Didn't we have a cousin once? I mean, a boy once.
It's hard for you to remember Uncle Thurman from 2 years back, but you managed to remember Bridge from, what must be, 10.
Didn't even notice me then.
Young men in their 20s don't pay much attention to 12-year-old girls. Oh, we're almost in. Don't forget your reticule. Fix your boa.
Oh, stop sounding like Mama.
Well, somebody has to be an authority around you.
I wonder what happened to that handsome man.
Can't you forget men for just one moment? Oh, look, there's Uncle Thurman waiting right there on the platform.
Well, two lovely and fashionable young ladies.
I'm honored.
My Judge, you're quite a ladies' man.
Betty, I'm sure the pleasure is all ours. It's so kind of you to take us in.
Why, you've brightened my house. Oh, girls, this is Hattie, my housekeeper.
Hello, darlings, and welcome. How do?
Hattie? Oh, my, I've heard so much about you.
From the Judge?
No, from my papa.
Oh, yes, Mr. Stacy. He's a fine gentleman.
Marianne? Well, that young man, he's there, and he's looking.
Now, Jim, see into your luggage, ladies. Maybe we better go check if it's all there.
Why can't I just gosh? Of course, Judge, we'll come right along. But,
oh, it doesn't matter. He's disappeared.
You coming?
Yes, sir. Come along, Betty Lou.
Come on, Hattie.
I'll be right there, Judge, in just a minute. You can come out now, Master Bridge. You can't hide from Hattie.
Who expected to see you or the judge here? Okay, Hattie, I'm caught. What are you going to do about it?
Ain't nothing I can do about it, is there, Master Bridge? Except to ask, why are you back if you're not coming home? How can you turn your back on those that love you?
There's a phrase in law, Hattie. A moot point. Story of my life. Maybe I've come home to see if I could find any way to make it unmoot.
I don't understand you.
It makes two of us. I don't understand much about my life. That's why I came back. I just didn't expect to run into you and the judge.
Well, we come down to pick up his two nieces. We're going to take them in till their parents come on home from Paris, France.
A habit for you and the judge, isn't it, Hattie, taking in strays?
Now, Mr. Bridge, don't you go being bitter again.
Hattie, don't you try telling me what to do. You're not my mama anymore.
I wished I was. I would take you across my knees.
It's too late for that, Hattie. I guess it was too late for almost anything in my life before it began.
Don't you say that to someone who loves you so.
Hattie, you're the only person I never want to hurt. And don't let me do it.
Well, you can do it so easy. Come home. Please.
In my own time. Just don't tell anyone I'm back. See, I can't come home until I find myself.
Now, Brigadier. I know I got no right pushing you the way I did, but I just had to do something or explode.
Betty Lou Stacy, you all right?
Yes, I'm all right.
Oh, I declare my heart is in my throat. You just scared me about to death the way you took off like that. Whatever got into you?
I'm just so plain bored I can't stand it. 2 weeks stuck out here in the country with nothing to do.
Well, the riding is nice. And the countryside is pretty.
I already know it like the back of my hand, and it's so barren.
Oh, what do you mean, barren? Virginia is beautiful.
The countryside, maybe, but where are the people? Just think. We've ridden out every day in all directions and never seen one solitary single other house. Even from up here on the mountain, as far as you can see, there isn't a one.
Well, there's no time to dawdle so far from home. It's starting to get dark. Oh, it's clouding over. It looks like rain. Come on, we've got to go.
In a minute.
Where are you going?
I could swear I saw some smoke coming up from down below. Marianne, come here, quick.
What is it, Betty Lou? It's getting dark.
Look, we've got down there, by the river, in among the trees. What do you see?
You know I don't bring my eyeglasses when I'm riding. What is it?
It's a house. A beautiful old red brick house. Only it can't be.
What do you mean?
It wasn't there yesterday, or a week ago, or any other times we've been by this way. I've got to go right down there and see.
Oh, now look at that. We're going to be soaked to the skin. The horses are getting restless. Will you come on?
But I want to go and see if there really is a house there.
Oh, you're just seeing things. We can't in this dark and rain. There's plenty of time for that tomorrow. Oh, please, come on. We're going to get such a soaking. We're lucky if we don't catch our death of cold.
Land sakes, Miss Betty Lou and Miss Mary Ann, you are most grounded. Now, we got to get you both into hot baths. Where have you been?
Having an adventure for a change up on Tully's Ridge. I looked down, and I saw a house on the river way below.
Where?
Right at the bend. What's the matter, Hattie?
Ain't no time to talk about that. Now, I got to take care of you little ladies. Now off you go. Upstairs, Miss Lou.
I reckon I'd better. I got the chills. Coming, Mary Ann? Right with you.
Why are you so upset about the house, Hattie? Did you see it too, Miss Mary Ann?
No, I didn't really, but then I didn't take my...
You wouldn't see it, darling. Because it just isn't there. Not anymore, it ain't.
It had seemed a nice, quiet little story, hadn't it? No clanging skeletons, no threats of violence, no brooding terrors. And now, suddenly, there's a hint of, let me put it, that before we are finished, Mary Ann's remark may well come true, except that the death that waits, lurking to be caught, will not be from the common cold. Oh, no. Something much more uncommon. I shall return shortly with Act Two. Now, if you had to hazard a guess, which of the two sisters would you have expected to catch the cold? Headstrong, giddy Betty Lou, or the more demure and quiet Mary Ann? Which did you say? Did you guess? Well, we certainly don't want to keep you in suspense, do we? And we're not going to.
Yeah, Betty Lou, that's quite a cold you took to yourself.
Oh, don't worry about me, Judge Thurber.
Oh, bless
excuse me. Oh, just don't you worry about me. It's just a little old cold.
I'm going to leave you to get a little rest.
Could I just see Mary Ann for a few minutes first?
All right. But don't you keep her here too long, expose her to your cold.
If she didn't get it with me, looks like she's not going to get it at all.
Well, anyway.
Oh, Judge, who lives in the house at the bend of the river down by the bottom land, under Tully Ridge?
What you say?
Just asking about the house at the bend of the river.
What house?
I saw it last night from the ridge when the storm came on.
Oh, you couldn't have seen a house from Tully Ridge. And not by the bend of the river. There's no house there. Mary Ann, did you see this house Betty Lou was talking about?
Well, Judge, no, not really. I mean, it was getting dark and the rain started, and it was so far away.
No, that's quite all right, my dear. I'm just glad to hear what you tell me. It was just an illusion, you know. There's just no way there could be a house there.
Well, I said to Betty Lou I thought her eyes were playing her a trick. How is she feeling?
Oh, the doctor has no worries about her so long as she keeps close to bed for a week or so. Hattie?
Yes, Judge, sir.
I think Miss Betty Lou could use some of your hot chicken gumbo soup, huh? Build her up a bit.
I got some cooking right now, Judge.
All right, then, if you'll excuse me, Mary Ann, I'm going to my study. I'll leave Betty Lou to you and Hattie.
Thank you, sir. I'll come up with you, Hattie, and I'll bring the soup up.
Oh, no need. I don't mind the stairs. Maybe I can help make the child comfortable some way.
Suppose she should ask about the house.
The house?
In the bottoms, by the bend in the river.
Why, you heard the judge, Miss Mary Ann. Ain't no house there.
I know. That's what you said last night.
Yes.
Only, you also said, not anymore. There's some kind of mystery about the house, Hattie. What is it?
If there is, Miss Mary Ann, it ain't something you're going to find me talking about.
Oh, now, really? Oh, why did this have to happen to me?
I don't know, honey. I'm sorry.
What's the weather like?
Oh, it's beautiful today.
I suppose you're going out. I thought I might. A little later. You gonna ride?
No, I'll take the surrey if I go.
Go where?
Oh,
Just, Marianne, do me a favor.
what?
If you do go see about that house I thought I saw. Matter of fact, that's what I thought I might do.
Oh,
You don't believe it's there. Well, I didn't yesterday. Anyways, I didn't see it. I told the judge, and he was kind of funny. There's some mystery about that house.
well, I don't want you upset, so this afternoon I'll ride around and see if I just can't solve it.
Oh, who's that?
Oh, sorry. Who are you?
You don't recognize me?
You know me?
I do. And don't you know me?
What? No, should I?
Seems as if you ought. What are you doing here?
I was looking for a house I thought I saw from up there on the ridge.
There's no house here, Miss Stacy. I reckon you'd be Mary Ann.
That's my name. I don't believe you said yours.
I don't believe I did.
Then I don't see how you could expect me to recognize... Oh, of course, I know. You were the man on the train.
That's part of it.
What does that mean?
Well, I won't tease you anymore. I must say, on the train, I didn't recognize you either.
We know each other.
We ought. You might call us kissing cousins.
I don't follow.
Well, we're not really related, but we do claim to be kin to the same man.
Who?
Judge Thurman. Of course, it's quite a spell since we met in Washington, and I guess we look some different. I know you sure do.
Bridge? Bridge Thurman?
The name I go by.
Well, for heaven's sake, fancy meeting you here. Well, why aren't you home? Where have you been all this time since the train?
I've been looking for myself.
What?
You know what you just tripped over? Look.
Oh, it's a grave.
And there's a headstone. It's hard to read. It's so covered with moss and weather-struck, but I can tell you what it says. Bethel Ellen Winfield, born 1842, died 1861. An eye for an eye. In her time, she will find just retribution.
Who was she?
She was my sister. My father's grave is over there. No inscription for him.
Your father?
My real father, Colonel Damian Winfield. That's all that's left of us, me and two graves. You said you were looking for a house? There's nothing left of it but the foundation, burned to the ground.
When?
In the war between the states, in 1863, near as I can find out.
But my sister saw it yesterday from the ridge over there.
She saw it? Saw the house? Well, now, what did it look like?
She said it was a handsome, big, red brick mansion.
Why, so it was, by all accounts. You saw it, too?
No, I didn't, because without my eyeglasses...
They wouldn't have helped. There is no house at Winfield anymore. It died with my father. I think this is as far as I'll go.
Aren't you coming home?
Home? Where is that?
Well,
Mary Ann, I've told you all I know. Ever since the woman I always thought was my mother died and told me I was not her son, there's been a conspiracy of silence that denies me my birthright. The judge won't talk. Hattie dare not, I reckon, and if anyone else still alive knows the truth of how my sister died and how I lost my father. They're not talking, or I can't find them. I feel like a man without a soul, without a shadow. And until I find them, I cannot breathe free.
Now, what you ought to do, Miss Betty Lou, is settle down and have a nice nap before dinner.
I can't, Hattie. I'm waiting for Mary Ann to come home.
Well, she'd go along in good time.
You asked me she's taking her own sweet time. You say she took the Surrey?
Yes'm.
She say where she was going?
Not to me.
Well, she was going out to look for that house I saw. The one you won't talk about.
She oughtn't to have done that.
Why ever not? Didn't you say there's no house?
There isn't anymore.
You mean there was one once?
A long, long ago.
Was it a red brick one?
Yes, but it don't do no good to dwell on it. Neither you nor Miss Mary Ann. If you saw any kind of house the other day, that was a ghost house. And you'd best forget it before you bring all the long dead and gone haunts back to scare us into the grave with them.
I swear it's just plain exasperating. All the mystery with everyone.
I told you, the house isn't there anymore. There's a foundation, but that's all.
It isn't all. I know you too well. You're holding something back. Why can't you share your secrets with me? You always did.
Well, this one I can't.
Why not?
Because it isn't mine to tell.
There's someone else.
I didn't say.
A man.
Now, Betty Lou.
Now, Mary Ann.
It's not my secret, so I can't tell.
Lord, what was that? I must be getting soft in the head. Sounds like someone tapping against my window pane.
Hattie, it's me.
I can see, Master Bridge.
I got to talk to you.
I'll come down and let you in.
No, not here. Meet me in the barn.
Master Bridge.
Please. I've got to know, Hattie. I've got to have the truth.
Let it be, honey lamb. It don't matter anymore.
Where do I come from? Who am I? Why are my dreams haunted by a voice that keeps calling me back to the dead house at the bend of the river?
Then hear me tell it. It's 20 years since, and I was a younger woman, and the judge was a young man with his father still alive. Old Judge Scott, that was. And his best friend was the Colonel, Colonel Winfield, your father, who owned the big red brick house by the bend of the river, where everyone who worked the fields of the house was free and clear.
My father was that old?
You come along in autumn time. Your sister Bethel Ellen was way ahead of you by 10 to 11 years. And she was promised to marry Judge Thurmond. Only the old judge had to back down.
How? Why?
They was bad times, the war times. And family turned against family, father against son, friend against friend. When Virginia declared for the Confederate States, the Colonel would have no part of it. He was for the Union. And the old judge called him traitor and said no son of his could marry into a blue coat family.
And Judge Thurmond felt the same as his father?
I reckon. He hadn't much choice. He was called to the army and he took off, leaving your poor sister carrying his child.
Oh, good Lord.
And she, poor child, with nowhere to turn, took a long step off of Tully's Ridge and found her own peace.
Killed herself?
And her child. The Colonel was like a wild man. He come up here to call Judge Thurmond out, but he was gone. So he stood in the courtyard and swore. Oh, Lord, I can hear him now.
Damn you and all your brood, Jim Scott. May you rot in hell. But I tell you, I will have my revenge. If it takes me till the trumpet sounds and all the dead rise, I will take a daughter from your house to fill the rest of my day.
What did he mean?
I said he stood there in the courtyard, but he was no mortal man. Because the people of the country with the war fever had risen against a Union man and shot him dead and burned the house to the ground. You were the only one escaped.
You mean it was a ghost who threatened the judge's father?
We all saw him, and we heard him. But he was long dead before we did. It was a haunt, sure enough, Master Bridge. And time's been winding up to this moment, when it looks like some way the curse is about to come home to roost.
Not such a simple little story, as you can see, after all. And what we have seen is only past history. which is now about to catch up with the present. Which of our two sisters is the one threatened? Or are we starting at shadows? And if a girl is dragged back into the shadows of yesterday, what agency can save her? I shall return shortly with Act 3. In the barn, half lit by the patches of moonlight that slant across its floor, two figures are frozen. The shadows accent the gaunt-stricken face of Bridge, while the moonlight glistens like tears on Hattie's broad, compassionate one. For a moment it seems that in this flash of revelation the whole world stands still. Behind the bales of hay, shocked and ashamed to have eavesdropped inadvertently on so personal a history, Mary Ann shrinks back, as if wishing that the night would open up and swallow her.
Master Bridge?
Yes, Hattie, what is it?
You could come home. The judge, he's mighty lonely.
As he deserves to be. He walked out on my sister when she was carrying his child.
Well, maybe he didn't know that.
He must have known.
How can you say that?
What difference does it make? He killed Bethel Ellen just the same as if he'd put a gun to her head. I reckon with my father dead, I'm just going to have to carry out his curse and pay him back.
No, Master Bridge. The judge is very sick with a cancer. It's going to bring him low. He's beyond all of us. Just a sad man who cries for some loving hand to keep him company in the shadows. Why do you think he has his two little nieces here now?
Hattie, what do you expect me to do?
I just wish you would come on home.
This isn't my home.
Feels like it's the closest to what you ever had.
No.
The judge needs you. If you don't come on here, where can you go?
I don't belong here.
Where do you belong?
Where? That's a question I wish someone could answer for me. Because I can't answer it for myself. Go on back in, Hattie. Leave me to find out where I'm going by myself.
I can't leave you this way.
No way you can solve it. It's got to be up to me. Goodbye, Hattie.
Goodbye, Master Bridge. But you're wrong as wrong can be if you don't know this is your place.
My place? I have no place. Who wants me?
Bridge.
Who's that?
Mary Ann Stacy.
What are you doing here?
I want to apologize. I didn't mean to eavesdrop.
You heard?
Yes.
What right had you?
None. Except what I took for my own.
What do you mean?
I was awake. I was haunted by your house and other things, and then I couldn't help it. I saw you from my window, turning and going towards the barn, and I felt I had to talk to you. So I came down. I didn't know Hattie was fixing to join you.
I called her down to get the truth. And you heard.
Yes, I heard. And I still say what I said before. Let the past go.
Why would you be interested?
Oh, Bridge, I don't need my eyeglasses to see one thing clear.
What's that?
I love you, Bridge.
Scarce even know me.
I don't have to.
No, nor me. Why couldn't we have met before?
Oh, what's the difference? Now we have.
I'm tied to the past. There's no way I can live in the present. Goodbye, Mary Ann.
Where are you going?
I don't know. Heaven help me, I don't know.
If you need me, call on me. Oh, I'd do anything for you. I want to help you, Bridge. 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 Who's there? It's Mary Ann, Hattie.
Why, little miss, what are you doing up this late?
I was in the barn. I heard it all, you and Bridge. Oh, sweet Lord. I want to pray with you. For him. For us all.
Too late for prayers, Miss Mary Ann. We just have to hope the Lord will provide. Come on away upstairs. Let me see you to bed.
No, I can manage.
You love him just as much as I do. I can see that, child. So let me tuck you in snug and hope I'm saving you for him. What? Hmm? Oh, Bridge?
I'm calling you. Marianne. Marianne, come to me.
I said I'd come to you. Anytime. Where?
Come home. Come home, my dear.
Your voice is so strange.
Come home.
Where?
To the house by the bend of the river. The house that claims you forever and ever and ever.
Marianne? Yes, Betty Lou. Were you talking to someone? No, honey. Now you going back to sleep. You got a fever you have to get rid of.
Oh, why did I have to get this old cold? I feel like I'm missing things.
What are you doing up? Nothing to worry you. Just go back to sleep.
Oh, where are you going?
I don't rightly know. Go to sleep, Betty Lou.
I just can't keep my eyes open. Just tell me where you're going so I can sleep.
Just to look once more for that red brick house you thought you saw. Where am I going? Through the dark night. What called me out? The voice of my lover or the voice of the past? Why am I riding blind and terrified? Because I know that I have no life without Bridge. I want no life without him. And somehow I know I can't find him unless I...
Oh, what happened to me? Where am I?
At the foot of Tully's Ridge, Bethlehem. The horse threw you and you fell all the way.
Bethlehem? No, I'm not. Who are you?
Colonel Winfield, child. Your father. Come on now, Bethlehem.
I am not Bethlehem.
You're all I have left of her. Come along now.
Where are we going?
We're going home. At last, we're going home. Come on in, child.
This is the red brick house. The house at the bend of the river. I can't go in there.
Why not?
Because it isn't there anymore. There isn't any house.
It's where you belong. With me, Bethlehem.
I'm not Bethlehem, and I don't belong to you. I can't belong to you. You're dead.
That's right. I'm dead. That's why you belong with me.
What are you saying?
I swore Judge Thurman would have to provide me a daughter to take Bethlehem's place. That's why you do belong here. And you belong to me. Because you're dead.
No.
No, Father, she is not dead.
Don't mix in this, Bridge. You're only a child.
A little more than a child now, Father.
Now, what is now?
Now is the present fighting the dead weight of the past. Now is my growing up and facing honestly that there's nothing I can do for my sister. Ever could do. But I can do something for Marianne. I won't let you, Father, or anyone have her. I'll fight that till I'm dead myself.
Yes? Who is this, Hattie? Hattie, it's Betty Lou. Open up.
Coming out. I'm coming. I'll be right there. Here I am, child. What are you doing out of bed?
It's Barry Ann.
She coming down with the cold, too?
No, Hattie.
She's gone.
What do you mean, gone?
I woke up and I was just so woozy, and I saw Mary Ann was up and dressed in the middle of the night. I asked what she was doing, and she said for me to go to sleep, not to worry, and then I drifted off. The last thing I remembered was she said something about going to look for the red brick house.
Oh, no. She wouldn't go to that ghost place.
All right, now, Betty Lou. We're up top of Teller's Ridge. Just you show me from where you and Mary Ann saw this house.
It's hard to tell at night in the rain, but I remember a big tree like that on the edge of the bluff right over there where we... What was that?
Well, it's just a horse went in.
There. See? Saddled and bridled right over by the tree.
Wait a minute. That's Brigadier. One of the horses you and Mary Ann have been riding.
That's the one she must have ridden out tonight.
Don't you go out in that rain with your cold.
I have to. Mary Ann must be hurt.
Well, I'll come with you.
Don't you leave me behind?
Well, where are you going, Betty Lou?
She must have been thrown. She can't see in the light, let alone in the dark. Oh, I'm just praying she didn't go over the bluff.
Here, darling, let me put a cape around you.
Never mind me. Let's just think of my sister. Oh!
What is it?
Look. There. Now the rain just stopped and the moon came out. That's the bend in the river where I saw the house. And you look, too. Now you can see it just as plain. The house.
No. That's not possible.
You don't belong here. We're dead. We live in the grave.
You are, Father, but I'm not. And neither is Mary Ann.
She came in answer to my voice. She wouldn't be here if you weren't replacing the daughter I lost. I claim this girl for my own.
I promise you I'm not going to let you win.
What's that?
The present catching up with you, Father. The present that I'm going back to and taking Mary Ann with me. Wish me luck?
All right, son. You win.
And rest in peace, Father.
Maybe now at last I can.
Master Bridge, it's us. You got Mary Ann there?
Yes, Hattie.
Is she all right?
She's had a bad fall, head injuries, concussion.
Bridge, son, how come you're here?
Fate, or the good Lord, I guess. Can't let Mary Ann be exposed anymore. We've got to lift her carefully and bring her home. Maybe that's what it's going to be. At last, Hattie, if all goes well.
No, I don't want to be dead. I don't want to be.
Hush, darling. It's all right. You're not. You're here.
Here?
In the land of the living.
Oh, yes,
with me.
but I...
In what's going to be my home and yours.
Not the brick house?
The brick house is dead and gone forever.
Bridge, how can we be sure?
Because it's only lived in my mind, in the mind of a 10-year-old boy who was all that survived it, and in whose memory it never quite died. Until tonight.
Tonight?
Tonight I had to make a choice between yesterday and tomorrow. Now. Wasn't very difficult. You are the sum of all of them. Just get well, so I can spend the rest of my life with you.
Which brings the curtain down on our little story, which, as it evolved, became quite involved, and which also served to prove that though our heroine was slightly short-sighted, in the long run, she had an eye for the right man to buy her the future. I'll be back shortly. What readjustment adjustment and reconciliation might have been achieved between Bridge and his foster father, Judge Thurman, was, perhaps fortunately, never tested. Because exposure to the night air when Mary Ann was discovered resulted in a severe pneumonia, which his frail health was unable to withstand, which might, in its own way, have been the finger of fate or of retribution. Our cast included Marion Seldes, Mason Adams, Morgan Fairchild, Ann Petoniak, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... girl who had a little curl right in the middle of her forehead. And when she was good, she was very, very good. And when she was bad, she was horrid. Is the true wisdom of this world contained in the nursery rhyme? Probably. Because we can all be either good or bad, depending on, well, each case is special. What does it take to make you behave badly?
I would not wear that pearl if I were you, ma'am.
You wouldn't. And why not?
You wore it once when you were the beloved of an Indian Raja. 100 years ago, you were the favorite wife of this Raja in Delhi, India. He gave you that pearl, and you were murdered for it.
What are you saying?
I'm saying, if you wear it again, you'll be murdered again.
Our mystery drama, Borderline Case, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Gann and stars Mary Flersham. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
James M. Barrie wrote a fine and funny play called What Every Woman Knows. And what does every woman know? Why, that she's the smart one, operating behind the scenes, pulling the strings, planning the moves. And what really makes her smart is that she does it all without anyone really being aware of it. Meet Miss Janie Summers, who is 15 years old and lives in Chatham Springs, New York.
We didn't always live here in Chatham Springs, up north near the Canadian border. We used to live in New York City, where my father was a detective, a member of New York's finest. So what are we doing up here in El Boondocks? I'll never forget the day I came home from school.
Hi, Janie.
Hi, Mom. What's wrong?
Oh, well, what makes you think something's wrong?
Okay. I walk into the kitchen and I see that paper bag you're using for the garbage. It's the kind they have at Stansel's, which means you were shopping there this morning. But we hardly ever buy at Stansel's because it's the most expensive supermarket in the neighborhood. However, it's the only one that carries those fantastic frozen pizzas I go ape over. For some reason, you feel you have to sugarcoat a pill. You think you have to do something nice for me. So, what's wrong?
We're moving.
Moving?
Yes, dear. We have to move.
Moving? But, Mom, I have a chance to be head cheerleader.
I know, Janie.
And Jerry.
Jerry?
The boy I've been telling you about. The Greek god.
Oh.
I mean, he looks like a Greek god. He's just starting to notice me. Oh, Can I have the pizza now?
It's in the refrigerator.
Uh-oh. We must be moving far away. It's the extra large size.
Yes, dear. We are.
Not out on the island, I hope.
No, upstate.
Westchester? Hey, that might not be too bad.
No, darling, I mean upstate. Chatham Springs.
Which is where?
Well, if you go a mile further, you're in Canada.
Mom, you can't do this to me.
Darling, we don't have a choice. It's Daddy.
Daddy?
He hasn't been well.
Why didn't I know?
We weren't sure.
What's wrong?
It's his lungs. He has to get away from the big city.
Oh.
So we chose Chatham Springs for 2 reasons.
2 reasons?
Well, first, the air. Second, there's a job for Daddy.
What kind of job?
Sheriff.
Sheriff?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Mom, how could Daddy be a sheriff?
Oh, when they heard he was a detective first grade.
But, Mom...
And on the New York City Police Force.
But Daddy isn't really a detective.
Janie, how can you say that?
He's a basketball coach. That's in the winter. In the fall, he coaches football, and in the spring and summer, baseball.
Well, dear,
Daddy does a terrific job, but it's with the Police Athletic League. It's not being a cop.
Janie, it's being a certain kind of cop.
Sure, Mom, but not the kind of cop you have to be if you're a sheriff.
Oh, I know.
Daddy is not now, nor was he ever, the kind of policeman who walked around with a badge and a gun solving crime.
Well, fortunately, there isn't too much doing up in Chatham Springs.
Truer words were never spoken. So, the next thing I knew, I was enrolled in Chatham Springs Regional High School. The kids dressed pretty much the way they do back in New York City, except these kids wore denim because they actually pitched hay and shoveled manure, plus whatever it is you do on a farm. Of course, it was kind of isolated.
How'd you like a job this summer, Janie? I spoke to old Mr. Perkins at the hotel.
The hotel?
Yes, indeed. The Chatham Springs Spa.
You mean that big old 1880s-looking place in the hills?
Sure thing.
They still use it?
They sure do. The cream of society comes here for the baths.
Oh, say, maybe Janie can meet a rich millionaire.
As distinguished from a poor millionaire.
Oh, she'll meet millionaires, but they'll all be 80 years old. It's very exclusive.
Daddy, if all these rich people gather here, don't they attract crooks?
Crooks?
Where there's honey, there's bees.
Well, that's why the town has a sheriff. Now, if you ladies will excuse me, I'll take my 7 p.m. cruise downtown and see if anybody swiped the sidewalks. Keep the coffee hot, Louise.
Oh, now I know why they need a sheriff. It's the summer months.
Did anyone tell Daddy about the summer hotel and the crowd it attracts before he took the job, Mom?
No, they just said it's a quiet little out-of-the-way place with plenty of hunting and fishing where nothing hardly ever happens.
What's Daddy going to do if there's a robbery at the hotel? School closes early up here, and I reported to the Chatham Springs Spa Hotel. It's the kind of place you see in the movies. This old hotel filled with statues and paintings and velvet and marble. And old people. Rich old people, creaky with age. Most of them have been coming here, since they were alive. Old Mr. Perkins, the manager, told me what I was supposed to do.
Mainly, for the most part, just stay behind front desk.
But what do you want me to do, Mr. Perkins?
Hand out the mail, I suppose.
Is that all?
Well, smile.
Smile?
It's mostly an elderly crowd up here, and a pretty young, smiling face kind of peps up the whole place.
You mean you hired me because of my smile?
Youngster, you've got the brightest smile in Chatham Springs.
So, I started to smile. I don't know how long I stood there smiling, but I was suddenly brought down to earth by this voice. This groovy voice.
Hi, gorgeous.
And there I was, staring into the deepest green eyes I'd ever seen in all my entire life. He looked to be 24, maybe 25. But it's all right. I need an older man, a mature man. He was tall and slender. Oh, and those eyes, those green, green eyes.
Any mail for Mr. Doggett in Suite 322?
I'll look.
Thank you.
Well, no, I'm sorry. You're Mr. Doggett's secretary, aren't you?
That shouldn't have been hard to figure out.
I also just figured out why you're mad.
Mad?
Angry.
What makes you think I'm angry?
Do you deny it?
Well,
You've just been down to the tennis court.
Hey. You been spying on me?
They just painted the fence. It's still wet. That shirt you're wearing costs about $30 in the men's shop.
Yeah, I'll never get this paint off the sleeve. Yeah, they should put up more signs.
No wonder you're angry.
Well, you must admit I conceal it beautifully. That is, from everybody but you.
Another flash of the green eyes, and he was on his way. Bad sign. He didn't ask my name, nor did he tell me his. I may have handled him wrong. I may have appeared a little too smart. This can scare a fellow off. Well, a fellow, yes, but not a man. A mature man, like Mr. Doggett's secretary. Mr. Perkins? Who's Mr. Doggett?
Oh, he's a man invented something for the automobile.
What?
I don't rightly remember. Must have been 40, could have been 50 years ago. I think every time anybody buys a car, he gets 50 cents or $1. It mounts up.
What's his secretary's name?
He's too old for you.
Oh, I don't mean Mr. Doggett.
I know who you mean. Tom Barlow's too old for you.
Tom Barlow. I just knew it would be a strong name like that. Tom Barlow, with the green, green eyes. He was usually busy with Mr. Doggett, looking over papers and one thing or another. The rest of the time, he liked to play tennis, a game I had never had a chance to develop. So, there he was, for at least an hour a day on the courts, with our lady social director, Miss Jenny Croydon. She's at least 32, and she dresses kind of 1968-ish. But out on that tennis court, she was something else. She wore a cute little short white outfit.
Come. This, my girl, is no place to dream. Come alive. I am Mrs. Elvira Tottenham. The keys to my room, if you please.
She was tall, stout, with flaming red hair. She wore an electric blue dress, and her fingers seemed to sparkle as she waved them. Then I saw it was because of the diamond.
Well, now, what are you staring at?
What was I staring at? It hung from around her neck. It was a pearl. Yes, a pearl. It was the size of a small marble, and it was gray. A gray pearl. I couldn't tear my eyes away from it.
What are you staring at, girl?
I was staring at the pearl, the gray pearl. And as I gazed into the gray, it seemed my eyes were getting lost in the gray. I was surrounded by gray, floating in gray, everywhere, gray. And I heard voices.
Kill her. But she's the Raja's favorite wife. Kill her and take the pearl.
Take the pearl where? Who'd be fool enough to buy it?
It's worth millions. There's no pearl in the world to match it.
But what would we do with it?
To own it, to have it.
I'll have no part of it.
The door to the harem is guarded by a single slave. Your knife for him, my knife for her. But hurry before it grows light. Not a sound. Now, stab him. Now. That was well done. Now, inside, quickly.
She
hurry. Let us leave here. True. I must hurry. But you have all the time in the world. What? The pearl. The Star of Delhi. It's mine. Mine alone.
My keys, young woman. Whatever are you thinking about?
What was I thinking about? What had I just seen? What had I just heard? It was so real. But how could it be? How could I have heard and seen slaves and harem and a beautiful woman murdered for a smoky gray pearl?
Yes, indeed. How? Can it be the quiet life in Chatham Springs is starting to tell on little Janie? In her reverie or dream or whatever it was, she heard the pearl referred to as the Star of Delhi. Now, she'd have no way of knowing that, would she? Suppose it should turn out that the pearl is actually named the Star of Delhi. Where would that leave us? Exactly where we are, right here, waiting for Act 2, which I shall bring in just a minute. A pearl of great price, as we are told in the Bible. But a pearl of the greatest price seems to be the smoky gray, hung from a pendant around the neck of an imposing dowager, Mrs. Elvira Tottenham. And it seems to have captured the attention, riveted the gaze of our young heroine, Janie Summers.
I kept looking at that smoky gray pearl, and as I looked, I could hear voices. 2 men. They were sitting around a small table in a kind of room.
I have the pearl, Sahib. Oh, I don't believe you, Bahadur Khan. The promised price, 100,000 rupees. That's the pearl. Why does the Sahib want the pearl? What can the Sahib do with the Star of Delhi? Show me the pearl. 100,000 rupees first in British pounds. You have the money? In this chest. Now the pearl. Behold, Sahib, the Star of Delhi. Yes, it is the star. And now, Sahib, I am to be paid? Oh, yes, Bahadur Khan. You shall be paid.
The native, the one who was called Bahadur Khan, fell dead to the floor. And the Englishman picked up the pearl, the Star of Delhi. He looked at it and looked at it. He held it up, and a mist, a gray mist, seemed to flow from the pearl. Then the whole room disappeared in the gray mist. I saw faces, all kinds of faces. A judge in a deep black robe with white hair. A man with a scar. A man with one eye.
Young lady, are you dead or stupid? I want my key.
Mrs. Tottenham. Hey, there's some difficulty. Welcome again to the Chatham Springs Spa.
Perkins. Still alive, I see.
Forgive me, madam, but why shouldn't I be alive?
Well, you're not getting any younger.
Who among us is?
I come back each year to see the toll the time has taken. Mrs. Stuyvesant Tresvant.
She passed away.
Oh. And old Doggett.
He's still with us.
I shall outlive them all. And who is this young thing at the desk? What's your name, girl?
Janie Summers.
Janie's father is the sheriff.
Then you better behave yourself, girl.
J.D., this is Mrs. Tottenham. She stays with us every year. Now, give her the keys to room 324. I'll have your bag sent up, Mrs. Tottenham. I hope you'll enjoy your stay with us.
I doubt that. I doubt that very much.
She says that every year.
Mr. Perkins, what is that pearl she wears around her neck?
The pearl. Oh, yes, the pearl. That's famous Star of Delhi.
How did I know? How'd you know what? How did I know it was called the Star of Delhi?
Well, everybody knows it's called the Star of Delhi. It's the most famous pearl in the whole world. It was given by an Indian Raja to his favorite wife, and she was murdered by a man
named Bahadur Khan.
Oh. Well, then you do know the story.
No, I don't. I really don't.
Well, Mrs. Tottenham sat down with me one night and told me how this thief, Bahadur Khan, and a Confederate stole into the Raja's harem, murdered the wife.
And then Bahadur Khan knifed his pal.
Say, who's telling this? As I was saying, old Bahadur Khan then sells it to some English soldier of fortune who pays him by shooting him. Then this Englishman gets himself strangled, and, well, before you know it, that pearl is leaving a trail of blood around the world and back.
I know.
You heard of them bad luck jewels that are supposed to bring nothing but misfortune? Well, that there is the granddaddy of them all.
All the time Mr. Perkins was talking to me, there seemed to be a mist over my eyes, a grayish mist. Because of it, I couldn't see very clearly. If I could, I would have seen something that would have scared me very much. But I'll tell you about that later. Meanwhile, I was scared enough as it was. I was so scared, I decided to
quit.
You mean you want to quit your job?
But why, dear?
I told you why. It's the pearl, the Star of Delhi.
Oh, that.
It brings death to everyone who owns it.
That's just a legend.
People who own pearls like to make up dramatic stories about them.
It increases the value.
These aren't made-up stories. I went to the library, looked up some old newspapers.
You don't want to believe everything you read.
Even when they mention dates and places and the results of trials held in court.
All right, let's assume it's true.
Louise, how can a thing like that be true?
For the sake of argument, the bad luck only comes to the owner of the pearl or to the one who steals it or buys it. Isn't that true?
Yes, Mom.
Well, then, how does that affect you?
I looked at that pearl, at that smoky gray pearl, and you know what? I feel that I must have it.
Janie.
I know it's wrong.
But, Janie, you're not that kind of person.
Oh, what kind of person?
The kind of person who would steal. You're not a thief or a murderer.
Neither were any of the other people who took the Star of Delhi. None of them were thieves and murderers originally. The first man who stole it, Bahadur Khan, he was the Raja's cousin. He was a most honest, a most trusted man.
He may have been fooling the people.
What are you trying to tell us, Janie?
I don't trust myself when I'm near that pearl.
But why?
Janie, you were never one for diamonds and jewelry.
I know. But that pearl...
Yes?
It scares me. I looked at it for the first time, and I saw all those things, and how can I account for that?
Well, there's an explanation.
Yes, Daddy? What?
Yeah, I don't know exactly, but there has to be some explanation. Well, okay, I got to get down to the office. See you ladies for supper.
Mom, what should I do?
Now, you said the pearl scared you, but you didn't really tell us why.
I didn't want to say it in front of Daddy.
Is it because you're afraid you'll want to steal it yourself?
Yes.
Well, don't worry. You won't.
You don't know how it is. I look at that pearl, and there's nothing else in the whole world.
It'll be different next time.
How?
Janie,
There are 3 types of people in the world. Honest people, thieves, and borderline cases. Now, the honest people never steal. The thieves always steal. The borderline cases think they're honest, but they bend with the strongest wind.
Then I guess I'm a borderline case.
Oh, no, you're not. What you were doing was having fantasies.
Doesn't that prove that there's something wrong with me?
No, it just proves you're alive. Now, are you going back to work at the hotel?
Well, I don't suppose I would have quit in any case. After all, Mr. Green Eyes is there.
Hello, Jeannie.
Who told you my name, Tom?
Same person who told you mine. Well, how are things?
Just fine.
Hey, that's a cute blouse.
Oh, do you really like it?
Oh, yeah. Green's my favorite color.
Mine, too.
Now, what do you suppose can be keeping Jenny Croydon? We had a 1:15 date to play tennis, and oh, there she is. Excuse me, Janie. Hey there, honey.
You shouldn't wear your disappointment in plain view, my girl.
Neither should you wear your pearl.
But what are jewels for if not to be shown? He's a very ordinary young man. Not all that young. You may think he's handsome, but what do you know about men? I see you're no longer impressed with the Star of Delhi.
I think it's beautiful.
But that's all. You don't get lost in it. Good for you. I can tell by your eyes.
But isn't it dangerous to wear that pearl?
Look inside my handbag, girl. I have something to show you.
What's that?
A sheriff's daughter, and you don't know a .45 caliber pistol when you see one? Notice, it's a .45, not a dainty little .22. With a .45, you could stop a rampaging elephant if you hit him in the eye. And my girl, I could hit him right square in the middle of his eye.
An elephant has very small eyes. Not that we advocate this kind of sport. We are, if anything, strict conservationists. However, we must take the world as we find it and deal with people as they are. Well, we have, if I may revive a popular expression of 2 decades ago, a pistol packing mama and a pearl of fabulous price. Will there be fireworks? Don't you just know it. Act 3 will be along shortly. Full many a gem of purest ray serene, the dark, unfathomed depths of ocean bear. That's a poem by Mr. Thomas Gray, which talks about the hidden treasures of the world. However, a treasure that's out in full view is the Star of Delhi, a smoky gray pearl which Mrs. Elvira Tottenham wears round her neck. Historical fact tells us that everyone who owned this pearl met with untimely, violent death. Mrs. Tottenham is also armed with a .45 caliber pistol, a most lethal weapon.
But, Mrs. Tottenham, isn't it true it's been bad luck to own that pearl?
What's luck, girl, but a string of coincidences? If they go your way, they're good. If they go against you, they're bad.
But still...
I dare anybody to come at me in broad daylight. And at night, I lock my door and sleep with my Colt .45 beneath my pillow.
But aren't you being foolish?
I've been around for 80 years. I can't expect to live forever.
But there are thieves who...
Nonsense. No self-respecting thief would risk his life to steal the Star of Delhi. Who would buy it?
But one person after another has stolen the pearl for more than 100 years.
That's right. And you can tell who those thieves will be.
How?
They're the people who look at it and get lost in it. You can read it in their eyes, and I know who they are.
Who?
Yesterday, you were one of them.
Me?
Yes, yesterday you were lost in it. You would have done anything to get it.
Oh, no.
But today, your common sense has prevailed.
Who else besides me still is lost in it?
Green-eyed Tom Barlow. Blue-eyed Jenny Croydon. Brown-eyed Bill Perkins.
Are you saying that...
What I'm saying loud and clear is if I should be found murdered in my bed one morning and the pearl is missing, you may tell your father they are prime suspects.
Not Tom. Not Tom Barlow.
Believe me, Tom Barlow is like growing pains. You'll outgrow him.
Lost in the pearl, in the Star of Delhi. How were they lost in it? Did they see the same story I did? All the murders and robberies? I tried a little test. I waited till Tom Barlow came into the lobby again.
Janie, did anybody ever tell you you have an absolutely beautiful smile?
What happened? Did she give you the air?
Did who give me the air?
Miss Twinkletoes. Jenny Croydon.
Oh, hey, I love both of you. I'd even marry both of you, but bigamy is illegal.
Not everywhere. Is it illegal, do you suppose, in India? I wonder how many wives Bahadur Khan had.
Who?
Bahadur Khan. Bahadur Khan. 4 syllables, and each seemed to strike at him as if it were a deliberate thrust of a knife. His face became chalky white, and the green light died in his eyes. Bahadur Khan, the name of the first assassin. Once again, I saw the dim, dark hallway, the massive door, the 2 men, and the 2 voices.
We'll kill her and take the pearl. But what can we do with it? To own it. The door to the harem is guarded by a single slave. Come, help me. Your knife for him, my knife for her.
And I saw them move stealthily towards the huge, well-armed slave who stood by the solid wooden door. He didn't see them, and suddenly there was a knife in his back. He dropped to the floor.
And now, for her.
I watched what I didn't really watch the first time. I saw the one killer, the one named Bahadur Khan, move toward the divan. I saw a young woman asleep. The first time I had closed my eyes, but this time I forced myself to keep them open. As he came nearer and raised the knife, I looked at her face. It was the face of Mrs. Tottenham. And the man with the knife had the greenest eyes I ever saw. It was his face, the face of Tom Barlow. Then he turned quickly and stabbed his friend. As the man fell to the floor, I could see his face. It was Mr. Perkins.
Jamie, what was that silly question you just asked me about some guy named Bahadur Khan? I don't know. What kind of a name is that? What are you staring at?
Nothing. Nothing.
But you're staring at something. Something.
His eyes. I'd been hypnotized by his eyes ever since I'd met him. But now, there was something about his eyes that was different. Something I'd noticed in my dream. Or was it a vision? One eye was greener than the other. But her life is in danger.
I hear you.
And you can just sit there and eat.
Now, honey, I can't assign myself or a deputy to guard her 24 hours. You see, Janie, there are some people who ask for trouble. Your Mrs. Tottenham is one of them. She flaunts her wealth, constantly tempting, attracting.
But surely you can do something.
I did. I warned her she was acting foolhardy.
Did you check on Mr. Perkins and Tom Barlow to see if they have police records?
I did, and they haven't. They're what your mother would call borderline cases.
Would you do something for me, Dad?
I'd do anything for you, honey.
Would you, in your official capacity of sheriff, call the chief of police in Delhi, India?
You mean Delhi, Indiana?
No, Dad. Delhi. I guess now they call it New Delhi. And check on a man named Bahadur Khan. He was murdered in a jewel theft about 100 or so years ago.
Janie, are you serious?
Dad, I have to know. Please, put on your official voice. Get New Delhi, India on the phone, just like this. Operator, this is the sheriff's office in Iroquois County. We want to talk to the chief of police in New Delhi, India. That's fine. Have the overseas operator handle it. Just one moment, sir. Daddy, I got the chief of police in New Delhi.
No, Janie.
Remember the man's name, Bahadur Khan.
A chief? This is Sheriff Summers of Iroquois County, New York. Summers. No, I don't believe I got my blue at Harrow. Must have been another Summers. Chief, we'd like to find out if you could tell us about a fellow named Bahadur Khan.
He was killed in connection with the robbery of the Star of Delhi.
Killed in connection with the robbery of the Star of Delhi? That's right.
About 100 years ago.
About 100 years ago, give or take. You will? Hey, Chief, that's very nice of you. Why, yes, sir. I'll wait for your call. Oh, what a nice, neighborly fella. Said it's no trouble at all. Call me right back. Oh, but, honey, what can this possibly tell you?
I don't know, and I could never explain it.
How do you like that? Has the chief of police in New Delhi found it already? How about that? Sheriff Summers. What? When? I'll be right there.
Dad, what happened?
Mrs. Tottenham.
She's been murdered.
5 minutes ago. Okay. Everybody here? Perkins? Barlow?
Yeah.
Miss Croydon? Mr. Doggett?
Yes, sir.
Are any employees missing?
No, Sheriff.
All right. So we got everybody's in the hotel.
Oh, we're fortunate this didn't happen at peak season.
Now, according to the story I get from everybody, at 5 minutes to 10 tonight, you all heard a shot.
Right, from Mrs. Tottenham's room.
You all ran to the hallway and you went in. Mrs. Tottenham was lying there dead. And the pearl, the Star of Delhi, was gone.
That's right.
Yeah, it was gone. But look, Sheriff, her .45 caliber pistol was lying on the floor. It had just been fired. As I reconstruct the killing, the intruder entered the room. He had a key. My daughter, Janie, tells me it isn't hard to get one. And Mrs. Tottenham woke up. She went for her gun under the pillow. The intruder struggled with her. The gun went off and killed her, and then he grabbed the pearl. The broken chain was still on the bed. Now, I'll start asking questions.
And he did. Daddy wasn't bad, but he got nowhere. Jenny Croydon was in her room. Tom Barlow was out walking. Mr. Perkins was in the hallway on the floor above. And so it went. Nobody had seen the killer leave. Well, I wasn't listening to answers. I was busy checking legs, trouser legs. I was so intent that Daddy noticed it.
Janie, what are you doing?
Looking for the killer?
What are you talking about?
Daddy, you couldn't watch Mrs. Tottenham 24 hours a day. She didn't want to hire private guards. So, I decided if we couldn't stop anyone from going into her room, at least we could find out who did go in there.
I don't understand what you're saying.
All right, everybody might as well hear this. Last night, I got some ordinary thread. I rubbed some chalk on it. I stretched the thread across Mrs. Tottenham's doorway, just about a foot off the ground. Against the white door, it would be invisible. But anyone going in that door would break the thread with his foot. Therefore, he would have a white chalk smudge somewhere between his knee and ankle. Are you looking for it, Mr. Perkins? There he is, Daddy.
Stand still, Mr. Perkins.
I didn't do it.
I must inform you of your rights.
I don't have the pearl. You can search me.
You could have hidden it.
I did go in there to steal it.
You admit that?
I had to have it. I got the key to her room. I figured she'd be asleep. I stowed in there. But I saw that in order to get it off her neck, I'd have to kill her. Well, I stood there, and she opened her eyes. She looked at me, and she said,
Perkins, what is this? You're not a thief. You're not a murderer. Don't force me to kill you.
Mrs. Tottenham, please, put away that pistol.
Why should I? Why shouldn't I kill you? The law would be on my side.
Please, I don't know what got into me.
You had a moment of weakness, Perkins. The lesson will last you your whole life long. Go. We'll say no more about it.
That's what happened. When I went out, I was so nervous, I must have neglected to close the door all the way. The real killer could have happened by and you don't believe me. But it's true. Every word. It's true.
Get it, Janie. Mr. Perkins, you're not required to say anything at all.
But I'm innocent.
Hello?
Janie, that chief of police called from India. He said...
Who is it?
Mom, the chief of police from India called.
Another time. I'm busy.
He says Bahadur Khan, who first stole the Star of Delhi, was 30 years old.
Dad, it's about Bahadur Khan.
I'm crying out loud. I'm tied up here.
And among other things, he only had one eye.
He what?
He had one eye, and he was an officer in the...
Mom, I'll call you back.
Mr. Perkins, I'm sorry, but I'll have to ask you to come along with me.
But I'm innocent.
Dad, if we could find the pearl in someone's possession, that would prove he was the thief and the killer, wouldn't it?
Search me. I don't have it.
Of course not. Tom Barlow has it.
Do you, Tom?
Well, if I do, it was because it was planted on me. Perkins could have slipped it into my pocket.
I did no such thing.
Dad, you better be ready with your revolver. Tom Barlow may be armed.
Hey, Jimmy, what do you say?
I'm sorry, Tom. But my mom knew about people like you. Borderline cases. You happened along the hallway. You saw the door to Mrs. Tottenham's room wasn't quite closed. And so...
Sheriff, your daughter's a little girl
I'm not a little girl.
Who makes up stories.
But Mrs. Tottenham woke up. And in the struggle, you killed her. You snatched the pearl. You ran.
You can't prove that.
You've got the pearl.
Where have I got the pearl? Sheriff, search me. I demand to be searched.
Now, Janie...
Daddy, Bahadur Khan had one eye. And so does Tom Barlow. The other one is glass. And inside that green glass eye is a smoky gray pearl.
Well, where else could it be? Smoky gray pearls and green glass eyes. And smart teenage girls. Mix well, and you get a solution to a story of murder and robbery. And if you stay here for a minute, you'll get even more. Is there a moral to our story? Of course. None of the evil in this world is committed by the good people. Not all of it is brought about by the bad people. For the most part, evil is the work of those who could be either good or bad, depending on how things work out. The borderline cases. It's good to be good. It's bad to be bad.
But the worst thing you can be is neither. Or both. Our cast included Mary Tersham, Bryna Rayburn, Ken Harvey, Russell Horton, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by General Electric Citizen Band Radios and X-Lax.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall with another adventure in the macabre. I'm a collector of stories about experiences which are out of the ordinary and which most of us would prefer to avoid. Still, I find a perverse kind of pleasure in sharing the unexpected and the bizarre. It purges my own concerns about the unknown, and there is so much that is on our planet and in the universe. As a man named Al Wilson, a farmer who lives near Bolton, Connecticut, found out after encountering a phenomenon.
Darned if I know what to do with it, Carrie.
You'll have to get rid of it. Well, thank your lucky stars it didn't destroy the barn. When's that astronomer going to be here? Dana, is that his name?
Yeah, Charles Dana. He'll be here first thing in the morning. He was pretty excited.
Then ask him to take it away. It makes me nervous. It might be radio whatever they say.
Radioactive, and that's dangerous.
Our mystery drama, The Meteorite, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor and stars John Beal. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and General Electric Citizen Band Radios. I'll be back shortly with Act One. I suppose that at one time or another you stood outside and looked up in wonder at the night sky and the endless panorama of the stars. We've landed men on the moon, and we've sent space rockets to circle Mars. But as we learn more about the universe, we learn how little we really know. It is infinite. Emerson wrote, "There is no chance, no anarchy in the universe. All is system and gradation. Every god is there sitting in his sphere." True? Al Wilson didn't know it when he and his wife returned from evening service at their church, but he is about to find out.
Aren't you going to put the car away, Al?
I'll do it later. Garrett mentioned checkers. You're invited over, too.
Does Maud know?
I suppose so.
Look at them stars. My goodness, what a fine night. Glad I brought in the rest of them tomatoes.
Yep. We'll have frost tonight.
Al, look left above the barn, way up in the sky. See? A big kind of cone of light. I've never seen anything like that this close. And listen.
Wind's come up. Look at that thing. Must be traveling fast as lightning.
Al, it's coming this way toward our farm.
Better go inside.
Let's get away from here. It's headed toward the house. We'll be blown up. Come on.
Slanting down over the barn. Do you feel that heat? Never seen anything like this.
There goes the barn.
Look! Look!
Oh, Lord. Thank you, Lord. It missed. Oh.
Buried itself in the far pasture. Never in my life. Are you all right?
I've never been so scared in my life. It could have destroyed everything else.
Look out there. Look at that cloud rising from it. Oh, I've got to tell Garrett. We'll take a look at it.
No, you won't. I don't want you going near that thing, and Garrett either. How do you know it won't blow up?
Just a burned-out chunk of rock, Carrie.
But it exploded once it hit the ground.
Well, sure, because it was red hot. Now it's cooling off. There's no danger.
No, you come into the house.
But Garrett will want to know.
I'll telephone him. I won't have either of you prowling around that thing tonight.
Well, okay. I guess it can wait a little morning. I'm a little leery of it myself.
Everything all right, Garrett? Or is the washing machine upside down?
Oh, no damage, darling. No cracks in the cellar. None of the preserves fell off the shelves. I gave the washing machine a reassuring pat and said goodnight.
How can you be so calm, Garrett? We pay high enough taxes on this little house.
Come on, now, Maud. Calm yourself, huh? It's over with.
Oh, that's what you think. It's an outrage. And the mayor's going to hear about this.
Ah, yes, but blast, they must if there's to be progress.
Progress, my foot. They wreck a perfectly beautiful mountainside. For what? Another ribbon of concrete leading nowhere. Paid for out of our money. And what's the rush? Why do they have to shake my fillings loose on Sunday night?
I find that a little too zealous.
Oh, the mayor's going to get an earful when he strolls into his office tomorrow morning. Blasting to widen the road while people are sitting down to Sunday supper.
Okay, but I refuse to have the big one over something over which I have no control.
The big one?
Yeah, that's school kid jargon. Cardiac arrest. No, sir, not for Garrett Smith. If you want to quarrel, honey, you just telephone the mayor.
I will.
Or calm down. Honey, there was no damage done, so put the experience behind you. Saved by the bell.
If it's for me, tell them I'm gluing in my fillings.
Hello, Garrett Smith.
You hear the blast, old pal?
Oh, yeah. It put Maud in space. Any damage to the farm?
Just a trench in the far pasture. You know, where Tompkins cuts across the state road.
Yeah, but that's a long way from where they're working, Al.
Who? Who's working where?
Well, you know, the crew that's blasting on the mountainside.
What crew? I'm talking about the explosion.
Well, so am I.
Well, they don't blast on Sunday night, Garrett. You don't know what happened?
No, I guess I don't.
A shooting star landed 10 minutes ago in my far pasture.
What? You're kidding. You mean
Come on over. Maybe we can persuade Carrie to let us investigate.
You mean that a meteorite landed on your farm?
Well, you tell me. You're the science teacher. Come on over.
Oh, yeah, right away.
What was that about? A meteorite?
Don't blame the state, honey. Don't blame the mayor. Blame a phenomenon. Yeah, that explosion that shook the house, that was not from blasting. A meteorite landed on Al's farm and plowed up half his far pasture.
Carrie, how terrifying.
I tell you, my legs turned watery. I yelled at Al to run, but I couldn't, and he stood there wide-eyed.
Marvelous.
All that's marvelous is that it didn't hit the barn or the house.
It hit, and then what?
Well, the air got warm all around us, and steam came up from the thing.
Is it a falling star, Garrett?
Well, that's what most of us call it, but the proper name for it is meteorite. It comes, from outer space.
So do lots of funny things. At least some people think so.
Yeah, including me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, really, I'm serious. Now, flying saucers, for instance, they are fact. No, but we won't argue about that
You
now.
believe that stuff, Gary?
Absolutely.
Well, I'm glad I don't. There's enough just around the farm to make me watch my step. I don't need funny little creatures that look like toadstools peeking in through the bedroom window.
Just what is one of these meteorites?
Well, it's burned out rock. See, it broke loose in outer space and out of the orbit of its own planet, and then it just kind of flew loose. See, once in a while, the gravity of Earth pulls down fragments, and they land here and there. Now, most of them burn out in the sky. They look like, streaks of light.
On fire from friction.
Yeah, exactly. So the chances of one reaching Earth are very small.
Well, we've got one. And it's no rock. It's a big, long thing. Looked in the sky like a missile, like a torpedo.
Huh. Incredible. I mean it. I don't know too much about meteorites, but I know who does. Professor Charles Dana at the State University. I studied under him. Al, you know what you ought to do?
Well, all I want to do is get rid of the thing.
No, Dana's your man. Now, why don't I try to reach him? He'll want the meteorite for the astronomy lab.
He's welcome to it. Just tell him to haul it away.
Right. First, now don't flip out, Carrie. First, I've got to see it.
But if it explodes...
Well, how can it explode if it's just a rock? Didn't I tell you so? Why don't you and Maud come along with us?
No, thank you. You two play space cadets. Carrie and I will needlepoint.
Al, you're going to be famous.
Sure. Maybe they'll name the thing after.
Garrett, is there any danger from, radioactivity or disease or anything?
No. Maud, not from the little I know, anyhow. Now, we won't go too close to it, so just don't worry.
Oh, we won't be long. Set up the card table. We'll play some bridge. We'll be back.
Gives me the creeps, Carrie.
I feel the same.
There's something eerie about a thing coming down from outer space. Makes you wonder what's really up there.
That is incredible, Al.
Yeah. I wonder where it came from.
And the size of it, it must be 12 feet long.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, it sure plowed up some trench there, eh?
Yeah, the outside looks like slag.
That's what it is. Who knows where it came from? Your guess is as good as mine, and I teach science. Well, I tell you, Al, it's beyond me. I can't explain why more of it wasn't burned up on its passage through our atmosphere.
It was red hot. You should have seen the glow. Felt the heat.
It's cold now. I'm eager to see it in the morning when the sun's up.
Well, keep the news to yourself, Garrett, will you? I don't want people driving out, traipsing all over the farm.
Right. I'll try to get in touch with Professor Dana.
Oh, fine. If the university wants the thing, he'll need a lift and a truck.
Right.
I'm not going to pay to have the thing taken away.
Command ship clock to command ship clock.
Open the window a little more, Al. It's warm in here. Or get rid of this top blanket.
What? Warm? Oh. Well, why'd you wake me up out of a sound sleep?
Open the window.
It is open.
Open it more. It's stuffy in here. And come back to bed.
Oh, boy. It's cold out there. The frost looks like a light covering of snow. I can see the meteorite real clear.
Garrett's crazy, and he makes you that way.
Oh, no kidding, Carrie. It is kind of impressive. People don't have a meteorite land near them every week in the month. Garrett said only about 1,000 have been recorded.
Come to bed.
Maybe I ought to keep the thing. Invite people to come see it.
That Professor Dana will be here first thing tomorrow. Now, come on, get some sleep.
Okay. Carrie.
Oh, my stars, what is it?
Come here.
What? What's the matter?
Look out there.
see the meteorite?
Well, sure.
You see what I see?
Well, I don't. It looks higher.
It's changed.
So what? Oh, this floor is like a slab of ice.
You know why it's changed? Take a careful look, Carrie.
Oh, good Lord.
You see it?
Yes, I do. What does it mean?
I don't know. But it's opened up.
The meteorite did what? Opened up? The Wilsons are steady people, so we have to believe what they see. There is, however, no evidence that a meteorite is anything more than a burned-up piece of rock. Is what they have seen impossible to believe? Impossible is a slippery word, hard to pin down. More about this phenomenon when I return with Act 2. I began, you may remember, by saying that I'd share with you the bizarre, the unexpected. I've done so. A meteorite is a rare occurrence. I doubt if any of you has seen one except in a museum. But for Al Wilson and his wife Carrie, it is more than a piece of burned-out rock. Last night, a meteorite plunged through our ozone and, like a huge missile, found its earthly mark in Al's far pasture. That in itself was unique. So is the fact, if his eyes did not imagine it, that the meteorite opened up. It is 7 the next morning.
Well, that'll be Garrett or the professor. You just finish your breakfast, Al.
Well, bring him in. Either one of them for a cup of coffee.
Morning, Carrie.
He's in the kitchen. Come along, Garrett. Have a cup of coffee.
Thanks. I suppose you've been up since 5 as usual?
I have. Carrie lolls in bed until almost 6. Well, how'd you like my news?
Well, I didn't believe it till I saw it for myself. From the road, it does look like it's opened up, like a giant clamshell.
You ever hear of anything like that before?
No, no one has.
Here's some hot coffee, Garrett.
Ah, thanks.
No sugar's on the table. What could it mean?
Well, not much, I'd say. It cooled fast and cracked open.
You going to be able to see this through with me?
Oh, I wouldn't miss it, Al. Maud will telephone the school at 8 and say I won't be teaching today. At what time is it, huh? A little past 7. Well, Professor Dana
You
said...
see it? A car's pulling into the driveway. I'll let him in, Carrie. You start some breakfast for him. Lots of smoked ham. That's great with fresh eggs.
You took classes with Professor Dana?
2. I was a science major.
Good morning, Mr. Wilson. I'm Professor Dana.
Yes, Professor. Come right in.
Yes, thank you.
Just put your coat over here on the newel post. Come out to the kitchen. My wife, Carrie's stirring you up a real farmer's breakfast.
Wonderful.
Garrett Smith is with us. My neighbor, my best friend.
Oh, and once a student of mine many years ago.
Hello, Professor. You probably won't remember me.
Oh, indeed I do, Garrett. It's good to see you again. Good morning, Mrs. Wilson.
Good morning, sir. Have some coffee while the eggs are frying.
I'll do that. Garrett, as I recall, you were going to become a research biologist, but love sweet song.
That's right, Professor. I got married, and I've lived happily ever after. Al, tell Professor Dana what happened.
Well, sir, the thing, it opened up.
The meteorite opened?
Yes, sir. Garrett says maybe it cooked real fast and cracked open.
He could be right. Still, a meteorite is fused by the tremendous heat it generates. So, offhand, I find it hard to believe that it cracked open.
Well, the whole thing is hard to believe. You'll haul it away today, Professor?
Oh, yes. The lifter and truck will be here later today. We'll have the meteorite on its way to stores before 6 o'clock.
Here you are, Professor.
Smoked ham. Wonderful.
Everybody likes it.
I'll be glad when the thing's off our property. It gives me a funny feeling.
Yeah, I understand. It's rather awesome, isn't it?
Oh, go see it. All three of you fidgeting. There'll still be coffee when you get back. Go along, all of you.
Anything to carry, Professor?
Yes. I have my cameras in the trunk of my car.
At your service, sir. I'll get them for you.
Now, don't you go be being brave, Al, like stepping into that thing. It could snap shut, and there you'd be.
Now, don't be nervous, Mrs. Wilson. There's nothing to fear.
But what if there was something in there that just had to get out?
What? You say it's not a meteorite, Professor?
It's something much more important. It's a space capsule.
I don't get it.
Neither do I. But look inside. You see the struts and the pane of glass?
Yeah.
A space capsule, but from where?
Let's take a look inside. Give me the camera with the strobe light, Garrett, please.
Yes, sir. Al, this is a nightmare.
You suppose some lunatic was experimenting with some kind of missile? That this thing was shot from somewhere and wobbled around and then just came down here?
I don't know.
Good Lord. There's something in there. Shine the flashlight into the interior, Garrett.
I see it. Al, take a look.
What? It's some kind of man.
About the size of a 6-year-old boy. But with an old face. And elongated ears.
It's a man from space.
You think he's dangerous, Professor?
He's dead or unconscious.
Well, if he's alive and hurt, we got to get him out. Garrett, go tell Carrie. The professor and me'll get him out.
Okay, wait till she hears about this.
Looks safe enough. What opened up was an escape hatch covered with slag. I'll lower myself. Hold up the hatch, will you?
Right.
Sure cramped in here.
Come on, shit.
Hey, he's alive.
Look.
Come on, pal. We'll get you out of here.
Lift out his head first.
Oh, he's real light.
Look.
I've got him.
Come on.
And here I come.
A miniature man. What a discovery.
This is crap. Come on. Shit.
Did you catch that, Professor?
Barely. It's some kind of signal.
Well, how come it sounds like English?
It's beyond me.
Well, let's get him to the house and try to bring him around.
Look. He's opening his eyes.
I destroy you.
I understood that all right. Take it easy, pal. We want to help you.
Destroy.
Right now, what you need some warm food and a bed. You get well. Then you do what you please.
Command ship comes for me.
He could be dangerous, Mr. Wilson.
Well, what do you want me to do? Shove him back into his capsule? The little man's hurt.
Yes, I see. Well, let's carry him to the house. I hope we're doing the right thing.
We are, Professor.
You're worried, aren't you, Professor?
Yes, this should be reported to Washington.
Well, let's wait a while. I don't want an army of scientists swarming all over the place.
But this Crook, if that's his name, he could bring us knowledge of an unknown world, Al. The planet he comes from, space trips, hundreds of things. A view of the universe from millions of miles away.
Swell, but I'm not going to have him hammered at. The little man is sick.
And, after he's well?
I don't know. That's up to him. Anyway, you heard what he said.
Yeah. Destroy. And something about a command ship. Professor, what do you make of this?
I can only guess. Kruk was in a manned capsule. His mission? I have no idea. Sophisticated exploration, perhaps. Something went wrong with his ship. He got caught in the Earth's atmosphere. The capsule went out of control. As it came down, it began to blaze. It's incredible that it didn't disintegrate.
What about that command ship?
Oh, that's easy, Garrett. Kruk expects to be rescued.
And you got him right here in the house.
Because he's half dead. Carrie's trying to shove some life back into him now.
He kept saying, destroy you. For safety's sake, I think Kruk should be removed.
Where to?
Back to the capsule. I'll truck the capsule and him back to stores.
Sorry, I won't do it. The capsule is yours. Kruk stays here until he goes home. I'm going to see how he is.
Well, what about the police, Garrett?
Well, it's a small force, Professor. Not much protection against whatever you're thinking.
I sympathize with Mr. Wilson's feelings. He's a decent man, but he doesn't realize the scope of this discovery. Kruk could open up a new world to us.
Well, look, why don't I speak to somebody in space control? Ask them to send a man down to see the capsule and meet Kruk.
Yeah, Garrett, you're risking a friendship.
Well, I'll chance it if you can postpone picking up the capsule for a day or so.
Oh, that's easily done.
Good. Then that's what we'll do. And you, sir, you are my house guest.
That's very kind of you.
No, it'll be an honor.
Well, I think your suggestion is sound, Garrett, but you'd better tell him about it.
Yeah, after the person from space control arrives, not before. You can't crowd a Connecticut farmer like Al. This is his land and his home, and nobody better forget it.
He sure looks better, Carrie.
He's a nice little man. Like the hot bouillon. Didn't you, Mr. Kruk?
Yes, it was very good.
You still out to destroy me?
I do not know. Humans are enemies of my people.
They are. We don't even know who your people are.
When we fly here and land, you fire guns at us. We found Earth, and we have come here out of curiosity. But you drive us away. Now we will destroy you.
He won't tell me where he's from, Al. I asked him.
No, I will not tell.
How come you speak English, Kruk?
We know all languages. Our minds are as advanced as our weapons.
Then use that great mind of yours. You'll understand we don't mean you harm.
I thought you would kill me.
Well, now you know different.
I will leave you in peace. I do not understand why you have been kind.
Well, you were hurt. That's only decent.
You said, Kruk, you'd leave us in peace.
Yes. The command ship will take me and the capsule away.
Well, you maybe, Kruk, but the capsule goes to the state university.
No. If you try to remove the capsule, there will be destruction. The truck, the men, the capsule will be destroyed, turned to ashes.
Well, I don't know what to do. I gave my word.
Heed what I say. Do not risk destruction. I will return to the site and await the command ship.
You'll do nothing of the sort. It's cold out there.
Cold and heat do not affect me.
You'd better speak to the professor, Al.
Yeah. You stay here while I do. Hi, Professor.
Hey, hello there, Mr. Wilson. How's our little man from space?
Well, he's giving me a problem. Kruk warned me that if we remove the capsule, all hell's going to break loose. The truck and the men will be destroyed.
we don't really know what we're dealing with, Mr. Wilson.
Well, that's why I'd go along with Kruk. I know that means calling off the truck, but...
Well, there's been a delay there anyway.
Oh? Where's Garrett? Did he go home?
Yes. I'm spending the night with him.
Oh. Well, if you'll excuse me, Professor, I have to get out to the barn. Milking time.
1 minute, Mr. Wilson.
Yes?
Well, I'm afraid I've acted deceitfully. You're a very decent man. Garrett thought that... No. Let me take the blame.
For what?
Someone from our National Space Center will be here sometime tomorrow.
I don't like that, Professor.
I know you don't.
I said I wouldn't allow Kruk to become a part of no freak show.
No, he won't be, I assure you.
Reporters, cameramen.
Nothing like that. I've told you the truth.
And I've told Kruk that we're his friends, not his enemies.
Mr. Wilson, the enormity of this discovery...
Okay, you've done something, and we're stuck with it. Okay. Let the man come. But understand this. I don't care if the man's the president. He tries any rough stuff with Kruk, and I'll kick him out. And that goes for Garrett and for you, too, Professor.
Yes.
I can't tell you how Kruk will feel. I think he trusts us. I'll tell him about this guy you're bringing in, but I can't be responsible for what Kruk might do.
Of course not.
Well, you just say that. I believe the little man knows what he's talking about. If he says you go up in smoke, then that's what's going to happen.
The Wilsons have treated the man from space as they would any injured person, with kindness and attention. Garrett Smith and Professor Dana, however, want to treat Kruk as an incredible discovery, which he and the capsule are. What Kruk does is all that matters, and we'll find that out when I return shortly with Act 3. When our minds turn to the universe, we fantasize and give up. Reports of flying objects make news, but no one takes these science fiction occurrences too seriously. So it was with the Wilsons until, accidentally, they had a visitor from outer space. A small, man-like creature named Kruk.
Thank you for telling me, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, it won't be so bad, Kruk. The guy just wants to ask you some questions.
And the man will arrive?
In the afternoon, I'd say. The truck's supposed to arrive later.
Why did your friends not have the truck arrive today?
Guess they took you seriously.
I told them what you'd said, that the truck would be destroyed.
That will happen.
You know that?
Yes. I have given you the warning. It is arranged. Your men will try to remove the capsule, and the ray will reduce the truck to ashes.
But not if they don't touch it.
They will.
Yeah, I believe what you're saying, Kruk.
I have been in touch with the Space Command. The ship is on its way.
How do you know that?
I returned to the capsule and sent my message.
You did?
When? I've been with him all the time, Al.
I assure you, I have talked with my people.
I guess I'd better tell them to stand off.
Yes.
Now that's settled. Now you rest, Kruk.
What you see of me here will rest. Thank you.
Close the bedroom door, Al.
Sure.
What do you think he meant by that, Al?
Who knows? Have I got time before supper to drive over to Garrett's?
You're back in half an hour.
Oh, it won't take me that long.
Don't be nasty to him. You're good friends.
Okay. But I don't like his interference, and I'm going to tell him so. And warn him and Dana.
You went behind Al's back.
Well, not really, Ma. The professor told Al.
Because he felt guilty. Garrett, I can't believe you'd do such a thing to Al.
Well, there's no harm done.
But you were planning to have some man walk in from space control and...
If I may, Garrett and I have genuine respect for Mr. Wilson's humanitarian feelings about the little creature from space, but he does not appreciate what a monumental discovery this is.
The space capsule could advance our flight technology by light years. I mean it, darling. We have to have this knowledge. We owe it to our country, and Al says we're supposed to do nothing about it.
He also says that if you interfere, Crux people would kill you. Oh, you know, it's lucky all of you aren't dead now. I'll bet you would be if Carrie hadn't nursed this creature back to life.
It would be a shame if we don't learn all we can from this incredible event.
Well, what do we do, Professor?
Warn the man from Space Command. Possibly we can control his eagerness.
Garrett, I believe Al. If he makes one pass at Croc, so long.
The little creature's defenseless. He's so small, you could stuff him in a suitcase.
Hardly.
And you say he's defenseless? How do you know?
I can see.
But what you won't see is that Croc is a highly advanced form of life, way beyond us. And because you can't see how he could defend himself, you think he's helpless. Oh, don't count on what you think. You don't know.
Mighty good supper, Carrie.
Croc liked it, too. It took him a tray. It's funny. I don't think of him as a little man from outer space, but like a guest who's got sick and I'm taking care of. And he isn't even human.
Well, he responded to kindness. Most living things do.
Now, you're sure you weren't nasty to Garrett and the professor?
Of course not. I did tell Garrett to learn to mind his own business, but mostly I warned them.
They take you seriously?
They thought I was talking through my hat.
Well, Maud will pound some sense into Garrett's head.
Maybe.
The professor's got some feelings.
Maybe. Well, I'm going to get to bed. Big day tomorrow. I sure hope that man from Space Control has some sense.
Well, he's only one man. Croc said he'd talk to him and then leave.
That's going to be some sight. A flying saucer sitting down right in our pasture. I wonder if they'd take me for a short spin.
Go to bed. If one of those things comes down, you're not going near it. Let it pick up the capsule and take Croc home.
And where's that?
He won't say. Only it's out there, where the stars begin.
And what's beyond that?
Huh. Even Croc doesn't know that.
There she is, Professor.
Right on time. It's just after 5.
Oh, that's some big helicopter.
Oh, the pilot sees us.
Yeah, it's almost down. Come on.
Hello? Hello there.
Hello. Hi, I'm Jared Smith.
Oh, how are you? ZENDA, Space Control.
Professor Dana, Mr. Wilson.
How do you do?
Pleased to meet you. You know about the spaceman's warnings?
Yes, I've learned what he said. Mr. Wilson, you have him in your house?
That's right. And he's willing to talk to you.
Very sensible. He has no choice. He's a prisoner.
Oh, no. No, sir. No, he's not. Begging your pardon, sir, but he's my guest. And he's been just fine.
Well, that's how you may see him, Mr. Wilson, but he's my prisoner. I have orders to transfer him to the War College where...
Well, that's just what I was afraid of. Now, if you try any rough stuff on Croc, there'll be real trouble.
Are you threatening me, Mr. Wilson?
I could be. This is my property, and Croc is my guest.
Now, look. You can't set yourself above the government. This capsule and this creature belong to us.
They do? Well, I'll throw all of you off my land. But that's not what I was getting at when I said rough stuff would bring trouble. You're playing with something from outer space, Sanders.
I'm here to take possession of a space capsule and something that resembles a man. I mean to carry out my assignment.
Well, all the luck in the world for you. Croc said he'd talk to you. Maybe he can pound some sense into your thick skull.
Now, see here.
No, you see here. You watch your step with me. And you walk very carefully with my little friend Croc.
You are from your Space Control.
Yes, who are you?
I am called Croc. I am from a distant planet. Its name is of no importance.
It is to me.
That may be.
How did you reach Earth?
In my capsule.
Mm-hmm. What was your mission?
I am an explorer.
Who are your people?
They are like me.
Yes. You have conquered space travel.
We have explorers everywhere.
Why did you come to Earth?
I did not intend to. I went off course.
Your capsule caught fire and landed here.
That is right.
Come with me.
You are making a grave mistake.
I am obeying orders. You understand that?
I understand orders. But I do not obey yours.
Mm-hmm. This is a gun. If you resist, I'm instructed to immobilize you.
Mr. Sanders,
Stay out of this. Now get up, Truck, and walk out.
I warned Mr. Wilson.
I don't believe in magic, spaceman.
That is your weapon. That metal gun.
Yes. And if you don't obey, I'll use it.
He fused the gun.
It's just a lump of metal.
Can you use it now?
Mr. Sanders, leave well enough alone. I don't know what Croc did, but...
Each one like me possesses a powerful ray. More powerful than your strongest current. I can call it up from within me whenever I choose. Then I can point a finger and destroy.
Come on, Mr. Sanders. I'm convinced.
And you saved his life, Wilson. You gave refuge to an enemy of our country. I will have you charged with treason.
I do not think so. Mr. and Mrs. Wilson have treated me like a visitor. I will not forget. Neither will my commander. Do not threaten the Wilsons. We have come to Earth many times on friendly missions. We could come with total destruction.
I'll ask you to leave, Mr. Sanders.
And do not try to remove the capsule.
I'll walk you back to your helicopter, Mr. Sanders.
Oh. You're miraculous, Croc.
No. Just more advanced in scientific technology. Humans one day will discover what we already know.
But how about that deadly ray of yours?
In your seas, you have deadly eels. On land, you have venomous snakes. My people are small, but strong, because we possess the ray. In fighters, it is highly developed. I am a soldier and a fighter. It is time now for me to go.
Al, look outside. They got a truck back into the pasture next to that big lift, and they're going to take it away.
Oh, no, you know what Croc said?
It will now happen. Look toward the sky. The command ship. I will go and meet it.
It looks like a big mushroom.
I've got to see this.
Al, Garrett could be killed.
Garrett! Garrett!
Come back, Garrett. He sees the command ship.
Look at the truck. It's aflame. And it's
Like somebody squashed it.
But the men got away. You see them over there on the road, shielding their faces from the heat?
And there are the landing steps. Croc's on them.
And spaceship. It's gone.
I can tell you that along with the lifter and the truck, the space capsule was turned to ashes. Garrett Smith escaped, and so did the men brought in by Professor Dana. When Al Wilson wondered later if he and his wife had consorted with the devil, she replied, as you might expect, that no, they had consorted with God, meaning, I suppose, that they had acted in the interests of good. I'll return shortly. Maybe our real worlds are those we explore in our nightmares. When an experience becomes too acute, we awaken, switch on a light, and forget the frightening dream. That may be foolish. We must face facts. One of them is that there are other worlds, other life. With the passing of time, centuries perhaps, there certainly will be interplanetary communication. And who knows? A crook may come to visit you. Our cast included John Beal, Marion Seldes, Joe Silver, Evie Juster, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The family has, for a long time, been one of the strongest institutions of our civilization. There are those who swear by the sanctity of the family. There are others who have said, God gives us relatives. Thank God we can choose our friends. Only when the family is attacked can one judge its true strength. Either it falls apart and disintegrates, or it holds firm. Our story deals with such a test.
Do you know anything about life after death, Ellie? You know, like reincarnation, how the dead sometimes come back to still another life?
I don't believe in any of that nonsense. Please get to the point.
Well, here, let me take off these dark glasses. Now, the eyes may look a little strange, but look into them. Tell me what you see.
Oh, no.
Our mystery drama, A House Divided, was adapted from the great Greek tragedy Electra. It was especially written for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss. It stars Joan Lovejoy and Larry Haynes. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The year is 1917. All Europe was now at war. In April, President Woodrow Wilson asked Congress to join in the war against the Germany of Kaiser Wilhelm II. Doughboys were already off to France, singing, "We won't be back till it's over there." But in a large Midwestern city of the United States, another kind of war was just starting. With the promised passage of the 18th, the Prohibition Amendment, the forces of crime began to gather their troops in a campaign to fight that law and all laws.
Augie Menon, District Attorney's Office.
It's Claire, Augie.
Oh, hi, darling. What's up? Why are you calling at this time of day?
Well, I had to. Augie, I'm so worried. Something must be done. And we can't wait.
Well, the children, they're all right? Aaron's in no trouble?
No, he's fine.
Ellie off in another of her moods?
No, it's not the children this time, Augie. It's you.
Me?
Yes, I ran into Jim Allen at Enrique's, or better, he ran into me. He's out for no good, Augie. He means to give you trouble.
So, what else is new?
You're getting in his way, he said.
Yeah, that's my job, darling. It's what I'm paid to do.
I'm frightened, darling, for you and for the children.
If he's said anything to threaten our two kids...
No, not in so many words, but there's no telling where Big Jim will stop.
Darling, why do you tell me all this as if I didn't know already?
But because Alan mentioned something that I can't repeat on the telephone.
You can't?
Well, you told me more than once. You never know who might be listening.
True.
As soon as you get through, please meet me at 6 o'clock.
Where?
At 438 East Floyd.
Well, East Floyd? Darling, that's clear on the other side of town.
Yes, I know.
Pretty run-down neighborhood. Why there?
Oh, Augie, I have a reason, a most important one. You'll have to trust me. You'll be there then at 6?
Well, if you say so. But what's the mystery?
Just be there and you'll see. Well, I've got to run. Goodbye, dear.
See you soon.
You're really something, Claire. Really. You never know who might be listening.
Well, the important thing, my darling, is that you'll surely be there.
On time?
Augie? Always on time. He'll be there on the dot of 6, or I don't know my Augie.
You know, I can see his face when I walk into that garage and say, "We never met, Mr. D.A., not formally. That is, my name is Allen. Big Jim Allen." You'd be surprised how many things we share in common.
That's very funny, Jim. That ought to kill him.
Slow down, Corey. It's that one over there, number 438.
438 East Floyd. Hey, what do you know? The old Hastings garage. Remember the time, boys?
Yeah, I remember, Corey.
Hey, look at all them broken windows. Not one person on the street, eh? Shame what's happened to the neighborhood. You know, there was a time
Just keep the motor running.
You bet, boss.
Hand me the suitcase.
You got it.
I won't be long.
Claire, dear, is that you? Whatever made you choose...
You're very punctual, Mr. Menon.
Who's that?
Here, I'll put the flashlight on my face. Can you see?
Allen. Big Jim Allen. What are you doing here?
I could ask you that.
I'm expecting my wife.
Here? In an old abandoned garage in a deserted neighborhood? You must be kidding.
Allen, where's Claire? Where is my wife? What have you done to her?
Now, that's a good question, Mr. Menon.
What do you want?
Just a little peace and quiet.
Allen, if you have so much as laid a hand on Claire...
Now, that's something I would not like to take an oath on.
If you have hurt her or my kids in any way...
I'll tell you one thing, Mr. Menon. Let's see now. The last time I saw your wife, she was just fine. Purring like a little kitten. She was happy as a clam. Resting on a bed. A bed. At my address.
You filthy liar.
Take it easy, Menon. You'll last longer. Yeah, she's been coming to my place for months.
I don't believe you.
Oh, no? Why don't you have the guts to face it? Claire is a beautiful woman. She deserves the best. And she doesn't think you're it. If indeed she ever thought so. You see, you're too busy being a DA to give her the attention she needs. So, she's hitched her wagon to a different star.
You?
Me. Just one more thing, Mr. DA. I've warned you time and again to keep your big nose out of my affairs. You wouldn't listen. But with this last one, the biggest liquor deal I ever pulled, you've gone a little bit too far.
Alan, I haven't even
My way of thanking you for Claire, you see, I'm not ungrateful, is to give you one last chance to get out of this town tonight. Get on a train or a boat, I don't care where you go. I just never want to see your face or hear of you again.
And Claire?
Well, Claire's a big girl. She makes up her own mind. As a matter of fact, she already has.
Well, my children. Aaron, Ellie.
Well, Ellie's 18, Aaron's nearly 20. They'll get along.
Alan, you're crazier than I thought. My office has a file this thick on you with evidence, with proof. You are going to get your ears pinned back so far.
You're wrong again, Menon. No one is ever going to touch me, ever. And it certainly won't be you.
No?
No, Augie. Never you.
Ellie, open up. It's me, Aaron.
Come on in. Door's open.
Are you, all right, Ellie?
I'm drained. I don't like cemeteries. The idea of death, dead people, I just can't take it.
Father's funeral was such a lie. Our mother in her black dress and veil watching as they lowered Father's body into his grave, making as if her little heart was being torn apart.
She should have been an actress.
Ellie, there's something that I have to tell you.
Yes?
I just can't stay here. I've got to get away, so... Well, I've enlisted in the Army in chemical warfare. I leave for training camp at 5 a.m.
What? Why have you done this?
Well, I told you. And before I leave, there's one thing that... Oh, hold it a minute. Open them up.
Hello? Oh, your big girl is fine and dandy.
Karen. She's picked up the phone on the upstairs landing. I want to hear this.
I have no idea, Jim. What's on your mind?
She's talking to her boyfriend.
Hey, Jim,
the Hot Chocolate Club? What's that? Oh, a new one. Best speakeasy in town? Well, I'd love to go. 8 o'clock is fine. I'm sure that Ellie and Aaron will be gone by then. Right. Bye, dear.
The Hot Chocolate Club?
Aaron, we were right. She had to be in on Daddy's murder all the time. She was the one who set him up, I'm sure.
Yeah. I felt it all along.
Oh, what will we do now, Aaron?
Well, you play along as best you can till I return. Now, don't do anything that'll cause them to suspect that you suspect anything.
And you?
Well, between now and 5 a.m. tomorrow morning, I've got one important thing that I must do.
Whatever it is, take care of yourself, Aaron. Take very good care.
Corey, have you got the third stud for this dress shirt? There's one missing.
I had it in my hand more than a minute ago. Hey, here you are, boys.
Oh, fine.
Hey, that reminds me of the time.
Corey.
Yeah, boss?
I've been thinking. I don't trust those kids of Menon's.
Well, what have they done?
Nothing, not yet. But still, I have a feeling. They may know who killed their father. I'd like to make sure that they don't talk.
Oh, I got you, boy.
No, not quite, Corey. Not so fast. Now, first, I want that girl watched and guarded 24 hours a day. Ellie is not to leave their house unless you have a tail on her. No phone calls in or out without a tap. No shopping, no dating, nothing. Unless one of our boys is close behind. Yeah, she worries me.
Yeah, I understand. What about the boy?
Aaron is another story. That one I have to think about. Anything in the evening paper?
No, not too much. Cops still ain't got a clue to the disappearance of Augie Menon.
No, that's very interesting.
Yeah, they fine-tooth comb the city. There's not a shadow of the old Augie.
It's amazing, isn't it, huh?
Lake Michigan gets very deep in parts. Cement goes down real quick.
Oh, my coat, please. There we are. Now, I think I'm ready for an unforgettable night on the town with the most beautiful widow in the whole Midwest. When we walk into the place, no one will notice me, I promise you.
Why do you say that, Jim?
Because, my dear, they'll all be saying, who is that gorgeous lady dressed in black? Why, they won't even be able to take their eyes off you to see who the gentleman is.
Oh, they'll notice. Because it's you.
Here you are, boss.
Yeah. Yeah, good crowd.
Your friend, the owner of this place?
Oh, he does things right, you'll see.
Well, have a good time to both of you. Now, watch your step getting out, Mrs. Menon.
Thank you, Corey.
Yeah, be back at 1 o'clock, huh?
Right.
Claire, you're going to have one of the finest meals you ever... Down, Claire, down on the pavement. Hey, are you all right, boy? Yeah, we're both fine. Here, let me help you out, honey. Where is he?
He ran off into an alley someplace.
You got a good look at him?
No, it happened so fast. It was the kid, boss. Some young punk. Oh, no. I don't believe it.
What is it?
That kid that took those shots at you. I'll swear to my life. That was your son, Mrs. Menon. Your son, Aaron.
Aaron?
Corey, how sure are you?
Positive.
The scriptures offer us two contradictory pieces of advice. One says, whosoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek, turn to him the other also. But in addition, we are told that we should exact an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. It's obvious that neither Jim Allen nor Aaron Menon are prepared to turn any cheeks. That they both agree with the admonition in Genesis that says, whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. I'll be back shortly with Act Two. Have gone by. The doughboys who had gone overseas to make the world safe for democracy had come back to find that in their absence, Congress had amended the Constitution so as to make the manufacture and sale of alcoholic beverages illegal. This served as a springboard for the quick mobilization of every criminal element in the country. Among them, men like Big Jim Allen. It's the early 1920s now, and the Jim Allens are riding very high.
Enjoying yourself, Claire?
Oh, the most, Jim.
Good.
And I love your new friends.
Oh. You know, I often think they're friends only because I serve and sell the finest booze in town. When my little fleet of motorboats scoot across the lake from Canada...
You're rum runner?
They bring in only the best. And they make the Coast Guard look like kindergarten kids. Yeah, I got a couple of boats coming over tonight. By the way, where's that daughter of yours?
Oh, Ellie's upstairs in her room. Not feeling well, she said.
Yeah. She thinks she's too good for my friend.
Oh, Jim, it isn't that. You kept her a prisoner in her own home these past 4 years. Since Augie passed away and Aaron disappeared without a trace. She's almost 22. Don't be too rough on her.
Yeah, that's just the point. She's grown up. She may have learned to talk.
Outside of you, she's all I have. Go a little easy on her, will you?
As to that other kid of yours,
Aaron.
wherever he disappeared to that night 4 years ago and saved his life, you know, if he'd stayed here in town, it wouldn't have been for long, even though he is your son.
I know that, Jim.
And if he's ever stupid enough to show his face in this city, well, hey, come on, let's see how I take to this new dance. What is it called again?
The Charleston, dear. The Charleston.
Hold it, Aaron! Hold your fire! Boy, I would have given anything to get that little rum runner, especially that one. Aaron, the Coast Guard can't win them all. Tonight the fog's as thick as soup. We can't even see what we're shooting at. It isn't any easier when they run without light. Yeah, I know, Pete. Yeah, that's what these rum runners count on to bring their booze across the lake. You know that. And what was so special about this one we missed? That was one of Big Jim Allen's fleet. So? You win a few, you lose a few. You know, like you in the Army. Woo-hoo. You were lucky. Yeah, I guess. How many operations did they tell me? 5. 3 years of them, huh? Hey, why don't we go below for a cup of coffee? I'm freezing. Hey, good idea. I shouldn't have brought that up, huh? Sorry. No, I don't mind. At least not anymore. When that big tank of poison gas exploded in my face back there in those French minefields, Pete, I was so close to death, they just about gave me up. My hands, my face, burned almost to the bone. I nearly lost my eyes as well. See, that's why I wear these dark glasses. You're right, I was lucky. I can imagine what it was like when they took those last bandages off your face. You looked into the mirror, you saw a complete stranger. I told you, my own mother wouldn't know me. That's something I'm counting on. You are a lucky fella. Hey, here's your coffee. Oh, thanks. Yeah. I guess I was lucky to get into the Coast Guard. You see, Pete, there are certain people around here who think that the Aaron Menon that they once knew is dead. Disappeared into the war someplace. They haven't heard from him in 4 years, so he must be dead. People who wouldn't hesitate a minute to make Aaron Menon, if they thought he was alive, heavier by 2-3 pounds of lead. Oh, yeah, I see. But they'll never recognize me with this new face I've got, courtesy of some of the best medics Uncle Sam provides. Does that include your sister, Ellie? Ellie will know me. How, Aaron? Well, let me roll up my sleeve. There, you see this? Good Lord. What is that? A scar. That's shaped like a lizard or an alligator. Yeah. When I was 3 years old, I ran into the kitchen, and the cook had a pot of boiling water in her hand. It spilled onto my arm and left this scar. I've never seen anything like it. Mm-hmm. And when Ellie sees this, she'll know it's me. A little more coffee? Oh, yeah, thank you. Well, we ought to be ashore in half an hour. I've got a very busy night ahead of me.
What is it, Corey?
Some kid downstairs, a young punk. He wants to see you.
Who is he? What does he want?
He says he's got some kind of news about Aaron Menon or...
Aaron Menon? What kind of news?
I don't know, something about Aaron's body. He said he had to speak to you.
Aaron's body?
Mm-hmm.
Where's he from?
New kid in town. He's with the parish mob. Or, so he says.
Where is he?
Outside, waiting in the hall.
Okay, let him wait. Meantime, you keep an eye on him every minute.
Ellie, dear, stop being such a stubborn girl. Now that our guests have gone, your father wants to talk to you.
Jim Allen is your husband, not my father. My father is dead, murdered.
Jim's almost out of patience with you, and so am I.
I've waited this long, Mother. I can wait a little longer.
For what?
For the day my brother Aaron comes to see me.
A visit from the dead.
There are no such thing as ghosts.
I have hope.
Of what? Of Aaron coming back and with one bold stroke rescuing his little sister from the big, bad ogre? Wake up, Ellie. You're a little grown up for fairy tales. Besides, if he ever did turn up, he'd be in trouble, big trouble. And I would do nothing to protect him, even if I could.
I find it hard to understand you, Mother. He's your son.
He tried to kill the man who is my husband.
Your husband? The man whose hands you'd like to think are clean? The man who almost wept with joy the day he heard my father had been murdered?
I won't listen to that kind of talk.
The truth hurts, doesn't it? Come in.
Ellie.
If you don't mind, I'd prefer to stay here in my room.
Well, you may not when you hear what I got to tell you.
What is it, Jim?
Young fella downstairs turned up out of nowhere. One of Parrish's mob, a new kid.
Well, what has he to do with me or Ellie?
Well, a kid comes with some unexpected news. Aaron, he says, is dead. He says he was killed.
That's news?
Not the way you think. Not in the war, but here, right here in town.
I don't believe it.
Yeah, this morning. The kid was in on it, he says.
Well, where is the body?
Yeah, exactly what I asked. Well, they've got it stashed away someplace. The viewing price is $5,000, worth every cent of it, to know that Aaron is really out of my hair forever.
Even if it's true, that still leaves one of us, Mr. Allen.
Yeah, how well I know. Meantime, we'll make a little date with the young man downstairs, Buddy Cummings. A date to witness the remains of your late but unlamented brother, Aaron. Claire?
Yes, Jim.
Come on downstairs. Oh, Ellie, I think you might find it interesting to talk with this young fella, too. So won't you join us?
This once? I think I will.
Mr. Allen, we've got the body. Identification unmistakable.
Mm-hmm. How can you be sure?
Well, you know about the scar on his right forearm?
Yeah, I do.
Well, then, you won't be disappointed.
Jim, if you don't need me...
No, I think we've done all we have to. You coming, Ellie?
If you don't mind, I'd like to stay and talk a little more with Mr. Cummings here.
Be my guest, as always.
Mr. Cummings?
Yes?
Just who are you? Where do you come from?
Does that make any difference?
What do you know about my brother Aaron? Where's his body?
The living are not usually buried.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, whatever you want to make of it.
You had something to do with my brother's death?
In a manner of speaking.
You killed him?
Maybe.
You dare tell me that?
Ellie, do you know something about life after death? How the dead sometimes come back to still another life, sometimes in other shapes, long after they've passed out of this life? You know, like reincarnation?
I don't believe in any of that nonsense. What are you getting at?
I do believe in it. In my own way.
Please, get to the point.
No, be patient with me. Here, let me take off these dark glasses. Now, the eyes may look a little strange, but look into them. Look right into my eyes.
So?
Do you see anything that looks familiar?
I do. But, no. No, it can't be. I don't believe what I'm looking at. This is some trick.
No trick. Here, my right arm. I'll roll up the sleeve.
Oh, the alligator scar. No, you put it there.
All right, listen to me. Your stuffed animal, your favorite, the one you slept with till you were nearly 9?
Yes. What was it?
A cross between a teddy bear and a kangaroo.
What was its name?
You called it Joe Jerusha.
Aaron, you are my brother Aaron. Oh, I counted on your coming back. Aaron, what happened to your face?
The war. Ellie, you are looking at some of the finest plastic surgery they can do these days.
It's incredible.
I'm back, but nobody knows that I'm here. Now, we have some work to do.
I know what you're thinking. You can count on me.
Our mother, she is less than dirt. And he, big Jim Allen,
Oh, they're well matched. They deserve each other.
Ellie, they say that no death is a good death, but when those two are lowered into their graves, their deaths are going to be the best thing that's ever happened on this earth. And it will happen. I swear it will.
We have heard that he who insists on getting his revenge keeps his own wounds green, which would otherwise heal of their own accord. And we've also been told that he that will venge every wrath, the longer he liveth, the less he hath. Despite this, Ellie and Aaron Menon are resolved that the murder of their father will not go unavenged, that the murderers will not go unpunished. Just how will this happen? I shall return shortly with Act 3. In Hamlet, another story of retribution, the ghost of Hamlet's murdered father instructs him to revenge his father's death. But the young prince of Denmark keeps putting it off until eventually his procrastination leads to his own death. For the young Menons, Aaron and Ellie, time is running very short. Aaron, his face altered beyond recognition by an accident in World War I, has convinced Jim Allen, the murderer of his father, that he is another man called Buddy Cummings. Allen is about to offer Aaron, or Buddy, a most unusual assignment.
Do you think you can pull it off, Buddy, without Ellie suspecting anything?
Well, I'm sure I can, Mr. Allen.
Why are you so sure?
A weekend up in the mountains? Why not? In the first place, she'd give anything to get away from here, if only for a day or two.
Yeah, her prison, as she calls it.
And even though she knows I'll be watching every move she makes, I think she kind of trusts me.
Yeah. Yeah, she has taken a liking to you, which should keep her off guard. Okay, now, Corey, I'll give you a road map, directions to the place, and the keys. Tomorrow's Saturday. I'd get an early start if I were you.
Okay, I will.
Yeah, just one last thing. You do the job the way it's best for you. Only get rid of the body the way I suggested. It can't fail. It never has.
We understand each other perfectly, Mr. Allen?
Yeah, I'm sure. And it's Jim from now on. Big Jim, if you like.
Thank you.
Now, next item on the agenda. A little trip tonight to view the last remains of Ellie's brother, Aaron.
Whenever you say.
Now, it's only right and proper that a civilized man pay his respects to the dead. Huh? Don't you agree? Oh, this is a great night we picked. Rain's coming down so hard you can hardly see.
Well, we're just about there. In fact, we've arrived. This is it. Well, looks like we'll have to make a run for the building if we don't want to get drenched.
We'll manage.
Umbrella?
No, the wind would blow it inside out. Let's run for it, huh?
Okay, follow me. Here goes. You all right?
Soaked, otherwise all right. You know, it's a funny thing. I could have sworn that...
Anything wrong, Jim?
No, not really. I just had a feeling I'd been here before.
Yeah. Oh, look out, Jim. You don't want to hit your head on that big beam. You might get hurt.
Yeah, right. Where have you got Aaron's body?
It's just around this corner. Get your flashlight ready, Jim?
It's ready.
Fine.
You know, this place gives me the creeps. Where are we?
We'll be out of here in no time. You got the $5 grand?
Now, you just show me Aaron's body, then let's get out of here. It's like a morgue.
Yeah. who should know better than you?
What's that supposed to mean?
Think back, Jim. It's not that long ago, 4 years. 1917, East Floyd, number 438.
438 East Floyd. I knew there was something about this place that was familiar.
And it's no coincidence that it's the same place, the same location where you shot down Augie Menon.
What?
Aaron's body is here, in the same place where you rubbed out his father.
Now, where'd you get that crazy idea?
I read the papers, Jim. And I also can read between the lines.
All right. Just show me the body. Let's get out of here.
You're looking at it.
Where? I don't see anything.
In front of you. Right here.
All I see is you.
That's right, Mr. Allen. Hey, give me that flashlight. Now, keep your hands exactly where they are. Don't move.
Now, what is this? You going out of your mind? Now, just put down that gun, huh? Show me Aaron's body.
You're looking at it, friend.
But, buddy,
I am Aaron Menon. And if you're still in doubt, look at this scar on my right forearm. Recognize it?
Aaron, what are you going to do?
Oh, that's a silly question for a man as smart as you. You took my father's life. I owe you something.
No. Look, I can explain.
I'm sure you can. My father always paid his debts. Big Jim. You and my mother should have remembered that.
Hello?
Ellie, it's me, Aaron.
Where are you?
The other side of town.
Are you all right?
Just fine. Ellie, it's done.
Done?
Finished. All attended to. Tell our mother, Big Jim sent a message. He won't be home tonight.
Good. Very good. When do I see you?
A few more things I have to do tonight. Tomorrow morning.
Here? At the house?
Yeah, where else?
I have a better idea, I think.
Oh, what is it?
Tomorrow is an anniversary of sorts.
Of course.
Someone we know will make a trip to Good Hope Cemetery to lay flowers on a grave. I'll be there, too.
What time?
Around 9?
Okay. Until tomorrow.
Until tomorrow.
The place is so deserted. Not a soul in sight. It's early. You'd think they'd take better care of the graves. Perpetual care, indeed.
They could look better, Mother.
All these weeds. That's why I bring my own garden shears and the plants to the little estate. I feel it's the least I can do in memory of your father. The very least. Meaning?
Such complete devotion. Such warm, personal care.
Oh, spare me your sarcasm, Ellie.
A pity you show so much more love for my father's memory than you showed for him when he was still alive.
Don't start that again. Not here, and not today. Please hand me that small flower pot. No. The one over there. The ice plant.
Why do you suppose it's called an ice plant? Any idea, Mother?
None.
Maybe because it has no heart. Or one of ice.
Plants don't have hearts.
Neither do some people.
Ellie, once and for all, your father is dead. Nothing you do or say will ever bring him back.
That's true, Mother. And no amount of flowers or these plants upon his grave will ever clean your heart of guilt.
Must I hear that again for the last time, Ellie?
It may indeed be the last time. So listen well, Mother. For 4 long years, I have waited for this chance. I've watched and waited with a patience I didn't think I had, while you brought your lover to my father's house, my father's bed, even when my father was still living.
I don't have to hear this.
Oh, yes, you do. Oh, yours hurting.
Let go of my arm.
Then listen. Since that time, my heart has been filled not only with grief and sorrow, but with hatred, poisonous hatred for both you and Alan. But especially you.
I am your mother.
Only because you brought me into this world. And then you thought your job was finished. You spent more time in front of your mirror, admiring your beauty, than you ever did on Aaron or on me.
You always hated me.
And with good reason.
What reason is there for a child to hate its mother?
You asked that?
Oh, I'm sorry to be late. Good morning, Mrs. Manor.
Buddy Cummings. What are you doing here? Is something wrong with Jim?
I came on an errand, something I have to do.
Here in the cemetery? For Jim? What is it?
Oh, Jim didn't send me. This one is for me.
For you? I don't understand. Tell her.
What do you want me to?
Why are you taking your glasses off?
So you can look into my eyes. See anything familiar?
I don't believe it.
Show her your arm.
Here. My right arm.
It can't be.
You've seen this scar before, haven't you? Yes, Mother. It's me. Aaron.
But your face... What happened to your face?
Long story. And we haven't got much time.
Why are you trembling, Mother?
What do you want of me?
Didn't you think there'd be a day of reckoning? Didn't you know that Ellie and I would never rest until we faced our father's murderers and paid them back?
Well, when Jim hears about this...
Oh, Big Jim. Big Jim is dead.
You killed him?
Yes.
And now it's your turn, Mother. Aaron?
You wouldn't dare. You don't have the courage to kill in cold blood your own mother? Oh, no. I know my son.
Aaron, what are you waiting for?
She's right, Ellie. I can't. I can't.
Give me your gun.
No, Ellie.
Don't you move, Mother. Stay exactly where you are.
Ellie, what are you doing?
This pair of garden shears she brought with her.
her, Aaron.
Its points are sharp, and its blades cut.
Ellie, no.
Like this.
Now, remember, Ellie, when we get to the gate, we're supposed to be leaving for the weekend in Alan's place in the mountains.
I know.
And my job is to see that I come back alone. Without you, Alan's last instructions.
Whoever's on duty at the gate will see that I'm very pleased.
Now, here we are.
Okay.
Morning, buddy. Morning, Miss Menon.
Oh, good morning, Corey. What are you doing here at the gate?
Well, the regular guy's off till 12 o'clock. I'm helping out.
Mr. Allen's let me out for the weekend. A trip up to his place in the mountains.
Yeah, I know all about it. He gave me full instructions. Here's the keys, buddy. And a road map. And full directions.
Mm-hmm. And after last night's rain, looks as if we'll have a good day.
Yeah, it looks that way. And see that you take good care of the young lady, huh, buddy?
I'm sure you will, Corey.
Won't let her out of my sight for 1 minute.
Here. Let me get these gates open for you. There we go. Have fun. And be careful driving on those winding roads. We don't want anybody to get hurt, right?
Right. So long, Corey. Well, where do we go, Ellie?
I don't know. Just drive.
I'm glad it's over.
So am I.
I feel relieved.
Me too.
Sooner or later, we'll be discovered. You know that.
I suppose so.
And charged with murder.
I don't care now.
We did what we both knew we had to do.
The law may see it differently.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I agree. For the first time since our father's death, I feel I'm free.
And so do I, my brother.
The law, of course, did catch up with Ellie and Aaron. And to the law, murder was murder, no matter what the justification. The last words of the ancient Greek playwright Euripides, in his version of Electra, read, "As we move through the open valleys of air, we champion none who are stained in sin. So let no man be desirous of evil, nor sail with those who have broken their oaths. As God to man, I command you." I will return in a moment. Many of our celebrated playwrights have gone back to the tragedies of the ancient Greeks for inspiration. Our own Eugene O'Neill, among others. Why? For one thing, the Greeks had discovered the deeply moving key to so much of what troubles the human heart. So many of the things that shape our destinies. And this some 2,400 years before Dr. Sigmund Freud listened to his first patient on that famous black leather couch in old Vienna. Our cast included Joan Lovejoy, Larry Haynes, Rosemary Rice, Russell Horton, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Give a man a pipe he can smoke. Give a man a book he can read. And his home is bright with a calm delight, though the room be poor indeed. That was a fine poetic sentiment when it was first written about 100 years ago, but it may not have stood the test of time. For one thing, smoking has fallen into disfavor, and not too many books written today are designed to brighten and delight. These are grim times, my friends, and don't just take my word for it. Read some of the recent books, especially the one we're about to consider.
With this book, we can do justice.
With this book, we can get rich.
Do you know what this book can mean to the world?
I want only what it can mean to you and me.
But I don't want money.
This isn't just money. This is millions. Millions.
Justice is more important.
Captain, if you can't see it, well, only one of us is going to walk out of here with the book.
Our mystery drama, The Book of ABACA, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Alan Swift. It is sponsored in part by X-Lax and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. What is the most valuable book in the world? The original Gutenberg Bible? A first folio Shakespeare? The answer is no. To them. Or to any other famous first editions you could think of. There's a book, and it was written by a man most people never even heard of, that can be worth millions. The Book of ABACA. The ABACA was a 20,000-ton tanker that flew the Silenian flag. On June 3rd at 2300 hours, or 11 o'clock p.m., she was approximately 100 miles east of Cape May, New Jersey. Her captain was on the bridge when he heard a frantic voice from the engine room.
Captain Bauer! Captain!
What is it, engineer?
We're sinking.
Sinking?
The water's rushing into the engine room.
Well, man the pumps.
The plates have sprung.
I said, man the pumps.
What pumps? I switched them on and the motors blew. We're sinking. I can't stop the water.
Well, we can't sink. We've got 3 million gallons of oil on board.
I'm hip deep in water now.
You know what that means?
I only know we're sinking.
I'm coming below.
What for? You want to drown down here? Every plate in the hull's beginning to buckle. This tub is gone.
Do you know what this oil spill will do to the east coast of America?
Captain, don't you realize it's over?
Gone. I never lost a ship in my entire career.
Captain, can't you understand? This one is gone. We'll be lucky to get out of her alive.
All hands, prepare to abandon ship.
Captain, what are you doing in the cabin? Captain, are you all right?
No, I'm not all right.
The crew is away.
That's good.
Come on, Captain.
Where?
Well, there's a life raft left for you and me. Let's go. We don't have 5 minutes.
You go ahead, Carn.
What do you mean I should go ahead?
Just what I said.
Hey, wait a minute. You're not going to do what I think you're going to do.
I am. I'll go down with my ship.
Oh, no. Oh, that's for books, for movies.
I cannot leave this ship with a good conscience.
Can't we argue later?
3 million gallons of crude oil. You know what this will do to the coastline, to the fish, to the birds? It'll destroy the livelihood of thousands, the enjoyment of millions. How can I face people?
But it isn't your fault.
Yes, it is my fault. I should never have sailed on the ABACA. I knew she was unseaworthy. But I let myself be convinced.
I still say it isn't your fault.
Vanity, my vanity. I'm old. I'm too old to command a ship. Why didn't I accept it gracefully?
Captain, before it's too late.
But they flattered me. They said, Captain Bauer, you're the best there is. Take the ABACA. Vanity. I was so happy for a command, a ship. Didn't I know she was little more than a heap of scrap metal?
Well, everybody knows that.
Everybody does not know that. This phony flag, this two-bit monarchy of Solania. It's all a dodge to register rotten ships and crooked corporations.
Captain, there's nothing we can do about it.
Oh, you're wrong. There's plenty we can do about it. But I cannot do it if I drown here like a rat in this death trap.
How good. Let's go.
Yes. Yes. Let us leave. My waterproof bag, and I'll need...
Captain, there's no time to look around.
The book. The book that will destroy them. The book of the ABACA. The log book of the ABACA.
You all right, Captain?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Well, the seas aren't too bad. We can stay afloat on this raft. We're bound to be picked up as soon as it gets light.
Con, listen to me.
Hey, sure, Captain.
In this book. In this book.
Captain, something wrong?
I'm dying.
Well, what's the matter?
I don't know. I'm dying.
You wrap yourself in this blanket.
Won't help.
Hold on, Captain. In a couple of hours, we're bound to be picked up.
Con, listen. Don't say anything. Just listen. The Terry Corporation.
Yeah?
Terry Corporation, yeah.
You know, okay, they own the ABACA.
Yes, and 25 or 50 or who knows how many other rotten, unseaworthy tubs.
Don't get yourself excited.
The Terrier Corporation. Bartholomew Terrier.
Captain, you're just getting excited for nothing.
No. It's for something. Bartholomew Terrier buys these unseaworthy hulks, and he...
Captain, just take it easy, please.
No, I don't have time. The ABACA should have been scrapped 20 years ago. Bartholomew Terrier will go down with the ABACA. This book, my logbook, will drown him. It'll prove that he was negligent, that we were unfit to sail. But I'm going to die.
Don't say that.
I am going to die of shame. You take this book and turn it over to the United States Coast Guard. You do that. Promise me. Promise?
Yeah, Captain, I promise.
Yes? Oh, yes. Have him come in. Mr. Kahn. Have a chair.
Oh, thank you.
Cigar?
Thank you again.
You were chief engineer on my ABACA. I don't believe we ever met before.
But we're meeting now.
Too bad about the ABACA.
Yeah.
Fine, trim ship.
Was she?
Well, wasn't she?
She was a rusty old tub that could hardly keep afloat.
How can you say that? She was given a most searching inspection by the authorities before she was permitted to leave port.
By the Solanian authorities, no doubt?
Of course. And unless she has met the standards of the Solanian Maritime Commission...
Which is a joke all over the world.
She would not be permitted to leave the harbor.
The only time one of your ships flying a Solanian flag is prevented from leaving a Solanian harbor is when you have failed to bribe the proper, or should I say improper authorities.
Now, see here, Mr. Kahn.
Which hardly ever happens.
Mr. Kahn, what is the purpose of this visit?
The Tarrier Lines. All those ships that fly the big red T under the Solanian flag, of course I should say alleged ships, because the Tarrier Line is little more than a floating scrap heap. A temporary floating heap.
Mr. Kahn, I am a
busy man, I know. But I am empowered to arrange matters for you to become a gentleman of leisure. I can retire you from business a hopeless bankrupt.
I must ask you to come to the point.
What was I doing on the ABACA? I'm a good engineer, but I'm a drunk. The Tarrier Line is the only one who take me as a chief.
Well, I must say you display remarkable gratitude.
And Bowers. Who else wanted a captain his age? But we're okay for Tarrier. Why? Because the price is right.
Well, I fail to understand your complaint.
Your ship, the ABACA, is down on the bottom, 100 miles out. And there's a mammoth oil spill 3 million gallons thick headed this way.
An unfortunate circumstance of our technological age.
And you sit there, fat and happy, convinced you'll even make a buck on this tragedy. You actually think you're going to collect insurance for ship and cargo.
I know I'm going to collect.
Now the insurance company can prove negligence.
What negligence? My poor man, you're evidently suffering from your ordeal. Negligence cannot be proved.
The equipment failed.
Really?
All of it. Obsolete. Faulty.
And who will testify to that?
I'll testify.
To what? You're drunk. You're unfit.
Huh? Then why did you hire me?
You concealed that condition from us. I admit we would have a problem if the captain had survived.
Then you do have a problem. Because he did.
He what?
He survived.
He's dead. He was dead when the Coast Guard picked you up.
I know. But his testimony survived. His book, the log book of the ABACA.
The log book?
I've made a photocopy of several entries. They're chosen here and there at random. They're fascinating reading for a board of inquiry. Care to look through them? Let me read this. I was afraid of the worn engine cylinder. I begged Tarrier to have it repaired. Tarrier replied it would last the trip. It had been causing heavy vibration. I think we may spring some of the plates. Radioed the office for permission to put in the Tangiers for repairs. Was told to proceed to New York. I will not be responsible for the results of this action. This is not the juiciest either. It goes on, gets worse and worse.
You have, I assume, the log of the ABACA?
Oh, yes.
This is my property.
Of course.
I could have you arrested.
Well, why don't you do that? I will then turn the book over to the American authorities, and I'm sure they'll be eager to look through it under the circumstances.
Well, isn't that your intention in any event to turn the book over to the authorities?
It was Captain Bauer's intention. He was a very old man with a very guilty conscience. He was out to sink the Tarrier line.
And what is your intention? What do you want?
What do I want? A life I always dreamed of. A life of ease and grace. A life completely secure from storms.
Is such a life possible?
Enough money makes anything possible.
And how much is enough?
$2 million.
$2 million.
$2 million. The logbook of the ABACA.
Well, that's a rather expensive book.
Yeah, true. But think of how much more expensive it would be if it were ever published.
$2 million for an unpublished manuscript. Even in these overinflated times, that's an extremely substantial sum. $2 million. And it doesn't even have any sex in it. Mr. Tarrier looks across his desk at Mr. Karn. What do you suppose his answer will be? Don't guess. Just wait for Act 2. What are the wild waves saying? Asks the poet. In our story, we have seen an oil tanker go down off the Jersey coast. And it's not so much what the wild waves are saying, but what they are doing, which is burying a thick, fish-killing oil slick closer and ever closer to shore, where it will have a most depressing effect on the economy and the environment.
$2 million.
A not unreasonable sum, Mr. Tarrier. Damages, claims, and fines could go at least $50 million. $2 million is what? 4%? No, Mr. Tarrier, you are getting a bargain. Actually, the buy of the century.
The log is in your possession?
Yeah.
It is immediately available?
Ready to change hands at an hour's notice.
Well, you realize, of course, I do not have $2 million in my pocket. Where may I reach you?
Well, we can't do it that way. I'll be in touch with you. How much time do you require?
A day.
Fine. I'll call you this time tomorrow.
Cosmo. Is Roland about? Good. A man named Kahn. He's just left my office. He's 6 feet tall, thin, red hair. He should be headed for the elevators. Roland's to follow him, find out where he lives. Yes, right. I'll have other instructions for you later.
Yes?
You got a Mr. Kahn living here?
Kahn. No, I don't believe I rented a room to anyone named Kahn.
Ernest L. Kahn.
No, I don't have a roomer by that name.
Let me ask you that again. A fella 6 feet tall, thin, red hair.
Oh,
You gonna ask me who I am, huh? What do I want him, huh?
Well, yes.
Yeah, well, I'm used to questions like that. I'm from the FBI.
Oh.
And we have to talk to this man.
Oh, well, of course. The FBI, that's different. Well, he answers that description. His name is Edwards.
Edwards, huh? That's very significant.
Arthur K. Edwards.
That's got to be a full name.
Oh, I knew there was something suspicious about that one the minute I laid eyes on him.
Did you?
Oh, yes. You don't fool Edna Miller. I'm an excellent judge of character.
Yeah, sure. Well, now I got to see this fella. You better stay here.
Oh, you mean he's dangerous?
Nah, nothing like that. Just tell me what room he's in.
Oh, well, number 6. It's up the stairs and first door on your right.
Upstairs, all right. First door on the right.
You'll see the number 6 on it. It's a very nice room, really.
Yeah. Thanks, man. You better keep out of sight, huh?
Oh, I will. I will.
Hi there, Mr. Kahn.
Who are you?
Well, I got something to show you.
What?
This. This is a .45 caliber automatic pistol. Now, let's close the door.
What do you want?
Well, I'll tell you how it is. I'm an agent for a book collector.
Oh, I see.
Well, now that you see, we can save a lot of time. You hand over the book, and you're entitled to something for your trouble. My client's really a very big-hearted guy. He told me to give you $1,000.
Oh, that's very generous.
Sure, considering he don't have to give you nothing at all.
And if I refuse?
Come on, chump. This thing's too big for you. You knew how to handle yourself, you'd never get into a spot like this to begin with, so hand it over.
You don't think I keep it in a room, do you?
I don't know. You're an amateur. Who could be dumb enough to do anything? Okay, so it's not here. Let's go get it, huh?
And suppose I refuse?
I can make a phone call. And in 5 minutes, I could get a guy up here, and before you know it, you'd be begging him to listen.
Yeah, well, you can't threaten me. I've got the aces. Only I know where the book is.
That proves how stupid you are. My client don't need the book. All he has to do is to make sure it never gets seen. If you had any brains, you'd have said, if anything ever happens to me, I'd arrange to have that book delivered to so-and-so. But you're an amateur. Come on. Get out of it while you're still alive. Well, what do you say?
Well,
listen, mister. Only a professional can make a killing. An amateur can only get killed. There. $1,000, and you're out of it.
Okay. You win. Hand it over.
Now you talk.
What the... Drop it, or I'll break your arm. Let go, I'll kill you.
Yeah, you asked for it.
Oh, I heard a shot.
Out of my way.
Help! Police! Murder! Help! Oh, police! Catch him!
Hey, you there! Halt! Police officer, halt! Porky?
Well, if it ain't Lieutenant Foster.
How do you feel, Porky?
Well, I wouldn't want to go dancing tonight, Copper.
Well, the doctor tells me you'll be okay.
So, what do you want to talk about?
Who was he, Porky?
Who was who?
The dead man.
What dead man?
Oh, the one you killed.
Did I kill somebody?
I ain't want to play that game, huh?
The name of that game, Copper, is democracy. I didn't kill nobody unless and until a jury of my peers says so.
Porky, we've got you nailed. You were running from the house with a smoking pistol. Your bullet killed him. The jury won't even have to leave the box. We could make a deal.
A deal?
Who bought you, Porky? And why?
Hey, that's what you want to know. What do you give me?
I can't promise anything.
No? Well, I'll do it my way. I'll keep my mouth shut and trust my connections.
Nothing helps when it's murder one.
Yeah. Well, Copper, you and me, we're small potatoes. We're just an extension of big haunches. You see what I mean? Now, my haunches knows how to put the heat on your haunches.
You'll need a miracle to beat this one.
That's just what my haunches are. They're in the miracle business.
Hello, Lieutenant Foster. I'm Patrolman Leone.
Oh, you're the cop who collared Porky Adams.
Yes, sir.
Well, that was a good job. What are you doing here?
Well, the old dame, Mrs. Miller, owns the rooming house.
Is she okay?
Well, the doc says she's still in some kind of shock. Precinct assigned me to keep an eye on the place.
Well, I came here to talk to her. Mrs. Miller?
Who are you?
I'm a police officer.
Well, if you're a policeman, why aren't you wearing a uniform?
Well, I'm a detective.
I don't believe you.
Officer Leone, will you tell Mrs. Miller who I am?
Yeah, he's a detective, Miss Miller.
Are you sure?
Mrs. Miller, would I lie?
Well, no.
Well, it's all right for you to answer his questions.
Now, the man who was shot.
I don't want to think about it.
What was his name?
I don't remember.
Mrs. Miller, the man who was shot in room number 6, don't you have a rent book where you keep records?
Is this the book on the table? Hand it to me, Leone.
That's my book. You have no right to look at that.
Of course. You look in the book and tell me who was number 6.
Well, I don't have my glasses. Officer Leone, will you?
Yeah, sure thing, Miss Miller. All right. Room number 6. Here it is. Mr. Arthur K. Edwards. That's the last entry.
Then his name was Edwards?
If it says so in the book.
All right, now, the killer. How did the killer get into the house?
Well, he rang the bell.
And?
He said he was from the FBI, and he asked for Mr. Edwards.
Mm-hmm. And then what happened?
He rang the bell, and he asked for Mr. Edwards. Is that what happened?
No, Officer Leone, that's not what happened.
But you just said...
He didn't ask for Mr. Edwards. He asked for someone else.
Someone else? Who?
Think.
I can't think. I'm scared out of my wits. I was there when a human being was murdered.
Who did the killer ask for?
I don't know. I don't want to know.
What was the name the killer asked for?
I can't remember.
I know it's hard, but try, eh? Promise me you'll try.
Yes, Officer Leone.
All right, the name. Did it sound Italian, like mine? Or maybe German, or Irish, or Polish? Was the name like yours? Miller? Or Foster?
I tell you, I can't remember.
Yeah. It's all right, Miss Miller. I know you're trying so hard.
Honest, I'm doing my best.
Sure you are.
Honest, but that's his name.
His name is Honest?
Yes. No, it's Ernest. That's right. The killer, he rang the bell and he asked, did I rent a room to a Mr. Ernest Carn? That's who he asked for. Ernest L. Kahn.
Well, what's in a name? Everything or nothing. It depends on whose name it is. For instance, Ernest L. Kahn is, as we know, the name of the missing chief engineer of the wrecked tanker ABACA. But where will knowledge of that name take Lieutenant Foster? It will take us into Act 3, which I shall present shortly. Not that we wish to seem profound, but any story, every story that deals with human beings is basically a story about mankind. We happen to be the order that stands on top of the animal kingdom. The reason for that is we are smarter than the beasts below us. And that's the problem. We are so smart, we tend to outsmart ourselves. We and the beasts share the same environment, but everything the other animals do enhances the natural environment. After all, did you ever hear of a fish that caused an oil spill?
That's who he asked for. Ernest L. Kahn.
Ernest L. Kahn. Lieutenant, why is that name familiar?
Ernest L. Kahn. Not some hood.
No, but I remember hearing that name.
Kahn. Oh, I know.
You do?
Yeah, I heard it on the news, and I read it in the papers.
Who is he, Mrs. Miller?
He was rescued from that ship.
Kahn, that's right. That's right, Leone. He was on that tanker.
Oh, yeah, right, Lieutenant. The one that went down with all that oil.
Kahn was the chief engineer. The one that's missing.
Lieutenant, a top professional like Porky Adams, what would he want to knock off Kahn?
Well, Kahn was the target. Porky asked for him by name. Wasn't mistaken identity.
Why?
Why did anyone want to knock off Kahn?
Yes, Lieutenant. What may I do for you?
Mr. Terrier, would you be good enough to identify this picture?
Well, if I can. Well, I've never seen such a serene face.
Yeah, he should be. He's dead.
Oh, of course. I know this man. I should say I knew him. It's Kahn. He was chief engineer on the ABACA. Why is he dead?
Someone shot him.
Oh, my goodness. Why?
Well, that's what we're trying to determine.
Have they got the killer?
Yes. And that's what has us in the dark.
Why do you say that, Lieutenant?
Well, the killer is a professional.
Yes?
He only kills on assignment.
I don't follow you.
He kills because he's hired. Who would hire him to kill Mr. Kahn? And why?
Well, I'm afraid I can't answer either question, Lieutenant.
How well did you know Kahn?
Oh, he applied for a position as chief engineer.
Did you interview him personally?
He was extremely qualified. I hired him.
May I ask you this? Your line has a reputation for low pay and hard work.
Who says that?
Well, I did some checking. If Kahn was extremely qualified, why did he take a job with you?
Well, A, because jobs are scarce. B, no one else would hire him. C, because he was a drunk. And D, may I suggest a reason why he was killed?
I'd appreciate it.
It's possible that Kahn may have been bringing drugs into the country, isn't it?
Well,
Now, drugs, as I understand it, are controlled by the syndicate, an organization. Is that true?
It would appear to be.
Kahn probably got himself in trouble with the syndicate, and for that reason he was killed. That would account for a professional assassin, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Well, then, that could be your case, couldn't it?
It could. Mm-hmm. Thank you So much for your time, Mr. Terry.
I hope I've been helpful.
Well, I'm sure you have.
Lieutenant Foster, could I talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure, Leone.
Where are you on the con murder?
Nowhere.
Look, I've been doing some thinking, and do you want to hear this?
Okay.
Well, this oil tanker, the ABACA, now, it goes down. You know the kind of damage it's going to create.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the company that owns the boat is known as Hasselbach Outfit, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it's their fault, she's saying. If it is, you know what they can be hit for?
So?
Who can prove it's their fault? The two best people for that are gone. The captain dies at sea, and the chief engineer is assassinated. The Terrier Company is motive.
Leone, that's one of those excellent theories. Looks good, sounds great. The problem is there's no proof. On the other hand...
Yes, Lieutenant?
It could be good enough to scare Porky Adams.
Hey, Lieutenant. Nice of you to come to visit a sick friend.
You're through, Porky. You're in this all by yourself.
Ah, come on, Foster. You and me, we've been around long enough.
Who was this guy they brought you to knock off?
I don't know what you're talking about.
His name was Kahn. Ernest L. Kahn, wasn't it?
Well, this is your story, Lieutenant.
You know who he was?
No. Who was he?
Chief engineer of that oil tanker that went down.
Well, looks like he was unlucky all the way around, don't it?
So you see, the connections are off. The fix is out.
Oh, rave on, Foster, rave on.
I'll tell you what the DA's got. Kahn was ordered killed because he could prove that the tanker sank through company negligence. That's why a professional killer, Porky Adams, was employed. The way the public is up in arms about it. You think there can be a fix?
All I gotta do is keep my mouth shut. And nobody's got nothing.
Untrue. We've got you for murder. Murder 1. And the death penalty is back in style. Well, Porky? Now or later?
Well, say, for the sake of argument.
Yeah?
What kind of a deal could I make?
I can't promise anything, Porky.
Sure. You have to say that. And what I'm going to say is just conversation. You see what I mean?
Yeah?
You can never prove I said it. This Terrier guy, he says to me, Kahn has a book. We need it. Here's his address. Go get it. Scare him. Promise him $1,000 for it. But if you have to, knock him off. What kind of a book is it, I ask? Kahn will know what you're talking about, Terrier says. So I go there, ready to deal one way or the other. When the chump tries to tangle with me, well, the rest you know.
And you'll give that to the DA?
In writing. Now, the DA has to sit down with my mouthpiece and work out the deal.
Hey there, Officer Leone.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Oh, I thought I'd come by and tell you your days of walking a beat may be numbered.
Oh, I like being on the street.
You might like being a detective better. When I wrote up the report, I said it was your lead.
Wow. Thanks, Lieutenant.
You know, Leone, I've been a cop 20 years, and this is the biggest thing I've ever had. It involves millions of people. It has to do with the whole country. Not everybody has a chance to do something like this. Something important.
Yeah, that's how I feel, too.
I want this guy Terrier to be bagged. I never felt this personal about anything in my life.
Hi there, Mr. Adams, is it?
That's me, Porky Adams. Who are you?
I'm the new resident doctor. You must be an important man. I see there's a policeman at the door.
Oh, yeah. I'm getting more important every day.
Then I should be honored that I've been chosen to give you a shot.
A shot? What am I getting a shot for?
Well, according to the chart, it's an antibiotic. You still have some traces of the infection from that gunshot wound. The surgeon wants it cleaned up.
Ooh, will it hurt?
Oh, come on, roll over. You won't feel a thing.
Lieutenant Foster. Yes, sir. Who? He what? What do you mean Porky Adams is dead? But at the hospital? Yeah, okay, I know. Right.
Lieutenant Foster, what may I do for you?
It's not what you can do for me, Mr. Terrier. It's what you've done to me.
Really? What have I done?
Well, you, just to make a fast buck, you're willing to destroy the whole world.
I don't follow you.
You had Porky Adams killed Ernest Conn.
You can't prove that.
Notice your instinctive reaction. You don't deny it. You simply say, I can't prove it.
And you can't.
When you found out Porky was willing to talk, you arranged to have him murdered at the hospital.
You can't prove that either.
You hired a killer who poses as a doctor. And
you can't prove any of it.
You hired Porky to get a book from Conn. The only book it could be is the logbook of the ABACA.
None of this is provable.
Which means the book exists. And I came here to tell you one thing. I'll find that book. There is such a thing as justice. You won't be allowed to get away with it.
Well, Lieutenant, we turned the place upside down. There's nothing to be found.
Where could he have hidden the book? He had to have it handy.
Well, it's nowhere in this room.
But where could it be?
Now, look what you did to the room.
We'll see that it's put together again, Mrs. Miller.
Mrs. Miller, where could Conn have hidden something?
Well, you looked, didn't you? I don't know.
A book. It would have to be a pretty good size.
Well, it's not in this room.
He stashed it someplace.
We'll never know.
That's how Terrier wins. He doesn't need the book. He just has to make sure it's never found. Oh, he mustn't win. We have to stop him.
But there's nothing here, Lieutenant.
Oh, you're right. Okay, Mrs. Miller. I'm sorry we troubled you.
Oh, that's all right.
Goodbye, Miss Miller.
Goodbye.
Is something wrong, Mrs. Miller?
No, nothing. Nothing at all.
You sure?
Yeah, sure, I'm sure.
Now, look, if something's wrong, you can tell me. I'm your friend. Cop on the beat, Officer Leone.
Well, look, I was terrified I'd have to testify against that killer, but he died mysteriously in the hospital, so nobody would need me for anything, so I'm out of it, right?
Absolutely.
Which is where I want to be, out of it, but I'm afraid I'm in it again.
How?
Well, a letter. It came a few days ago for Mr. Arthur K. Edwards. You know, the name Mr. Conn used when he was here.
You'd better let us see that letter.
I'm in it again. I'm in it again.
The letter, please.
I wanted to destroy it, but I was afraid. It's a criminal offense to do that to the U.S. mail. So whatever I do, I'm so scared.
Where is the letter?
In my bag. Here.
It's from the National Bank. Miss Jones, I have a court order here to open the safety deposit box in the name of Arthur K. Edwards.
Oh, yes, Lieutenant. I remember Mr. Edwards. He rented this box just about a week ago. Is he in trouble?
He's dead.
Oh.
You say he just signed up for this box a week ago?
Yeah, see? See, here it is on the card.
This notice sent to his address says he owes a year's rental.
Oh. Well, you know why that was sent out?
Huh.
It was a mistake on the part of the computer.
Mistake?
Yeah, 8787. This is the one. Yes, the computer is always fouling up on the billing. A lot of customers get mad. Oh, this is a big box. What did he keep in there, I wonder? What? It's a book. A leather-bound book. Well, what does it say?
what it says. The Book of ABACA and how it was found. The way many things are found. By mistake. The computer made a mistake. Or the fingers that punched the computer made a mistake. It happens every day. So many good things and bad are the result of mistakes. But there is a peculiar significance and irony to the fact that the Book of ABACA should be found through a computer mistake. And I'll tell you why in a few moments. The ABACA. ABACA comes from a Greek word, abax, which means just what you think it means. Abacus, which was the first primitive computer. The Greek word abax comes from the Hebrew word abak, which means dust. Because when you wanted to add in those paperless days, you scratched the figures on the ground. So, from dust on the ground to strings in a box to fantastic electronic circuits, the ABAC becomes the computer of today. Therefore, it is altogether fitting that somehow a mistake of a computer reveals the story of the ABACA. Our cast included Alan Swift, Robert Dryden, Court Benson, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and X-Lax.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. There's a haunting, lovely song in Shakespeare's Twelfth Night which has troubled my dreams, and perhaps yours. Come away, death. Let me in sad cypress be laid. If it hasn't haunted you yet, perhaps it might after the story I bring you now. A story which, not unsurprisingly, has to do with death.
What are you doing here? What do you want?
I've come for you, Mr. Brokaw. It's time.
What do you mean, come for me? It's time. Who are you?
The name of Morris is good enough for day-to-day use and creates no difficulties. It is borrowed from the Latin, mors. My name is Death, Mr. Brokaw, and I have an appointment with you.
Our mystery drama, Come Away, Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars William Griffiths and Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. You've all heard of the old Brokaw Mansion, naturally. Facing the river, occupying a full block in the heart of the city, with its gardens stretching all the way to the river, and its towering shade trees shielding the imposing bulk of the Renaissance house with its great copper roof. It's gone now, of course, to be replaced by a huge high-rise apartment building. But it isn't so long ago that the last of the Brokaws, Simon, lived and refused to die there, no matter how many people, in and out of the real estate business, were eagerly awaiting his demise.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Rensselaer.
Good evening, Mrs. Marbles. How is Mr. Brokaw?
Why, he seems to be better, sir.
Is the doctor still with him?
No, Dr. Manning left just a few minutes ago.
They're not putting him in the hospital again?
Oh, Dr. Manning said not.
Yes. What is it, Mrs. Marbles?
Forgive me, Mr. Rensselaer. Just the doctor, and now you here. Oh, I've been with Mr. Brokaw as housekeeper for over 35 years.
And I don't know anyone else who could have taken it, Mrs. Marbles. Oh, he's a difficult man.
Like all strong men. Oh, that's what's so awful, I suppose. He's still a big, lusty, healthy man. That he should be cut down in his prime like this.
Dr. Manning thinks it's that imminent?
Well, you'll have to ask Mr. Brokaw about that. Or the doctor himself.
Well, since I've been called in, I can guess perhaps it is. I'd better get on up, or is he resting?
No, he wanted you shown up right away.
I better not keep him waiting.
Mr. Rensselaer?
Yes?
Do you... Will he be changing his will? Is that what it is?
No, I don't think you have anything to worry about, Mrs. Marple.
Oh, it wasn't myself I was concerned about. It was Miss Nita.
Oh, yes. Well, you understand, there's nothing I can say one way or another.
Oh, that sweet little niece of his has given up her private life to move in here and help nurse Mr. Brokaw ever since that first attack of... Well, ever since they discovered that he was ill. And I'd hate to see her left out in the cold if anything happens. I don't want to see her lose out to that cold, greedy little trollop who, in my opinion, is more than anything else responsible for the state he is in now. Oh, can't you do something?
Mrs. Marples, I am a lawyer. I appreciate and applaud your concern, but that's as far as I can go. Is Nita here now?
Yes. She's in the library with her fiancé, Dr. Lawrence.
Very well. Perhaps I'll have a chance to talk to her for a moment when I come down. Now, I'd better get upstairs.
Perry, what are you doing at that half-open door?
Shh, Nita, hold it a minute.
Will you stop acting like a private eye?
I am a private eye. Watching the legal beagle ascend to Mount Olympus and listening at the same time for the below-stairs gossip.
Oh, come away from that door. What do you care, anyway?
But I do care, lover. Mr. Brokaw looms very large in my life, since he's all that stands between me and the love of my life.
Oh, that isn't fair. Uncle Simon isn't keeping us apart.
Oh, isn't he? Then how come we're not married and you won't let me take you away from all this?
But you know how ill Uncle Simon is. He needs me. I'm the only family he has.
Correction, love bug. He has Mrs. Marples to take care of him.
Oh, no, she's not a relative.
So, all right. He has that snaky secretary, that voluptuous Venus, Miss Bunny Huggins, to provide that.
Well, I'm not going to let that... She's angling to marry him now she knows he's dying.
So?
Well, I just don't want to see him taken.
Have you ever thought maybe he deserves it? Well, he spent his life doing that to everyone else that crosses his path. How about maybe he ought to get his comeuppance for a change?
Perry, he was my mom's brother. When she died, I swear she worried more about him than anything or anyone else. I mean, it was crazy. She was 10 years younger, but she always treated him like her baby brother.
That barracuda?
Mom said all that hard stuff was just a front.
Oh, come on, Nita. As far as her brother Simon was concerned, your mother was blind as a bat.
Maybe, but I've still got to hang in, do what I can.
Nita?
What?
It isn't the dough, is it? I mean, look, I'm not going to be an intern forever.
No, it isn't the dough. It's just, well, I don't want to see someone who's, well, sort of my own get taken. And as long as there's any way of shutting out Miss Bunny Huggins, I feel I owe at least that much to my mom.
How about me?
Oh, darling. Can't you wait just this little bit longer?
You're sure of Dr. Manning's diagnosis?
I am a registered nurse. That's why I came here.
I mean, there's no chance of remission. It is terminal?
No chance. It's terminal.
Damn it, Rensselaer, I won't accept it. A little pain, all right. But die? Oh, not me. Not Simon Brokaw. I have too much left to do. I'm not about to die, no matter what the doctor says.
And what am I here for?
To change my will.
Why does it have to be changed in the prime of health?
Because I've made up my mind. I'm going to take the final step at last. At 55. I'm going to be married.
Well, congratulations, I suppose. Do I know the intended bride?
Well, of course you do. Who else would I...
Oh, want me to get that?
No, I'll get it myself. Hello.
Simon?
Oh, Bunny. Who else?
No one. Oh, I knew that deep, ticklish, sexy voice the moment it answered. Oh, am I interrupting anything?
Oh, no. Well, just a conference with my lawyer.
Oh, do you have him there, darling? Why?
Well, it seemed about time.
Honey, you haven't been feeling sick again, have you?
Oh, no, it's nothing for you to worry about.
Oh, but of course it is. You know how I worry all the time.
Now, Bunny, when I get through with my lawyer, you won't ever have to worry again.
Oh, but I do, darling. I don't want anything to happen to my baby. But a girl has to be practical. Just a reasonable settlement.
Yeah, well, let me suggest it. Joint property when we're married and sole heir if anything happens to me.
Married?
Bunny, is that enough? I need you so much.
Oh, you draw those papers up, darling, and at last we'll be what we always should have been together. If you need me, call me. If not, let's have a lovely drink together when we sign the wedding agreement. Oh, I love you.
Yeah, I love you.
Bye now.
Bunny, Bye. All right, Rensselaer. Let's get down to business. I want to redraw my will.
Well, before we do that, can we talk just a moment?
Oh, lawyers. All right, what about?
What is your hurry to rush into this marriage?
Well, I don't know how long I'll be around to enjoy it.
Simon, I can't.
There isn't any discussion, you see. Now or never. And I choose now.
All right, this is for the present, Simon. But do you have to mortgage yourself for the future, too?
You're a man of my age. Wouldn't you be tempted to mortgage your future, too, for a girl like this? Or someone like her? That no man could ever sensibly dream of having unless...
Unless she was bought and paid for.
We'll pretend that was never said. Just let me go in my own way and the devil take the hindmost.
Yes? Who is it?
Mr. Morris, for Mr. Brokaw.
Oh, is he expecting you?
He very well should be.
Well, we have strict orders. I'm not sure I can let you in.
It doesn't matter, because you really can't keep me out.
What did you say your name was?
Morris. The name is a convenience.
What does that mean?
It's not exact, and it is borrowed.
You're an imposter.
Oh, no. That's the last thing I am.
What are you doing here? What do you want?
I've come for you, Mr. Brokaw. It's time.
What do you mean you come for me? It's time.
The name of Morris is good enough for day-to-day use and creates no difficulties. As I said, it's borrowed from the Latin, mors, which in turn means death. My name is Death, Mr. Brokaw. And as I said, I have an appointment with you.
Oh. Oh, no, I'm not ready to die yet.
But then, who is?
Well, this can't be happening. I'll have you thrown out.
I am the one unwelcome visitor no one can refuse. Now, I beg you not to excite yourself. For this encounter, time is standing still. And you are frozen at the brink between life and afterlife.
Get out of here.
Oh, really? You cannot threaten me.
I'm not going to ready to die.
Well, the choice isn't yours.
No, but I'm not ready.
As I said, whoever is.
You don't understand. I'm rich. I have my health. Never mind what that stupid doctor says. I've never been married, but I've just found the woman I wanted who excites me, thrills me.
I don't mean to interrupt. It's rather a silly thing to say, isn't it?
What?
I mean, that's really basically what I do. I make a career of interrupting. You come right down to it.
You have to be so casual about the whole thing?
Oh, I don't mean to be. You see, it's all become such a ritual. It's hard not to be bored. The same thing over and over again.
Well, I'm glad it bores you that much, so we just call off the whole thing?
Well, unfortunately, I have no say in the matter. I am only an instrument, a messenger. And the message I have to bring you is that you are dead.
But I can't die. I keep trying to tell you. I'm 56 years old. I have millions. I'm going to be married to a wonderful and exciting woman named Bunny Huggins, and it isn't fair that I can't be left alive to enjoy her. Now, look, I'll give anything, whatever you ask.
Now, come, Mr. Brokaw. Don't you think that I've been offered every kind of bribe through the years?
But, here, look. Here's a picture of Bunny. Now, could you take any man away from that?
Yeah. She is attractive. There's no doubt.
Oh, you see why I have to stay alive.
No, not at all.
It's hopeless. I have to die.
Well, there is one possibility.
I'll take it. What?
As I said, I am world-weary. I'm tired to exhaustion. And this Bunny is a most extraordinary-looking woman.
Yeah.
Now, I might be persuaded to take a brief hiatus.
Well, how long?
Well, that somewhat depends on Bunny and what develops.
What do you mean, Bunny?
Mr. Brokaw, if I should make any arrangement with you to hold off your demise, well, naturally, there would have to be some transference of personality.
Oh, what does that mean?
Well, it's not very difficult. You see, I would take your place, and you would take mine.
For how long?
Well, I can't answer that. For as long as it suits.
Well, wait a minute. You take my place, I can imagine, but I take your place? What?
Yes, you would become a messenger like me. Oh, it's quite a busy job.
I'd go around telling people they're dead?
Oh, somebody has to.
But, how would I know which ones to go to?
No problem at all. You'll be told. You know, the more I think of it, a vacation from my appointed rounds could be very invigorating. All right, Mr. Brokaw, you brought it up. Would you like to make the swap?
This is a curious and rather new situation, isn't it? The devil tempts. The devil makes a bargain for the human soul. But the devil never makes an open trade, does he? Then, of course, this isn't the devil. It's death. Isn't he as sure as taxes? Or is there some escape? I shall return shortly with Act 2. Return to our strange confrontation. In the master bedroom of the huge, gloomy old Brokaw mansion, two men face each other. Men? The one in the bed, Simon Brokaw, is certainly mortal, since he is dying. The one who sits facing him, Mr. Morris, claims to be death. He has just offered Simon one way out from the inevitable. To avoid dying, he can exchange places with that grim, gray specter who has been sent to claim his life.
I'm waiting for your answer, Simon Brokaw.
What proof do I have?
Proof?
That you're really dead.
Well, I'm here, am I not? How could I have forced my way into the house?
I'll need more than that.
Oh, dear me. Hold out your hand.
Why?
So I can touch it. You asked for proof.
Very well.
Now remember, this is only the first brush of death.
Oh, horrible.
cold, clammy blankness.
You're convinced now?
Supposing I am, what is it like to be dead?
Well, I'm the last person to ask that. I work only this side. Pass the message. Deliver the goods.
And then?
Then? I don't know. You see, I really don't want to know. I'm satisfied enough with my own job, though it tends to be a little lonely and repetitive. It's why the idea of a vacation appeals to me.
Maybe I wouldn't like your job.
Maybe. It's a chance you take. But then the arrangement can't be permanent.
Why not?
Why not? Because eventually it must come to an end. On the other hand, must it?
What do you mean?
Interesting speculation. If I've taken over your life and delegated my responsibilities to you, why should we not, in fact, both be immortal?
Immortal?
Yes, that's your wish. And mine is to have a little more fun, which I certainly might have by living your life. Yes, the more I think of it. It's a very good exchange.
But what would I take with me from my life?
Nothing but yourself. All the rest is mine. Now, are you ready to make the swap?
What other choice have I?
To die.
All right. How do we go about this?
Well, we just exchange places.
You mean I get out of bed and give you my clothes?
Oh, I think it could be simpler than that. If you're ready.
All right, I'm ready.
Now, let's make it as simple as possible. Just take a deep breath. Oh, and close your eyes. That should do it, I think. You can open your eyes. You feel any different?
Of course I feel different. I'm sitting in the chair now while you're in the bed.
Naturally. We've exchanged places. That was the idea, wasn't it?
Yes, but I'm not ready. I don't know what to do.
I told you. You don't have to. You will be told.
Yes, but I can't.
You hear something?
Yes. I can't stay. I'm being called. I'm needed somewhere else.
Oh, that's the way it goes. I began to find it deadly tiresome. He's gone. Oh, poor fellow. He's going to be very busy from now on, while satin sheets, down pillows. Oh, it's very luxurious. No wonder Miss Bunny finds herself attracted. Bunny, where is that picture? If the presence lives up to the picture. Now, let's see. He must have her phone number in a book somewhere. What was the name? Yes, Huggins. Oh, what promise in that name. Here we are. Bunny Huggins.
Uncle Simon, what are you doing downstairs?
You must be Nita.
Of course, Uncle, are you all right?
Oh, never better, Nita, dear. Where's the young doctor?
Perry? Well, you know, he's a little edgy about coming around here.
Because of me?
Well, yes and no.
Well, what's he worried about? I'll cut you out of my will.
He couldn't care less. If he had his way, he'd have me cut out of here.
Can't say as I blame him. It's a gloomy old dump. Why don't you take his advice and fly the musty coop?
What?
Why don't you marry him and be done with it?
But I feel a kind of responsibility for you.
Why?
Well, after all, I am a nurse.
One thing I don't need anymore. So feel free.
I just can't walk out like that.
All right. Let's have the wedding here. Would you like me to give you away?
Give me I can't think of anything I'd like better if you really mean it.
Of course I do. If you'll excuse me, I'll get it. That must be my secretary, Miss Huggins. This is a moment I'm really looking forward to.
He's agreed to the wedding and wants to give you away?
Yes, Perry, darling. I can't tell you what he's... I mean, he's a different man. There are remissions in this kind of disease, aren't there?
Oh, not from what I learned from Dr. Manning.
Well, Manning's kind of old-fashioned. I'd swear that Uncle has to be in some kind of remission. I mean, he's in marvelous shape. Isn't that great?
If we can get married, it is. So set the date. Let's gather ye rosebuds while we may. It is what you want, isn't it?
You're what I want. But, Simon, sweetie, why couldn't we make it a double wedding?
Because I'm not quite sure that I want to get married.
But I thought that was all wrapped up and delivered some time ago. Oh, I swear to heaven, sugar, I just don't know you anymore. You're like another man.
You know, I feel like another man.
I reckon that's just great, isn't it?
I don't plan on dying anymore, Bunny.
Well, I should hope not.
You are not going to be a quick widow ready to wallow in the lap of luxury.
Who said I wanted to be a widow?
Well, it's part of the game, isn't it?
I'm not interested in games, Simon.
Even the ones of chance? You still could win the jackpot.
If I decided to go.
You would walk out on me just like that?
Oh, I swear, Simon, honey, I don't know how to talk to you anymore. You're like a stranger.
Well, I have to admit that I have changed.
Well, if that's the way you feel and you want to get rid of poor little Bunny, I can bow out.
Mm-hmm. If you want.
It's going to cost you. There's the settlement.
What settlement?
Why, Simon Broker, how can you talk like that? How can you expect to use up the best years of my life and think you can walk away free?
Now, whoever said I wanted to walk away free? As a matter of fact, I was looking forward to some of the best years of my life with you. But I mean, with you. And on my terms.
Well, that might not satisfy me all the way.
So, see my lawyer. Or let me see him first. And after that, we can talk again.
Naturally, I had the new will drawn up, Simon.
And this is it?
Well, to the best of my belief, is substantially what you indicated to me at our last meeting.
Basically, except for a very token amount, it leaves my entire fortune to Miss Bunny Huggins.
According to your wish.
A wish with which I sense you are not in agreement.
Well, it's an old argument. I have no wish to reopen it. I'll call in a couple of my people to witness your signature.
Of what?
A new will.
Oh, yes, that. Well, we won't have any need of this anymore. The old one will do well enough since I don't plan to die. Not for a long time yet. I'm sorry that you had all this work for nothing.
Oh, I'm not. I never saw any labor go more cheerfully down the drain. I'd even break my lawyer's old moss back and say, I don't know what the devil has gotten into you, Simon Broker. But whatever it is, I'm for it all the way.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Morris. It's you again.
Yes, Mrs. Marples. May I come in?
If you feel you must. But it won't do any good. Mr. Brokaw isn't here.
He's still in Las Vegas?
Why, no. He left there a week or so ago on a trip around the world.
Around the world? Is Miss Huggins with him, do you know?
His secretary?
Yes.
Why, I believe so.
I thought I heard something about a wedding.
Oh, heavens, no. That was Mr. Brokaw's niece. Oh, such a lovely ceremony, and he gave the bride away himself.
Little Nita.
Miss Nita, Mrs. Lawrence, it would be now, is here at the moment. If you would like to see her.
Oh, no, she wouldn't know me from... She wouldn't know me. Tell Mr. Brokaw I'll look in again. As soon as he's back.
Good evening. Can I help you?
Oh, good evening, Mrs. Lawrence.
You know me.
Well, of you. My name is Morris. I'm an acquaintance of your Uncle Simon. May I see him?
I'm afraid he's not here.
Oh. I thought he was due back from his trip.
Oh, yes. We're expecting him as it happens.
Well, then I wonder if I could just come in and wait.
Well, tonight it might be a little inconvenient.
It's rather pressing, and I seldom have time
Don't bother about the bags, Bunny. The man will get them.
Well, I just need my cosmetic bag.
You don't need that or anything else. Now, let's get in and tell everybody the good news. Hello. What are you doing here?
I have to see you, Mr. Brokaw. It's rather urgent.
Well, tonight is scarcely the best time.
I have a busy schedule. It's my only time. I'm desperate.
All right. Come in. Let's all get inside where it's warm. You picked an awkward time.
I've been trying to see you ever since we made our ill-advised bargain.
Ill-advised?
At least from my side.
So, what is it you want?
I want to call it off. I want to go back being myself, being you.
I wouldn't blame you for a moment, dear boy. I find it just as delightful as perhaps you remember. Too delightful for me to think of giving up. You see, I am perfectly satisfied as things are, and I wouldn't change them back again for the world.
Now, this is an interesting twist. Death calls for someone and is refused out of hand. Of course, he did relinquish his peculiar power over this one individual when they struck a bargain. Or did he? Come to think of it, there are so many ramifications from that special agreement which we have never probed or looked into. That will be for when I return shortly with Act 3. Here we are with another confrontation. The same principles, but a vastly different set of circumstances. A man comes to death to beg for his questionable gift and is refused by death, who has found that the joys of worldly living are infinitely preferable to the cold, lonely world he used to occupy, while apparently Simon Brokaw, who eagerly exchanged his world for death's barren one in order to escape dying, is bitterly regretting his bargain.
You've got to call it off.
Got to? Why?
Because I can't stand this ghoulish job you foisted on me. I want to be back in my own body again, to be myself.
If you should become Simon Brokaw again, my first commission as death would be to claim you, as I was sent to do in the first place. You would have to die immediately.
Well, I'll take my chances on that.
What chances?
Well, you look robust enough to me. You're healthy as a pig and eat and drink like one. You throw my money around like water. You've stolen my mistress and enjoy her. You charter planes to fly like an Arabian oil sheik. Gamble as though you were King Farouk. Enjoy wine, song, and my woman to a fault. Certainly seem remarkably healthy to me.
My dear Mr. Muller.
Don't call me that.
It's your present name. Oh, very well. Death, if you prefer.
I don't prefer. I'm Simon Brokaw.
Were, my dear man, were. I am now Simon Brokaw. And after such a long contact with the dead and dying, I haven't the slightest intention of giving up my contact with the living. First, I have never been so happy and satisfied in my life. Second, while I occupy the body of Simon Brokaw, it functions at peak performance. To let you reoccupy it would be a total waste, since life would be snuffed out in that moment. And last, I don't want to return to being the messenger of death, ever.
I can't blame you for that. There isn't a moment's peace.
It does keep you hopping.
There's no enjoyment in it.
You chose to be where you are. You live with it.
Supposing I just plain up and quit.
Oh, you can't do that.
How do you know? Did you ever try it?
Well, no, but... there you see. You hear that?
What am I going to do?
Ask not for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. I'm sorry you had to dash away, Mr. Morris. So, here we are. A little cognac all around to celebrate the first family dinner since Bunny and I returned.
Oh, thank you, Uncle Simon.
Mr. Brokaw?
Sweetheart.
A little toast to our future together, whatever it may be. Cheers.
Here's looking at you. Right here.
Perry, why are you looking at me so quizzically?
Oh, was I? I'm sorry.
Well, don't be. You have every right. I would just like to know what you were thinking.
Perry, dear,
No, Nita, I really want to hear.
Oh, all right, sir. You're a different man.
Of course why shouldn't I be? Shadows. And for the first time in my life, I've learned how to enjoy myself. I've learned to give instead of eternally taking.
Oh, that's my kind, generous, sweet darling. But there... No.
Yes, well, we can discuss those when we're alone, Bunny. For the moment, let me enjoy my family gathered around me.
What was that?
It's Mrs. Marple.
An accident?
Come on, Perry. It sounded as though she could have fallen down the stairs. Oh.
What is it, Perry?
Oh.
I can't tell you. Back, internal injuries, maybe a stroke. We got to get her to the hospital immediately.
Bunny's phoning for an ambulance.
Well, I'd better get on the phone myself. I should have enough clout to shake out emergency faster.
Mr. Brokaw, I have to say something.
She wants to try to tell you something, Uncle.
Very well. Mrs. Marples, what are you trying to say?
The man, the thing, he was here.
What man? What thing?
He said the bell tolled for him to come for me. But to tell you, he would come no more.
Is she dead?
No, I think she's just lapsed into a coma. Oh, Perry.
Yeah, what is it, Nina?
Is the ambulance coming?
Yeah, it's on the way.
Well, you'd better have a look at her.
She dead?
I don't know. There's no pulse, no heartbeat, but she's still breathing. It's like she was... I don't know how to say it.
Like she had died, but death hadn't come to claim her. All right, Simon Brokaw, whatever you want to call yourself, where are you? Come on, man, you can't do it. You can't stop the process. Death is a fact of life. You can't stop people from dying. Is that what you're up to? Is that what you're trying? Yes, who is it? Wait a minute. Why don't you come in, Bunny, what do you want?
I thought I heard you talking to someone.
Oh, I was talking, and this has a very special truth. Well, you see, I was trying to talk to myself.
Simon, are you all right?
I wish I could answer that sensibly. Why?
Well, you were so funny after they took that poor old Mrs. Marples away. I know you must have been very fond of her, but she was an old lady, and even if it was an accident, she had to die sometime.
Only she didn't.
Didn't what?
She didn't die. Won't die. Can't die.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
It was Macbeth who said he heard a voice say, Macbeth, does murder sleep?
Well, who's Macbeth?
He's a character in a Shakespeare play.
Well, what's he got to do with us?
With me, Bunny, with me. You see, I just may have... I may have murdered death.
What do you think, Perry?
What can I think? I'm only a month out of internship. Every big-shot doctor in the hospital has done his own workup on Mrs. Marples, and no one can explain it.
Look, this isn't like you could pull any plugs.
I know, Nita. We're not sustaining life in that old lady. I mean, medical science isn't.
But what life is there? No heartbeat, no circulation. The encephalograms are flat. No sign there's any brain activity.
You don't have to lay it out. By every clinical test, Mrs. Marples is dead. Except one. She's still breathing. I tell you, it's weird. And she's only part of it.
What do you mean, Perry?
Look, Look, honey, how many of our terminal cases would we have expected to lose in the last 3 days while Mrs. Marple has been here? I mean, in the ordinary course of events.
I don't know. 5 or 10, maybe.
In a hospital this size, more like 15. And how many have we lost? None. I can think of 6 of them in my wing alone that are just like her. And we're not alone. I mean, I've been checking with other hospitals and the police, and even the papers have been making cracks about it. Do you know there hasn't been one obituary notice in these last few days? No homicides, no people died in traffic accidents, nobody drowned or strangled or slipped in the bathtub or fell off a building or burned up or... I tell you, Nita, it's like... I'm afraid to say it.
Say what, Perry? Come on. Say it.
It's like maybe nobody's going to die anymore.
Oh, Mr. Rensselaer, I'm so glad you're here. Come in.
Hi, Miss Huggins. What is it?
Well, it's Simon. I mean, Mr. Brokaw. He's been like a wild man this evening. Oh, what did he say to you on the phone?
Just that he wanted to see me.
Well, you don't think he's going to change his will again?
I'm sure I haven't any idea. Where is he?
Upstairs in his bedroom.
Then if you'll excuse me...
Oh, Mr. Rensselaer.
Yeah?
I told you he was out of his mind. I warn you. He has a gun.
Well, he always has had. I don't think he'll want to use it on me.
There isn't any more to say. I just wanted you to see that I am rational and in possession of all my senses.
Well, we've made tape, as you suggested, which will attest to that better than any words I could use in testimony.
So, the will stands up.
I can see no reason why not.
No matter what happens subsequently?
I promise you that I will see to it personally, that your last wishes are carried out. But I hope not for a long while yet.
That's as it may be. Bunny deserves some consideration, but not all of it. Never all of it. Or most of it. I want Nita and Perry to have that.
Yeah, as you have indicated, they'll have it.
Good. And, now I'd like to be alone.
Well, are you sure?
I'm as sure as I am that the world deserves to be a good place to live in. Good night, Rensselaer.
Good night, Simon.
Which it never can be unless death has a place in it again. My name was Death. I relinquished it for trivial reasons. All over the world, a frightening horde of those who should have passed over are waiting for this moment. I took this body that was Simon Brokaw's, and I was weak enough not to relinquish it. I want to give it back. Return, Simon Brokaw, who has broken the faith. Return. For if you think you have stilled the bell that tolls, for you I will make it ring with the sound of this gun. Where are you? Then wherever you have gone, I consign our immortal souls to oblivion, or whatever judgment shall be rendered there, and your mortal flesh by this act to the resumption of what man may turn his face against, but which he cannot live without.
It was a night long to be remembered. There were a record number of deaths. A strange epidemic that had no discernible cause, but which seemed to restore a balance in nature. Among the obituaries was one for Simon Brokaw. In none of them was there any mention of a Mr. Morris, which is not too surprising, of course, since he himself was the one who pointed out that his alias was merely a convenience, that his real name was Death. I'll be back shortly. Come away, death. Let me in sad cypress be laid. But if you ponder it a while, is it so sad? So many deaths are merciful, so many prayed for, so many long delayed, and all of them at the last not to be questioned, but accepted. For who can cancel, change, escape that one last appointment? Our cast included Norman Rose, William Griffiths, Marion Seldes, Joan Shea, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Is there nothing that can be done about it?
Yes. Yes, there is. Franz and I have been talking about it. You can save him and his crown by going to Streltsau in his place.
You mean impersonate him at the coronation? That's impossible.
It's not impossible at all. You look enough like him to be his twin.
But looks are not enough. Anyone who talked to me would be bound to know.
The only people you would have to talk to are the Princess Flavia, and she has not seen him in weeks, and the Duke Michael.
Well, what about the Duke Michael?
That is exactly what makes it possible. Even if he guessed, and I don't think he would not dare say anything about it, because if he did, he would be exposing himself and his plot.
I see what you mean.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour allergy capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Today's story deals with a mythical kingdom in Middle Europe. It is a tale of intrigue, adventure, romance, all the elements that were so much valued by the Victorians. You will meet a gallant, titled Englishman, a beautiful princess, a loyal retainer, and several black-hearted villains, all playing their parts in a place that never was and in a time that is now gone, but which we all look back on with nostalgic longing.
Enzo? Who... Is that you, Rasendil? Yes, and I have a sword. So I see. I hope you know how to use it. Anga? Yes, I see you can use it. Where did you learn? In the Lancers. The Duke thought he was a swordsman too, but he's dead now. And in a few moments, you will be too.
Mystery drama, The Prisoner of Zenda, was adapted from the classic by Anthony Hope, especially for the Mystery Theater by Robert Newman, and stars Howard Ross. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Our story begins in a railway station in Paris. Rudolph Rasendil, a young, titled Englishman, has just discovered that there is no dining car on the train, and is buying some sandwiches and a bottle of wine at the buffet. As the man at the counter fumbles for the change, Rassendyll hears a shrill whistle and the cry, "En voiture!" With the wine and sandwiches under his arm, he runs out to the platform. The train is moving. Dodging a guard, he jumps on the step of a first-class carriage, pulls open the door, and enters a compartment where an attractive woman in her late 20s frowns at him in annoyance.
You cannot come in here, monsieur. It is reserved.
I know it is, mademoiselle, and I apologize. But it was either that or missed the train. And since my luggage is on it, is anything wrong?
Wrong?
Besides my intrusion, I mean. Because you're staring at me, you know.
Oh, I'm sorry. It is just that you took me by surprise. Who are you?
My name is Rudolph Rassendyll.
You are English?
Yes, I am. And you are Mademoiselle Antoinette de Maubert.
How do you know that?
Because you were pointed out to me at the ballet in London a week or so ago. But you're still staring at me, and I wish you'd tell me why.
It is just that you look very much like someone else. So much, in fact, that for a moment...
You thought I was he. And who is that?
It does not matter. May I ask where you are going?
Of course. I'm going to Ruritania.
Ruritania?
Yes, to Strelsau for the coronation of my namesake, the new king.
Oh, no, you cannot do that.
I beg your pardon.
I mean, I think it would be a great mistake, and I urge you not to go there.
But why?
Because it might be very dangerous. The political situation is very uncertain.
Yes, I've heard that. But I don't see how that would affect me. And since, though we've never met, the king happens to be a distant relation of mine.
A relation?
Yes. And so while I thank you for your warning, I'm determined to go. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'll go back to my own compartment. The next morning, we crossed the border into Ruritania. And in the afternoon, I got off the train at Zenda, about 20 miles from Strelsau. I had heard that it was impossible to get hotel accommodations in Strelsau, so I took a room at the inn, and then, wanting some exercise after the long train trip, I went for a walk in the surrounding forest. I had only gone a short way when I came on a heavy-set, gray-haired man in hunting costume. He was carrying a gun, and his back was toward me. When he heard me, he turned and...
Excuse me, Your Majesty. I thought of... But you're not His Majesty.
No, I certainly am not.
Who are you talking to, Prince?
I don't know, but I think we should find out.
What do you mean? Well, no, it can't be.
Yes, Your Majesty. If it were not for his clothes, I would swear it was you or your twin.
Well, I can see that you're as surprised as I am, sir.
Yes, I am. I had heard rumors that there was a resemblance.
Well, then you know who I am.
If I'm not mistaken, you are King Rudolph of Ruritania. Or will be when you are crowned tomorrow.
That is correct. And may I ask who you are?
Rudolph Rassendyll.
Rassendyll? Then we're related.
Yes, we are. I've never been certain as to exactly what degree.
Oh, but I'm forgetting my manners. My aide, Colonel Sapt, my English cousin.
I'm very happy to meet you, Mr. Rassendyll.
And I to meet you, Colonel.
But tell me what you're doing here, cousin.
Since we are related and since the coronation of a relative does not take place every day, I came here to attend yours.
You mean you're going to Strelsau tomorrow? I want a photograph of my brother Michael's face when he sees us together.
Impossible, sire.
Why impossible?
Mr. Rassendyll must not go to Strelsau.
But why?
The situation is confused enough and difficult enough as it is.
I suppose it might create problems.
Which the Duke Michael would take advantage of.
If it will create problems, I will not go.
They would not be your problems. They would be mine. Oh, by the way, what first name did they give you?
Your name, sire.
Rudolph? I'm flattered. Well, Cousin Rudolph, there is no need to decide about tomorrow today. I'm very pleased to meet you. Very anxious to know you better. Will you dine with me tonight?
If you have no other plans.
I have no other plans. There will just be you, Colonel Sapt, and my other aide, Franz von Tallenheim, and myself. And since we are staying at a hunting lodge with my brother Michael and me,
It will all be very simple.
Then I will be delighted.
Well, go on, Cousin Rudolph. Tell me more.
There's not much more to tell. As I said, I have one brother, an older one.
I have one, too. A younger half-brother, the Duke Michael. Black Michael, he is called. Tell me, do you like your brother?
Very much.
I do not like mine. And, of course, he hates me.
Why, of course.
Because he would like to be king, for which I do not blame him. Tell me, are you a swordsman?
After a fashion.
I know your English reticence. I'll wager you're a good one. Ah, there you are, Franz. Where have you been?
At the door. The Duke Michael sent over one of his guards with this.
Oh, it looks like a bottle from his own cellar. Any message?
Just that it was a special vintage that he had hoped you would drink his health in it.
That I certainly do. Away with the other bottle, Fritz, and open this one.
No, sire, I beg you.
No, would you have me insult my brother? Open it, I say.
Yes, sire.
And pour some for my cousin, Fritz.
No, sire, I have had enough. And since it is getting late and you must be up early, I think I should go.
You cannot go. I insist that you stay here tonight.
But I would appreciate it very much if you would stay, Mr. Rasendil. You seem to have even more influence with him than I. And after all this wine, he is going to be very difficult tomorrow.
Very well. If you think I can be of help, I will stay.
Mr. Rasendil, wake up.
What? Oh, it's you, Colonel. What time is it?
It's 5 o'clock.
5? But is anything wrong?
Very wrong. Come into the king's room with me.
All right.
We're not able to wake him up. The colonel and I have been trying for almost half an hour now. We think he has been drugged.
He certainly looks that way. His breathing is very odd, but who could have done it?
Oh, that's easy. His dear brother Michael. He must have put something in that bottle of wine he sent him. None of the rest of us drank any of it.
No, but why would he do that?
It's just as easy and obvious. So His Majesty would not be able to go to Strelsau for the coronation. It'll be hours before the drug wears off.
And I suppose you will have to postpone the coronation.
It cannot be postponed. If he is not crowned today, he will never be crowned.
Why not?
It is critical. The whole nation is waiting for him to take the throne. If he does not appear, his brother, the Duke Michael, will seize power and be crowned in his place.
But he can't do that.
He can and will. Michael is even more popular than the king, and he has a good part of the army with him. They would support him. Why do you think he gave him the drugged wine? Precisely because it would give him a chance to take the throne.
But we can't let that happen. Is there nothing that can be done about it?
Yes, there is. Franz and I have been talking about it. You can save him and his crown by going to Strelsau in his place.
You mean impersonate him at the coronation? That's impossible.
It's not impossible at all. You look enough like him to be his twin.
But looks are not enough. Anyone who talked to me would be bound to know.
The only people you would have to talk to are the Princess Flavia, and she has not seen him in weeks, and the Duke Michael.
Well, what about the Duke Michael?
That is exactly what makes it possible. Even if he guessed, and I don't think he would not dare say anything about it, because if he did, he would be exposing himself and his plot.
I see what you mean.
You and I will ride to the station and take the train to Strelsau, leaving the king here with Franz. After the coronation, tonight, we will ride back here. The king will have recovered by then. He and I will return to Strelsau, and you will leave the country quietly and secretly.
I suppose it might work.
It will, if you agree to help us. Now, will you?
Well, he is a relative, and I like him. And above all, What the Duke Michael is trying to do is not only wrong, but unspeakable. Yes, I'll do it.
And so, to save the crown for his cousin, Rassendyll agrees to impersonate him for just this one day. But will it be for just this one day? Will the Duke Michael give up his plan so easily? Isn't it possible that there is more danger involved than either Rassendyll or the Colonel realize? We'll find out when I return with Act 2. Now back to our story, to Rudolph Rassendyll, who came from England to Ruritania to be present at the coronation of his distant cousin, and who will now be there not as a spectator, but as a principal, impersonating the king himself at the ceremony.
It all went much better than we had any right to hope. The royal train was waiting at the Zenda station, and while it was taking us to Strelsau, the colonel went over everything he thought I should know. When we arrived at the capital, we were met by the King's Guard. A magnificent horse was brought up. I mounted it, and with the colonel close beside me, began the procession to the cathedral. As we rode through the crowded streets, there was a shout of, "God save the King!" And the colonel murmured,
"God save both of them."
I should have been nervous, and I suppose I was. But I was also strangely excited. For who has not dreamed of riding through the streets of a city while the crowd cheered? Then we were at the cathedral. I dismounted, went in, and walked up to the nave as the organ pealed. The cathedral was even more crowded than the streets, but only two faces stood out, both in front of the altar. One was that of the beautiful young woman, the Princess Flavia, who stood at one side of the cardinal. The other, that of the dark-haired man who stood on the other side and stared at me as if he saw a ghost. The Duke Michael. I remember little of what followed. I knelt, and the cardinal anointed me. Then I rose, was given the crown, and put it on my head. It was over, and I was walking back out of the cathedral with the Princess Flavia beside me. The royal carriage was waiting, and we got into it, just the two of us, for the ride to the palace.
So you are now the king.
So it seems.
Somehow you seem different today.
In what way?
But you not only look different, a bit thinner, more sober and serious, but your whole manner is different.
Would it please you if I did begin to take my responsibilities seriously?
You know my views.
Yes, I do. They have become very important to me. From now on, I shall do everything I can to please you.
Change is beginning to overwhelm me.
As my arrival at the cathedral seemed to overwhelm Michael. Poor Michael. I'm afraid I didn't particularly enjoy the ceremony.
Oh, Rudolph, be careful. You've always been too casual about Michael. Trusted him too much.
I will not do so in the future. For it's quite clear to me now that he wants what I have, and perhaps something which I don't have yet, but hope to win someday. We arrived at the palace, and there was a reception which was as much of a blur as the coronation, except for the moment when the Duke Michael came up to me and...
Congratulations, Rudolph. I must say you performed very well today.
Thank you, Michael. But why should that have surprised you?
Well, you have not always done so. Oh, by the way, what did you think of the wine I sent you last night?
I must confess that I did not drink it. I felt I should have a clear head today.
Ah, that would account for it.
For what, Michael?
It doesn't matter. Perhaps you will try it another time. When
the reception was over, the colonel conducted me to the king's quarters. As soon as we were alone, he embraced me.
Oh, Razendil, you were magnificent.
Now, Colonel Sapt.
Well, you were. The king himself could not have done better.
I'm glad you thought it went well. But there are some things I wish I had been better prepared for.
Such as?
Why didn't you tell me how beautiful the Princess Flavia was?
I assumed you knew.
Just how does she and the king feel about one another?
Well, they've known one another since they were children. She is better loved than anyone in the kingdom. And everyone except the Duke Michael, that is, hopes that they will marry.
We had dinner alone in the king's quarters, and at midnight we slipped out of the palace and rode back to Zenda. My feelings were mixed when we arrived at the hunting lodge. My masquerade would be over now, and I confess that in some ways I regretted it.
France! Your Majesty! France, where are you? It's not possible that he hasn't recovered yet, is it?
I don't know. Let's look in his room.
Good Lord, look!
It's not the king, is it?
No, it's France.
Dead?
Yes.
And the king?
Gone. Michael must have sent some of his men here to get him. France tried to protect him, and they killed him and took the king.
Where?
Oh, Michael has a castle here in Zenda. Possibly there.
You don't think they've killed him too, do you?
No. Michael must know that something is wrong now. You were in Strelsau when the king was captured here. He may even know who you are.
He could know. We must rescue the king.
How can we when we're not sure where he is?
But if we delay, Michael may kill him.
If he does, you, who are crowned today, will continue as king. Do you think Michael wants that?
No.
His hands are tied. He cannot kill the king or announce that you are an imposter, because if he did, he would be exposing his plot. On the other hand, we cannot call in the army to rescue the king, for then they would know that it was you who was crowned today and not the king.
Are you saying that there is nothing we can do?
At the moment, no. We must return to Strelsau, and you must continue playing the king until we decide how we can save him.
It was almost 5 a.m. when we got back to the capital, and we were both exhausted. I went to bed, and when I awoke, it was afternoon, and the colonel was standing next to my bed.
A letter for you brought by a messenger.
It's from Antoinette de Maubin.
What does she say?
That she has something of great importance to tell me, and asked me to meet her alone at 10 tonight in the summer house on the far side of the palace grounds.
It's a trap. The Duke Michael must have gotten her to write it.
Perhaps not. She says at the end, ask Colonel Sapt who had the most interest in seeing that the Duke Michael does not become king.
Yeah, there is something in that. She loves Michael, there's no doubt about that. And if he did become king, he would not marry her. He would marry the Princess Flavia.
So she does have an interest in helping us. I think I should go.
It could be dangerous.
It could. But the king's life is at stake. And so I will go. At 9 o'clock, wearing the king's dress uniform, I was in the grand ballroom. And when the Princess Flavia arrived, I went to greet her.
Good evening, Your Majesty.
Good evening, Flavia. I've been waiting for you. Will you dance?
If it would please you.
Oh, it would very much. You look even more beautiful tonight than you did yesterday at the coronation.
Oh, thank you, Your Majesty.
Must you call me that?
It's your title.
It's not what you called me in the past.
It was not your title then.
But I would prefer it if you called me what you did.
Very well. Rudolph, you really are changed, aren't you?
From what I was yesterday?
No, but in other ways. You not only dance better than you did, but you seem to be enjoying it.
I never enjoyed it more in my life. There is only one thing I would enjoy more. No, there are several things. But I will begin with the simplest.
Which is?
To be alone with you. Have a chance to talk to you.
Forgive me, Your Majesty. May I have a word with you?
Why, yes, Colonel. Will you excuse me, Flavia?
Of course.
Well, Fritz.
It's almost 10. If you're determined to go to the summer house, we had better go.
Oh, not we. The letter said I was to go alone.
I don't like it, Rossendale. 2 of Michael's men, Rupert Henshaw and Datchard, have been watching you ever since they arrived.
Still, we must chance it. Tell me how to get there.
I will come part of the way with you. Point out the path and wait.
5 minutes later, I was in front of the summer house. The door was closed. And when I opened it...
Monsieur Rosendale.
Yes.
Monsieur Rosendale, you are in great danger. It was the Duke Michael who made me write that letter.
I thought as much.
In 10 minutes or so, 2 of these men will be here to kill you. You must be gone before then.
They intend to kill me here?
Yes. Then Michael will declare a state of emergency and seize power. At the same time, he will send word to his castle at Zenda, and the king will be killed and his body disposed of.
That is what I came to find out. The king is at Michael's castle in Zenda.
Yes.
Where?
In one of the dungeons to the right of the main gate. I do not know how you can rescue him, but if there is a way I can help you to, I will. Listen. What is that? They're coming. Coming before they were supposed to.
It doesn't matter. You've told me what I wanted to know.
But they will kill you.
I'm sure they'll try, but is there a bolt on the door? Yes, I see there is.
Mr. Rasendale?
Yes, Henshaw.
Ah, so you know my name. Mr. Rasendale, I have come to make you an offer.
And what is that?
Your presence here has made serious problems for someone.
The Duke Michael?
Well, yes. If you leave the country immediately, he will pay you £50,000.
Well, that's quite a generous offer.
Do not believe them. Look, they have drawn their swords. If you go out, they will kill you.
Oh, perhaps. Perhaps not. This iron tea table will do.
Do?
As a shield. When I give you the word, open the door.
Very well, gentlemen. Relying on your honor, I'm coming out.
Now, mademoiselle.
What's in the name? Look out,
Holding the table in front of me, I hit them like a battering ram. They both went down, and I ran like a deer back through the grounds toward the palace.
Rasendale, are you all right?
Yes, Fritz.
But why are you laughing? Wasn't it a trap then?
No, it was. But it didn't spring properly. And now there are 2 very battered gentlemen outside the summer house.
Oh, I knew it. I knew I shouldn't let you go.
Oh, on the contrary. Now I know what we wanted to know. And tomorrow we return to Zenda.
The king is there?
Yes. And I have a plan. I won't go into it now because there is something I want you to do. Will you ask the princess to join me here on the terrace?
Why?
Let us say, to say farewell. If we are successful at Zenda, I will not see her again. And if we fail, I shall not see her again either.
You mean you'll be killed?
It's a possibility.
Yeah, well, very well, Rasendale. I'll get her.
Rudolph, the colonel said you wished to see me.
Not just to see you, Flavia, but to talk to you. Or rather, to tell you something.
And what is that?
Something I'm sure you know. That I love you. I think I have loved you all my life without knowing it.
What a strange thing to say. Still, I know what you mean. We've known one another ever since we were children. And I've always been very fond of you. But during this last day or so, ever since the coronation,
Yes,
I love you too.
my dearest.
Oh, Rudolph. My dear Rudolph. Oh, I almost wish that you were not the king.
What? Why do you say that?
So that I could prove that it is you yourself I love, and nothing else.
Oh, my darling, there's nothing you could have said that could have made me happier. I will treasure it all my life. And when I come back,
You're going away?
Yes, tomorrow, to Zenda.
To do what?
Let us say, to do some more hunting.
No, you wouldn't go away now just to hunt. It has something to do with Michael, hasn't it?
Perhaps.
Oh, Rudolph, I'm afraid. It sounds dangerous.
There is some risk, but it is a risk that must be taken if the throne is to be secure. For the House of Elfberg. And for you.
And so Rudolph says farewell to the woman he has come to love, and who claims that she would love him even if he were not the king. But is it a final farewell, or will he see her again? And what will happen to the king, a prisoner of Zenda? We'll find out when we return shortly with Act 3. Now back to our story, to the hunting lodge at Zenda. It's about 11 o'clock the next night, and Rassendyll, wearing dark trousers and a dark jersey, and with a sword thrust through his belt, is about to leave on his dangerous mission.
When I came back from the summer house, I told the colonel I had a plan. Antoinette had given me some of it, and Fortune had supplied the rest. That morning, shortly after we arrived at the lodge, we learned that the Duke Michael, Antoinette, Hensau, and Deschard were now at the castle of Zenda. There was one servant there who was loyal to the king rather than to Michael. I sent a message to Antoinette through him, asking her to do something. And I told her precisely what. That would create a diversion at about 11 o'clock, and, if I was lucky, allow me to rescue the king. At 10:30, we left the lodge. I, the colonel, and half a dozen trusty, well-armed men, and rode to the castle. We stopped in some trees near the moat, and...
I still don't know why you're doing this, Rassendyll.
Oh, yes, you do. The king is my cousin. And besides, I like him.
But risking your life this way...
It's our only chance. Your spy at the castle told us that the king always has a guard with him who has orders to kill him if there's an attempt at a rescue. This is the only way we can save him. But break in quickly after you hear Antoinette cry out.
As quickly as I can.
I shook his hand, slipped into the moat, and swam across to the castle, while he and our men went around to the guardhouse on the landward side. Climbing out of the moat, I drew my sword and waited just outside the main gate, where I could see the door that led to the king's dungeon. A short while later, the door opened, and my two friends from the summer house, Hensau and Deschard, came out.
Where are you going now, Hensau?
Where do you think? To bed.
Be careful. The Duke is angry the way things have been going.
You be careful. Watch our friend in there. I'll see you in the morning.
Deschard went back inside, and Hensau walked into the courtyard, looked up at a lighted window that I knew was Antoinette's, and began climbing up to it. I gasped. My plan had been for Antoinette to attract the attention of Michael and the other guards by crying out that Hensau was trying to break into her room. And here he was doing exactly that. He reached the balcony outside her window and...
Who is that? Hensau! No! Michael! Michael, come quickly!
What is it?
It's Hensau! He's here in my room and...
The
door that led to the dungeon opened, and Deschardt came out. He glanced up at the lighted window, then saw me.
You!
I cut at him, but he dodged and ran back inside and down the steps to the dungeon. By the time I had followed, he had the dungeon door open, and sword in hand was standing in front of the king, who was tied to a chair.
Come a step nearer and he dies?
Cousin, is that you?
Yes. You mean you'd kill a helpless man?
Why not?
You'd have to kill me first.
A good idea. You first, then him.
Cousin, be careful. He's a very good swordsman.
Yes, he is, but not good enough.
Before I go, this is for you, Elfman.
No, you devil. Are you badly hurt, cousin?
I don't know. He caught me here in the chest.
Let me cut you loose. Can you walk?
Yes, I think I can, but we'll never get away. There are others.
They're busy. And Colonel Sapp should be breaking in at any minute. Come on. Up the stairs. I'll help you.
All right, cousin. I'll try.
We went up the stairs. I pulled the lever that controlled the drawbridge, and it came rumbling down. On the other side of the moat, I could hear that Sapp and our men breaking down the door of the guardhouse. They...
He's killed him. He's killed the Duke Michael.
What's that?
Michael? Who killed him?
Rupert Henshaw. He broke into her room. Michael went in to protect her, and here he comes. Henshaw.
Oh. Is that you, Rassendil? No iron table tonight?
No iron table. But I have a sword.
So I see. I hope you know how to use it.
Olga! Oh, yes.
I see. You can use it. Where did you learn?
In the Lancers.
I thought so.
Rassendil, where are you?
Here, on the drawbridge.
Is that the colonel?
Yes. Drop your sword and surrender, Henshaw.
And be hanged for murder? Never. Goodbye, Rassendil.
Who was that? Rupert Henshaw. Huh? He killed Duke Michael and did not want to be taken. But let him go. We have something more important to worry about.
Your Majesty. But you're wounded.
Yes, Fritz. I think not too badly, but...
Catch him, Fritz.
Oh, yes, I have him. Oh, he's fainted. We must get him back to the lodge.
We sent one of our men for a doctor. Took Michael's coach to carry the king to the hunting lodge. He was still unconscious, and the colonel and I rode with him. When we arrived at the lodge, there were lights on in all the rooms.
There's someone here. Who can it be?
I don't know. I'll go see.
My darling, is that you?
Flavia, what are you doing here?
What, did you think I would remain in Strelsau when you were here and in danger?
You shouldn't have come.
Perhaps. But I am here. Oh, Rudolph, you're hurt. Your face, your arm.
Well, they're nothing. Scratches.
But they must be attended to. Oh, who are they carrying in here?
A friend. More than a friend. A relative of mine who was hurt much more seriously than I.
But he looks like...
Yes. Very much like me. My darling, it's late. If you go to your room now, I promise I will explain everything in the morning.
I won't go until you tell me where you were and how you were hurt.
Very well. I was at Michael's castle rescuing the man the colonel and the others just brought in here.
Rescuing him?
Michael was keeping him prisoner. But that and all danger for Michael is over now. He's dead.
Dead? How did he die?
One of his men, Rupert Henshaw, killed him. It was he who wounded me.
Something very strange is going on.
Forgive me, Your Majesty. Our friend has been taken care of, temporarily at least. Now we should take care of you.
What? Oh, yes.
Have you called a doctor?
Yes, Your Highness. He will be here soon. But in the meantime, His Majesty should rest. He has been through a great deal.
You're right. He looks exhausted. Very well, my darling. I'll wait for an explanation. But why am I so afraid? Certain that nothing will ever be the same again.
colonel looked at me sympathetically as we left the room. He thought he knew what I was going through, but he didn't. He couldn't. Giving up my role as king was not difficult, but giving up Flavia was something else. And still, what choice did I have? Sick at heart, I went up to one of the bedrooms and stretched out on the bed. I thought I might sleep, but I did not. I was still lying there when the colonel came in early the next morning. The king wanted to see me, he said. Silently, I went with him.
Cousin.
How are you?
Well, the wound is not too serious. The doctor tells me I will be well in a few days.
I'm glad.
Yes. Yes, I think you are. I don't think I would be in your place. In fact, I'm not sure it would not have been better if I had died. For I think that you would have made a better king than I.
Don't say that.
Oh, why not, when it's true?
I will go now. My work here is done.
Yes. And done as no one but you could have done it. You have shown me how to play the king. And I will act as you would have acted for as long as I live.
You praise me too much, cousin. It was only by the narrowest margin that I was not as great a traitor as your brother Michael.
What do you mean? Yes. Flavia, you have fallen in love with her.
Yes.
Well, what will you do?
Until this moment, I was not sure. I thought perhaps I would just leave, slip away. But now I know I cannot. I must tell her the truth.
Yes, I suppose you must. Cousin, I will not try to thank you. How could I, after all that you've done? But I will never forget you.
We shook hands and I left the room. The colonel was waiting. When I asked him where Flavia was, he told me. And I went into the living room.
I guessed last night when they brought the king in. And this morning I made the colonel tell me everything. What will you do now?
I'm leaving. Going back to England.
I thought so. I did not unpack my bag, so I'm ready.
Ready? You mean you intend to come with me?
Of course.
You're mad. You can't do that.
There's only one reason why I could not. And that is, if you were not just playing the part of the king, but pretending when you told me how you felt about me.
Can you believe that? Don't you know how I feel about you? Did from the moment I saw you in the cathedral? I love you, Flavia. I will love you till the day I die. But what you're suggesting cannot be.
Why? Are you not as good a man as the king? Better, in fact? Oh, I love you. I love you with all my heart. And if I can be with you, I will be content in the meanest cottage.
And is love all?
What else is there?
There is duty and honor. If love were all, I might have let the king die in Michael's dungeon. Then I would have had both you and the throne. But I could not. And if honor binds me, then should it not bind you, who are a princess, even more? Must you not be true to your country, the house of Elfberg?
No.
I say yes. There are some whom I choose differently, but not you.
So, you have not only taught the king how to play the king, but you must also teach me how to play the princess. And no doubt one day the queen.
I have only told you things you already know.
Yes. I tried to ignore them, but I knew them. Everything you said.
Then you will let me go, and you will stay.
Yes.
I knew it. Knew you would do what you must. But I had better go quickly then.
No. Not yet. Oh, Rudolph, my darling. Take me in your arms once more.
Flavia, my dearest.
You will always be my king.
And you my queen and only love. And now, farewell.
Oh, Rudolph. Rudolph.
It's over.
Yes. What arrangements have you made?
I have a carriage waiting. I will take you to the border myself. Put you on the train to Paris.
Very well.
I have learned something.
What is that?
I said you were the finest elk-bag of them all. And it's true. What I have learned is that heaven does not always choose the best man to be king.
And so, with the colonel's arm around him, Rudolph Rassendyll leaves the hunting lodge, the king whose life and throne he saved, and the woman he loves. The impersonation and the great adventure are over. I'll be back shortly. The Prisoner of Zenda is a story about a place that never was, but one that fulfilled the dreams of many. For as Rassendyll himself said, who has not dreamed of playing the king? And playing him more royally than any king could? Who has not wished to do daring and heroic things, love a princess, and, in the end, be strong enough to give up all for honor? You would not have done it? To tell the truth, I doubt if I would either. But then, we're none of us Victorians. Our cast included Howard Ross, Evie Juster, Lloyd Batista, Leon Janney, and Dan Acco. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I hope his jaw aches all night long. Lily, lock up. And, Doc, don't fall overboard on your way back to the cabin.
He is very sick, Doctor.
Oh, not at all, Lily. Mild upset, nothing more.
Buku said he will die.
Well, then he knows more than I do, which he doesn't. Now, don't worry. Pete will be all right.
Buku knows.
How does he know?
He knows.
Well, I know he's superstitious. Don't tell me that you are, Lily.
I have seen things. Your medicine won't help Pete. There is other medicine. It is of the mind and the soul. A curse can kill.
Buku?
He has had a curse put on the captain.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, your host for these adventures in the macabre. Together, we explore out-of-the-ordinary places and share experiences that are unusual, sometimes weird and chilling. We travel unmarked roads in the expectation of encountering the bizarre. It's as if you entered a house long abandoned, dark and forbidding, and for no explainable reason, you see the sudden light of a candle in a far corner of a room. Do you go in? Turn back? You stand, perhaps, in the presence of something supernatural, an order of existence beyond nature. A belief firmly held by Buku Chin, first mate of the tramp steamer the Molly Moran, anchored at Port-au-Prince, Haiti.
Oh, yes, Doctor. In my village, we believe in witchcraft and snake worship.
Voodoo. And human sacrifice?
That was long ago.
You're an Arawak Indian?
Yes, Mom.
But you're an educated man, Buku.
I have elementary education and what I learned at sea.
You believe in the supernatural? In witchcraft and magic?
I have seen it work, Doctor.
Our mystery drama, Bound East for Haiti, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor and stars Mason Adams and Fred Gwynn. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly with Act One. If someone conducted a poll and asked the question, do you believe in the supernatural? How many would say yes, no, or don't know? I suspect that most persons would say no, even though there is evidence dating from the beginning of civilization of supernatural experiences. Witches invoked the spirits to foretell the future, to bring good luck or bad. It is still practiced today. And some 40 years ago, Dr. Philip Armistead, but let him tell us.
See that calabash there? That gourd cut in half? There on the small table in the corner of my study. A calabash is the hard-shelled fruit of a tropical American tree. Years ago, they were cut in half, scooped out, and used for wash basins and drinking utensils by sailors aboard tramp steamers which plied their trade around the Caribbean. That one belonged to Buku Chin, an Arawak Indian from Haiti, who was first mate to Captain Pete Johnson of the Molly Moran. Some 40 years ago, I had just completed my Florida Medical Board examinations, and I badly needed a few weeks' rest. So I drifted down to the docks and shipped out as a paying guest. It's wonderful, Captain.
It's nice to have you aboard. Are you really a doctor?
I really am. Passed the exams, and you saw me arrive with my little black bag. If anyone needs my services...
No. Thanks all the same, Doc. We've been getting along for years with an old first aid kit.
Well, I'm not going to think about anything for the next 4 weeks. Oh, I smell that air. And the water. All those shades of blue. You have a wonderful life, Captain Johnson.
Suits me. I'll never get rich sailing this old tub, but she's a good boat. Slow, but we get there, and we have good times in our ports of call. 2-3 days of that, we're glad to be back at sea.
And now we're bound east for Haiti.
That's right. Port-au-Prince. We'll pick up a cargo of coffee in Sisal, then we'll sail to Georgetown and Exuma, Savannah Lamar, in Jamaica, and home.
How long will we be in Haiti?
A couple of days. Why? Want to explore the island?
Yeah, some of it.
Watch your step. Better speak to Buku. He's an Arawak from Haiti. Knows everything about the island. Buku, come over here, you old dog.
Maybe I'll throw you overboard, Captain.
I'm sure you'd like to every once in a while. You met the doc.
I had the pleasure.
He wants to see the sights in Port-au-Prince. Will you talk to him?
It would be a pleasure.
Buku's the best first mate on the Caribbean. He's only got one problem. You've said hello to her, Doc. Lily. My girl.
Yes. A beautiful woman.
Buku can't take his eyes off her. But you know better, don't you, Buku?
Sure, man. I have eyes only for the sea.
chow in half an hour. Doctor, you plan to go ashore?
No, not tonight. Early in the morning. I have my camera, and the morning light is best for pictures.
How about a beer? I laid in an extra supply, seeing as you're a paying guest. Lily?
Sure, Pete. Doctor?
Yes, thank you, Miss Lily.
How about that? Miss Lily, that's great.
Dr. Armistead is a gentleman.
Sure. Yeah. But he's Doc, I'm Pete, and you're Lily. This ain't the Navy. Okay, Doc?
Okay, Pete.
Good. That's better. Hop along, Miss.
You are cursy.
Isn't she something, Doc?
She's beautiful.
I really love her. She loves me, so she says. Why, the Lord knows, but that's the way it is. I guess I'd better marry her. Maybe when we put in at Savannah Lamar. She comes from there.
I approve.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'm getting on, 40. I'm never going to get married. I guess now's the time. And hey, you'll be the best man.
All right, that'll be a pleasure. Will you tell her?
The night before we dock, and that ought to take care of Buku Chin.
You were serious about him?
Certainly. He's 32 or 3 and pretty good looking. He's always giving Lily the eye. Can't blame him because she's an eyeful. Agreed?
I certainly do. Beautiful dark hair and perfect features.
And eyes. Big and tawny, like a cat's. Well, once she's Mrs. Pete Johnson, Buku will lose his steam, right? She hates him.
That must make her uncomfortable.
It does. She wants me to get rid of him, but see, Buku's an expert first mate. I'd never fire him. You talk with him about Haiti?
Yeah, it was fascinating.
All that junk about voodoo and snake worship and magic. He's full of it.
And he believes it. In the village that he comes from.
I know. I've heard it 100 times. Well, it makes him happy to believe in superstition. What's the harm?
There is none. Someday I'd like to come here for a few weeks and explore the island. There's a mystery about it.
And not just in Haiti. There's mysterious things in small islands all over the Caribbean. Here you are, Lily.
For you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Pete.
Thank you, my dear. What took you so long?
I had to go back for another beer.
You dropped one?
I threw it in Buku's face.
Well, the incident was passed over, fortunately. We had dinner, and I retired early, falling asleep looking through my porthole at a sky of dark blue velvet sprinkled with stars I felt I could reach. For the next 2 days, I explored Port-au-Prince, snapped pictures, and mailed postcards back home. The afternoon of the third day, we weighed anchor and lumbered out of the harbor, headed for Jamaica.
You have enjoyed the voyage, Doctor?
Oh, Lily, yes, very much.
Mm-hmm. It is restful. The days so bright, and then the night with a sky of dark blue that stretches as far as you can see. And on the water, the moon is huge.
You'll be home in a few days, Lily.
My home is here with Pete.
He's a good man.
He is that. And strong and jolly. Even tonight, when I can tell he does not feel well, he laughs at me, tells me to go on deck and make love to our passenger.
What?
That is just how he talks, Doctor.
I'm relieved to hear that. You say that he doesn't feel well.
It is nothing.
Well, perhaps I should see him.
No. He is resting. Pretty soon he will come on deck, and we will watch the sea from the bridge.
Who's at the helm now? It's not Buku.
No, Umberto. He is from Cuba. Buku, I do not know where he is. You wish to go up to the bridge, Doctor?
Yeah, I think not, Lily. Thank you. I'm going to turn in soon and read.
Oh. You have your nose in a book all the time. Well, I am going to the bridge. Pete will be up soon.
Enjoy yourself. I'll watch the sea a little longer, then I'm going below. I'll see you in the morning.
Good night, Doctor. Oh,
Lily.
Take your hands off me.
I love you, Lily.
He will scream.
No one will hear you.
Pete will come.
He is not well. Pete is sick. Didn't you see that tonight? He is sick and he will never get well.
You talk like a fool. Take your hands off
He
me.
will die. I'm the first mate. I will be in charge of the Mole Moran, and you will stay with me.
Before I stay with you, I jump overboard.
You belong to me, Lily. What is written by fate cannot be erased.
It is not my fate to belong to you. Who said it was? Some witch doctor.
You will see. When Captain dies, you will see. I know you, Lily. You love the sea. You do not want to return to Canefield. You will stay with Buku.
He will take care of you. Now, take your hands off me.
Kiss me, Lily.
You believe me.
I warned you, Buku.
Pete, he said you would die. Oh,
Are you
Pete.
Don't touch him. But Pete. No. I warned the dog not to touch Lily. Leave him there. When he comes to, he'll think twice about making another pass at her. Lily, go to the cabin.
Yes, Pete.
Pete, what's that gleaming in the moonlight on your hand?
Brass knuckles. You'll stay in line now.
The tension, when I reflected about it, had been there all along, from Freeport to Georgetown and out of Haiti. But it was after we weighed anchor from there that the tension became charged. I hadn't heard the 8 bells that marked midnight, but when I was awakened by a tapping at my cabin door, I heard 1 bell. So it could have been anywhere between 12:30 and 4 a.m. Who's Lily?
Calm, Doctor. Pete is not well.
I said, of course, and I slipped into a robe, picked up my doctor's bag, and a few minutes later, I was sitting next to the captain's bunk.
Sorry she woke you up, Doc.
Lie quietly. Now, let me get your pulse first.
Pete, Buku is...
Don't mention his name.
Now, open your mouth, Pete. All right. It looks all right. Your forehead's damp. Do you feel chilled?
Oh, I'm just cold. I don't know, kind of weak.
Lily, will you bring me a glass of water?
Oh, sure.
I'll give you a sulfa pill and another in the morning if you don't feel any better. But I think you will. It's probably a virus of some kind. Thank you, Lily.
Doc, how much?
No charge. Take the pill, Pete. Cover up and get a good night's rest.
Umberto is at the helm. Do not worry.
All this fuss.
Now, go to sleep.
Okay, Miss Lily. How's old Buku? Up and around?
Oh, he dragged himself to his cabin.
Good. I hope his jaw aches all night long. Lily, lock up. And, Doc, don't fall overboard on your way back to the cabin.
He is very sick, Doctor?
Oh, not at all, Lily. Mild upset, nothing more.
Buku said he will die.
Well, then he knows more than I do, which he doesn't. Now, don't worry. Pete will be all right.
Buku knows.
How does he know?
He knows.
But I know he's superstitious. Don't tell me that you are, Lily.
I have seen things. Your medicine won't help Pete. There is other medicine. It is of the mind and the soul. A curse can kill.
Buku?
He has had a curse put on the captain.
You cannot discount magic. Islanders in the West Indies sometimes still practice the kind of magic that affects another person for good or for evil. The voodoo doll still exists. It is a small image of an enemy into which pins are driven, or it is cut up or burned. To a modern doctor, and to most of us, magic is primitive nonsense. Dr. Armistead will find out for us when I return with Act 2. is Dr. Armstead's story, and he is recapturing it for us. He's a man of 70 now, but what happened during his sea voyage on the tramp steamer, the Molly Moran, is still vivid in his memory. He can recount what he heard and saw. He cannot explain it. That does not make the experience invalid. As a normal young doctor, only 26 at the time, he was a skeptic. After all, he was a man of science.
Of course, I didn't believe a word of what Lily said. Buku has put a curse on the captain. Nonsense. A curse? I'm certain that Buku wished Pete Johnson dead. You'd feel the same way if you'd been hit on the jaw with brass knuckles. The man had been hurt and he suffered. I went to my bunk and slept until 7 the next morning. I went into Captain Johnson's cabin.
The pill did no good, Doctor. Look at him.
Hi, Doc. Don't listen to Lily. I'm okay. Here, let me swing out of my bunk.
Lie back, Pete. You're weak as a kitten. Just lie back.
Hey, Doc, you want to hold my hand?
Oh, don't joke, Pete, please. I am so worried.
Won't have that, Lily. Don't want you to worry, babe. I've been through worse. Another day I'll get my strength back. I'll be up and around. You'll see.
Doctor?
That baffles me. Still no sign of infection. Pulse abnormally slow. It's as if his body has slowed down.
You give him a shot?
I could, but there's no point to it. I don't know what I'm trying to cure. I'm sorry, Pete. Whatever's the matter with you is something I didn't learn in medical school.
You have that medical book?
I know, Lily. I'll search again. But I've got a better idea. We reach Savannah Lamar tomorrow morning. I'll take Pete ashore.
No, I'm not going ashore.
I am taking you to a hospital. I know there's one in Montego Bay.
Forget it, Doc. No hospital. I'll be all right. I'm not leaving the ship.
But you are wasting away, Pete.
Then let me waste. Don't forget, I'm captain of the ship, and my word is law.
You persuade him, Lily. He should be in a hospital. I don't want to be responsible.
I will take you into the hills, Pete. There is a doctor.
No, Lily. None of your mumbo-jumbos. Go out and get some air. Take that sad look off your face. You're too pretty to look like that.
Let's try another pill, Pete.
No, Doc. Wouldn't help. No, I gotta sweat this one out. Alone.
I left the cabin and went on deck. It was a beautiful day, and the southwest wind ruffled the blue water. The Molly Moran chugged along like a huge hippo. What Lily had said about Buku made me think. Even though I felt foolish about his curse, I wandered up to the bridge.
Good morning, Doctor. The night curtain has gone up and the sun has come in. Like the eye of a man. Blink, it's dark. Blink, it's night. He sees in, he sees out, until he sees no more.
You're in a good mood, Buku.
I am happy, man.
With the captain lying ill in his bunk?
He is still alive.
Oh, yes. I expect him to come on deck later this morning.
I do not believe you, Doctor. The captain will die.
You know that?
I know it.
How do you know, Buku? My medicine...
Your medicine was good for my injury. And I do not forget your goodness to me, cleaning my cut face and giving me a pill to sleep. But that medicine cannot save the captain. Nothing can.
You know what his illness is?
Only that he will die. Fate will strike him down.
Have you called on fate to kill the captain?
Look, Doctor. Purposes of the port bow.
Buku, when we were 2 days in Port-au-Prince, did you return to your village?
Oh, yes. When we drop anchor at Haiti, I go with things for my people. I tell you about them. You do not believe some of the things I tell you.
I didn't at the time. Can one of your tribe put a curse on another person?
It has been known.
Have you had a curse put on the captain?
No. Fate
That is what killed him. He will not leave Savannah Dama. Hey, you want to handle the helm? I go below for breakfast. It is wonderful to feel a ship under your hands, Doc. Huh?
I know. All right, Buku. Go below. I'll take over.
You have much to think over, Doctor.
I have indeed. I felt helpless. Captain Johnson was a strong man. From what I could determine, there was nothing wrong with him. I was young, of course, and inexperienced. But Johnson's affliction was a mystery. Well, he grew weaker during that day and night. When I awoke the next morning, we had dropped anchor in the vividly clear waters of Savannah, Lamar, Jamaica. I went at once to check on my patient. Lily was sitting next to his bunk.
He is worse, Doctor.
We make port?
Yes, Pete.
You'll like it. Beautiful island, Jamaica.
Pete, I must insist you go ashore. There must be a hospital.
In Montego Bay.
No. I said before, no.
Then I will go ashore and bring back a witch doctor.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Lily.
In the Maroon country, there is a powerful old man.
Doc, tell her no. Don't want some dumb hillbilly with his hocus pocus. Don't want him.
What harm could it do, Pete?
What, Doc? You approve?
No, I think you need hospital care, but you won't listen, so why not let Lily find this man and bring him aboard?
People would laugh at me.
Well, you won't have a chance to hear them if you get any worse.
Okay. You go ashore, Lily. Go home. Don't come back. It's over with me. With us. Maybe Buku's right. I won't get well.
Pete?
Better go, Lily.
I will bring back the man later. He will know what to do.
Go see the town, Doc. Find someone to drive you to Montego Bay.
No, I'll stay with you.
No. I'm tired. Poor Lily. Remember, you were going to be the best man at our wedding.
I'll check in every hour or so.
Oh, well, go ashore.
No, I'll just watch the loading.
Witch doctor. Magic. You don't believe in that junk, do you, Doc?
Late that afternoon, Lily returned with a weazened little man of indeterminate age, but who's very old. Wore a threadbare undershirt, faded blue denim trousers. Was barefooted. Pete lay in his bunk. I sat next to him. Lily stood near the witch doctor, who squatted like an old-fashioned tailor in front of the cabin door.
Ugly devil, ain't he, Doc?
Lily, doesn't your friend want to examine Pete?
That is what he is doing, Doctor.
I see. From 15 feet away.
Hey, why doesn't he say something rather than just chanting?
I don't know.
Chanting.
I don't know. He's just, I guess, studying you.
Casting a spell. That's what they do, you know.
He ought to break a spell if that's what you're under.
Hey, tell him to go away.
I'll leave that up to Lily.
He gives me the creeps.
No. Oh, no.
What is it?
What's got into it?
Lily.
Stay away.
Lily, what is it? Why did you cry out?
I cannot tell you.
Why not? You brought him here to help.
He knows what is wrong with Pete.
Tell me.
I cannot. I have to do something. And I don't know how to. I don't know how.
What was that all about?
I have the wildest idea. He seemed to say something to Lily, and she cried out. I'll find out, Pete. I'll be right back.
No, Doctor. I will not tell you.
I want to help.
You cannot.
Why can't you confide in me? Pete's very ill. He could die, Lily.
He will die. Unless I break this spell.
Buku, he had a spell cast on Pete, am I right? Now, do you know how to break it?
I will have to. But I don't know how.
Tell me. Maybe I'll think of a way.
No, Doctor. If I begin to act strange, do not interfere.
I don't understand.
It is the only way. I must do it. Only I can do it. I must.
I was bewildered. I was also fearful. What did Lily have to do to break the spell which Buku had cast over the captain? The Molly Moran moved out of the harbor. We picked up a big shipment of sugar cane, and now we were homeward bound. Lily was at the railing, watching the receding town.
Do not talk to me.
Lily, is that part of your acting strange?
Just stay away from me.
I'm going to check on Pete if you're there.
I won't be there.
What the devil does she mean by that?
It is Buku, not Umberto, Lily.
I can see.
You come to the bridge, knowing I am here?
Knowing?
It is a fine warm night, huh?
Soft and tender.
What are you up to, Lily?
I enjoy the voyage out.
Many times I have thought about you, standing next to me on the bridge of this old tub and looking out to sea.
I have thought about that, too.
That is lie. It got swayed. You have only to cast your eye on my chin.
It has healed.
Doc had to stitch me up, you know why.
I am sorry, Buku.
Aye?
You are right, Buku.
You say that because you know that the captain cannot live. It is too late, Lily. You pushed me off and clawed me. You cannot crawl to me now.
I was wrong. I have always noticed you, Buku. I have been afraid for myself and for you. The captain took me in, and he is a jealous man.
You have told him many times to replace me. I have heard you say that.
And that is why you are still the first mate. The captain cannot be told what to do. I say, get rid of Buku. He will keep you. Is that not true?
There is logic in what you say, Lily. You are not up to some trick.
I have no trick. The captain will die before we reach Miami. You are an expert sailor. The company makes you captain. Then the Molly Moran will be yours to sail. This will be your bridge. I will say good night, Buku.
What? You wish to stay with the Molly Moran?
It has been my life.
You wish to be my woman?
I have always wished that.
How can I believe you?
I will bring my things from the captain's cabin to yours tonight, Buku.
Good evening, Lily.
What?
Lily, why don't you say hello to the doc?
I have come to pack my things.
What? Lily, don't you dare leave this cabin.
It is a funeral parlor. You are dead, Captain. You will never reach Miami.
What will do, Lily? What's come over you?
I said you are not to speak to me.
Where are you going?
It is none of your business.
I'm still captain of the ship, and don't you...
I have my things. I go now. I will never see you again.
What kind of person are you, Lily? You know the captain intended to marry you and Savannah Lamar. I thought you loved Pete. You don't seem to know what that is.
I spit in your face.
That was the worst punch in the gut of all, Doc.
We don't know very much about Lily, but my impression, yours too, I imagine, is that this beautiful and tender woman loves Captain Johnson. Well, we're wrong, it seems. When Dr. Armstead resumes the voyage from Savannah Lamar to Miami, we'll find out. I'll return shortly with Act 3. What we must not forget, and Dr. Armstead seems to be guilty of forgetting, is that Lily told him that her behavior now might become strange. The shock of her sudden departure from Captain Johnston's cabin and her cruel remarks have convinced the doctor that Lily is not devoted to the captain, that she deceived him, and that now she has sold herself to Buku Chin. But let the young doctor pick up his story.
After Lily left the captain's cabin, I sat with him for an hour. He was pitiful. When he fully realized the truth about Lily's desertion, he called her and Buku every name he knew and some I had never heard of. He was breathing with difficulty when I said goodnight. It was almost 10 o'clock, and honestly, I did not expect to see him alive by morning. Buku was on the bridge. He'd be relieved by Umberto at the next bell. I went up to him.
Doctor. In the moonlight, your face is like a thundercloud.
You know why, Buku.
It is fate.
It's you taking advantage of a dying man to claim his woman.
Hey, man, Lily makes the decision. I do not force her.
She deceived Pete, and she'll deceive you. You know who she is.
I do not know, but I can imagine. The captain is still alive?
Barely. Your spell has worked. I will, of course, report what you've done to the owner of the ship.
He will not believe you. He will make me captain.
Not when he finds out that you murdered a man.
Death is a mystery. A mystery is something not understood, so death is not understood. I have not murdered the captain. I have not touched him.
You invoked some kind of spell on him because you wanted his woman.
I do not have such power, Doctor. No, Doctor. The captain is almost dead. I am now in charge. You are paying passenger. Didi and I will treat you properly for the next 2 days. Then you go your way, and we go out again to sea.
For a half hour, I leaned on the railing and frowned at the sea. Occasionally, I heard a gull. And once I saw some long, black object break the water with its back and then slide under it. At last, I turned in. In the morning, I rang a buzzer, and one of the deckhands brought me breakfast. It was early, just shortly after 6 o'clock. Later, I walked to the captain's cabin, and to my surprise, he was still alive.
Hi, Doc.
We'll be in Miami tonight, Pete. Hang on. I'll get you to a hospital, and we'll get you well.
I don't think I can make it, Doc. That damn Buku has done something to me. Some curse. I've been thinking about it all night long.
Wish I knew what that witch doctor told Lily.
I've been thinking about her, too.
Forget Lily.
I was going to marry her.
And forget that.
She moved in with him, Doc.
I don't know. I don't want to see either of them. I had breakfast in my cabin. How about you? You feel up to some food?
No. Couldn't get it down.
Pete, could you hear anything Lily's witch doctor was muttering?
No. Oh, a word here or there, maybe. They have a gibberish of their own. They run words together. English, but it ain't English.
What words, Pete?
What, that the witch doctor mumbled? I don't know. Calabash. Yeah. I think I heard calabash.
Like the wash basin in my cabin.
Yeah. I got one, too.
Well, now, why would he be talking about a calabash?
Beats me.
What has a calabash got to do with a magic spell?
Doc, you don't really believe I'm under some spell, do you?
Lily was convinced as soon as you got sick that there was something mysterious about it. And Buku said you're fated to die. Then I got to believing it, and now I don't know what I believe. Now, you hang tight.
I'll try.
Wireless ahead to have an ambulance at the dock. We'll get you well. And then you'll spend a week with me and my parents, and you'll be as good as new.
Thanks, Doc. If Lily...
Put Lily out of your mind.
I can't. I miss her, and when I think of her with Buku...
Now, cut it out, Pete. She's out of your life, and so is Buku. Think of them as dead. That's a curse I'd like to invoke on both of them, and have it work.
Lily, you are wonderful.
You like me now, hey, Ma?
I love you. I want to marry you, Lily. You wouldn't like that, huh? I want nothing but you, Lily.
You will marry me?
In my village in Haiti, at our wedding. It is quite wonderful. We will lay over in Port-au-Prince for a week. The honor will say, all right, and you will marry me.
And sail where you sail, Buku. Now, I will fill your calabash, and you will wash off, eh?
I cannot believe my good fortune. When I return to my village, I will make a sacrifice to fate.
Oh, now, wash. I will ring for breakfast.
You are the finest woman in the islands, Lily. I love you.
Here is so.
Hey, I see myself in the water in the calabash. Never has Boko Chin been so happy. No, you have broken my image in the water.
Die, you devil.
You have killed me.
And the spell has been broken. You are dead, Boko Chin. Doctor, come right away. Boko is dead.
I was on deck, staring blankly at the blue waters, when I heard Lily's cry. When I heard her yell that Buku was dead, I ran to my cabin for my bag and hurried forward. The cabin door was open, and there, on the floor, was Buku.
Doctor, look. I have broken the spell.
You killed him?
No. He saw his reflection in the calabash. I broke it up by stirring the water, and he died.
What? He dropped dead from seeing his image broken?
Yes. And now Pete will live and get well. Buku is dead. Dead.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Something has caused a massive stroke.
I pretend hard to Buku that I love him. I will be in his cabin when he finishes on the bridge. Umberto relieves him. Buku comes down to me. He is cautious. Then I spend the night with him.
I see. And then you wake up and kill him.
It was the witch doctor in Savannah Lamar who told me what I had to do.
Move in with Buku?
How else could I trick him if he does not trust me?
Well, what did that witch doctor tell you?
In Haiti, Buku had a curse put upon Pete. You remember that first night out? He did not feel well. I guess then that Buku had done something. In his village, they do strange things, many that no one can understand. So Pete, he comes under the curse.
And you had to break the curse to save Pete?
The witch doctor tells me if Buku sees his image in the water, in the calabash, and I break it, then he will die, eh?
Hey, it's right. I really don't believe it.
Is not Buku Chin dead?
Yes, very.
Is not Pete already better?
I have no idea. But we better find out. It was a miracle. I followed Lily into the captain's cabin as she threw herself at him. He smiled, about his first smile in 10 days. He had some color, and I know that this is hard to believe. He managed to sit up in his bunk. Lily told him how she had tricked Buku and what she had done. Pete listened in wonder. He was sorry to have lost a first mate, but he was very glad to be alive. Lily left to get him some breakfast.
How do you explain all this?
I can't, Pete. I'm a medical doctor. I've been trained to fix broken bones and to diagnose diseases. But we're not taught anything about witchcraft and casting spells.
But there must be something to it. I was almost dead. And now, Buku Chin is dead.
I'm convinced. But if I told the story at home, they'd smile at me. Well, I'll go on deck and leave the two of you alone.
Oh, Pete, I am so happy.
It's over with. How can I thank you, my darling Lily?
For what? I love you, Pete. I did what had to be done.
Why did you cry out when the witch doctor talked to you?
I think I cannot pretend to love Buku Chin.
Yeah. Well, we'll forget about that. We'll forget about the whole thing. When you left my cabin last night, I wanted to die.
You will marry me, Pete?
As soon as I can stand on my 2 feet, you bet your life soon.
Tonight, we arrive in Miami.
And then tomorrow...
we will have the preacher come aboard the Molly Moran. I will be Mrs. Captain Pete Johnson.
Well, that's the story of what happened, bound east for Haiti. It happened just as I've recalled it. As a memento of my month at sea, Pete had given me Buku's calabash. There it is on that small table over there in the corner. I've never filled it with water, of course. I remember what a reflection can lead to.
And there is Dr. Philip Armstead's testimony. The supernatural includes magic, astrology, palmistry, and numerology. The fact of the unknown intrigues us. I shall be back shortly. What about carrying a rabbit's foot, an amulet, wearing a good luck ring? You see, here we are, supposedly civilized, and there are those vestiges of an innate suspicion that there may be something to magic after all. Our cast included Mason Adams, Fred Gwynn, Ralph Bell, and E.V. Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I have often regretted my speech, never my silence, said the Roman philosopher. And speech is silver, silence is golden, goes the old proverb. Thus, from childhood, are we taught the relative merits of speech versus silence. However, the world has changed, and the value of gold itself can skyrocket or plummet on any given day. And had the philosopher lived in our time, he might discover that people can have cause to regret their silence.
Who fired that shot, Ralph? You?
I'm not the one who hit him.
How do you know you didn't hit him?
All of us fired.
How do you know it wasn't your bullet?
Because I couldn't hit the side of a barn.
But you promised me there wouldn't be any killing.
Our mystery drama, The Second Chance Lady, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Marion Seldes and Terry Keane. It is sponsored in part by General Electric Citizen Band radios and True Value hardware stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. There's a universe of illusion just outside your door. It can also be said there's a universe of illusion just inside your door. Naturally, it depends on which side of the door you happen to be on at any given time. However, some of you may say this is all for dreamers. There's no such thing as illusion to begin with. Well, to begin with, we should never end a sentence with a preposition. But maybe that's an illusion, too. At any rate, we have, in the beginning of things, a young lady, a Miss Sarah Ruth Arban, and she is ringing someone's doorbell. She rings, as you can hear, several times. And just as she figures there's no one home...
Yeah? How do you do?
Oh, well, what are you selling?
What are you buying?
I asked you first.
Do you know the story of the 3 stonemasons?
Is it clean?
Well, it's old.
They're the best kind.
A man passed by a place where a building was being erected, and he asked one of the masons, "What are you doing?" And the mason replied, "I'm working." And he asked the second mason, "What are you doing?" And that man replied, "I'm laying bricks." And he asked the third mason, "What are you doing?" And that mason replied, "I'm building a cathedral."
That's the story?
That's the story.
So what are you selling? Cathedrals?
Yes.
Oh, well, I'd like to buy one, but I really wouldn't know where to put it.
On your face.
My face? Okay, listen, if you
when
don't
you
mind...
asked me what I was selling, I could have said cosmetics, but I didn't.
Why not?
Because what I'm really selling is what you find in a cathedral.
Oh, well, we're back to that.
Belief. Illusion. Hope.
It's been real nice talking to you.
I look at your face and I see what can be.
Yeah.
A line here, a shadow there, a touch, just a pinpoint of color. Oh, let's go inside and we'll talk about it.
Well,
I'll show you a you never dreamed existed.
Yeah?
You will look in the mirror and you will exclaim, "Who is she?"
Listen, will it take long?
Time? What's time? I look at you and I say, here's a girl who can't be a day over 25.
I'm 30.
30? No.
Yes.
What have you done to yourself?
Well,
I'll tell you. For years and years, you've smeared on your lipstick, slapped on your powder, and rubbed on your rouge. And for what purpose?
Well, every girl has to use makeup, doesn't she?
Makeup. Have you ever considered all the implications of that word?
No.
Makeup. What a confused and crazy word. And how many things it can mean. Hold still. I'm going to take yours off with this cleansing cream. Makeup. Well, for instance, you make up your mind. You make up a story. Down at the freight yards, they make up a train.
Hey, listen, what are you doing?
You and your husband.
I'm not married.
Well, you and your boyfriend. You kiss and make up. That's what makeup is. It can mean anything. Everything and nothing. But you're finished with makeup forever. Look in the mirror. See? It comes off.
But what are you...
We will create a cathedral.
Listen, I don't have time.
Time? What will you do with your time today that's more important? See the improvement already? See how it comes off? In layers. But we have here another person. Is this the face that opened the door?
No, but this could be another phase to launch 1,000 ships.
I never went out with a sailor in my life.
You never will. When I'm finished, you'll date no one below the rank of admiral. Now, first, we shall apply a base.
Look, I'm really very busy.
Busy? Busy with what? And for whom?
Well,
I'm the one who's busy. Look.
Huh?
Keep looking in the mirror, see? See what's starting to happen?
What I'm trying to say is...
Cosmetics, the building blocks of illusion. But they must be applied with a brush, never a trowel.
Miss...
Arbin. Sarah Ruth Arbin. Your second chance lady.
And you are? I'm Millie Smith.
You see how light, how delicate. It's as evanescent as beauty itself.
Will it take much longer?
We've only begun.
It's just that I don't know when...
Already a softness. Already a sweetness. Already a certain air of...
What are you doing?
I'm building a cathedral.
Yeah, but that's not me.
It isn't.
Look, I haven't looked like that since I graduated from high school.
Of course.
That's how I looked when I was 17.
Certainly.
And I wore my hair back.
In a ponytail, I bet.
Yeah, that's right.
With a ribbon?
I can't believe it.
Huh?
It's you. Brookside High School. Oh, I was so pretty. I was a cheerleader. I was a head cheerleader.
I bet you were.
You should have seen me.
Well, I can see you now.
You should have heard me.
All right, let me hear you.
We come from Brookside. We couldn't be prouder. If you can't hear us, we'll yell a little louder.
Way to go, Brookside.
Oh, hallowed halls of Brookside High. We'll love you till the day we die.
See? There you are again. Not a day over 17.
I was beautiful.
Yes.
I was voted most beautiful girl in the class.
Well, I can see why.
And they wrote a kind of slogan on everybody's picture. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, underneath mine, they wrote, "She walks in beauty."
Like the night of cloudless climes and starry skies, and all that's best of dark and bright meet in her aspect and her eyes.
Hey, that's a poem.
Yes.
I never knew that. I just thought this guy, the editor of the yearbook, he made it up. You know, she walks in beauty.
Well, it's a poem by Lord Byron.
Yeah? Well, I never heard of him. Well, I didn't learn very much in school. I guess I was too busy being prettiest girl in the class.
Well, I bet you're still the prettiest girl in the class.
Well, the dumbest is more like it. I was going to be a movie star. Melisande Schlegel. They all said, "You're going to be a movie star. All you have to do is change your name."
But you could still be a movie star.
Oh, I'll never be anything.
That's no way to talk.
I'm stupid. That's what I am. I'm stupid. But I could have done it. I could have had everything. But I had to get tied up with him. With Ralph. You stick with me, baby. You'll be sitting on top of $1 million. Oh, yeah, sure. So what have I got? Believe me, if I could do it all over again. Hey, wait a minute. Who did you say you were?
Me? I'm Sarah Ruth Arbin, the second chance lady.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Second chance. See, I saw this movie. It was maybe it was on TV or maybe I heard it on the radio. Well, it doesn't matter. But there was this person, and he came to these people and said words like to the effect, "Listen, did you blow it the first time around? I'm going to fix it for you to have a second chance." You know what I mean?
Well?
And he went on to say, this person did, "Would you like to have another opportunity to go back and live your life over and travel a different road?" Do you follow this?
I think so.
What? Is that you? I mean, could a thing like this be on the level? Is that what you're trying to tell me? That somehow, in some way, I'm going to get a second chance?
Yes.
You mean I'm going to go back and live my life over?
Oh, no.
Well, what do you mean?
Oh, my dear Millie, I represent the Second Chance Cosmetic Company. But surely you've seen our ads in the magazines, on TV, and heard about us on the radio. I'm one of many second chance ladies. ring your bell, and they'd give you a second chance. Another opportunity to duplicate the beauty nature gave you when you were very young.
Yeah, I see.
And now you see that beauty needs just the tiniest bit of help.
Yeah.
Now, what I've given you is a touch of our number 4 base, our number 8 lipstick, number 3 rouge, and number 9 shadow, and number 14 powder. We'll set up a little kit. This is your very own, your personal makeup.
Well, I better wipe it off, all of it off.
Oh, why?
Because it just isn't me, see? It's little Melisande Schlegel, and, well, she's dead.
Oh, no, she's alive. But look at her.
No, you don't know what happened to Melisande Schlegel. You don't know what she did to other people and what other people did to her.
Well, whatever it was, it can be all over.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And you can start again.
Second chance, huh? Don't tell me you believe your own sales pitch.
Well, why not? That's the secret of selling. Belief in your product. Everybody can change.
Gee, listen to yourself. Little Miss Goody Two-Shoes. Come on, get out of here.
You don't mean that.
Little Mary Sunshine. Who asked you to come around? Who needs you?
You need me.
I need you for what?
Melisande Schlegel needs me.
Oh, come on, will you cut it out?
You say Melisande Schlegel is dead. But she isn't. She never died. She never even went away. She's been with you all the time. Look in the mirror. All she needed was a little shadow, a little color, and a few lines. You see, her spirit is there.
Yeah, sure.
Now look at this kit. What's in here? Well, we call them cosmetics. That's from the Greek. Cosmos, meaning order, a pleasant arrangement. Okay, fine. But what is this stuff when you get right down to it? It's just chemicals, right? They can change everything into anything. They can even make you look like Melisande Schlegel again, provided you feel like Melisande Schlegel. They can put the color in your face, but they can't give you the sparkle in your eye. Now, Melisande, give me a T. Give me an E.
Give me an A. Give me an M.
Oh, come on now. You should be happy. Happy. Found Melisande again after all these years. Now, come on. Let me show you how to put on the base.
No, look, I don't want...
Come on. Now, take the number 4.
Don't move.
No, Ralph.
You, sister, stretch your hands across the table.
Ralph, don't be crazy. You don't need a gun.
Frisk her, Millie.
What?
Search her for crying out loud.
I think you're making a terrible
mistake. Millie, look her over.
You
want me to do it? What's in those bags?
One is my handbag, and the other is my cosmetic kit. I'm a beauty consultant.
No, I said shut up.
Actually, I'm a salesman. I'm a salesperson for the Second Chance Cosmetics
What'd you
Company.
find?
No, that's nothing.
Actually, we're a subsidiary
I said shut up. Get her identification.
You'll see. It says...
All right, now, here. There's a wallet and a driver's license. Sarah Ruth Arban. See? And here's your identification card. Sarah Ruth Arban, consultant, Second Chance Cosmetics.
All right, sit down, Sarah Ruth Arban, if that's your name.
But that is my name.
That's your story.
Sir, obviously you have me confused with someone else.
Well, let me tell you my story. I've been watching the house the past couple of hours, and I saw you coming down the street. You're working every door on the block.
But that's my job. I sell from door to door.
It also could be a way of getting into each house.
Why would I want to do that?
Because you're a cop.
What? Ralph?
That's right, sister. You're a cop. And you're looking for us.
What? You made a mistake.
Oh, no, sister. You made a mistake.
You remember that rather popular advertising slogan, does she or doesn't she? Here, we can say, is she or isn't she? Well, one thing we do know, she's a convincing talker. But as the man said when he put his head in the lion's mouth, it's always easier getting in than out. We'll get into Act 2 shortly. You walk down the street of a city, past a row of houses. Each house looks very much like its neighbor. You go by door after door, and you ask yourself, who lives inside there? What goes on behind that curtained window? What drama takes place within those four walls? Well, here we have a rather ordinary house on a rather ordinary block in a rather ordinary city. But the drama that's going on is certainly something you don't find every day.
You're a cop.
No.
You're a plainclothes cop, and you're looking for us. Now, don't you make one move.
Please, that gun makes me very nervous.
That's not all it's going to make you.
Ralph, she's the second chance lady.
That's her story.
Look what she did to me. She has to know something about makeup.
You're a chump. It's her cover for the job.
Sir, I am really
I told you to keep your mouth shut.
Ralph, are you sure
I never forget a face, and I've seen her face. She was wearing a uniform.
You could be mistaken.
I never make a mistake.
Look, I'm an expert on faces. It's because of the work I do.
Ralph, look, what are you going to do now? Please,
That's what we're going to do now. And fast.
No, please, don't hit me again, please.
I ought to beat the daylights out of you.
Please, no, Ralph.
What kind of crazy stunt did you pull? I always knew you didn't have any brains, but a thing like this, I told you over and over. What did I tell you?
Sir, you can achieve better results with kindness.
You shut up. Now, what did I tell you? Not to leave anybody in here. Isn't that what I told you?
Yes, Ralph.
But you went ahead and let her in anyhow, didn't you?
Yes, Ralph.
Why?
I'll tell you why. And I don't care what you do to me. I was sick and tired of sitting here all day long by myself.
You got the TV?
Fed up with hard luck stories just to see somebody. I want to talk to somebody.
This one isn't just somebody. She's a cop.
How was I to know?
Can't you see the word cop? It's written all over her face.
Sir, you keep insisting.
I know. Another human being. It was another person. It was another voice in this place besides my own. Somebody would listen to me. I can't live shut away by myself. I won't do it.
You know what's at stake here.
I don't care. Go ahead. Kill me. I don't care.
Now, Millie, look. Look, honey, I know it's been rough.
You didn't have to hit me.
All right. Forgive me, baby. It'll never happen again.
That's what you said the last time.
Well, this time I mean it.
The time before.
Millie, now just shut up. I didn't mean to yell at you. It's just that I'm nervous, that's all. Look, baby, this is the big one, the one that gets us there all the way. You have to understand that. I love you.
Do you?
Sure. I yell at you because I want to yell at myself. And if I hit you, it's only because I'm mad at myself.
Oh, that's a completely discredited psychology. It simply doesn't hold water.
I love you, baby. You know I love you. Now tell me you know I love you. Come on.
I know you love me, Ralph. I know you love me.
Well, sure. We're going to walk away from here with $250,000, baby. That's why I'm so nervous. I'm not myself. I can't believe it finally happened.
You two really don't need me. Why don't I
just don't move.
Look, whatever's involved here, I really know nothing about it. So wouldn't it be a good time
Just sit right where you are.
But don't you see, the longer I stay, the more I'm going to learn about something which it would be better I knew nothing about. If I leave right now, I promise you I'll forget all about this place and whatever it is that's supposed to be happening here.
Oh, sure.
Millie, you know I couldn't possibly be a police officer.
Now, I know I've seen you someplace and in uniform.
Look, telephone the Second Chance Company. They'll tell you I'm a salesperson.
Sure. Why not? You took the job as a front. Oh, no. You're going to stick right where you are, lady.
Ralph, listen. What are we going to do with her?
Well, that's for JoJo to say. He's the boss.
Oh, yeah? I thought you were the boss.
Well, nobody's the boss. Me, JoJo, and Theodore. We're all equal.
Well, what are we going to do with her?
Whatever we have to do.
Now, wait a second. This was the kind of thing where nobody was going to get killed.
You should have thought of that before you let her into the place.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that...
I'm only saying that it's going to be up to JoJo.
Why JoJo?
Okay, me and you, JoJo, and Theodore. We'll take a boat. That going to make you feel better?
So where are they?
They'll be here.
Meanwhile, they got the money.
Meanwhile, we got the tickets and the passports.
Maybe they got picked up?
JoJo? Theodore? Never. It's 1:30 on ahead. Go ahead, get the news.
Well...
Will you turn on the radio?
To bring you the news at this exact point in time. Our lead story is still a daring $750,000 payroll robbery yesterday afternoon at Sparks Clothing Factory on the south side.
2 blocks away.
3 masked men somehow managed to open the rear door of the payroll office and took the money at gunpoint. Mr. Emmanuel Spark evidently did not move quickly enough for the gunmen, and he was shot to death.
The police have only one lead, which they will reveal at the appropriate time.
Who fired that shot, Ralph? Did you?
Ralphie would never.
It doesn't matter.
You said you didn't shoot.
I said I didn't hit him.
How do you know?
Because I couldn't hit the side of a barn.
But I thought you said you didn't fire.
All of us fired.
You promised no one would be killed.
Would you lay off?
Ralph, whether your bullet hit him or
You
not...
in particular, keep your mouth shut. You're on borrowed time.
What does that mean?
Nothing.
Ralph, what does that mean?
Everybody's on borrowed time.
What he's trying to say, in an indirect way, of course, is that he will have to kill me.
No, Ralph, we can't do that.
We're not going to do anything until JoJo and Theodore get here.
And then?
Then we'll see. Meanwhile, get a rope.
Rope? What for?
To tie her up. What do you think?
You want a cup of coffee?
No, thanks.
Listen, I'm sorry.
Where are JoJo and Theodore?
They'll be along soon.
But where are they now?
Hiding out.
Why aren't you all hiding out together?
Well, you listen to those questions, and she still says she's not a cop.
I'm just interested. After all, I seem to have a stake in this thing.
Okay, you might as well know. We planned it. After we got out of there, I went one way to this place. JoJo and Theodore went the opposite direction to another hideout.
Really?
Always best to split up.
I wouldn't know about such things.
Not much. We decided to give it 48 hours, just to cool. Then we're all to meet here. We stay a couple of days till it cools off some more, then we leave the country.
Could I ask you a question? Who has the money?
JoJo and Theodore, they're holding it.
Really?
Oh, don't hand me any of that. JoJo, Theodore, and me, we've been buddies since we're 10 years old.
$125,000? That's what each of them has to gain to forget your address.
Not JoJo. Not Theodore.
Well, I hope not, for your sake.
Besides, I'm holding the passports. Special passports. JoJo and Theodore couldn't get out of the country without them.
Significant.
Yeah, what?
That they have the money.
That's the way we arranged it.
That's the way who arranged it?
Now, listen, I don't know what you're trying to pull, but it won't work.
Look, evidently there was a plan. Hold up the payroll office at this factory, and two of you go hide somewhere with the money. One of you hides somewhere else with the passports. Now, all I'm asking is, whose idea was it for JoJo and Theodore to hold the money?
What does that have to do with...
Was it your idea?
Well, why don't you answer her, Ralph?
Well, obviously the answer is it wasn't his idea.
It made more sense for them to hold the money.
Why?
I don't have to explain anything to you.
You want to explain it to Millie?
Now, look, there were two of them. The money was in two suitcases, so naturally...
But why split up in the first place?
I already told you it was best.
Why?
Because...
Whose idea was it to split
up? You better
up?
shut up or I'll put a gag in your mouth.
Whose idea was it, Ralph? I see.
Well, it's his caper.
Oh, there's a word for you. Caper? You must think you're a character in a movie. And after a while, everybody who paid $3 for a seat will get up and go home. But you killed a man.
I didn't kill him.
He's dead.
Ralph, I'm scared.
Don't you see what she's trying to do?
It could all have been for nothing. For nothing.
Yeah?
And you could be sitting here holding the bag.
Oh, no. I'm holding
The what? The tickets, the passports, so what?
So this, wise lady, I had to swipe these passports. JoJo and Theodore couldn't get them on their own. You know why? They got police records. They're on parole.
That's a fact. Well, how did you get the passport?
I arranged with a guy.
But if you could arrange with a guy to swipe some passports, why couldn't they?
Because that was my job.
Of course. Certain. And wouldn't it be to their advantage to let you think so? That would keep you quiet. While they ran off with the money.
Ralph?
Anybody can get a passport if he wants one badly enough. Certainly for much less than $250,000. Oh, you've been had.
Ralph, she's right.
She's a cop. You can't trust her.
I am not a cop. You can't trust JoJo and Theodore. Oh, how cleverly they've worked it. They got you to kill that man at the office.
I didn't kill him.
Oh, you all killed him. Which means if they run out on you, as they have, you can't go to the police. If it was just a robbery, you could turn state's evidence and get off. But first-degree murder, you're finished unless...
Unless what?
I would assume if the other two get away, the law would make Ralph pay in full for everybody. But if he can help them capture Jojo and Theodore, I'm sure it will be taken into consideration.
Ralph, I know where they are.
No.
I know where they're headed.
So do I. They're headed here.
Are they, Ralph? Are they? Why don't you answer her?
Millie, this is how cops operate.
I'm not a cop. I believe her. She's not a cop.
Baby Jojo and Theodore and me,
Yeah, I know. You've been pals since you're 10 years old.
The three of us were closer than brothers.
Yes, of course, but this closeness, is it worth $125,000 apiece to each of them?
Now, listen,
Ralph, ask yourself, honestly, just suppose it were you, and you had all the money and a chance to keep it for yourself.
I'd never double-cross my buddies.
Oh, you answered too quickly. Think a minute. And remember, the worst thing a man can do is lie to himself. Would you keep it all? Well, of course you would.
Don't you say that.
Ralph, you made the choice, not me. You decided of your own free will to become a thief. You know as well as I do there's no honor among thieves.
Ralph, what are we going to do?
Once they leave the country, you're finished. And if you're ever caught, you stand all alone.
Millie, Jojo and Theodore, they would never... I mean... They would. Yeah, they would. And I'm a chump. Why did I ever hold still for letting him split with the money? It's that Jojo. He could always convince me, talk me into anything. Well, he won't get away with it. Okay, you're a cop.
I'm not a cop.
Now, what kind of a deal could I get?
Well, I imagine...
I'll tell you what you do. You call in, see? You say you can bring in one of the guys in the payroll thing.
Ralph,
you keep out of this now. Now, listen, we got to keep Millie out of this. That's part of the deal.
I see no reason why I'd want to bring her into it.
Now, you ask him what it's worth if I can lead him to the other guys and the money.
Certainly.
Now, that's all you ask him, because I still got this gun pointed at you. Millie, bring the phone over here.
Yeah, sure.
There's no good two-time and double-crossing. They thought they could pull a fast one on me.
Here's the phone.
All right, what's the number?
Just ask the operator for police headquarters.
Go ahead, Millie.
Jojo.
That's right. Jojo. And little Theodore. Hey, who's this? Did you go out and get a dame for me?
Rescue was so close at hand. And, well, we all miss by so little, don't we? A few inches, a few seconds. At least we've widened the canvas somewhat. We've added 2 new characters, the celebrated Jojo and Theodore. And we've also increased the odds against poor Sarah Ruth Arban. Resolution is almost at hand as Act 3 returns shortly. Some people like to work in the silence and isolation of an office. Others prefer to be up and about and meeting the public. The public, as you may appreciate, is a many-faceted entity. And you can never really know exactly what to expect from an encounter with any segment of it. Our Ms. Sarah Ruth Arban is now bound hand and foot to a chair, while 4 members of the public ponder her fate.
She's a cop, Jojo.
Really, I'm not. I'm a second chance lady.
Okay, maybe that's what she says she is, but it doesn't matter anymore.
Why not?
Because she knows who we are.
Do you, Miss?
Arban. Sarah Ruth Arban.
Arban. Why is that name familiar?
You sure it's familiar?
Yeah.
Then I can tell you something about yourself.
Oh, is that a fact?
As a boy, you studied music.
Hey, one of you must have told her, huh?
You played an instrument. The trumpet.
How do you know?
Because one of my ancestors was Jean-Louis Baptiste Arban. He was one of the great teachers of the horn, and to this day, young players still study the Arban book.
Yeah, that's it. I remember that book. That's why I had to give up music. The book was too tough for me.
I'm sorry.
Hey, I like this dame. She's with it. Class. You can tell by the way she talks. Hey, it's too bad we'll have to,
But why?
Would you swear? Could you swear to walk out of here and forget who we are and what we look like? Could you? Never. That's what I mean by class.
Are you saying we have to kill her?
Now, why you use a word like that, Millie? It's bad enough we have to do it. We don't have to say it.
Is that why we have to kill her? Because you say so?
That's right, because I say so.
You see, Ralph, I told you. He's the boss.
That's right, I'm the boss. Is there anybody here who doesn't think so?
Now, look, Jojo.
Just, what have you got to say, Ralph, huh? Where would you be without me, huh? Who's done all the thinking for you? Whose brains have been keeping you out of jail? We have to kill this cop.
I must interrupt for a point of information.
And why do we have to kill her? Because the job went sour. Oh, yeah, we got the dough, but we killed a guy. And why did we kill him? Because you panicked. You fired first. You didn't have to. The old guy was just scared, but no. On account of you, it became the 4th of July, so that's it.
But murder...
This dame is a cop.
No, I'm not.
She knows the risk she takes. It's part of the job.
But we just can't.
Yes, we can. And you know who's going to do it? You are.
Me?
You.
Jojo, what are you saying?
The three of us, Ralph. You and me and Theodore, we're in it for the killing in the office. So, Millie has to join the party. Become one of us.
No.
Ralph, it's up to you. Make her understand.
Yeah, but Jojo.
Hey, Ralph. Am I right?
Look, Jojo.
Just forget the personalities. Am I right? Isn't this what she has to do? Won't that make all of us equal?
Millie, he's right.
No.
For 12 years we've been knocking around. And we always missed out. Now we got it. We got $250,000 for the two of us. The bad days are over, honey. All over. Everything I ever promised you, you can have.
Ralph,
and this dame, who is she anyhow? A stranger. And who's going to know, Millie? Who's going to know?
You know what they say. You can't make an omelet unless you break some eggs.
Millie, honey, you got to do it. For us.
Please, Ralph, don't make me
All right,
do
that's
that.
enough. What are you doing, Millie? Putting on an act? You never got your hands dirty before? Who worked over that old lady till she came up with a bank book?
I
enjoyed every minute of it,
but
too.
That wasn't...
All right, so knock it off.
But murder...
Yeah, murder. Sooner or later, with people like us, it comes to murder. We don't have to do it right away. We just have to keep cool here for at least a week. Now, Miss Arban, excuse me, Detective Arban, we'll have to keep you locked up in the next room, but we're going to see to it you're as comfortable as possible.
I can't tell you how much I appreciate that, Mr. Jojo.
Well, how are things, Miss Arban?
They've been better.
You know, I wish we'd met before, under different circumstances.
When do you plan to kill Ralph and Millie?
Ralph's my oldest friend.
You didn't answer my question.
Why would I want to kill him?
They're not in your class. Neither is Theodore. But at least Theodore seems useful.
Yeah, he's like a faithful puppy, isn't he?
More like a Great Dane. He doesn't say much.
He's deaf and dumb.
And you're going to hold on to his money anyhow.
Well, that's how he likes it.
Aside from the killing, it was a perfect job.
Well, I planned it.
How?
Well, the big problem, the only problem was to get into the office. It's always locked.
So how did you solve it?
Millie. She got a job, one of those office temporaries. She went to work there. The key was in the cashier's desk.
And she was able to get a wax impression.
You say you're not a cop.
I read a lot of detective stories. So that's the lead, huh?
What lead?
You know what lead. I heard it on the radio. The police say they have a lead. They must have checked everyone who worked in that office. They're looking for Millie.
Oh, you may be right.
And they have a description of Millie.
Yeah, it's possible.
So, that's why you have to kill Millie. But you can't kill Millie without killing Ralph.
Didn't I tell you Ralph's my oldest friend?
Oh, I think you've outgrown him.
Oh, why did you have to be a cop? We could have made such beautiful music together. From the R Band book, I remember. Oh, there were these great duets in it.
When do you plan to kill Millie?
right after she kills you.
Is that you, Millie? I'm awake, Millie.
Oh,
Did you want to kill me in the dark?
Don't say that.
Were you hoping I'd be asleep?
Look,
You've got a gun, haven't you?
No,
You're holding it behind your back.
Look.
You'd rather shoot me while I was asleep or in the back. But I won't let you do it. I am going to look at you. And you are going to see my eyes as long as you live.
I don't care. It's too bad. But I got this chance, see? This only chance. I went off in the wrong direction, but with this money, I'm back on the track.
When I first walked in here, I showed you how you could get back on the track.
No.
That's the only way to do it. Become Melisande Schlegel again.
No, I can't.
You know I'm right. Oh, come on. Come on. Melisande, you can win this game. Oh, hallowed halls of Brookside High, we'll love you till the day we die.
Stop it. Now, that's for kids, for stupid kids who don't know the score.
Do you know the score, Mary?
Yeah, the only score that counts is money.
That's right. And the whole $750,000 is how much JoJo plans to have when he walks out of here.
I don't believe it.
Oh, Millie, do you trust JoJo? JoJo has to get rid of you.
I don't believe you.
Whose idea was it for you to get a job in that factory?
How do you know
Because you had to get a key to the door. Now, the police are going to check on everybody who worked there.
I didn't give my right name.
Oh, they know what you look like. Do you have a police record, Millie? Are there pictures of you in the files? Are you known to associate with Ralph? You're finished, Millie.
You're only saying this to scare me.
What? Is it true or isn't it true?
JoJo wouldn't.
Yes, he would. Why wouldn't he? Oh, I see. Is it possible, just possible, that you and Ralph may have had an idea to double-cross JoJo?
We never...
Is there honor among thieves?
But you still have to...
Be killed.
I'm sorry.
Let me tell you what's going to happen. Ralph, JoJo, and Theodore are in the next room. They're waiting to hear the shot. And the minute they hear it, Theodore is going to stab Ralph. And the second you walk through the door, JoJo is going to shoot you.
I don't believe you.
Oh, you do. You do believe me. You don't want to believe me, but you know it's true. You pull the trigger, and Theodore's knife goes right into Ralph's heart.
No.
You're finished. Oh. Poor little Melisande Schlegel, you just took the wrong turn and got in too deep. Well, you'll have to fight for your life. But you can still walk through the door and start to shoot, and
he is going to kill Ralph. And then me. Sure. He's smart, that JoJo. But not smart enough. I'll take care of you later. Look out, Ralph! Oh, Ralph! Millie! Ralph! Where's Ralph?
I'm afraid he's dead.
No!
You shot both JoJo and Theodore, but Theodore was able to...
Oh, no!
Oh, Millie, you're bleeding.
No. JoJo hit me. I don't think I'm gonna...
Would you have come back to kill me? Would you, Millie? No, not you, Melisande. Not you.
Oh. Hallowed halls of Brookside High. We'll love you till the day we die. I wanted a second chance. So bad.
bodies of 4 people who robbed the Spark clothing factory payroll were found in an apartment near the scene of the crime today. Evidently, it was a shootout or a gangland-style execution. Perhaps a hijacking, because the $750,000 payroll is missing.
I am so sorry Madame disapproves of the champagne.
Well, there was the slightest flavor of cork.
Most regrettable, Madame. For this, the sommelier deserves to be fired.
Oh, no. Let us give him a second chance.
Madame is most generous.
Everyone deserves a second chance. I should know.
Yes, Madame. Would Madame care to see the menu? We have the finest cuisine on the entire Riviera.
If you please.
One moment. Paul, Louis, Henri, the fabulously wealthy American lady, the mystery woman. She chose to dine here. Everything must be perfect.
And everything was. I suppose we might go on to describe the further adventures of Miss Sarah Ruth Arban, but that would be another story. One story each day is all you're entitled to. You must admit, she was a believer in her own philosophy. She certainly took her second chance. You'd better not take any chances. Just be here till I return. There may be some of you who will say our story enabled someone to enjoy stolen wealth. Well, there's an entire school of thought that says that's the only kind you can enjoy. After all, if you work hard all your life, by the time you're wealthy, you're too old to enjoy it. We do not take sides. We do not point morals. Our task is to tell the truth, to show the human condition. Our cast included Marion Seldes, Terry Keane, Larry Haynes, and William Griffiths. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
She ran out into the moor without a cloak. But Heathcliff's horse was not in the stable, and no one knew where he had gone. Catherine returned after midnight in the midst of a thunderstorm, soaked to the skin and coming down with a severe chill. Oh, Miss Catherine, you must let me help you to bed.
He's gone, Nellie. He's gone. And my nightmares are coming true.
You'll feel better when you've had some sleep.
I'll never sleep again. I've been abandoned. Oh, it's just like my dreams. I saw myself tapping on the window, begging, "Let me in, let me in."
Oh, hush, child.
And no one answered. And my hand broke through the glass, so the blood was running down my arm. Oh, get the blood stains off, Nellie. Get the blood stains off.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. When the sheltered ladies of the 19th century took up their pens, many extraordinary and suspenseful tales were put down on paper. I've always had the feeling that these writers' lives, sometimes very brief, were filled with nightmares. The literary bent seemed to run in families. None more memorable than the Brontes. Yet Charlotte, Emily, and Anne had trouble finding a publisher. They wrote under assumed names, since women writers were dismissed as too gentle or frivolous to be taken seriously. And the Bronte sisters wrote heady stuff. Passion runs rampant in their novels, and an English moor at night is one of their favorite settings.
Mr. Heathcliff! Mr. Heathcliff!
Go back, Nellie. Get out of the graveyard.
You must not disturb the dead.
You didn't believe me, did you? I'll show you. Catherine. Catherine, my love. You thought you could leave me. Never. Never.
No, Heathcliff. No. Let me rest a while until I find the way.
Our mystery drama, Wuthering Heights, was adapted from the Emily Bronte classic especially for the Mystery Theater by Elizabeth Pennell and stars Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Greyhound Package Express. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Mr. Earnshaw, master of Wuthering Heights, was a kindly man with a reputation for adopting stray waifs. Over the years, he returned from London or Liverpool with surprising additions to the family. One was Nellie Dean, who has become the Earnshaw's housekeeper. But most upsetting to the household was Mr. Earnshaw's arrival with a dirty, black-haired boy who seemed more animal than human. An abandoned child picked up on the streets. Mr. Earnshaw turned him over to Nellie.
I wanted nothing to do with that dreadful little boy, so I left him on the landing of the stairs, hoping he'd be gone by morning. But he crawled to Mr. Earnshaw's door and lay there like a dog.
Nellie Dean.
Oh, yes, sir.
What's the meaning of this?
Why,
Why isn't this boy with the other children?
They would not let him into their room.
Take him there at once. He's going to be their brother.
Mr. Earnshaw christened the boy Heathcliff, after a child who died in infancy. Just Heathcliff. He neglected to give him his surname, and the master's son hated him from the beginning. Mrs. Earnshaw died when the children were young, and heaven knows I had my hands full, although I warmed toward Heathcliff. The other two drove me frantic with their demands, but he was uncomplaining as a lamb. I was on his side when Hindley attacked him.
I suppose my father gave you the biggest horse.
He said I could take whichever I wanted.
So, naturally, you took the bet.
All right, I did. But he's turned lame. I don't like him anymore. Let's exchange.
I don't want a lame horse.
Switch horses with me, or I'll tell your father about the 3 times you beat me up this week.
Go ahead. Only I'll give you more than bruises to show.
I'll tell your father how you boast you'll get me out of the house as soon as he dies.
And I will, too. You never belonged here.
I didn't ask to come. Your father brought me.
What a mistake that was.
I want your horse.
Take him. I hope he breaks your neck, unless I break it first.
Take out your brains.
I found him bruised, cut, and bleeding, but, oh, so cool and calm. You're hurt, Heathcliff.
Go away.
It was Hindley again, wasn't it?
None of your business.
Mr. Earnshaw will be angry.
I don't care. I took Hindley's horse, and he's left with a lame one. I got exactly what I wanted.
That's how it was with Heathcliff and Hindley. But with Hindley's sister, it was something else. Catherine could charm a statue into bending to her will. And when Hindley was sent off to college, she had her way with all of us.
I've waited for you for more than an hour.
You didn't mind waiting, did you, Heathcliff? Not really.
I always mind.
But it's been heaven these past months. You and me and all this beautiful moor with no nasty brother to torment either one of us.
I don't know why Hindley has all the luck.
But we're the lucky ones. Hindley's gone.
Yeah, to college. And I'm the one who needs book learning. I never even been to school.
Well, I have. And I'll teach you all I know.
That's not enough. Your father owes me an education.
All right. He gives you anything you want. Let's go and ask him.
He's always in the big room by the fire at this time of the day.
In that same old chair where he pretends to read. But I know he's sleeping.
Come on. I'll wake him.
No, let me. He may be grumpy. Father? Father, is something wrong?
Mr. Earnshaw?
His hand is so cold and his eyes. Oh, Heathcliff. My father's dead.
Yes, Mr. Earnshaw was dead. And Hindley not only came home for the funeral, but he brought a young wife with him. A silly little thing without a brain in her head. And Hindley announced they had come to stay.
All right, you two. I guess you know who's giving the orders around here now.
It isn't too bad, is it, Heathcliff?
I work in the fields like a slave.
But Hindley stays out of your way.
He's banished me to a room worse than the servants' quarters.
But out here we're free. I'll race you across the moors.
Have you ever been in that house over there?
No, but that's where the Lintons live. It's Thrushcross Grange.
Hey, let's go and look in the window.
All right. As long as they don't see us.
What a prissy-looking boy.
That's Edgar. And he's a stuck-up snob.
Who's the pale, stupid girl?
His sister, Isabella. They're always fighting, see? He's pulling her hair.
I don't blame him.
Aren't you glad we don't live cooped up like that?
Who's out there?
We're ghosts. We're ghosts.
Oh.
We're ghosts.
Mama! Papa! Someone's trying to break in.
Let the dog out.
Rouse, Heathcliff! Rouse!
Here, Kathy, take my hand.
Hurry! Oh, my leg. He's hurt.
All right, Teddy, I'll get him up. Get up there. Go, Stalker, let go. Why, you're a girl.
Of course I'm a girl.
And your dog has bitten her.
Who is it, Edgar?
I think it's the girl from Wuthering Heights.
And I'm taking her home. Leave us alone.
Her ankle is bleeding, and she looks as though she's about to faint.
I can manage. You go away.
We know about you. You're that ignorant orphan boy, and you're not welcome in our house.
Go back to Wuthering Heights. We'll take care of Miss Earnshaw.
And Nellie, she was close to fainting, and I vowed not to leave her, but they shut the door in my face.
And where have you been since then?
I watched at the window, and if Catherine had called me, I would have smashed it.
Are you sure she's all right?
All right. I saw them bathe her foot and bring her cocoa and comb her beautiful hair and wrap her in a big blanket.
Oh, well, I'm glad of that.
Nellie, they treated her like a princess, and she purred like a kitten. She forgot that I existed.
They kept Miss Catherine at Thrushcross Grange 5 weeks, right up until the day before Christmas, when she was driven to our door in a carriage, and her brother greeted her.
This is my little sister? Why, Kathy. Nellie, come look. They've turned my sister into a lady.
Oh, Miss Catherine, you do look grand.
Hello, Nellie, dear. Where's Heathcliff?
I saw him slinking around out there. Heathcliff, you may come and bid Miss Catherine welcome like the other servants.
Darling Heathcliff. Why, how cross you look. How funny and grim.
Shake hands, Heathcliff, like a proper gentleman.
I shall not. I cannot bear to be laughed at.
With that, he dashed out, and before long I heard him taking off over the moors. He didn't appear until noon next day when he came to the kitchen. Well, Heathcliff, this is a fine way to celebrate Christmas.
Help me get cleaned up, Nellie. If the Lintons are coming for dinner, I'll show them I can be a gentleman.
Dad.
What a beautiful Christmas table.
Well, I'm afraid we can't match what you did for my sister. You've tamed our little savage.
Well, there's nothing savage about the enchanting Catherine.
I'm delighted at the transformation.
And I'm hungry. Isn't it time to eat?
That uncouth servant boy, he isn't joining us for dinner, is he?
Heathcliff, what are you doing in here?
Why, Hindley, he's part of the family. And doesn't he look nice? I got away as soon as I could, Heathcliff.
You've been down there all evening dancing with him.
Oh, honestly, Heathcliff, I was longing to be with you.
No, I'm not thinking about Edgar Linton. It's your brother I'm after. I'm trying to figure out how to pay Hindley back. I don't care how long I wait. I just hope he won't die before I do.
Nellie, my sister-in-law is calling for you. I think her time has come.
Oh, poor thing. I scarcely think she can survive the birth of her baby.
Is it really that hard, having babies?
Oh, good heavens, child. Not for a strapping young woman like you, but Mrs. Hindley, she has the consumption. Yes, the baby was born, and the mother died. And now Mr. Hindley was more of a tyrant than ever. In his inconsolable grief, he took to the brandy bottle, and everyone stayed out of his path, except for me and a nursemaid who tried to protect the child.
I swear I'll make my own child kiss me. Where is the little beast? Nellie! Bring me my son!
Hurry. Take him to his room. The master is roaring drunk, and I must hide his gun. He plays with it when he's seized with this insane madness.
Get away from my gun, Nellie Dean, or would you rather I take care of you with this carving knife?
Well, I'd rather be shot, if you please.
Damn everyone in this house. I swear I'll burn it down if I'd a mind to.
Where's Heathcliff?
Oh, about his work, as usual.
Nellie, will you promise to keep a secret?
Is it worth keeping?
Yes, but it worries me. You must tell me what to do. Edgar Linton has asked me to marry him, and I've given him an answer.
Well, then why ask my opinion?
Because I've accepted him. Be quick, Nellie, and say whether I was wrong.
Well, do you love Mr. Edgar Linton?
Of course I do.
Why?
Because he's handsome and pleasant to be with.
Oh, that's not a good answer.
Well, because he loves me. And he will be rich, and I should like being the greatest lady of the neighborhood.
Then why do you look so unhappy?
Because in my heart I'm convinced that I'm wrong.
Well, that's very strange.
I've no more business marrying Edgar Linton. And if my brother had not brought Heathcliff so low, I shouldn't have thought of it.
Well, then why not change your mind?
It would degrade me to marry Heathcliff.
There's someone in the shadows at the other end of the room.
Well, it couldn't have been Heathcliff, could it, Nellie? He shall never know how much I love him, not because he's handsome, but because he's more myself than I am.
He left the room when you said to marry him would be degrading.
No, Nellie, no. That wasn't Heathcliff. You told me he was off in the field.
I thought he was, until I saw him behind that couch over there in the shadows.
He couldn't have overheard. He couldn't. I'll find him and make sure.
She ran out into the moor without a cloak. But Heathcliff's horse was not in the stable, and no one knew where he had gone. Catherine returned after midnight in the midst of a thunderstorm, soaked to the skin and coming down with a severe chill. Oh, Miss Catherine, you must let me help you to bed.
He's gone, Nellie. He's gone. And my nightmares are coming true.
Oh, you'll feel better when you've had some sleep.
I'll never sleep again. I've been abandoned. Oh, it's just like my dreams. I saw myself tapping on the window, begging, "Let me in, let me in."
Oh, hush, child.
And no one answered. And my hand broke through the glass, so the blood was running down my arm. Oh, get the blood stains off, Nellie. Get the blood stains off.
I told you those Bronte sisters wrote with passion. Who knows what dark thoughts and desperate yearnings they gleaned from their own lives. Emily's courage and endurance were tremendous. Yet, she only had time to write one book, for she died, like many of her characters, of consumption at the age of 30. We'll return with Act 2 shortly. Things have changed at Wuthering Heights. For 3 years, there was peace such as had not been known since old Mr. Earnshaw's time. Catherine did marry Edgar Linton, moved to Thrushcross Grange, and took Nellie Dean with her. Surprisingly, Catherine got along very well at the Grange, appearing to be almost overfond of Edgar and affectionate toward his sister Isabella. On the surface, all was serene, until one day when Catherine came running into the house.
Oh, Edgar, Heathcliff's come home.
That vagabond, the plowboy.
I know you never liked him, but for my sake, please, Edgar, you must be friends. Shall I tell him to come up?
Here, into the parlor.
Of course. It's wonderful to have him back. Here he is, Edgar. Surely you remember Heathcliff.
Why, I'd never recognized... Well, sit down, sir.
Heathcliff, you're so different. Your dress, also elegant. I'm sure it's Mr. Heathcliff now.
Does that please you?
I'm overwhelmed. Edgar, will you please find Nellie and see if tea is ready?
Of course. It'll be a few moments.
You're more beautiful than ever.
This all seems like a dream, to see you and touch you and speak to you once more. And yet, you don't deserve this reception, absent and silent for 3 years. Did you never think of me?
More than you thought of me, I imagine.
We must make plans.
Oh? My plan was just one glimpse of your face. Then to settle my score with your brother, Hindley, and afterwards do away with myself.
Heathcliff.
That your welcome has put these thoughts out of my mind.
Catherine, come to the table. Do you have to go far tonight, Mr. Heathcliff?
Only as far as Wuthering Heights.
Oh, you're staying there?
Yes, Hindley Earnshaw has invited me.
My brother? He's invited you, Heathcliff?
Times have changed, my dear Catherine. I've played cards with Hindley, won his money, and so have a good many others. I've had luck these past years, and your brother needs me.
Oh, I thought I heard voices. Oh, you have company, I see.
He's back, Isabella. Surely you remember.
Oh, I don't believe I've had the pleasure of meeting this gentleman.
But I remember you, the charming Isabella.
You've seen Heathcliff every day, walking on the moors. And every time he's here, you tell me to stay away.
And I mean it.
Catherine, you want no one to be loved but yourself.
You misunderstand me. I'm trying to protect you.
Protect me? Simply because I find Mr. Heathcliff attractive?
No, because he's dangerous.
I love Heathcliff more than ever you loved Edgar. And he might love me if you'd let him.
Believe me, Isabella, Heathcliff and I are friends. He could never love a Linton.
You are a poisonous friend.
I may be the best friend you ever had.
How can you say Isabella loves me? She's never done anything but spit upon me.
She's lost her heart and mind to you. But you watch her, Heathcliff. She's a tigress. I like her too well to let you devour her.
And I like her too ill to attempt it. She's her brother's heir, isn't she?
You always did covet your neighbor's possessions, didn't you? Remember, this neighbor's possessions are mine.
And if they were mine, they'd still be yours. You're giving me ideas.
I warned you to stay away from Isabella. And yesterday, Heathcliff, I saw you. You kissed her.
I'm not your husband. You needn't be jealous of me.
I'm not jealous of you. I'm jealous for you. If you like Isabella, you shall marry her. But do you like her?
I can't stand her. But you treated me infernally.
And if I have, I suppose you are after revenge.
I seek no revenge on you. You're welcome to torture me for your own amusement. Just let me amuse myself in the same style.
So you're going to marry Isabella? Wait till Edgar hears about this.
I've heard more than I want to hear.
You were listening at the door.
I've had enough of Heathcliff's mischief in my house. I give you 3 minutes to get out.
Catherine, this lamb of yours threatens like a bull. It is in danger of splitting its skull against my knuckles. By heaven, Mr. Linton, I'm mortally sorry you are not worth knocking down.
The gardener and the coachman are out there, and it will take them no time to dispose of you.
You'll not call for help, see? I'll lock the door.
Give me that key.
Get it. From the hottest part of the fire.
Catherine, this is madness.
You owe Heathcliff an apology. I hope he flogs you sick.
I would not strike that shivering thing you prefer to me. He looks as if he's about to weep. Take your hands away from your face.
I will. Like this.
Quickly, Heathcliff. He's going out of the back door. He'll return with a brace of pistols and all the help he can muster.
I'll crush his ribs like a rotten hazelnut.
Leave, Heathcliff, if you value your life.
Where is that scoundrel?
He's gone. He smashed the lock with a poker.
Oh, Catherine, we've been so happy, but he's destroying us. Look at me.
Let me alone, Edgar. I can't stand any more.
It's come to a showdown, hasn't it? Well, will you give up Heathcliff, or will you give up me?
Leave me alone. Can't you see I'm so tired and upset I can scarcely stand? Where's Nellie?
Yes, Miss Cathy.
Oh, she's fainted.
Oh, conveniently onto the couch. Well, this water will bring her around.
Oh, but there's blood on her lips.
Never mind, Mr. Linton. I know this young lady when she puts on exhibitions.
Are you sure she's pretending?
Mrs. Linton barred her door. And although I left trays of food, they were untouched for 3 days.
What do you want?
Let me in, Miss Catherine. I brought you some tea and toast.
I'll drink the tea, but I don't want anything else. I want to die.
Oh, I've heard you say things like that before. It's foolish, and you know it.
All right, I'll not die. He'd be glad. He would never miss me. Open the window, Nellie. I want to breathe the clean air of the moor.
Well, just for a moment. You mustn't catch another cold.
I want to be a girl again, out there where life is free. I want to sleep in my old room at Wuthering Heights.
I'm closing the window, and you'll sleep right here.
They'll bury me 12 feet under. But I won't rest until Heathcliff is with me. I never will.
Mr. Linton, you must go to your wife.
Why should I? She calls for no one but that black-eyed Heathcliff.
No longer, sir. She's quite at peace. But she needs you, and you need her, now that you're going to be a father.
Nellie, is that why my wife is like this? I've heard that women sometimes...
You must treat her very gently.
Of course, Nellie, of course. I'll go to her at once.
It was true, the impending motherhood. But I knew that Catherine was no longer the boisterous, healthy girl she once had been. And the doctor told me why we must all take good care of her. Catherine Linton was suffering from a fever of the brain.
Nellie? Nellie, who was that horseman?
Oh, your sister, Miss Isabella, sir. She's gone, sir.
Gone where?
Run off with Mr. Heathcliff. They're going to be married.
I don't believe it.
Well, Wuthering Heights is no place for Miss Isabella.
Well, I have no one but Catherine on my mind. From now on, Isabella is my sister only in name. Not because I disown her, but because she has disowned me.
Of course, I didn't let it go at that. I went to Wuthering Heights to see for myself what was taking place. The vast hall was filled with growling dogs. Hindley Earnshaw, in a drunken stupor, was a totally broken man, penniless and at Heathcliff's mercy. And the miserable Isabella admitted her mistake and begged to be taken back to Thrushcross Grange. I saw Mr. Heathcliff in the fields and hurried out to plead with him.
Oh, the long-nosed Nellie Dean. Couldn't stay away, could you?
What have you done to poor Miss Isabella?
Married her.
You're not treating her like a wife.
I don't need a wife.
Oh, how cruel you are, Mr. Heathcliff.
Whoever showed me anything but cruelty?
I've always tried to be your friend.
And be one now. I've heard Catherine is ill. I can help. Now, what day is Edgar away?
None of your business.
I'll twist your arm until it breaks. Oh. Tell me.
Well, sometimes he's away on Wednesday.
All right. Give Catherine this letter. And let me into the house next Wednesday.
I have a letter for you, Mrs. Linton.
I never get letters.
Well, this one needs an answer.
Answer it, then.
But it's from Mr. Heathcliff.
Another dream. He forgot me long ago.
He wants to see you.
Catherine. My dear, dear Catherine.
If you are real, kiss me, Heathcliff. Even though you've broken my heart.
I can't bear to see you like this.
You and Edgar both act as though you should be pitied. You have killed me, Heathcliff.
Let me hold you, Catherine. I'll make you strong again.
I wish I could hold you till we both were dead.
If you loved me, Catherine, what right did you have to leave me? Answer me that.
You left me too, Heathcliff.
Mr. Heathcliff, you must go. Mr. Linton is returning.
Edgar can't harm us. Stay with me, Heathcliff. I'm going to die.
Don't listen to her. She doesn't know what she says. All three of us will be damned for this. You should never have come. Mercifully, Catherine Linton had fainted. From then on, her husband seldom left her side. And if he knew that Heathcliff kept vigil in the garden day and night, he took no notice. And then, 2 months too soon...
How is she?
Well, she's a tiny one, sir, but I know all about babies, and she's going to be just fine.
No. I mean Catherine. May I see her?
Not yet. The doctor is with her. But 2 hours later, it was over. A blessed release, I'd say. But Mr. Linton was so stony cold with grief, he heard and spoke not a word. I found Mr. Heathcliff in the woods.
No need to tell me. How did she die?
Quietly, as a lamb.
Did she call for me?
She has recognized no one since you last saw her. She lies with a sweet smile on her face. And I pray she'll wake as kindly in the other world.
May she wake in torment. She's a liar to the end. Catherine Earnshaw, may you not rest as long as I am living. You said I killed you. Haunt me, then. The murdered do haunt their murderers. Be with me, always drive me mad. Only do not leave me in this abyss where I cannot find you. It is unutterable. I cannot live without my life. I cannot live without my soul.
At the wake, Edgar Linton kept silent vigil by the open coffin. And during the brief moments he left the room, Heathcliff was there, long enough to open a locket on a chain around Catherine's neck and put in a lock of his own black hair. Our Gothic drama is by no means over, and I'll return presently with Act 3. We now continue by introducing you to the characters of the next generation. Heathcliff continues to live, even without his soul. His ill-treated wife, Isabella, produced a sickly son whom he abhorred from birth. Heathcliff's old enemy, Hindley Earnshaw, has died in a drunken debauch, leaving his son, Hareton, at Wuthering Heights, where Heathcliff is now in total control. At Thrushcross Grange, Edgar Linton lavishes full affection upon his daughter, named after her mother, Catherine, a sheltered girl who knows nothing of her neighbors.
No need to follow, Nellie. You're too slow.
Miss Cathy, don't go up on that crag.
Papa says there are nests up there, and I want to see the moorhen's eggs. I'll just climb that rock.
Oh, I'm about to catch a little poacher, am I?
Oh, you startled me. I thought this was my father's land.
Not here on the heights.
Who are you? I've seen that young man over there before. Is he your son?
Oh, no, he's not my son. But I do have one, and you'd know him if you saw him.
Miss Cathy, come away.
I might have known you'd be here, Nellie Dean. Come along, both of you, to my house for tea.
Oh, I'd like that. Then I can meet your son.
No, Mr. Heathcliff, this is wrong.
He doesn't look like your son.
But he is, my dear. And when you were a child, your father tried to adopt him after his mother died.
Why, you're my cousin Linton. And you've grown up.
So have you. Where have you been?
It's Nellie's fault. She never brought me here. Linton, you must come and see me at Thrushcross Grange.
Well, that's too far to go. I couldn't walk 4 miles.
Oh, that renegade Harriton covers the distance in no time.
Harriton? He can't even read or write.
I've scarcely heard him open his mouth.
Oh, he talks, but what he says is not fit for a young lady's ears.
He rides on the moor, and sometimes I long to join him.
Oh, stay away from him, Cathy. Come visit me.
But why, Father? Why can't I go back to Wuthering Heights? I promised Linton I would.
Well, that house is evil. My sister might be living if it weren't for that man who twists everything to his own will.
Well, Mr. Heathcliff seemed very cordial.
Someday you'll understand. But for now, I must make a rule. You may not return. And I've instructed Nellie to see that you don't.
Oh, Papa, you're not well.
Only a bad cold. Now be my sweet girl. And forget all about your visit to Wuthering Heights.
Miss Cathy, you've been sending books and notes to Master Linton, and he's been doing the same.
I promised to go back to see him. I had to explain why I couldn't keep my promise.
This much of an explanation.
Where did you get those letters?
From your desk. And they sound like love letters.
I'm lonely, Nellie, just as Linton is. What is there for me to do with my father too sick to talk, and you going to bed every evening with the birds?
I almost felt sorry for her. But I didn't. Not then. For somehow she got word that Mr. Heathcliff was away, and as soon as I went to my room, she was off on a horse for Wuthering Heights.
Linton! Where are you?
Oh, Cathy, I knew you'd come. I'm in here.
You look better today.
I don't feel better. I cough all the time, but now you're here to take care of me.
Poor Linton. I wish you were my brother.
Your brother? Your father says we should get married.
Did he make you write those letters to me?
Not exactly, but...
But what?
Stop questioning me. You're making me cough. Don't leave me today, Cathy. When your letters stopped, I thought I'd lost my only friend.
I won't be seeing you for a while. My father needs more looking after than you do.
Nellie Dean?
You're not welcome at the Grange, Mr. Heathcliff.
Nor do I intend to sit foot inside. I understand that Edgar Linton is dying.
He is gravely ill.
Yes, then we have no more time to waste. Get your mistress and come with me.
We dare not go to Wuthering Heights.
My worthless son has gone so far as to struggle onto the heath. He can walk no further and implores Cathy to come to him.
She's at her father's bedside.
Well, get her away. This is more important. Get up and act like a man.
Father, I'm so tired.
Help him, Catherine.
That boy needs a doctor.
Go on, Cathy. Help him.
My father won't allow me back in the house unless you come with me.
Stand up to him, Linton.
I'm too weak to stand up to anyone. Help me, Kathy. My father shudders if I touch him.
I'll help you only to the door.
Please. As far as the chair in the big room.
I'll wait for you out here, Miss Cathy.
Get in there, Nellie Dean. My house is not stricken with the plague. I'm feeling hospitable.
You call that hospitality, locking us in?
Sit down. I'll get you some tea.
I'm not afraid of you. Give me that key. I wouldn't eat or drink if I was starving.
Well, the wildcat bears its claws. Stand back, Kathy Linton, or I'll knock you down.
Nellie and I are leaving this house. If you won't give me the key, I'll...
Oh, the creature has teeth like a mad dog.
I have the key, Nellie.
Not for long.
Oh, you villain! Stop that!
Get used to it, young lady. You're staying in this house. And tomorrow, I'll be your father.
Let me go home, Mr. Heathcliff. I promised to marry Linton. But if I stay now, Papa will be miserable.
Nothing would please me more than to make your father miserable. I can keep you both prisoners here until your father dies.
Mr. Heathcliff, you're a cruel man, but you're not a fiend. I'll marry Linton within the hour if you'll let me go to Thrushcross Grange for a short time afterwards. Have you never loved anyone in your life? Not anybody, ever?
Stop looking at me like that. I detest you.
While we were locked in that house, the marriage contract was drawn up, and Cathy became Mrs. Linton Heathcliff.
From now on, that nasty, complaining invalid is your sole responsibility. How do you like being his nursemaid?
With my father gone, Linton is all I have in the world. I know he loves me, and for that reason I love him. Mr. Heathcliff, nobody will cry for you when you die.
Late that night, I was roused by a frightened servant who had seen a ghostly light in the family graveyard. Now, I'm not frightened by ghosts, but I was afraid of what might be going on.
Tonight, you won't send me away.
Mr. Heathcliff! Mr. Heathcliff!
Go back snooping, Nellie Dean.
In the name of heaven, Mr. Heathcliff, let her lie in peace.
I respected her wishes up till now, but this time it's different.
I don't know what you're doing, Mr. Heathcliff, but I beseech you to stop that digging.
Not until I've finished.
Well, then I'll go for help. There are laws against desecrating a grave.
There are no laws against freeing a soul.
But her soul is already free.
Not yet, Nellie Dean, but it soon will be.
Oh, you dare not break into the coffin.
Only on one side, facing the spot where I'll be buried.
Oh, stop it!
Now I'll replace the earth. And if you are my friend, I charge you that when I am dead, you will see that my coffin is open on this side toward hers.
Cathy was not much more than a bride when she became a widow. Mr. Heathcliff had complete possession of both Wuthering Heights and Thrushcross Grange, and Cathy had nowhere else to go. Besides me, she had but one possible ally. Miss Cathy, why don't you make friends with your cousin Harriton?
Savage creature hates me as much as my father-in-law does.
Oh, I've seen him following you. I've even seen him protect you against Mr. Heathcliff.
Protect me? He seldom opens his mouth except for blasphemy.
Oh, he's afraid you'll laugh at his crude speech. Why don't you lend him some of your books?
Because he can't read.
You could teach him.
No, Harriton. You pronounce it this way.
What the devil are you two doing here, Harriton? The horses need tending. Cathy, you're needed in the kitchen. And as for you, Nellie Dean...
Yes, Mr. Heathcliff.
You engineered this, didn't you?
Oh, you've made him like yourself, Mr. Heathcliff.
I've tried my best to crush him, and I will do everything to keep those two apart.
He tried, but they grew closer. And suddenly, an abrupt change came over Mr. Heathcliff. He became as silent as Harriton and refused to join us for meals. Finally, he had not eaten for so long that... Are you ill, Mr. Heathcliff?
No.
not.
Starvation is an invitation to death.
I have neither fear, nor presentiment, nor hope of death. With my constitution, I'll be above ground until my hair is white.
You won't last long if you refuse to eat.
I want this place to myself. Get out of my way. And keep Harriton and that other one from coming near me.
We kept out of his way, but I heard him pacing in his room, uttering strange oaths, until one evening there was absolute silence. Kathy, just like her mother, was out on the moor, and it started to rain. Kathy! Kathy!
I'm just coming in. But, Nellie, you know that room you say was my mother's? The window is open and the shutter is banging back and forth.
Oh, we'll see about that. Come, bring the candle.
I've never been allowed in this room.
Hold the candle higher.
See? The window is open.
And the rain is soaking the bed. No. Leave the room, Miss Kathy. Run and get Harriton. Mr. Heathcliff was lying there, stiff and cold, and quite dead. I quickly pulled a blanket over his face, for he had a frightful, lifelike gaze of wild exultation.
About violence. Those 19th century ladies spared nothing of human torture. It is said that to this day, on the heaths and moors near Wuthering Heights, Heathcliff walks, and a woman is his constant companion. I'll have a further comment shortly. Although her older sister had a vivid imagination, she wondered how Emily conjured up anyone as sinister as Heathcliff. She even doubted if it was right or advisable. But she declared, the writer who possesses a creative gift owns something that, at times, strangely wills and works for itself. If the result be attractive, the world will praise you, who little deserve praise. If it be repulsive, the same world will blame you, who almost as little deserve blame. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Bryna Rayburn, Russell Horton, Roberta Maxwell, and Lloyd Batista. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
That would be 16,000 francs.
16,000 francs cost-wise. 16,000 francs? That's much too much. The wretch isn't worth that kind of money. Is there any other way to behead him? Our English cousins have switched to a headsman who does the job with one blow of an axe. Kill a man with an axe. It's inhuman. It's barbaric. Well, still, what do you expect from the English? Guillotine, that guillotine. Let me see. You must be able to get one cheaper somewhere. You mean shop around? I know. Get in touch with the Italians. After all, Italy has a king, and from one king to another, maybe you'll give us a cut rate.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.